Chapter 1. How about eliminating them all? Jiang Jin felt an excruciating headache. Her consciousness clouded. In her ears, the sound of fabric tearing and a man's scream seemed to echo. A man? A strong man? Jiang Jin struggled to open her eyes, searching for the source of the voice. Before her stood several men clad in identical attire, manhandling a frail youth. A girl, perhaps 16 or 17, pleaded desperately, "Please, spare Zhou Liang, seek out Princess Jinyang instead." With a sharp crack, the girl was struck down to the ground. "Seeking death. She is desired by our general of Jiao Liang. How can we possibly touch her?" At that moment, the boy's clothing had been torn into tatters, revealing his delicate, pale skin. He dared not resist, only whimpering for mercy. "I am a boy. It is against propriety to touch Princess Jinyang. Why not consider the two concubines instead? They are all exquisite beauties." With another resounding slap, the boy's pleas fell on deaf ears. "Han's young men are equally enchanting. Ha! Look at this tender skin and delicate visage. TSK. Hey, we have grown weary of those two concubines. It is time to sample the flavor of a Han youth." As her gaze shifted from the boy, Jiang Jin surveyed her surroundings. The desolate dirt road lay before her, with an opulent carriage halted in the middle. Under a large tree by the roadside sat two young women, their faces expressionless, their bodies and faces smeared with filth, obscuring their true appearance. Nearby, several men in identical attire stood or sat. Who were these people? Soldiers? Jiang Jin felt a whirlwind of confusion. How did she end up here? Wasn't she fleeing from the pursuit of the Liang tribe? How had she arrived at this place in the blink of an eye? "No, let Zhou Liang go. I have a way. As long as Princess Jinyang remains unbroken, she can still be toyed with by you. Zhou Liang cannot compare to the precious status of Jinyang." A cry of alarm erupted as the speaking girl was kicked away by a soldier. Amidst the swirling dust, the girl fell before Jiang Jin. The dust was overwhelming, causing Jiang Jin to shift backward, yet she heard the clinking of chains at her feet. Looking down, she was horrified to see shackles around her ankles. Wait, these feet are not hers. Had she transmigrated? Glancing at the girl sprawled on the ground, she noticed the same shackles binding her feet. Ignoring her own pain, the girl struggled to sit up, trembling as she pointed at Jiang Jin, her tone beguiling. "Princess Jinyang is the sole daughter of Empress Jilu, the most noble princess of our Yan kingdom, and the unparalleled beauty. Do you not wish to behold her grace?" The soldiers halted their actions, their eyes brightening as they turned toward Jiang Jin, glimmers of predatory interest flashing within. Jiang Jin furrowed her brows. The Princess Jinyang they spoke of was her. Instead of acting immediately, the soldiers looked toward a man standing under the tree, his voice laced with mockery. "Lieutenant Zhao, why don't you take the lead?" The man addressed as Lieutenant Zhao appeared to be in his 20s, with dark skin and notably small eyes that, if not observed closely, seemed to be shut. His physique was robust. He smirked, finding the suggestion appealing, and directed his gaze toward Jiang Jin. "Impudent wretch, do you dare?" A furious shout erupted. Jiang Jin turned her gaze and discovered a disheveled brute seated a few meters away from her. Not only was he shackled with leg irons and handcuffs, but a heavy wooden collar encircled his neck, its weight seemingly exceeding several tens of pounds. His voice emerged like a wheezing bellows, coarse and grating, imbued with a feeble timbre that belied his strength. A soldier approached and kicked the brute, snickering coldly. "Zhou Sui, instead of relying on your strength, perhaps you should contemplate how to plead for mercy from General Jiao Liang upon arrival in Liang City, lest you be torn asunder and left with naught but scattered bones." Lieutenant Zhao paid no heed to their discord, striding purposefully towards Jiang Jin. Her expression turned icy, and her hand twitched slightly. Suddenly, a frail man knelt before Lieutenant Zhao, prostrating himself on the ground. "I implore you, spare Princess Jinyang." Zhao cast a fleeting glance at him, then lifted his leg to deliver a kick. "How dare a mere temple servant obstruct my path?" The frail man coughed up blood and collapsed, motionless and uncertain of his fate. Zhao's gaze remained unperturbed as he stepped over the fallen figure, approaching Jiang Jin. He lowered his eyes to her, a glint of bloodlust flickering within them as he murmured, "Indeed, it would be a pity to offer such a beauty as a plaything to that Jiao barbarian. let me indulge in her first. With that, he bent down, his iron grip seizing Jiang Jin's chin, forcing her to lean closer to him. The woman before him was undeniably beautiful, her skin as smooth as fine jade, her brows delicately arched like crescent moons. Though still youthful, she possessed an allure capable of captivating nations. Zhao's breath grew heavy as he grasped her collar, intending to drag her into the nearby brush. Unlike the Jiao, he had no penchant for public debauchery. Yet, before he could lift her, a sudden chill gripped his heart. He glanced down in disbelief to find a dagger plunged into his chest. Drip, drip. Blood trickled down, splattering the ground and sending up countless tiny droplets of crimson amidst the dust. As she beheld the vivid blood, Jiang Jin felt a piercing headache as fragmented memories surged into her mind. She had indeed traversed into another realm, a world far more chaotic and dark than the tumult of the 5 barbarians. Her current identity was that of the 6th princess of Yin Kingdom, sharing her name Jiang Jin. However, she was 7 years her junior, now 13, known by the title of Jinyang, a princess of a realm that had been largely annihilated. Her father had been beheaded by the Jiao Kong, and displayed at the city gate, while her mother, unable to endure the humiliation, had succumbed to death by colliding with a pillar. As for her, due to her beauty, Jiao Kong had used her as a pawn to win over his ministers, gifting her to the valiant conqueror of Liang City, Jiao Liang, as a mere plaything. Jiao Liang was renowned for his martial prowess, yet he harbored an insatiable appetite for sensual pleasures, favoring women of noble status and exquisite beauty. Thus, the original owner of this visage was unhesitatingly bestowed upon him by Jiao Kong. In the span of a fleeting moment, a cold light flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes as she withdrew the dagger from Zhao's heart, droplets of blood splattering onto her face. Simultaneously, her left hand grasped the hilt of the sword at Zhao's waist, yanking it free with a sharp clang. With a thud, Zhao collapsed to the ground, his small eyes wide open, finally shedding their slumber-like state, yet devoid of life. The scene fell into profound silence. Even the soldiers previously engaged with the youth halted their actions, their faces a tableau of confusion as they gazed at Jiang Jin, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Jiang Jin cast a glance at Zhou Sui, who was bound in a wooden collar, and broke into a smile. What if we eliminate them all? Chapter 2. The counterattack revisited. In but a fleeting breath, she heard a hoarse acknowledgement. Though the original owner was an oblivious princess concerning state affairs, she was nonetheless aware of the formidable General Zhou Sui of the Yin Kingdom. Born of a lineage of military nobility, he had enlisted in the army at the tender age of 13. Over the course of 2 decades, he had fought valiantly for the Yin Kingdom, achieving remarkable feats. And by the mere age of 33, he had risen to the rank of Grand General. During the final battle of Dingyang, he had valiantly resisted the onslaught of the 6,000 Jiao troops with a mere 3,000 soldiers, managing to hold his ground for an entire month and a half. Regrettably, he could not await reinforcements, and with the betrayal from traitorous insiders, the city fell. The Emperor of Yin was slain, and the Empress took her own life. Zhou Sui's family, including his wife and children, met a similar fate. Not a single elder, woman, or child was spared. The reason he himself was not executed was that Jiao Liang's brother, Jiao Sang, had been killed by Zhou Sui. Jiao Liang had vowed to personally avenge her brother's death. Thus, Zhou Sui was delivered to her by Jiao Kong as a gesture of goodwill. The original owner, delicate and frail, found it arduous to contend with more than a dozen soldiers. Hence, Zhou Sui was her most formidable ally at this moment. When he responded to her acknowledgement, he too was in a state of bewilderment. Yet, he understood that this was the opportune moment for escape. Jiang Jin smiled and tossed her dagger towards him. Despite his frail condition, Zhou Sui, a true warrior, managed to shift his form slightly and caught the dagger securely with his shackled hands. In a flash, he bent his knee and swung the dagger horizontally. With a swift thrust, he struck the soldier who had previously kicked him, slicing open his chest, and blood splattered across Zhou Sui's face and attire. Yet his expression remained stoic. A piercing scream rent the air, awakening the surrounding soldiers. They finally regained their senses and charged at Zhou Sui with bloodshot eyes. Even the soldiers near Jiang Jin were not exempt. In an instant, those by her side had vanished. Jiang Jin mused. Was this a manifestation of their disdain for her? She had truly misjudged them. Although Captain Zhao was in charge of the escorting team, He was not of the Jiao clan, but rather a Yin trader. Jiao Kong, wishing to showcase his benevolence, treated the Han defectors with great favor. All the soldiers present were of the Jiao clan. Outwardly, they feigned obedience to Captain Zhao, yet inwardly, they held him in contempt. Thus, in comparison to Zhao's demise, they yearned more fervently for revenge for their fallen brethren. Moreover, Jiang Jin was the princess promised to General Jiao Liang. They could not afford to kill her, so it was more prudent to eliminate Zhou Sui, the looming threat. As for Jiang Jin, no one perceived her as a menace. They believed she had merely taken advantage of an unexpected opportunity to strike down Captain Zhao. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Jin called out, "Hey, could we have 2 more people over here?" The 2 soldiers trailing at the back glanced at her momentarily before resuming their assault on Zhou Sui, disregarding her entirely. Jiang Jin observed Zhou Sui, who was encumbered by a wooden yoke, shackled hands and feet, and had endured several days of hunger, making his predicament exceedingly challenging. His body bore numerous wounds, large and small. She looked down at the shackles around her own ankles, the chain between them measuring no more than 15 centimeters, rendering even the smallest steps arduous. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jin resolved to leap. If she could not walk, could she not at least jump? More than a dozen soldiers surrounded Zhou Sui, wary of underestimating this formidable Han warrior, who had previously cost the lives of numerous Jiao clan soldiers in attempts to capture him. Fortunately, he was currently restrained by a heavy wooden collar and shackles. Otherwise, they would not dare confront such a fierce opponent. A soldier with a somewhat prominent occiput gripped his weapon tightly, keenly observing the duel unfolding. He anticipated that Zhou Sui would soon falter, at which point he would seize the opportunity to strike. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth, envisioning the moment when he would subdue Zhou and make him endure suffering. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Alert! He turned to find a beautiful smiling face before him. For a brief moment, confusion clouded his mind. Why was Princess Jinyang here? Before he could make sense of it, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck, and blood blossomed before his eyes. His pupils dilated in shock as he instinctively clutched his neck, a gurgling sound escaping his lips. His gaze filled with boundless terror and bewilderment. His knife-wielding hand unconsciously rose, trembling as it pointed towards Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin deftly sidestepped the blade's trajectory, seizing his wrist and twisting forcefully. With a sharp crack, the soldier's hand bent at an unnatural angle, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Jiang Jin caught the weapon with poise, offering a brief, polite acknowledgement. "Thank you." Before her words had fully dissipated, the knife was thrust violently towards a rotund-faced soldier who had turned at the commotion. With a sickening thud, the blade sank approximately 5 to 6 centimeters into his chest. Jiang Jin felt a pang of disappointment. Her frail physique and lack of strength were factors, yet it was undeniable that the blades of this era lacked sharpness. She leapt forward, her left-hand dagger gliding toward the round-faced soldier's throat. Before he could register the stab to his chest, his neck was slashed open, blood spraying several meters away. Jiang Jin tugged at the knife, finding it lodged firmly, but she did not dwell on the matter. Instead, she pushed against the hilt. The rotund soldier collapsed backward, landing squarely on 2 astonished comrades watching her. A gust of wind seemed to arise from behind, prompting Jiang Jin to evade. A glinting dagger barely grazed her shoulder, the blade's wind whipping a stray lock of hair. Unaware of which soldier attempted the ambush, she paid it no mind, bending slightly and thrusting her dagger backward. The attacker stumbled forward, unable to regain his balance, only to be met with searing pain in his abdomen. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked down to see a delicate, pale hand gripping the dagger. Blood stained the porcelain skin, a stark contrast that was painfully striking. The dagger was nearly fully embedded in his belly, leaving only the hilt visible. His face contorted in horror as he raised his gaze to Jiang Jin, mouth agape. Jiang Jin's expression remained impassive as she withdrew the dagger, drawing forth a torrent of blood. The bloodied blade immediately targeted another soldier. The commotion quickly captured the attention of those surrounding Zhou Sui, prompting several to charge at Jiang Jin. Sensing a sudden reduction in pressure, Zhou Sui fought against his fatigue, wielding his knife with renewed vigor against one of the assailants. Despite having gone several days without sustenance and the burden of the heavy collar, his strength far exceeded that of Jiang Jin. The soldier was struck, blood gushing forth, his abdomen nearly laid bare. Zhou Sui's gaze was fierce, emanating a ruthless determination as he swung his blade once more at the other soldiers. In less than a quarter of an hour, he felled the last soldier, collapsing onto a heap of corpses, utterly spent. Around Jiang Jin, 7 or 8 bodies lay strewn about, her form nearly drenched in crimson. She turned to the unmoving Zhou Sui and inquired, "Are you still alive?" Chapter 3. 4. When a life is extinguished, the debt is settled. Zhou Sui remained silent. Yet the rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still breathing. Jiang Jin surveyed her surroundings and spotted the woman who had spoken earlier, now staring at her with a visage full of terror. Jiang Jin recalled the woman's identity from her memories. She was Jiang Ru, the original's elder sister, born of the illustrious Wamiran. Her gaze then shifted to the previously humiliated youth, Su Xiao, her destined consort. Su Xiao was 3 years her senior, now 16. With his father Su Taiwei holding a prestigious position among the 3 dukes, having been promised to her by the empress when the original was merely 11. Interestingly, Jiang Ru and Su Xiao had already secretly engaged in their own affairs. The original had inadvertently discovered this during a visit to the palace 6 months prior and had informed her mother, Ji Lu. Furious, Ji Lu had intended to cancel the betrothal, yet for various reasons, the marriage had not been annulled even until the fall of the Yan kingdom. Jiao Liang, fond of beautiful women and men alike, particularly relished the thought of couples, especially if they were husband and wife or betrothed. Thus, Su Xiao, the original's fiancé, was also dispatched to Jiao Liang. Reflecting upon their earlier act of pushing her to fend for herself, a smirk crept upon Jiang Jin's lips. She took a couple of steps forward, reaching the side of the round-faced soldier. If memory served her right, he was the custodian of the shackles and keys for their group. She crouched down and searched his waist, indeed finding a set of keys. Locating one that fit the shackles around her ankles, she inserted it, twisted, and with a satisfying click, they were freed. Elated, Jiang Jin kicked the shackles aside and swiftly proceeded to unlock Zhou Sui's wooden collar and shackles. Observing his slightly trembling eyelids, she murmured, "Find food and tend to your wounds." Zhou Sui bore numerous injuries, yet none were life-threatening. For a seasoned warrior like him, they were mere trifles. His primary concern was hunger. Throughout their journey, he had received only a meager sip of water and a morsel of coarse bread every few days to sustain his life. Zhou Sui's eyelids quivered violently before he finally opened his eyes, his gaze filled with complexity and confusion as he looked up at Jiang Jin. Ignoring him, Jiang Jin approached the frail man who had been kicked unconscious by Officer Zhao. This man was Dong Si, a eunuch serving by Ji Li's side. Crouching down, she checked for his breath. He was still alive. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to employ the oldest trick in the book, pinching his acupressure point. With a gasp, Dong Si awakened, dazed and disoriented. After a few breaths, he suddenly sprang upright, exclaiming, "Princess! Princess!" frantically scanning the area. His eyes widened in horror at the sight of the bodies scattered around him, his body going limp as he struggled toward the corpses. "Princess, Wu, where are you?" Jiang Jin replied, "I am here." She was clearly squatting beside him, yet remained unseen. Dong Si was taken aback, hurriedly turning to the source of the voice. Surprise flickering in his eyes. "Princess, are you unharmed?" Upon seeing her covered in blood, he crawled on the ground, his voice trembling with tears. "Princess, it is all my fault. I failed to protect you." Jiang Jin stood up and instructed, "Organize the items. We must depart swiftly." Dong Si gazed up at the princess, who seemed somewhat altered, a fleeting moment of confusion in his eyes, yet he responded, "Understood." Although he served as the eunuch supervisor for Empress Ji Lu, he knew little about Princess Jin Yang. She had been raised in Yinshan Temple, returning to the palace for but a few weeks each year. Jiang Jin paid him no further mind and approached Jiang Ru. Jiang Ru trembled like a leaf, her spirit shattered by Jiang Jin's recent display of violence. She could not comprehend how Jiang Jin had transformed so suddenly. Despite their limited interactions, she was well aware that Princess Jin Yang had been sheltered by Empress Ji Lu, her disposition somewhat timid. The sight of Jiang Jin, blood-soaked and advancing towards her, resembled that of a vengeful specter. With a quivering voice, she stammered, "Sixth sister, I didn't mean it. I was merely startled." Jiang Jin knelt before her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, her expression serene. "It is of no consequence. I bear no grudge." Jiang Ru's heart leaped with joy as she timidly lifted her doe-like eyes to Jiang Jin. Her smile barely forming before a faint sound pierced the air, followed by a searing pain in her chest. Jiang Jin whispered in her ear, "For when one perishes, their debts are absolved." The dagger was withdrawn from Jiang Ru's heart, accompanied by a grotesque sound of flesh tearing. Fear and agony contorted Jiang Ru's features as blood spilled from her lips. You. The dagger brushed against her garment, and Jiang Jin's voice remained unperturbed. Rest assured, your beloved Zhou Liang. I shall soon send him to accompany you, allowing you both to become a pair of joyous mandarin ducks. Jiang Ru's pupils contracted in realization. She understood. It dawned on her why Empress Ji Lu had been tormenting her of late. With a thud, Jiang Ru collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Her face twisted in terror, eyes wide open in death. Su Xiao, witnessing this horrific scene from a distance, was paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word. As he saw Jiang Jin approaching, panic surged within him, prompting an attempt to flee, only to be thwarted by the shackles on his feet, causing him to tumble to the ground. Jiang Jin smiled, advancing to place a foot on Su Xiao's back, a cruel exchange of pain. Within mere moments, Su Xiao's frantic struggle subsided, and only once she confirmed his demise did Jiang Jin rise to regard the two concubines. She did not recognize them, for the original owner of her body seldom frequented the palace, and Emperor Yin was known for his romantic entanglements. Though he did not possess 3,000 beauties, there were certainly 300, with frequent changes among them. The two concubines, sensing Jiang Jin's gaze, trembled in fear and fell to their knees. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow slightly, dismissing them from her thoughts as she turned to observe Dong Si, who was inspecting the corpses. Dong Si halted his movements, offering an awkward smile. Princess, they might possess copper coins, I merely thought. He hailed from humble beginnings, having entered the palace as a eunuch due to life's hardships, thus understanding the tribulations of this world. Jiang Jin smiled. You have done well. Continue. Dong Si felt a warmth in his eyes, believing that the princess would reprimand him, yet to his surprise, he received her praise. At this moment, Jiang Jin could hardly anticipate that her single commendation would lead to the presence of a formidable figure from the realm of corpse handling by her side. Zhou Sui had consumed some dry rations left by the soldiers and replenished himself with water, regaining a modicum of strength. After a moment's hesitation, he endured his physical fatigue and rose to inquire, Princess, shall we proceed to Xizhou next? In the 5 great states of Yan, the 3 states north of the Divine River, Chongzhou, Fengzhou, and Wanzhou, had been largely devoured and occupied by the forces of Jiao, Ji, and Suzhou. Only a handful of counties remained independent, resisting valiantly. The 2 states south of the Divine River were Xizhou and Hejiazu. Hejiazu had also fallen under the control of the Jiao army. Xizhou's Jiji County was the fief of the first prince, Jiang Chun, who currently held sway over Xizhou, representing the sole legitimate authority of Yin in these turbulent times. With the nation in ruins and the land ravaged, the populace displaced and suffering, the only potential guardian for the princess seemed to be the first prince of Xizhou. Jiang Jin gazed toward Liangcheng, a glint of bloodlust flickering in her eyes. No, we shall head to Liangcheng. Chapter 4. Who becomes whose plaything? Zhou Sui was taken aback. What did you say? A smile danced on Jiang Jin's lips. Isn't Jiao Liang intent on making me his plaything? Perfect. I also wish to journey to Liangcheng to procure supplies. I am curious to see who truly becomes the plaything of whom. Jiang Jin held a grudge. She felt it would be a disservice to herself if she did not turn Liangcheng upside down. Zhou Sui believed he had misheard, staring in disbelief at the petite figure before him. He had never encountered Princess Jinyang before. He had heard that she spent most of her time sheltered within the confines of Yinshe Temple. He wondered if her abilities were imparted by the high monks of that temple. Alas, the centuries-old Yinshe Temple had been set ablaze by the Jiao invaders, leaving no monk alive. Princess Jinyang had been taken back to Dingyang, witnessing the tragic demise of her father and mother. In the days that followed, she had appeared dazed and devoid of spirit, yet today she burst forth with unexpected vigor. However, with only 5 of them, and given that Dong Si and the 2 concubines were devoid of combat prowess, how could they possibly turn Jiao Liang into a plaything? Was he underestimating himself? Or was Princess Jinyang overestimating her own capabilities? Zhou Sui questioned his own life choices. Are you certain? Jiang Jin cast him a glance. If you wish to go to Xizhou, I shall not hinder you. The first prince, Jiang Chun, born of the noble concubine, appeared outwardly gentle but was, in fact, an extreme egoist. Jiang Jin could assure that if she sought refuge with this brother, he would likely cast her aside in exchange for the temporary stability of Xizhou. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it seemed Jiang Chun would struggle to maintain control over Xizhou. Zhou Sui remained silent for a long while, ultimately resolving to bow deeply to Jiang Jin. I am willing to accompany the princess to Liangcheng. Very well, she replied, recalling something, and asked, is there a water source nearby? She was covered in blood, sticky and foul, making it easy to arouse suspicion on the road. Zhou Sui, equally bloodstained, was accustomed to the scent of battle after a lifetime of warfare. Approximately 2 miles ahead, there is a small stream where the princess may wash up. Jiang Jin nodded. Good. Ensure that all weapons, including the knife, are packed in the cart. They may prove useful later. Understood, Zhou Sui replied. He turned to survey the battlefield, gathering all usable weapons from the fallen soldiers. There were 19 soldiers under Captain Zhao, each possessing a blade. And they also uncovered 2 daggers. Zhou Sui transported the weapons onto the cart, which had been specifically prepared for Jiang Jin to shield her delicate, fair skin from the harsh sun, ensuring the perfection of her prized possession. Clang. Dong Si excitedly deposited the copper coins he had scavenged from the corpses in front of the cart, exclaiming, Princess, I have collected a total of 1 string of coins and 206 copper coins. Jiang Jin nodded approvingly. The productivity level of this era was akin to that of the late Wei and Jin dynasties, with no paper currency yet in existence, and copper coins and textiles serving as the primary mediums of exchange. Gold and silver were also present, primarily utilized for large transactions, collections, or as rewards for loyal subordinates. Encouraged, Dong Si felt a newfound confidence and proceeded to gather the soldiers' food supplies and 2 cooking cauldrons to load onto the cart. The distance to Liang City was little more than 20 miles, and they were scheduled to arrive today, so the soldiers had little food remaining. Just as Jiang Jin was about to depart, the 2 concubines, frightened, approached the cart, supporting each other as they knelt before her, pleading, Please, princess, take us with you. In such chaotic times, abandoning them would surely lead to their tragic demise. Dong Si pursed his lips, aware that Jiang Jin likely did not recognize them, and softly introduced. The one on the left is Lady Feng, who is slightly taller, and the one on the right is Lady Lu. Though their ranks in the palace were modest, their exceptional beauty had caught the eye of Jiao Kong, who had sent them together to Jiao Liang. He paused momentarily before adding, both were honest and literate during their time in the palace. Jiang Jin lowered her gaze to the 2 trembling women kneeling before her, and after a prolonged silence, uttered a single word, granted. Uncertain of how she found herself in this tumultuous era, she understood that without personal strength, she would be merely a sheep awaiting slaughter. She refused to be that lamb, unwilling to be manipulated by others. Thus, she resolved to establish her own power, a domain where she would dictate the rules. However, for someone with nothing, creating her own influence would prove to be a formidable challenge, with the recruitment of capable individuals being a crucial factor. In this ancient society, where education was scarce, being literate was a remarkable achievement. Of course, should any issues arise with the 2 women later, she could address them then. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the stream that Zhou Sui had mentioned. Jiang Jin dismounted the cart and instructed, wash up and have something to eat. We shall depart after 2 incense sticks. With that, she wandered upstream, crossing a patch of dry grass and a bend, ensuring the area was deserted before stepping into the cool water to cleanse herself. The refreshing chill enveloped her, eliciting a contented sigh as she retrieved her toiletries from her spatial storage. She hailed from the 25th century, a time when humanity faced the invasion of alien species, resulting in a significant loss of civilization and heritage over the decades. Fortunately, humanity had awakened to unique abilities, preventing total annihilation, although resistance was arduous and habitats dwindled. Thus, humans had to store various resources within the spatial realms of those possessing such powers, enabling swift relocation during enemy attacks. As a rare space wielder, she harbors within her realm a plethora of documents and seeds. This constitutes the legacy of human civilization, a beacon of hope for its continuation, and the very cornerstone upon which humanity shall reconstruct its haven. Fortunately, this invaluable resource does not rest solely upon her shoulders. Even in her absence, others remain. Jiang Jin moved with remarkable speed, completing her ablutions in under a quarter of an hour, donning the intimate garments from her spatial domain. Her storage brims with an ample supply of essential items, catering to every size, and now proves fortuitously useful. The bloodstained dress she meticulously cleansed and wrung out, hanging it to dry on the desiccated grass by the stream. She found herself in a predicament, as the Jiao clan had provided her no surplus clothing, compelling her to revert to this attire. Luckily, it was midday, the sun blazing fiercely, and her garments were light and airy. Crouching in the shade by the brook, she retrieved biscuits and bottled water from her space, savoring them slowly. Her mind raced, contemplating her forthcoming actions and the path that lay ahead. Although her spatial reserves contained food and drink, it was limited, prepared for her consumption over a decade. If she aspired to cultivate her own influence, securing provisions would be paramount. Thus, venturing to Liang City would enable her to seize the Jiao Liang supplies. Before long, the time for 2 cups of tea had elapsed, and Jiang Jin donned her half-dry garments. Upon returning to her previous location, she observed Zhou Sui and the others clad in similarly damp attire, evidently having all refreshed themselves. Her gaze brightened at the sight. Aside from Zhou Sui's rugged appearance, the other 3 were strikingly beautiful, not to mention Feng Marin and Lu Kairan, whose ethereal beauty resembled that of a poetic painting. While Dongxi possessed a captivating allure with her rosy lips and pearly teeth, no wonder she had been chosen by Jiao Kong as a gift for Jiao Liang. Regrettably, the sun and wind of recent days had left their skins somewhat rough and tanned. "Princess," they chorused in unison. Jiang Jin nodded. "From now on, address me as Miss or Lunyangzi." The 4 responded without hesitation. "Understood." Note: in the 25th century of the protagonist's world, a foreign invasion has united all of humanity against the extraterrestrial threat, a stark contrast to a dystopia characterized by moral collapse and the brutal struggle for resources. Agricultural output is remarkably high in that world, complemented by various cultivation technologies, ensuring an abundance of food. The state machinery remains operational. Chapter 5, Liang City. "Have you cleaned up?" Dongxi drove the carriage, with Zhou Sui perched atop the yoke, while inside the carriage were Jiang Jin and the 3 women. Jiang Jin detected a faint herbal scent, indicating that Zhou Sui's wound had been treated with the captured medicinal supplies. The road was uneven and rugged, and the carriage's poor suspension caused her to feel a bit dizzy. Feng Marin and Lu Kairan huddled in a corner, appearing particularly shy, their heads bowed in silence. It was at this moment that Jiang Jin learned their names: Feng Qingzhu, age 17, and Lu Mi, age 19. After approximately a quarter of an hour's journey, they encountered a small group of refugees fleeing disaster. This band was not numerous, comprising about a dozen individuals of all ages, their clothing tattered, their bodies emaciated, and their expressions vacant. Upon sighting the opulent carriage, the 2 more robust refugees at the forefront exhibited a flicker of interest. However, when they noticed Zhou Sui wielding a knife atop the yoke, they quickly lowered their heads and stepped aside, allowing the carriage to pass unimpeded. As one approaches Liang City, the road becomes increasingly desolate, with numerous corpses scattered along the roadside, attracting crows that peck at the remains. Jiang Jin's expression remained impassive, yet her heart was stirred. This was her first encounter with the cruelty and decay of this world. In these chaotic times, human life is as cheap as grass, with bones exposed in the wilderness and silence prevailing for miles. "Dongxi, see if you can find a household registration by the roadside," Jiang Jin called out to the driver. Entering the city typically requires identification, and obtaining a ready-made document would greatly simplify matters. "Understood," Dongxi replied swiftly. Deep down, he was not entirely in agreement, for their appearance and demeanor were far superior to the remains scattered about. However, it was the princess's command, and he felt compelled to obey. Zhou Sui gazed at the desolate scene, his heart heavy with sorrow. Dongxi managed to find a household registration near a relatively fresh corpse and stripped away a few tattered garments that could still provide some coverage. Fortunately, it was the height of summer. Otherwise, even these rags would not be of use to them. The household registration was a yellowed, somewhat thick piece of paper, detailing the names of the head of the household and family members, along with their ages and distinct physical features. Jiang Jin took it and perused its contents. Possessing the memories of the original owner, she easily understood the script of this era. The document included a detailed address and descriptions of the individuals. Head of household, Niu Niu, born in the first year of Jing Wen, with triangular eyes. Wife, Zhang Erhua, born in the second year of Jing Wen, with a mole on her left cheek. Son, Niu Xiao Niu, born in the fourth year of Dek Han, with triangular eyes. Daughter, Niu Choya, born in the fifth year of Dek Han, with triangular eyes. Daughter, Niu Goya, born in the eighth year of Dek Han, with triangular eyes. Well, this is a family of triangular-eyed individuals, Jiang Jin mused, noting their similar ages. Niao was slightly older than Zhou Sui. She turned to look outside the carriage. Zhou Sui, are there any places near Liang City where we could conceal the carriage and horses? This opulent carriage was too conspicuous. Entering the city might expose them, and with nightfall approaching, she intended to rest well before making their entrance the following day. Their party was weary, both physically and mentally, and they needed to recuperate before facing the challenges within Liang City. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Sui replied, "About 3 li from Liang City lies Changyu Mountain." Jiang Jin nodded. "Then we shall rest at Changyu Mountain tonight." Just as she was about to return to the carriage, a thought struck her, and she turned to the driver. "Dongxi, teach me how to drive the carriage." In an era where travel heavily relied on horse-drawn vehicles, mastering the art of driving was essential. One carriage was simply insufficient. Upon reaching Liang City, she planned to acquire 1 or 2 more. Dongxi was taken aback, his eyes instantly reddening. The princess, born of noble lineage, now wished to learn to drive, an endeavor typically reserved for servants. Jiang Jin was at a loss for words. "Repress those tears. Otherwise, you shall not accompany me." Startled, Dongxi hurriedly smoothed his half-crumpled face. "Understood." As dawn's light illuminated the mottled, dilapidated walls of Liang City, the heavy gates creaked open slowly, revealing a few gate soldiers yawning and idly chatting. "What a wretched weather. It's scorching hot even at dawn." "Huh. I reckon you're not suffering from the heat, but rather from being drained by that camp prostitute." "Huh. It is not she who has drained me, but rather I who has rendered her unable to rise. She is indeed the daughter of a noble family, with skin and complexion that are simply exquisite. The Jiao tribe's occupation of Liang City has its merits. Otherwise, we would have never even had the privilege to gaze upon these esteemed ladies. Now, I am able to enjoy a different one each day, without repetition. Who could argue otherwise? It is, however, a pity that the most beautiful 3rd daughter of the county magistrate and the 5th daughter of the Chen family have fallen into the hands of General Jiao Liang. I have heard that those 2 ladies are as stunning as celestial beings. Ah, but you should count your blessings. Have you heard? Today, Yao Ji is to be sold. TSK, he is the young general from the county commander's household, renowned for wielding a spear against the cavalry of the Jiao tribe. Hush. Indeed. No matter how formidable he once was, he is now but a slave, treated like a mere dog. Surely, a master of such caliber would not fear being purchased only to seek revenge? Who would dare? This is Liang City, under the strict control of General Jiao Liang. I have heard that the general's daughter, Jiao Zhu, has taken a fancy to him, yet even in captivity, he audaciously insulted her, claiming she bore the stench of sheep dung. Uft, I have heard that too. Enraged, Jiao Zhu slashed his face, piercing his zygomatic bone, and he deserves to be sold. Once, the city gate was lively. Now it sees only a trickle of those entering. The barbarian tribes are brutal. Although they have attempted to emulate the Han by aspiring to be a civilization that cherishes propriety, recruiting talent, and proclaiming the unity of the Han and the barbarians, the mass grave in the West still emanates a foul odor of decay. No one would willingly enter a city occupied by the barbarian tribes unless compelled by dire necessity. Soon, a pair of slanted-eyed father and daughter approached, both burdened with packages, appearing as refugees. The gate soldiers scrutinized their household registration and inquired, "Where are the others from your family?" The father, Zhou Sui, wore a pained expression. They could not endure the journey to Liang City, alas. It is a mystery how the princess managed, wielding what appeared to be a fine thread, transforming his eyes into slants with a few deft movements. Dongxi and the others possessed no combat prowess. To avoid hindering their escape, Jiang Jin concealed them along with the cart in the dense forest of Changyu Mountain. The gate soldiers harbored no suspicion. In these times, for a family to survive with 2 members was commendable enough. The soldier glanced at Jiang Jin, thinking to himself that this old farmer's slanted eyes were indeed tenacious. It is unfortunate that his daughter inherited such grotesque features. Their eyes were strikingly similar, thoroughly slanted. Jiang Jin, too, observed these individuals closely. They were all Han people. The gate soldier addressed Jiang Jin. "Are you the daughter of Niao?" Jiang Jin timidly hid behind Niao, her voice hoarse. "Yes, yes." Once affirming this, the soldier returned the household registration to Niao, stating, "Entry into the city is 20 copper coins per person." Niao's face displayed distress. "Sir, it is usually just 1 copper coin to enter. Why the sudden demand for 20? Might there be a way to negotiate?" The soldier curled his lip. Liang City is now under the jurisdiction of General Jiao Liang. It is not as it once was. Enter if you wish, or depart if you do not. Note: in this text, barbarians refers broadly to the surrounding ethnic minorities, a term used by the Han to describe foreign peoples, without historical connotation. This narrative is fictional but draws inspiration from a certain period's productivity level. Chapter 6. The man whose features were indistinct, Zhou Sui silently ground his teeth, concealing his agitation as he tremblingly retrieved 40 copper coins from within his garments to hand over to the guards at the city gate. Not long after Jiang Jin and her companion entered the city, a swift contingent of Jiaozu cavalry arrived at the gate, inquiring whether any carriages or soldiers from Dingyang had been seen. The guards, who had just been brandishing their authority over ordinary citizens, immediately bent their backs upon seeing the cavalry. And no, we haven't seen anything. We've been watching all morning. The leader of the Jiaozu cavalry furrowed his brow, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the guards. Several guards, under his penetrating stare, broke out in a cold sweat, lowering their heads in silence. After a prolonged moment, the leader raised his eyes towards the direction outside the city. A tall man, lagging slightly behind, spoke up. Given the traces on the road, it seems no carriages entered the city today. The leader of the cavalry acknowledged with a soft hum, his brow still tightly knitted, by calculating the time. The escort for the princess should have arrived yesterday. I wonder if something unforeseen has occurred? The tall man pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps some delay transpired along the way. With the multitude of refugees and the arduous journey, it is quite normal for there to be a delay of a day or two. The leader of the cavalry shook his head and commanded, "Send a small team to investigate," paying attention to the traces on the road. The city lay desolate, the streets marred by patches of dried black blood, exuding a rancid odor of decay. Most of those traversing the streets were Jiaozu people, and even the Han people present hurried along with their heads bowed. The two weaved through the dilapidated thoroughfares, where the absence of vendors and street cries was palpable, occasionally pierced by the coarse and peculiar shouts and scoldings of the Jiaozu. The language of the barbarians differed entirely from that of the Han. While the Han had various dialects, a unified official language existed. Ordinary folk might not speak it fluently, yet most could comprehend it. After conquering the Han cities, the Jiaozu would often slaughter the military personnel and subsequently execute a wave of common civilians, suppressing the populace with their brutal force. They would then implement policies of appeasement. As long as one complied, they would be spared. Disobedience would invite further violence. The Jiaozu could not afford to eliminate every inhabitant upon conquering a city, for they required laborers to repair the walls, cultivate crops, and weave fabric for clothing. They also needed merchants to manage various shops to satisfy their basic needs. At worst, these people could serve as their food. In such tumultuous times, cannibalism was hardly a novelty. This also elucidated why they had scarcely encountered anyone leaving the city that morning. Those within could be described more as the Jiaozu's sheep rather than their citizens, with no exit available. Only Han individuals who fully aligned with the Jiaozu and earned their favor enjoyed a semblance of freedom. The rest of the Han were, quite frankly, mere free laborers and movable sustenance for the Jiaozu. Jiang Jin remained perplexed. If they first slaughtered the commoners, then the nobility and wealthy merchants should have largely escaped unscathed. And surely there would be more than just a handful of shops open? Zhou Sui sighed. Most of these individuals fled either during the siege by the Jiaozu or before it. Jiang Jin understood. The nobility and affluent merchants, possessing greater awareness than the average populace, were also more capable of acquiring valuable information and had better resources for their escape. When the need arose to flee, they exhibited greater resolve than ordinary citizens, and with prior preparations, most managed to evade capture. Zhou Sui continued. Furthermore, the remaining wealthy merchants and nobles were compelled to surrender the majority of their fortunes. Any dissent would lead to execution and confiscation of their assets, resulting in a dearth of merchants within the city. The two traversed the city, akin to Jiang Jin's terminology of scouting the area. She never engaged in unprepared ventures. Zhou Sui had a fair understanding of Liang City, having sketched its geography and layout for Jiang Jin the previous night, and now they were conducting a field investigation. The city was populated with numerous ragged refugees, similar to themselves, who had fled from other regions, their appearances unremarkable. The question of why the city had been overtaken by the Jiaozu yet still allowed refugees to enter was a matter of desperation. Firstly, they could not continue their journey. In an era where travel relied on foot and possessions were carried by hand, how much grain could the common folk transport? They also needed to carry water, clothing, bedding. cooking utensils, and so forth. Secondly, many of the populace had little food to begin with. If they ran out of supplies, continuing would only lead to death. Entering the city offered the possibility of selling themselves. As the adage goes, better to live in misery than to die in despair. Moreover, with 8 out of 10 cities in the Yin Kingdom occupied by barbarian tribes, where else could they flee? It was preferable to select a temporarily pacified city for refuge, surviving one day at a time, rather than risking being slaughtered or consumed by marauders or the barbarian tribes. An hour later, the pair arrived at the once bustling East Street, now transformed into a locale of several brothels, with one tavern still operating. This area had become the liveliest part of Liang City due to the presence of these establishments. Yet the patrons entering and exiting were predominantly members of the Jiaozhu or Han soldiers. In the center of the street knelt 3 bloodied and emaciated men. Behind them stood 6 Jiaozhu soldiers wielding knives. A sparse crowd had gathered, mostly Jiaozhu individuals, both men and women. Jiang Jin, intrigued, halted and gazed from a distance. But the 3 men kept their heads bowed, obscuring their features. Chapter 7. Is that thing still usable? Hey, that Yao Ji's peepa bone has been pierced by a Jiaozhu. Can that thing of his still be used? Inquired a Jiaozhu woman of about 20. Jiang Jin couldn't help but twitch her lips. Was she referring to what she thought? Surely, people in this era were not so open-minded. At that moment, she also noticed that the garments around the peepa bone area of the man kneeling at the front were indeed severely tattered and bloodstained. He was shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, and a thick iron chain encircled his neck. Jiang Jin felt a sense of admiration for him, despite such injuries. He remained kneeling with his back straight. He was pierced in the phalangeal bone, not in a vital organ, so there is no cause for concern. He will certainly be able to function. A pallid man, his face painted ghostly white, explained. He was one of the most favored consorts of Jiaozhu, named Chu Xian. And today he was tasked with selling Yao Ji and his companions. He had previously feared he might fall out of favor, especially since Yao Ji was a martial general, undoubtedly formidable in that regard, and pleasing to the eye as well. However, Yao Ji not only refused to cooperate, but also vehemently cursed Jiaozhu, declaring that she reeked of sheep dung and that barbarous individuals like her should return to their savage lands to tend to their flocks. Furious, Jiaozhu lashed him with a whip, punishing him thrice daily, and afterward dousing his wounds with bitter brine. Yet, he remained resolute, not uttering a single plea for mercy, and even managed to insult her further when the punishment was particularly severe. Initially, Jiaozhu believed she could tame him, but after 2 months of relentless torment, she realized no progress had been made. Yao Ji remained as obstinate and foul as a stone in a cesspit. Finally, losing her patience, she ordered the piercing of his phalangeal bone and decided to sell him into slavery. Ideally, she hoped he would be purchased by a man of similar proclivities, given his unwillingness to comply with her desires. Regrettably, although many in the Jiao tribe favored such inclinations, they were drawn to delicate and effeminate types. Yao Ji, despite his commendable appearance, did not fit that description at all. To complicate matters, he was now covered in scars, his visage marred, rendering him undesirable. Not wanting to put undue pressure on her kin, she instructed Chu Xian to take him to the brothel for sale, hoping someone with a taste for him would procure him. At that moment, a curious young Jiao woman, around 18 or 19, inquired, "Did Jiaozhu not succeed? Is it him who is deficient, or is it Jiaozhu herself?" Chu Xian, unperturbed, replied, "Our lady is certainly capable. As for him, it depends on your skill." The woman, her interest piqued, turned her gaze toward Yao Ji and remarked, "Your words stir my curiosity. I am indeed tempted to try. How much does he cost?" Chu Xian replied with a smile, "The lady demands 100 bolts of silk." The woman scoffed, "Is he worth 100 bolts in such a state? That is exorbitant. 10 bolts is the maximum I would offer." Chu Xian remained calm. Ordinary individuals do not command such a price. However, he is Yao Ji, the son of the county magistrate, Yao Chong, and is worth every bit of it. As he spoke, he tugged at the iron chain around Yao Ji's neck, adding, "He excels in horsemanship and is a valiant warrior. Should you possess the means to rouse him, he would undoubtedly be worth 2. While this peculiar haggling continued, Jiang Jin noticed that Zhou Sui's expression was somewhat off. She furrowed her brow and quietly asked, "What is amiss?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Sui replied, "Can we afford to buy them?" Yao Ji, the son of Yao Chong, the county magistrate of Liangcheng. As fellow officials and martial generals, he was acquainted with Yao Chong, having collaborated in battle on several occasions. The fall of Liangcheng evoked a sense of sorrow for him. He had seen Yao Ji on several occasions as well. The youth had gained renown, and countless Jiao tribesmen had perished beneath his spear. Yet now, he was being humiliated, treated as a slave, bought and sold like chattel. Haggled over, a tragedy for Yao Ji, a tragedy for the Yin kingdom, and a tragedy for the Han people. Both Yao Chong, who sacrificed himself defending the realm, and Yao Ji, who fought valiantly against foes, deserved salvation. They were heroes and warriors who stood firm for the Yin kingdom until the very last moment. Jiang Jin discerned his gaze, and after a prolonged silence, she inquired, I fail to understand. While soldiers may be sold, should not the generals be executed? Are they not wary of nurturing a tiger? Zhou Sui exhibited considerable patience towards Jiang Jin, explaining, the practice of treating soldiers as slaves is common among many factions. Soldiers who cannot be subdued are a drain on resources. It is a pity to kill them when they could be exchanged for something tangible. However, his brow furrowed. Generals like Yao Ji, if they cannot be subjugated, are often eliminated due to the significant threat they pose. Yet now, he is engaged in this trade. One can only fear there may be ulterior motives. Jiang Jin understood. She gazed calmly at Yao Ji and his companions, stating, your suggestion is reasonable, but we must first procure attire. In our current tattered garments, no one would believe we possess 100 bolts of silk. Truth be told, we have none. Zhou Sui was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unexpected warmth in his eyes. He regretted purchasing Yao Ji. Although he was unaware of the true purpose behind Princess Jin Yang's visit to Liang City, it was likely an act of vengeance against Jiao Liang. At this juncture, their priority should be to remain inconspicuous and diminish their presence. Committing to this transaction would inevitably draw attention, thereby complicating her plans. Yet, she still acquiesced. At that moment, he profoundly grasped her compassionate heart towards the subjects and populace of the Yin kingdom. A smile soon graced his features as he led the way down a nearby alley. Having recently scouted the area and familiarized himself with the city, they swiftly located a relatively affluent household and procured 2 nearly new outfits with copper coins. 15 minutes later, they returned to the site of Yao Ji's sale. As anticipated, Yao Ji had yet to be purchased. Zhou Sui approached briskly, declaring, I shall buy him for 30 bolts of silk. Chu Xian's eyes brightened. This was the highest offer thus far, yet he pondered before shaking his head. The lowest I can accept is 80 bolts. As Zhou Sui was about to concede, Jiang Jin, well versed in the nuances of negotiation, interjected, no, at most 50 bolts. We may not even be able to sustain him once he is acquired. Chu Xian cast a glance at her before turning back to Zhou Sui, inquiring, will you be taking him home to serve this young lady as her husband? Zhou Sui recalled Jiang Jin's earlier words. The Jiao Pearl's intention to sell Yao Ji was to humiliate him, and the more undignified he appeared, the more likely he was to be sold. Suppressing his discomfort, his expression darkened with a hint of lasciviousness. Certainly not. He is hardly worthy of my dear Jiao Jiao. Such a demeanor, paired with his distinctive slanted eyes, exuded a peculiar charm. His demeanor was a blend of vulgarity and arrogance, ignorance and foolishness, underscored by a fierce intensity. An unmistakable type that was both foolish and oblivious to it. Zhou Sui continued, Yao Ji is the son of a county commander, a figure we commoners once dared not even dream of. Now, to have him submit to me, what could be more gratifying? Upon hearing this, Yao Ji, who had been keeping his head down, raised it to glare at Zhou Sui with fierce eyes, retorting, Pa, am I a mere mouse for you to covet? Begone. His words were fierce and commanding, yet they lacked strength, as he was already at the end of his tether. Jiang Jin finally discerned his appearance, though not entirely, as his face bore the marks of numerous old and new scars, flesh torn and bloodied, rendering his original visage unrecognizable. The only clarity she could glean was from his bloodshot eyes, which were filled with national grievances, familial resentments, unyielding defiance, and a profound sense of despair. Chu Xian scoffed coldly, disregarding Yao Ji's comments, and turned to Zhou Sui, stating, let it be 50 bolts of silk. Jiang Jin then inquired about the price of the other 2 slaves. Chu Xian glanced at her. Though the woman appeared youthful, her countenance was indeed rather unattractive, particularly her slanted eyes which evoked discomfort. How could one name her Jiao Jiao? He hastily averted his gaze to spare himself from further offense. Each one is 40 bolts of silk, totaling 80 for both. Jiang Jin's face contorted with discontent. That is exorbitant. Chapter 8. The journey is long. Additional payment required. Chu Xian gestured towards the man on the left, introducing him. This is Chen Shi, the legitimate eldest son of the Liangcheng family. While their lineage may not compare to those ancient clans with centuries of heritage, they are nonetheless a prominent family in Xiaoning County. He then forcefully lifted the chin of the man on the right, compelling him to meet Jiang Jin's gaze. Introducing, this one is Xian Nanshao, the second son of the general of Pingbei, a minor commander. Xian Nanshao's face also bore 2 cuts, though the scars had scabbed over, leaving behind unsightly marks. His gaze was not directed at Jiang Jin, but rather fixated on Chu Xian, disdainfully spitting, "You filthy swine. A purveyor of disgrace. We shall not be associated with your kind." However, his frail state rendered his insults weak and intermittent, punctuated by labored breaths. Chu Xian smirked, delivering a sharp slap across Xian Nanshao's face. "Do you still fancy yourself the same minor commander as before?" The already weakened Xian Nanshao staggered to the side, but the soldiers behind him swiftly supported his shoulders to prevent his fall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, letting out a hollow laugh. "Is that all you can do? If you have the courage, kill me." Jiang Jin sensed the animosity between Chu Xian and Xian Nanshao. As Chu Xian prepared to strike again, Jiang Jin interjected, "I have no need for a dead man." Chu Xian paused, a smirk playing on his lips. "If you desire all 3, then the total will be 100 bolts of silk." Jiang Jin feigned contemplation before gritting her teeth in agreement. "Very well. But we did not bring such a sum with us. You shall accompany me to my home to retrieve it." Turning to Yao Ji and the others, she scrutinized. "These 3 seem unable to walk further. You must assist me in delivering them to my home." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian acquiesced, for it was uncommon for anyone to carry 100 bolts of silk while out and about. Concerns of debt or safety did not cross his mind. He doubted anyone would dare confront them in Liang City, which was firmly under the control of the Jiao people, with 6 Jiao soldiers at their backs. Once the agreement was reached, the onlookers dispersed, having lost interest in the proceedings. Zhou Sui led Chu Xian, while the 6 Jiao soldiers formed pairs to swiftly escort Yao Ji and the others. Jiang Jin trailed behind. After walking for approximately a quarter of an hour, Chu Xian observed the increasingly secluded path and furrowed his brow. "Which area do you reside in? How much longer until we arrive?" Zhou Sui's expression shifted. This location was hardly ideal for confrontation. Just as he was about to fabricate an excuse to deflect, he heard Chu Xian's voice resonate. "The journey is long. We require additional compensation." Zhou Sui secretly exhaled in relief, managing a somewhat sycophantic smile. "Very well. I shall provide you with some remuneration shortly." Jiang Jin couldn't help but twitch her lips. This Chu Xian possessed a certain Navi charm. After traversing nearly half an hour, a soldier of the Jiao people, supporting Yao Ji, suddenly halted. "Which alley and which house do you reside in?" Having occupied Liang City for over 2 months, the Jiao people were quite familiar with the area. This location was nearly at the outskirts of the city, and he sensed something amiss. Zhou Sui stopped, turned to him, and offered a smile. "We have arrived." The Jiao soldier's heart raced. There was something unsettling about that smile. Just as he was about to caution his comrades, he felt a chill at his neck. With a sudden thrust, he found himself engulfed in a shower of crimson, his vision clouding as he clutched his throat, blood seeping through his fingers. The anguished cries of his companions echoed in his ears, and with the last vestiges of strength, he turned to see the triangular-eyed woman withdrawing her dagger from his comrade's neck. Yao Ji was splattered with warm, foul blood, and his numbed senses finally jolted awake as he gazed up at Jiang Jin, stammering, "You," before he could finish. Jiang Jin dashed towards the 2 Jiao soldiers supporting Xian Nanshao. The soldiers reacted swiftly, shoving Xian Nanshao towards Jiang Jin. She sidestepped to evade him, her focus unwavering as her dagger plunged towards the heart of the Jiao soldier. Her speed was astonishing. He barely had time to draw his weapon before she pierced through him completely. Xian Nanshao, shackled and weakened, stumbled forward under the force of the push, crashing to the ground. The other soldier, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, swung his left fist towards Jiang Jin's head while his right hand fumbled for his knife. Jiang Jin, sensing the punch, tilted her head just in time to avoid it, simultaneously withdrawing her dagger and thrusting it backward. The glint of steel flashed as the soldier swiftly retreated to avoid her strike. Jiang Jin pivoted, delivering a powerful kick that forced him back 2 steps. She pressed on, her dagger slicing forward, blood spraying forth. The soldier faltered, disbelief etched across his face. One hand still gripped the hilt of his knife, which he had only partially drawn. His other hand slowly moved towards his throat, making rasping sounds, and mere moments later, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Sui had also dealt with Chu Xian and the two soldiers. Chu Xian, until his last breath, could not comprehend the unfolding chaos. He merely heard the triangular-eyed man utter, "We have arrived," followed by a flash of white light. Yao Ji, still in a daze, asked, "Who are you?" Zhou Sui retrieved keys from Chu Xian's body, approaching to free them from their shackles and the iron chains around their necks, while explaining, "I am Zhou Sui, and this is the sixth princess, titled Jin Yang. We must leave this place expeditiously. You are familiar with Liang City. Do you know of any safe haven where we might take refuge?" Yao Ji recognized Zhou Sui, yet could hardly believe that the triangular-eyed figure could possibly be him. There are still 6 princesses. Their titles were once unclear to them, yet they had heard tales of the exceptionally beautiful 6th daughter of the Ink Emperor. How could she possibly resemble the unattractive woman before them? It must be said that Jiang Jin's disguise was remarkably successful, especially since the people of this era had yet to witness the head-swapping artistry of the 25th century. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Since these two had rescued them, regardless of their motives, they should not be in immediate danger. After a moment of hesitation, Yao Ji spoke, "Let us go to my father's private residence. It is not far from here." This private residence was, in fact, a place where Liangcheng kept courtesans. During this period, the practice of maintaining courtesans was widespread. These household courtesans could be enjoyed personally and also used to entertain friends and allies. A little over a moment later, the group halted before a sealed courtyard entrance. Zhou Sui turned to Yao Ji, whom he was supporting. "Is this the place?" Yao Ji, whose injuries were the most severe, had been assisted by Zhou Sui throughout their journey, and he nodded faintly. Though Chun Shi and Xian Nanshao were also exhausted, they managed to support each other as they approached. Jiang Jin leaned close to the entrance, listening intently. After confirming that all was well, she nodded to the others. She then took a few steps back and, utilizing her momentum, leapt onto the 2-meter-high wall. "How will you all get up here?" All the doors were sealed, making it impractical to tear down the seals and enter through them, as that would blatantly reveal their presence inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Sui seized Yao Ji's belt and lifted him effortlessly. Zhou Sui was quite tall. Jiang Jin estimated him to be around 1.9 meters. Although he had not fully regained his strength after a night of rest, he was still formidable. Yao Ji, despite his own height, appeared emaciated. Zhou Sui's strength made lifting him a trivial task. Yao Ji, as a young general who had gained fame, was experiencing this kind of treatment for the first time, and it was somewhat humiliating. However, he understood that this was not the moment for self-indulgence, and he swiftly grasped the wall with both hands, with Jiang Jin aiding him from above. Before long, Yao Ji slid down the wall, but due to a lack of strength, he faltered and fell to the ground. Jiang Jin checked to ensure he had not lost consciousness, and then paid him no further mind. Zhou Sui employed the same method to hoist Chun Shi and Xian Nanshao onto the wall, and with Jiang Jin's assistance, they tumbled into the courtyard. Once Zhou Sui had entered the courtyard, Jiang Jin meticulously cleared away any traces of their passage and fibers from their clothing before leaping into the courtyard with a resounding thud. The courtyard bore little evidence of bloodshed and was relatively clean, but after more than 2 months of neglect, it was overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate sight. The compound consisted of 3 sections and was quite spacious, though it was in disarray, littered with clothing and shattered utensils. After all the commotion, Yao Ji felt faint and, panting heavily, began to direct the others. In the inner courtyard, there is a small kitchen and a cellar. The governor's office and study are also here. In the main chamber sat a robust middle-aged man, flanked by 2 female servants who gently massaged his legs. This man was Jiao Liang, his gaze piercing as he directed his attention to the man standing before him. Has Princess Jin Yang not yet arrived? The man was Jiao Liang's military strategist, Guan Jin, who possessed a lineage of both Han and Jiao descent. He lowered his head and replied, "Yes, this morning, the Captain Jiao Hu inquired at the city gate." A cold smile crept across Jiao Liang's face. "Tell me, do you think the princess's flesh will be particularly tender and sweet?" Guan Jin, seemingly accustomed to his preferences, maintained a neutral expression. It is said that Princess Jin Yang possesses unparalleled beauty. Naturally, her flesh would be more delectable than that of an ordinary person. Jiao Liang burst into laughter, revealing his yellowed and darkened teeth. "Haha, I have a particular fondness for the noble ladies of the Han. their delicate skin, supple forms, and their piercing cries are irresistible. Once the sixth princess arrives, I shall feast upon Lady Luo and Lady Chun, whom I have grown weary of after 2 months. I wonder how delectable their flesh truly is? Jiang Jin managed a somewhat ingratiating smile. Might the general grant me Lady Luo before your feast? I find her unforgettable and would like to indulge in her charms. Jiao Liang, dismissing the request with a wave, replied, granted. He then commanded, immediately dispatch a contingent to ascertain the situation. We must ensure that Princess Jinyang arrives today. We cannot wait any longer. In a private courtyard, in the cellar, Jiang Jin could hardly fathom that the cellar was situated in the kitchen before the cooking stove where firewood was stored. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Sui had procured a fire starter, and under Yao Ji's guidance, they swiftly located a candle and ignited it. By this time, candles were in existence, though common folk could not afford them. They were reserved for the affluent and noble classes. The cellar measured slightly over 2 meters in height, approximately 4 to 5 meters in length and width. In one corner, several wooden boxes and clay jars were stacked, along with 3 large burlap sacks, bulging with unknown contents. Yao Ji pointed to one of the wooden boxes. Medicine. Zhou Sui nodded, assisting Yao Ji to sit aside before opening the box he indicated. Inside, he discovered a row of small ceramic jars and a considerable amount of gauze. He picked up one vial and examined it. It contained high-quality wound medicine. Zhou Sui then retrieved several pieces of gauze. Scooping a spoonful of water from a nearby jar to prepare for cleaning the wounds and administering the medicine to the 3 individuals, Jiang Jin called out, use the water from our water pouch to cleanse the wounds. We should conserve our supplies. These items had likely been stored in the cellar before the city fell. Based on the timeline, they had been there for over 2 months. The seemingly clean water was likely teeming with bacteria. The water in their pouch had been boiled that morning, making it at least cleaner than the water in the jar. Zhou Sui offered no objections. He extracted the water pouch from his bundle and began to tend to their wounds. Jiang Jin began to inspect the contents of the cellar. One box contained copper coins, another gold ingots, a third silver ingots, and a 4th box held garments for both men and women. There was also a box filled with medicinal supplies and gauze, alongside a box of assorted household items. The 4 clay jars included 2 filled with rice and 2 with water. She felt the 3 burlap sacks piled together. They seemed to contain rice. Beside the jars lay an assortment of weapons, knives, spears, daggers, swords, halberds, as well as a few bows and quivers of arrows. This appeared to be a refuge prepared by Yao Chong, though the reason for its unutilized state remained a mystery. My lady, it is done. I have administered basic treatment for their wounds, Zhou Sui whispered. Jiang Jin nodded. They need to replenish their strength. Our food supplies are insufficient. Besides their injuries, one reason for their weakness was prolonged malnutrition. Simply put, they were starving. Human beings are as resilient as iron, and food is as essential as steel. Jiang Jin finds no fault in this saying, although it is worth noting that steel has yet to be forged in this era. As the 2 set out in the morning, they carried with them only a few flatbreads. While there was rice available, it was unsuitable for cooking. Zhou Sui pressed his lips together. I shall go out to procure some food. Jiang Jin shook her head. Allow me to go. You stay here. Yao Ji, who had remained silent until now, resumed his earlier inquiry. Who exactly are you? Zhou Sui furrowed his brow slightly. I am Zhou Sui. We have met before. And you should recognize my voice. Yao Ji indeed found the voice familiar, yet the visage did not align. Jiang Jin, opting for brevity, stepped forward and removed the 2 thin strips affixed to Zhou Sui's eyes, for the identity of the triangular-eyed figure was no longer valid. She then retrieved a piece of half-dry cloth from her bag and handed it to Zhou Sui. He took the cloth and wiped his face. Within mere moments, he transformed back into his true self. Yao Ji and the others gazed in astonishment, witnessing a remarkable metamorphosis. Yao Ji was the first to regain his composure, his voice trembling as he asked, Are you truly General Zhou? Have we, indeed, suffered defeat in Dingyang? Has our Yin kingdom fallen? Though they had been imprisoned, they gleaned information from the servants' casual conversations and the occasional taunts from Jiao Zhu, leading them to understand that Yin kingdom had succumbed. In this chaotic and dark era, many nations see several emperors rise and fall within a decade, rendering the populace and officials indifferent to loyalty towards such states. However, Yin kingdom, a significant power, has endured for 102 years since its founding, a rarity among nations that survive through tumultuous times. Despite the gradual loss of territory, with the capital Dingyang and the Yin emperor still standing, the nation persists. Thus, both the common people and officials of Yin Kingdom harbor a certain sentiment towards their homeland. Zhou Sui fell into a profound silence, a silence that resonated loudly. Chapter 10. Are you certain she is Princess Jinyang? Jiang Jin allowed the three to acclimate, and after a brief moment, she spoke. I shall venture out to find some food. You must replenish your strength swiftly, for a formidable battle awaits. And I hope you will not become a burden. Yao Ji lifted his somewhat bewildered gaze. A formidable battle? What do you mean? Jiang Jin regarded him with a penetrating gaze. Do you think I entered Liang City for no reason? My objective is to eliminate Jiao Liang. Yao Ji and the others remained speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment, and it took them a while to process her words. Xia Nanshao turned to Zhou Sui. General, are you certain she is Princess Jinyang? Zhou Sui suppressed the twitch at the corner of his eye, nodding impassively. He had anticipated Jiang Jin's intentions. Perhaps having mentally prepared himself, he found her declaration simultaneously audacious and entirely justified. Jiang Jin turned to Yao Ji. By the way, do you know of any nearby residences with a considerable number of inhabitants? Ideally, affluent households. Most people in this era typically ate only 2 meals a day. However, the nobility and wealthy often indulged in 3. Therefore, at this hour, seeking readily available cooked food could only be accomplished through the affluent. Yao Ji lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a moment before dipping his finger in water and sketching a map of the surrounding area on the ground. After a brief moment, he pointed in a direction and said, the nearest affluent household I know of is the grain depot of the largest grain merchant in Liang City, Chao Rui. Jiang Jin's eyes sparkled with interest. A grain depot? Yao Ji nodded in affirmation. The one guarding the depot is his brother-in-law, Wu Hong, a man who revels in indulgence. He is sure to have lunch by noon. Jiang Jin was puzzled. Doesn't Jiao Liang seize his grains? A flicker of resentment flashed in Chen Shi's eyes. He surrendered when Jiao Liang entered the city, submitting 2,000 stones of grain. He gritted his teeth. Moreover, he informed Jiao Liang of the hiding places of the governor and my elderly and vulnerable family members. It remains a mystery how Chao Rui learned of this. Trading the lives of 283 individuals for merit. Jiang Jin understood, her heart resolute. Then I shall visit his home. With that, she felt no need for further courtesy. She rummaged through a wooden chest, found a suitable outfit, and emerged from the cellar. Before departing the small kitchen, she replaced the firewood at the cellar entrance and made a slight disguise, ensuring it was unnoticeable. Jiang Jin casually sought out a room in the private courtyard, changed her attire, and altered her appearance, for her triangular eyes were too distinctive. Those from Jiao Zhu would surely be searching for her. Soon, a graceful young woman appeared in the mirror. Jiang Jin smiled at her reflection, tucked the mirror away, and exited the room. The grain depot of Chao Rui was indeed not far from the private courtyard, merely separated by a few alleys, and she arrived in under 15 minutes. She did not enter immediately, but chose to walk along the outer wall of the residence. Although referred to as a grain depot, its layout resembled that of a courtyard with 4 entrances, occupying a considerable area. The surrounding wall was quite tall, estimated to be 3 meters high, topped with some unknown sharp spikes. Arriving at the main gate, she noted the inscription Chao Residence above it. Being in a secluded area, there were no idle passers-by. Only 2 burly guards stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Jin approach, both men became alert. This is a private residence. Young lady, please leave at once. Jiang Jin smiled at them. Gentlemen, I am looking for the kitchen's area. Could you kindly relay a message? The burly man on the left, with a stern expression, stepped forward to shoo her away. What area, Senya? There is no such person in our kitchen. Before he could finish speaking, he felt something pressing against his abdomen, and before he could look down, a violent pain surged through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The other guard, bewildered, did not comprehend why his companion was suddenly shaking. He placed a hand on the shoulder of the black-faced guard. What happened to you? Thus, one trembled, and the other followed suit, both of them in sync. After a brief moment, Jiang Jin deemed the time ripe and put away her electric baton, a prized possession from her space. The 2 men slumped to the ground, incapacitated. Jiang Jin stepped over them and pushed the gate open, entering the courtyard. The courtyard was eerily quiet. She took a few steps, inhaling deeply, catching a faint aroma of food wafting through the air. Her eyes lit up. It seemed the Chao residence was simmering chicken soup, enriched with ginseng, a perfect match for her. She was about to head towards the kitchen when she spotted 2 burly men in matching uniforms approaching her. Jiang Jin quickly shifted her expression to one of urgency. Hurry. The gatekeepers, Ergo and his companion, have inexplicably fallen unconscious. You must go check on them. A somewhat shorter man cast a peculiar glance at her and inquired, which courtyard are you from? Have you mistaken me for someone else? I am Erguzi, and today's gatekeepers should be Zhang Shan and Li Niu. Jiang Jin couldn't help but twitch her lips. She had merely called out a name at random, never anticipating encountering the actual person. She displayed a hint of embarrassment on her face and replied, I am from the small kitchen, having just arrived a few days ago. I haven't gotten to know everyone yet. I apologize for the mix-up. By the way, you should hurry to the main entrance. Erguzi harbored no suspicions, as Jiang Jin's expression was utterly natural, and her urgent concern for her colleague's well-being seemed entirely reasonable. Furthermore, she had correctly called his name, and with so many people in the courtyard, it was quite normal to mistake someone. After all, he himself did not recognize this new maid. Erguzi hastened towards the entrance, while the burly man beside him scratched his head in confusion. Why do I feel something is amiss? Erguzi replied, what is so strange? Let us move quickly. We don't know what has happened to Zhang San and the others. The burly man halted, suddenly enlightened. I realize what seems odd. Startled, Erguzi inquired, what is the issue? The burly man slapped his forehead, that made ISNT wearing the kitchen maid's uniform. Erguzi was taken aback, but then he secretly sighed in relief, having thought something was wrong. He waved his hand dismissively. Didn't I say she just arrived? Her uniform probably isn't ready yet. Jiang Jin traversed several corridors until she reached the kitchen, where the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Inside, 2 cooks were busily at work, along with a fire tender and a maid washing vegetables. The 4 looked at Jiang Jin, perplexed, and the slightly plump cook asked, who are you? Which courtyard are you from? What brings you to the kitchen? Jiang Jin calmly responded, no worries, I just came to borrow a firewood stick. The 4 stared in astonishment as she entered the kitchen without any pretense, watching her rummage through the pile of firewood by the stove until she finally selected a piece as thick as her arm. With a resounding thud, she struck the maid tending the fire, knocking her down. Before the others could react, Jiang Jin swung the stick towards the nearest cook. With a crack, the cook raised her cleaver in defense. The maid washing vegetables, terrified, opened her mouth to scream. With another thump, she too fell silent. Observing the 4 of them collapsing in succession, Jiang Jin felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled as she picked up the fallen cleaver and stored it away. Only then did she turn her attention to the midday meal simmering on the stove. In this era, iron pots were not yet commonplace. Utensils primarily consisted of pottery and bronze. The kitchen was furnished with these 2 types of vessels. Jiang Jin was not picky and collected everything she saw, whether it was already prepared or still cooking, including fresh ingredients that had yet to be made into dishes. Particularly, she opened the lid of the chicken soup to take a look. It was truly delectable, making her mouth water. The food provided by Wu Hong was indeed excellent. She gathered bowls, chopsticks, basins, knives, cutting boards, rice jars, flour containers, water jars, and even firewood into her space. After a moment's thought, she stripped the fire tender of her clothing and donned it herself. Upon her departure, the kitchen was left with only 2 burning logs in the stove, and the 4 individuals sprawled unconscious on the floor. Jiang Jin quickened her pace, intending to traverse the kitchen, when her peripheral vision caught sight of a substantial amount of firewood and supplies through a small window adjacent to the kitchen. A flicker of delight ignited in her eyes. This must be the storeroom. She hastily entered, discovering not only bundles of firewood but also approximately a dozen burlap sacks filled with rice, 2 bags of flour, amounting to several hundred pounds altogether. There were also a few jars of vegetable oil and salt. Though limited, they were better than nothing, all gathered into her storage space. Scattered on the ground were several bamboo baskets, containing ceramic bowls, basins, chopsticks, and other utensils. Additionally, there were agricultural tools, presumably for digging, weeding, or planting flowers. She collected everything, leaving the storeroom devoid of any items by the time she departed. Navigating through 2 corridors, she arrived in front of a row of houses, which she surmised to be the grain storage area. As she advanced, she noticed 3 uniformly dressed young men stationed in front of the building. They spotted Jiang Jin, and the leader inquired, "What brings you here, servant girl? Do you not know you shouldn't come here?" Jiang Jin maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I am aware. I came here deliberately." The 3 men exchanged puzzled glances, and the tall man in the middle cupped his ear, asking, "What did you say?" Jiang Jin took a step forward towards them. The three men furrowed their brows, bewildered by this seemingly frail servant girl. However, they did not regard her as a threat. She appeared young and slender. The tall man stepped forward, unsheathing no weapon, merely raising his hand to strike her, exclaiming, "You seek death." Jiang Jin, however, was not inclined to be courteous. She swiftly drew an electric baton from behind her and pressed it against his abdomen. The two men behind, witnessing their companion's sudden convulsion, curiously queried, "What is happening? Zhou Lao, are you smitten by this servant girl, attempting to impress her?" "Huh, you're mistaken. Women do not appreciate such displays." Due to her diminutive stature at just 13, Jiang Jin was entirely obscured by the tall man. After a moment of silence, the two men sensed something amiss. They exchanged glances, and the man with small eyes stepped forward to support the tall man, only to be cut off mid-sentence as he too began to convulse violently, mirroring his companion's fate. The remaining man, with a square face, was struck with terror, hesitating to approach the two, and instead drew his knife, charging towards Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin, gripping the electric baton in her right hand, deftly sidestepped his blade while simultaneously drawing another electric baton from behind to counter the square-faced man. Upon contact, he experienced excruciating pain, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror. Was this sorcery? Moments later, Jiang Jin retracted her electric batons. The inertia of the three men caused them to tremble for a few moments before collapsing to the ground with a thud. With the batons secured in her storage, Jiang Jin approached the house, only to discover that the door was firmly locked with a large padlock. She moved to the window, which was papered over. During this time, papermaking technology had advanced significantly, with paper increasingly being used to cover windows, though primarily in affluent households, as it remained too costly for common folk. In her hand, a dagger appeared, and she gently traced it across the paper of the window, causing it to fall away and reveal a circular hole of over 10 centimeters in diameter. Through this aperture, Jiang Jin discerned a row of wooden granaries positioned against the wall, brimming with rice, the tops of which overflowed with grains. She observed it all with clarity. In the center of the room, several bulging burlap sacks were stacked, undoubtedly filled with more provisions. A smile graced her face as she extended her hand into the opening. In an instant, the grains in the granaries vanished into her space, leaving behind an empty room. Her spatial abilities did not allow her to retrieve items through barriers, yet she could extract them from a distance, provided there were no obstructions within a 20-meter radius. Her movements were swift, and employing the same method. She collected all the grains from the other 8 rooms, ensuring not a single grain was overlooked before she prepared to depart. At that moment, cacophony arose from outside, indicating that the commotion in the kitchen had been discovered. Jiang Jin pondered for a moment. Since chaos had already ensued, why not amplify it further? She resolved to set the granary ablaze. After all, she had just gathered firewood from the kitchen. Why should the resources go to waste on others? Burning the granary would also serve the advantage of concealing the theft. Others would merely believe it had been lost to flames. With determination, she retrieved several bundles of the collected firewood, doused the house and wood with oil, and then produced a lighter from her space to ignite the fire. The flames erupted instantly, growing ever more voracious, and with satisfaction, Jiang Jin made her exit. As she anticipated, the residence soon descended into turmoil. She did not neglect to stoke the flames of panic, calling out to anyone who would listen. "Hurry, quickly. I don't know what is happening, but the yard is on fire. Come help extinguish it. It's terrible. The house is going up in flames. We must save the master's grain. Everyone, hurry." Amidst the billowing smoke, the crowd paid her no mind, consumed with the urgency to quench the fire. She wandered through the Chao residence without obstruction, occasionally raising her voice to incite further chaos, while adeptly gathering supplies from various courtyards and storerooms. The masses were either engaged in extinguishing the flames or rushing towards the conflagration, allowing her to navigate with ease. Even Wu Hong, the overseer, was absent, as she had intended to deliver a shocking surprise to him. Having collected a plethora of valuable items, she finally felt content and prepared to return home. The estate was in utter disarray, the crucial granary ablaze, and nearly everyone preoccupied with firefighting. The gatekeeper had already been subdued by her earlier actions, facilitating her smooth exit. However, as she made her way back to her private courtyard, she spotted a squad of over 10 soldiers in the distance, comprising both Han and Jiao individuals. Chapter 12. A bountiful harvest at the Chao residence. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow and quickly concealed herself in an alley, the voices of the soldiers faintly reaching her ears. Can you believe it? Someone in Liang City dares to kill our Jiao people. It's an act of defiance. She overheard. Could it be the Yao or Chun families behind this? Impossible, another voice interjected. We verified everything. Both their direct and collateral lines have been thoroughly eliminated. If you ask me, we should never have spared those three. Chen Shi is but a scholar and poses no threat, but Yao Ji and Xian Nanshao are martial generals. If they escape, capturing them again will be a daunting task. Can we rely solely on those two? It's unlikely to yield success. Yao Ji's peepa bone has been pierced, and one hand of the horse spear is likely rendered useless. Who knows, if he recovers? Perhaps it would be preferable for Jiao Zhu to have been less merciful. She ought to have broken their legs instead. At that moment, a somewhat furtive male voice emerged. You may not be aware, but Jiao Zhu never intended to let them go. Selling them is merely the first step in humiliating them. What do you mean? Speak plainly. The man lowered his voice. I overheard it by chance. Regardless of who purchases the three, Jiao Zhu will dispatch someone to monitor them. She is merely toying with them. Are you suggesting that once they learn where their master resides, she will send someone to keep watch? No wonder Chu Xin and the others followed them so readily. It all makes sense now. Indeed, those soldiers must be responsible for this. Pretending to leave once they deliver the people, only to lurk and observe. Goodness, but what if the master who buys them fails to satisfy Jiao Zhu? Wouldn't they then be implicated? That is assured. The lives of those lowly individuals hold no value, merely objects for amusement. Jiao Zhu is the sole daughter of our General Jiao Liang, incomparable to those commoners. It is indeed amusing to contemplate, if the master treats them like dogs. The aim of humiliation would certainly be achieved. Yet, if the master grows fond of them and offers them a life of comfort, allowing them to believe they have escaped Jiao Zhu's grasp, they would be blissfully unaware until Jiao Zhu suddenly appears before them, dragging them from the heights back into the mire. Splendid, splendid. Indeed, but there is one point you have miscalculated. Even if the master treats them as pets, once Jiao Zhu has had her fill of amusement, they will inevitably return to her grasp. Beneath the mire lies an abyss. Ultimately, there is no escaping Jiao Zhu's clutches. Alas, let us not dwell on these matters. Who could have foreseen such unexpected developments? Not only did we fail to monitor, but Chu Xin and the others were also slain, and Yao Ji and his companions have vanished without a trace. Who are the triangular-eyed father and daughter that they could have dispatched 7 of us? Who says it must have been solely the triangular-eyed father and daughter? I suspect they may have accomplices. Otherwise, how could 2 individuals overpower 7 of us? I believe it was others who acted. The triangular-eyed father and daughter might have met their demise as well. Regardless, it seems that Liang City harbors many capable individuals. At that moment, a soldier suddenly exclaimed, "What is happening over there? I see smoke rising." Indeed, it appears to be from the Chao residence, the granary. Let us go and investigate. Hearing the cacophony of retreating footsteps, Jiang Jin furrowed her brow tightly, retreating further into hiding. Considering the proximity to the private residence, if a confrontation were to occur here, it could easily draw attention to this area, best to avoid it. Once the soldiers had departed, Jiang Jin emerged from her hiding place, gazing thoughtfully in the direction they had taken. It seems the deaths of Chu Xin and the others have already been discovered. I wonder how many have been dispatched to investigate. She turned and returned to the private residence, where all remained tranquil. When Zhou Sui and his companions beheld a strikingly graceful young woman, distinct from the triangular-eyed individuals, their expressions were filled with astonishment, marveling at the unparalleled artistry of her disguise. Yao Ji and the others have changed into clean garments and refreshed themselves. Yet the cellar still harbors a lingering sour odor and a faint metallic scent of blood from their earlier presence. In an effort to eliminate this unpleasantness, they lit incense. And when Jiang Jin returned to the cellar, she was greeted by the rich aroma of incense mingling with the strange, acrid smell. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, bemused by the meticulousness of the situation. Incense at such a time? What was more notable was the thorough preparation of the cellar's provisions, which even included incense. I've brought back lunch. Would you prefer to eat upstairs or here? Jiang Jin inquired, gesturing towards the upper level. The courtyard was spacious enough, and should they be discovered, they could swiftly descend to the cellar. Chun Shi spoke first. Let us dine upstairs. It will allow the cellar to air out, for I feel a heaviness in my breathing. Thus, the 3 ascended from the cellar, supported by Zhou Sui, and upon seeing the lunch laid out before them, their expressions turned to astonishment. Not only was there chicken ginseng soup, but also 2 fried fish, a bowl of meat stew, a bowl of braised vegetables, and spring pancakes. They swallowed hard, as these dishes were once commonplace for them, yet now felt like a distant memory. Zhou Sui glanced at Jiang Jin. "My lady, how did you manage to procure this?" Jiang Jin replied with a disarming smile. "I spent a copper coin to enlist the help of 2 young girls to carry it from a nearby alley, and I brought it back in several trips." A flicker of complexity and guilt passed through Zhou Sui's eyes. "My lady, you have endured much hardship." Jiang Jin filled a bowl with chicken soup for herself. "You all serve yourselves." Zhou Sui quickly replied, "Of course, my lady. Please help yourself." The group settled on the ground to eat, casting aside formalities. Approximately 15 minutes later, only empty plates and bowls remained, and Zhou Sui took the initiative to tidy up the utensils, reflecting on their current possessions, which consisted only of the 2 3-legged cauldrons they had acquired from the soldiers escorting them the previous day. Zhou Sui resolved to keep the dining implements. They were desperately in need of every item they could gather. As the cellar's odor dissipated, Zhou Sui and the others returned to prepare for a much-needed rest to rejuvenate themselves. After Jiang Jin camouflaged the entrance to the cellar, she wandered about the private courtyard to digest her meal. To her surprise, she discovered a number of useful items, including a wooden ladder and various gardening tools such as hoes and shovels. After collecting what she could utilize into her space, she casually sought out a room to rest. Her decision to refrain from resting in the cellar alongside them stemmed from 2 reasons. First, the lingering scent was still somewhat off-putting. Second, she possessed the capability to ensure her escape should anyone intrude upon the courtyard. Furthermore, it was unwise to place all their eggs in one basket. By separating, they could look out for one another in times of need. Although Zhou Sui had not spent much time with Jiang Jin, he had gleaned enough to understand her approach to matters and did not oppose her choice. Jiang Jin retrieved a stack of silk she had collected from the Chao residence and casually spread it across the bed, reclining upon it, though sleep eluded her. She began to organize the day's acquisitions, the most significant of which were rice and wheat, amounting to a total of 340 stones, each stone weighing 120 pounds, resulting in over 160,000 pounds from just these 2 grains. There are approximately 101 stones of soybeans, around 125 stones of milled rice, and about 85 stones of flour. Additionally, the storeroom contains 12 strings of copper coins, several dozen pieces of gold and silverware, and roughly several dozen gold and silver ingots. Jiang Jin could not resist weighing them. Each gold ingot weighed 250 grams. Whether these are the private savings of Wu Hong remains uncertain, yet they now belong to her. There is also a considerable amount of silk, satin, and linen, adding up to hundreds of bolts. Due to the technological constraints of this era, the width of these fabrics is relatively narrow, generally around 45 to 75 centimeters. Moreover, there are various trivial items collected from different courtyards, which she chose to disregard. At this moment, her heart finally found some peace. Food is paramount for the people, especially during times of war, where grain equates to life. And she certainly did not wish to endure the hardship of uncertain meals. Regrettably, the supply of cooking oil and salt was meager. But there was no rush. There would undoubtedly be ample provisions in the granary. The individuals in the cellar were equally restless. Yao Ji and the others had taken their medicine and consumed some food, finally regaining a modicum of strength. Despite their physical fatigue, their spirits soared. Chen Shi was the first to break the silence. Is she truly the princess of Jinyang? He had never encountered a real princess before, and no matter how he imagined, a princess was not supposed to be like this. Zhou Sui remained silent for a long while before responding, yes. Had it not been for their journey alongside the princess of Jinyang, witnessing her rise and slay, he would not have dared to believe she was of noble birth. Xian Anshao sighed deeply. It feels surreal. I thought I would perish at the hands of that Jiao Zhu, yet unexpectedly. After a pause, he continued, not only did the princess save us, but she also brought us lunch. I have never encountered a princess like her. Yao Ji leaned against the wall of the cellar. Why is she so adept at killing? Whom did she learn her skills from? Zhou Sui fell silent once more, and after a while, recounted Jiang Jin's upbringing at the hidden mountain temple. Xian Anshao expressed his astonishment. I did not expect Princess Jinyang to be a martial arts prodigy. I feel I am no match for her. What a pity for the eminent monks of the hidden mountain temple. General Zhou, is the princess truly breathtakingly beautiful? Xian Anshao inquired with curiosity, blinking his eyes. Yao Ji replied, "Little captain, your focus is misplaced." However, he too was curious, as they had yet to see Jiang Jin's true visage. Zhou Sui lightly acknowledged with a sound. Just as Yao Ji was about to continue speaking, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 13. The ineffectual fury of Jiao Liang. A few individuals immediately became vigilant, straining their ears to listen. The sound grew increasingly louder, indicating the presence of several people. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as if someone had kicked open the kitchen door, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps and voices. The seals of the main door remained intact, and the walls bore no traces of blood. How could anyone have made their way here? Who could say? The one capable of slaying 6 soldiers of the Jiao tribe was undoubtedly formidable. They needed to conduct a thorough inspection. At a glance, they could see the top. Surely there could not be a cellar here? Perhaps, they thought, it would be prudent to knock around and listen for any variations in sound. The noise of knocking reverberated from above. Zhou Sui had already grasped the cellar knife and armed Yao Ji and the other 2 with weapons, poised for any eventuality. A dull thud resonated from directly above. Zhou Sui tightened his grip on the knife, acutely aware that the adversary was striking the thick wooden boards at the cellar's entrance. "Are you foolish? How could it possibly be there? Can't you see the firewood piled above?" one remarked. "If the entrance were there, who would have stacked all this firewood? Who knows? I shall knock around a bit. It may well be right here, and then I would earn my merit." Perhaps sensing the implausibility of his own assertion, he tossed aside some firewood and knocked again, failing to discern any notable difference. The group quickly vacated the kitchen. Zhou Sui secretly exhaled in relief. Given the uncertainty of how many adversaries they faced, being discovered would place them in a precarious position, especially with Yao Ji and the other 3 being unwell. Thinking of Princess Jinyang above, he became anxious once more, pressing his ear against the thick wooden board to listen for any disturbance. Jiang Jin had noticed when the intruders entered, and she quickly tidied up the traces on the bed and floor before exiting the room. She hastened to the inner courtyard, leveraging her strength to leap over the 2-meter-high wall, landing on the roof of the ear room. There were quite a few of them, likely several dozen. She crouched in the shadow of the main roof, quietly observing as they searched room after room, while remaining alert to any commotion from the kitchen, lest they discover the cellar. Voices drifted up from below. "This courtyard is rather nice. I hear it was once the private estate of Liangcheng, albeit somewhat secluded." Indeed, it wasn't always isolated. Many officials and wealthy merchants once had their private estates in this area, tranquil and serene. Yes, the granary of grain merchant Chao Rui is said to be nearby. You all may not be aware, but his granary was burned down. Is that true? Has it been completely destroyed? Surely not. Absolutely true. It's unclear why, but the 2 guards at the gate suddenly fainted. Meanwhile, we are busy here. And now there's trouble in the kitchen. I know about that. They haven't sorted out the situation in the kitchen, and now the granary has caught fire. I heard it was devastating, leaving nothing behind. Isn't Chao Rui going to be frantic? Undoubtedly. He even went to the general to wail about it. But the general is preoccupied and cannot attend to him. Is that really the case? Please elaborate. I heard it has to do with some princess from Dingyang, along with Zhou Sui. You know Zhou Sui, right? Of course, the general of Yin Kingdom. What has happened to him? It seems he was supposed to arrive in Liangcheng yesterday, but never showed up. Details are unclear. Nonetheless, someone left the city this morning to assess the situation. The county governor's office. Jiao Liang cast aside his cup and declared, "Find out who dares to steal my people." Guan Jin bowed his head and replied, "The elite cavalry have already been dispatched southward in pursuit. As long as our adversaries are not cavalry themselves, we shall surely catch up." He had not anticipated that Captain Zhao and the soldiers escorting Princess Jinyang had been slain, leaving the princess and Zhou Sui lost to the winds. Jiao Liang slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "Could it be that Jiang Chun from Suzhou has sent someone?" Guan Jin pondered deeply, shaking his head after a moment. "That seems unlikely. As far as I know, the princess has been raised in Yinshan Temple since childhood and does not share a close bond with her siblings. Moreover, I doubt he possesses the audacity to oppose our Jiao clan, fearing that we might directly invade Suzhou." Jiao Liang took a deep breath to calm himself. Have there been no useful traces discovered along the way? Guan Jin shook his head. In this dry weather, with the multitude of refugees fleeing, any traces have long been trampled away. Jiao Liang fell into silence, and after several moments, inquired, "What of Zhu'er? Have Yao Ji and the others been rescued?" Guan Jin sighed internally, thinking that perhaps he should have eliminated the 3 from the outset. After all, what need was there for men when one could choose such hard-headed individuals, especially those with considerable capabilities? Was this not a self-inflicted hardship? Yet he maintained a composed facade, suggesting, could it be that those who rescued Zhou Sui have returned to Liang City to save the three of them? Jiao Liang considered this possibility, though he could not fathom who possessed such capabilities. He recalled the lamentations of Chao Rui. Could this also be the doing of that group? What was their intent in burning the granaries? To starve the citizens of the city? To incite chaos? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. He began to ponder how many adversaries had infiltrated Liang City and what their next move might be. An unsettling feeling washed over him, and he commanded, "Increase our guards at the granaries. Ensure they are thoroughly protected." Jiang Jin responded affirmatively, hesitating briefly before advising, "General, it may be prudent to bolster the defenses at the governor's office as well. I fear they may pose a threat to you." Jiao Liang scoffed, "Huh? If they dare approach the governor's office, I shall see to it that they return whence they came." Jiao Liang was a renowned warrior of the Jiao clan, celebrated for his valor and military prowess, having ascended to his lofty position through merit alone, and he harbored absolute confidence in himself. "That will be all. You may leave," he said, rising and gesturing dismissively. "As you command," Jiang Jin acknowledged, fully aware that Jiao Liang's irritation meant he would seek an outlet for his frustrations. He bowed and retreated a few steps before turning to exit. In the frosty pavilion, a resounding slap echoed as a girl of around 13 or 14 was sent sprawling to the ground by Jiao Liang's blow. One side of her face immediately swelled, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet she lay there, seemingly oblivious to her pain, her eyes devoid of emotion. Jiao Liang seized her by the neck, demanding, "Speak, has Chen Dalong sought you out?" The girl's face flushed crimson, her eyes flickering at the mention of Chen Shi, yet she quickly regained her composure. She was none other than Chen Shi's cousin, the fifth daughter of the Chen family, Chen Zi. In a fit of rage, Jiao Liang grasped Chen Zi by her collar and hoisted her up, insisting, "Answer me." Noticing her continued indifference, a glint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes. He relished the challenge presented by the strong-willed daughters of the Han nobility. Soon, the sound of fabric tearing echoed within the room, accompanied by the heavy, beast-like gasps of a man. The maidservants stationed outside trembled in fear. Chapter 14. Let us join the battle. The soldiers searched the private courtyard but found no one and departed within a quarter of an hour. Jiang Jin waited another moment, ensuring all was clear before she leapt down from the rooftop and made her way to the kitchen. Upon arriving, she encountered Zhou Sui emerging from the cellar, who sighed in relief upon seeing her. "My lady, are you unharmed?" he inquired. Jiang Jin offered a slight smile. "I am well. Let us proceed to the cellar." Once in the cellar, they began to deliberate their plans for the night. Yao Ji sketched the layout of Liang City on the ground, pointing to a specific location. "This is the granary of Liang City. There are a total of 20 granaries, each capable of storing 800 stones of grain, though they are generally not filled to capacity." Jiang Jin nodded thoughtfully. "How many guards are stationed there? What is the size of the garrison?" Yao Ji replied, "Previously, around 30 men were assigned to guard the granaries. Though the current number is uncertain, it should be roughly the same." He continued, "There are approximately 5,000 soldiers from the Jiao clan, while about 500 to 600 Han soldiers surrendered at Liang City. The defenses of Liang City are not extensive, likely numbering only a few hundred. The greatest threat lies outside the city walls, where the majority of the 5,000 Jiao soldiers are training in the barracks." Recalling something, he added, "However, it is now close to harvest season, and most of the Jiao soldiers should have been dispatched to various counties to protect and collect grain. The barracks likely do not house many troops." At this time, double-cropping rice was already being cultivated, predominantly in the southern regions, while the north still relied on single-cropping rice, typically harvested in September. Despite the chaos of war, many areas remained untouched by battle, leaving the crops unaffected, regardless of whether the common folk had fled or remained. The crops sown prior could not be taken. Only the quantity harvested varied. Now, all of it had become sustenance for the Jiao people. Yao Ji provided a detailed analysis of the county magistrate's office, the soldiers guarding the city walls, and more. He possessed an intimate knowledge of Liang City, from troop deployments to geographical features. Jiang Jin nodded frequently, acknowledging that, while some details might have changed, the overall situation remained constant. Her eyes reflected admiration. "Very well. We shall tentatively plan to depart the city at the end of the dog hour. Be prepared." Chen Shi hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Your Highness, I wish to partake in the operation." My sister remains in the magistrate's office, and I wish to bring her along. Yao Ji gritted his teeth. I, too, wish to join the fray. I want to personally slay Jiao Liang and Jiao Zhu. Xian Nanshao echoed this sentiment with fervent hatred. Your Highness, permit us to fight. I long to slay Jiao people. Everyone counts. Jiang Jin regarded the three of them and inquired, Are you all physically able? If you hinder our progress, not only will we fail to eliminate Jiao Liang, but we may also face retaliation. Yao Ji, suppressing the excruciating pain in his wrist, rose with a solemn expression. Your Highness, I vow on my life that I shall not be a burden. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safe passage from the city. Chen Shi and Xian Nanshao stood resolutely as well. We will not hinder you. Jiang Jin surveyed the three, witnessing the fierce hatred and determination in their eyes. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Agreed, we must adhere to the plan. Turning to Yao Ji, she added, You may take Jiao Zhu. I will handle Jiao Liang, for he holds great significance. Yao Ji inclined his body in acknowledgement. Jiang Jin expressed her satisfaction with their performance and revealed her plans. Although the others found her ideas somewhat implausible, her confident demeanor, combined with her previous actions, deterred any objections. They merely sought to refine her strategy with greater precision. Once they were assured of its soundness, silence enveloped the cellar once more. Jiang Jin turned to them and inquired about their future intentions. Yao Ji and the others fell into silence. What plans could they possibly have? With the capital lost, where could these former military generals go? Yao Ji pursed his lips and asked, May I inquire, Princess, what your next course of action will be? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Jin replied, I intend to head north. If all goes well, I aim to reach Gufeng and Fengzhou. The four in the cellar were momentarily taken aback. With Xian Nanshao exclaiming in astonishment, Gufeng? Jiang Jin nodded. Although the original owner had little understanding of state affairs, she was aware that Gufeng was the most frigid region in the Yan Kingdom, located at the northern border next to the Jiao tribe and Chuzhou, serving as a stronghold for the barbarian tribes. However, as vast territories of the Yan Kingdom fell, the options for the barbarians to enter the realm expanded, rendering Gufeng, a remote locale, less critical. Currently, much of Fengzhou had been seized by Chuzhou, and Gufeng had similarly become their territory. Given that Gufeng was a small county with a sparse population, already diminished by warfare, the number of Chuzhou soldiers stationed there was likely minimal. For Jiang Jin, who lacked personnel, capturing Gufeng seemed a feasible endeavor. While it might appear to others as a barren and desolate land, to her, it represented vast potential. She possessed an abundance of agricultural seeds, suitable for cultivation in Gufeng. Moreover, there were the livestock of the barbarian tribes to consider, if they encroached upon Yan territory. She could just as readily seize their cattle and sheep, an equitable exchange, was it not? By securing Gufeng, she would have the means to defend it and expand her influence further, eventually encompassing the coastal counties to the east. Thus, she would establish her own maritime domain, gain access to the sea, and procure salt, paving the way for the development of maritime trade and a navy. Only then would she truly possess her own territory and a foundation in this world. In response to the astonishment of her companions, Jiang Jin elaborated, at present, aside from Suzhou, which remains under the control of the Grand Prince, do you genuinely believe he can maintain his hold? Suzhou, situated in the south and rich in resources, was a coveted prize for the various barbarian tribes, and amidst such predatory forces, it would likely not endure for long. The others remained silent, acutely aware of its precariousness. Jiang Jin continued, Furthermore, even if I were to go to Suzhou and it were to withstand the siege, would the Grand Prince truly offer me protection? The royal family is often devoid of sentiment. Even during the reign of the Yan Emperor, should interests dictate, this princess, would undoubtedly be sacrificed for the greater good. Therefore, Suzhou is not a consideration for me. As for the other four provinces, they either lay under the dominion of the barbarian tribes or had been claimed by various Yan generals or officials as their fiefdoms. Regardless of where she went, a favorable outcome seemed unlikely. A palpable sense of despair hung over them. The plight of Princess Jin Yang mirrored their own. The barbarian tribes would be more than eager to see them perish. In times of national peril, the Han forces that declared themselves sovereign and governed independently, regardless of their true acceptance, would scorn any invitation to join. They perceived these Han factions as inconsequential, destined to be consumed by barbarian tribes sooner or later. Zhou Sui, possessing deeper insight into the Crown Prince Jiang Chen, understood that Jiang Jin was not a man of broad-mindedness. A former general who had exclusively pledged loyalty to Emperor Yan and had rejected the crown princess overtures would likely fare poorly under his command. Jiang Jin surveyed her surroundings. Neighboring states such as the southern Wu and Jiao had lost vast territories to the incursions of various barbarian tribes. As a princess on the brink of national extinction, she could hardly expect protection from them. Thus, she concluded that her only reliance could be upon herself, as no one else could be trusted. Chapter 15. I wished to follow the princess. Zhou Sui's heart raced with an inkling of realization. Yet it seemed too extraordinary to fathom. After all, the princess was a woman. He quelled his racing pulse and inquired, but why choose Gufeng? Jiang Jin carefully articulated her thoughts. Firstly, with my current strength, I can only seize that desolate land. Secondly, if I capture the eastern counties, I will have claimed half of Fengzhou, allowing me to secure a temporary refuge. Zhou Sui furrowed his brow deeply. Fengzhou has a sparse population. Without a populace, there can be no military force and no labor. Have you considered this issue, princess? Jiang Jin's gaze grew profound. In chaotic times, lives hold great value, yet are also easily disregarded. As long as I possess grain and wealth, the population will inevitably increase. In this era of great division and turmoil, the trade of human lives was commonplace. Sometimes a mere loaf could purchase a life. Zhou Sui's frown deepened as he pressed. Where will the princess acquire her funds and provisions? Jiang Jin smiled serenely. Surely, General Zhou does not believe that my father and mother left me with nothing? The origin of her stored provisions was difficult to explain, so she attributed it to the original monarchs, the Emperor and Empress of Yan, who would naturally leave some assets for their daughter. Zhou Sui's eyes brightened. Did His Majesty and Her Highness leave something for the princess? Upon uttering this, his eyes glistened with emotion. The Emperor's love for the princess is profound. Jiang Jin could not suppress a slight twitch of her lips. The affection of Emperor Yan for her was non-existent. The Emperor had over 300 wives, with 5 being the primary consorts. Her mother, Jilu, was the 5th empress. While the previous 4 had met untimely ends, 2 perished in childbirth, 1 succumbed to illness, and another, a lovesick soul, had self-destructed in jealousy. His progeny were so numerous that even he could not keep track. Aside from those who had died young, 39 had reached adulthood. However, with the fall of the Yan state, many had perished, fled, or were sent to serve various factions as playthings, leaving her uncertain of how many remained. Though she suspected the number was scant. As Jiang Jin mentally berated Emperor Yan, Zhou Sui and his companions were engulfed in myriad emotions. Particularly Zhou Sui, who had begun to reassess his views on the emperor, realizing that the seemingly erratic monarch was, in fact, remarkably astute and formidable. He had misjudged the emperor's intentions. It was evident that the emperor had long been aware of Princess Jin Yang's capabilities, thus paving the way for her, preserving a flicker of hope for the Yan state. At this moment, he harbored no doubts and bowed in salute. I am willing to accompany the princess to Gufeng. Yao Ji also bowed. If the princess does not mind, I too am willing to follow her to Gufeng. Chun Shi and Xian Nanshao bowed in unison. If the princess does not mind, we too are eager to accompany her to Gufeng. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Jiang Jin's eyes. These 4 individuals appeared to possess commendable character and formidable abilities, and if utilized wisely, they would become her staunch allies. She nodded and stated, there is a pressing matter that requires our collective decision. Should we depart the city in 3 separate routes, or proceed together? Xian Nanshao inquired, puzzled. Why divide into 3 routes? However, Zhou Sui had already begun to comprehend her reasoning for such a division, his eyes reflecting a flicker of appreciation and admiration. To deal ruthlessly with the enemy while holding compassion for the common folk, even if it entailed a certain degree of risk, was indeed commendable. Since the barbarian invasion of the Central Plains, countless Han people had perished. Although no precise statistics had been compiled, the sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and the eerie silence of the land suggested that at least 70% of the Han population had been lost. Yao Ji pondered, is the princess intending to rescue the citizens within the city? Jiang Jin nodded, I do not slay Bo Run, yet Bo Rin dies because of me. If I refrain from killing Jiao Liang, perhaps the citizens of the city may survive. Once Jiao Liang is dead, the Jiao people will inevitably retaliate against the citizens. After all, to them, the Han are merely 2-legged sheep. She pointed to the city map that Yao Ji had previously drawn. The west gate is remote and nearly devoid of inhabitants. We can disregard that entrance. Upon our departure, We shall exit through the south gate, the north gate, and the east gate, loudly proclaiming that Jiao Liang is dead. I believe many citizens will choose to leave Liang City with us. The barbarian's ferocity is well known throughout the Central Plains. Any person of intelligence realizes that Jiao Liang's demise may lead to the massacre of the city's inhabitants as retribution. As for those who harbor illusions about the Jiao and refuse to leave, I am powerless to change their minds. I do not consider myself particularly moral. I act according to my own convictions. For personal vengeance, I must slay Jiao Liang. For my own interests, I must slay Jiao Liang. For the Yin Kingdom, I must also slay Jiao Liang. I cannot refrain from taking action for the sake of a few thousand Han in Liang City. On the contrary, Jiao Liang has already killed far more than just a few thousand. If he remains alive, he will undoubtedly continue to slay even more Han. Furthermore, it is not uncommon for the barbarians to consume the surrendered citizens during times of famine. The survival of these citizens is anything but certain. By opening the city gates, I am granting them a chance at life, contingent upon their choices. Jiang Jin continued her analysis. The soldiers within the city are few and scattered, posing little threat to us. The true danger to both us and the citizens lies in the military camp outside the city. She turned to Yao Ji. According to the information you provided, the distance from the city to the barracks is approximately 10 miles. The roads are perilous at night. Even on horseback, our speed will be limited. By the time someone reaches the barracks to report and returns with reinforcements, at least half an hour will have passed. As long as we act swiftly, both we and the citizens can escape before the reinforcements arrive at Liang City. Xian Nanshao suddenly understood. Feeling a newfound respect for Jiang Jin, along with an unrecognized sense of belonging and affirmation. Their numbers were few, and with Yao Ji's severe injury, it was safest and most prudent for them to launch a concerted attack through a single gate to exit the city. Yet, Jiang Jin had chosen the more arduous path, solely to carve out a chance for survival for the citizens within the city. Zhou Sui took the lead in expressing his agreement. I concur with the plan of dividing our forces into 3 routes. Chapter 16. The granary has been compromised. As night descended, the moonlight dimmed. The granary was situated in the southwest of Liang City, encased by imposing 4-meter-high walls. With only a single grand entrance for ingress and egress, 2 torches flickered beside the entrance, where a dozen soldiers stood guard. Jiang Jin, equipped with night vision goggles, concealed herself at a distance to observe the granary. After confirming that no one patrolled the outer walls, she stealthily approached the imposing barrier and gazed upwards. Given her stature, the 4-meter height was insurmountable, especially with the iron spikes that crowned the top, an extravagant measure in an era where iron was not yet prevalent. Once assured of her solitude, she retrieved a wooden ladder from her spatial storage and propped it against the wall, a relic she had acquired from her private estate. Ascending the ladder, she peered over the wall to find rows of granaries, each devoid of dedicated guards, though patrolling soldiers were present. Jiang Jin remained on the ladder for a while, and after approximately 15 minutes, a patrolling soldier passed by her position. From her spatial storage, she produced a thick stack of coarse burlap and laid it atop the wall. With swift movements, she climbed onto the padding, retracted the ladder into her space, and carefully descended. Upon landing, she stored both the ladder and burlap, moving lightly towards the nearest granary. Most structures of this period were wooden, and the granary was no exception. To prevent moisture damage, it was elevated about a meter on wooden supports. The granary boasted only a door, lacking windows, and the door was secured with a lock. Jiang Jin extracted 2 iron wires from her space and deftly manipulated the lock, producing a faint click within moments. She had studied the locks of this era specifically for such techniques, aided by the extensive resources in her spatial library. Gently pushing the door open, she entered and quietly closed it behind her, turning to survey the interior of the granary. The arrangement of provisions resembled that of the Chao residence, with most grain stored within wooden bins and some in burlap sacks piled on the ground. She estimated the granary contained roughly 500 shur of grain, all of which she promptly stored in her space. Just as she prepared to exit, faint voices reached her ears from nearby. Peering through the crack of the door, she glimpsed flickering lights in the distance and overheard low murmurs. There aren't many guards. I wasn't even scheduled for duty today, yet here I am. What can we do? The Chao residence's granary was burned, and the general is understandably anxious, hence the reinforcements. Indeed, this grain is our sustenance. If it were to be lost, we would surely starve. Haven't we already collected grain? We should have managed to retrieve a considerable amount. It's hard to say. Many Han people have fled or perished, and there are likely few crops left intact. We must rely on the grain within the granaries. As the voices receded, Jiang Jin exited the granary, ensuring the door was securely closed and the lock replaced, restoring it to its original state, leaving no trace of her intrusion. Employing her previous method, she pried open the door of the second granary and entered to collect more provisions. When soldiers were on patrol, she evaded detection, ultimately gathering resources from a total of 20 granaries into her spatial storage. This harvest proved to be quite bountiful, with various grains collected from the 15th granary, both coarse and fine, amounting to approximately 500 stones. Additionally, the 5th granary contained a substantial quantity of oil and salt. With these provisions, Jiang Jin felt a sense of relief. She casually gathered some firewood from the Chao residence and placed it in the central area of the granary, dousing it with oil before igniting it. The granaries, arranged closely together and constructed of wood, were particularly susceptible to flames in the dry heat of August. A single spark could swiftly engulf them, especially with the added kindling of firewood and oil. In an instant, the granary was ablaze, the flames rapidly spreading. The patrolling soldiers, drowsy at their post, were not continuously vigilant, typically taking turns every quarter of an hour. Suddenly, a soldier at the gate shouted in alarm, "Fire! Fire! Quick, extinguish it!" The startled patrolling soldiers sprang to their feet, rushing out in a flurry, bewildered by the shout. Chaos erupted within the granary, with some attempting to extinguish the flames, others searching for water, and cries for help echoing throughout. Jiang Jin concealed herself behind one of the granaries on the outskirts, observing the frantic soldiers with an impassive expression, patiently awaiting her moment. After a few moments, a soldier dashed toward her direction, aiming for a nearby water barrel. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past him, and he felt a sharp pain in his head before darkness enveloped him. He collapsed, his wooden bucket flying from his grasp, clattering amidst the pandemonium without drawing any attention. Jiang Jin quickly stripped the soldier of his uniform and donned it herself, despite his smaller stature. For her petite frame, it felt akin to a child donning oversized adult garments. After a brief contemplation, she hastily altered the uniform, trimming it down, although still somewhat loose. The belt concealed the excess fabric, while she secured the pant legs with strips of cloth, rendering any issues virtually invisible in the dark of night. Amidst the chaos, a soldier noticed a diminutive figure racing toward the stables and called out, "What are you doing? Hurry up and help extinguish the fire." The small soldier, Jiang Jin, quickened her pace, hoarsely exclaiming, "I'm going to fetch reinforcements. Hold on, I'll be back shortly." The soldier considered her words and realized the severity of the situation. They could not manage the flames alone. Then hurry. If all the grain is lost, we're finished. Jiang Jin, now at the stables, selected the tallest and strongest black horse and mounted it with ease. She was proficient in horseback riding, having mastered it in the 25th century. In truth, she need not report, for the enormous blaze had already captured the attention of numerous townsfolk. At the county governor's residence, in the Shilin Garden, Jiao Liang sat at the head of the table, lifting his wine cup and downing its contents in one go. His crimson gaze, predatory as a wolf, fixated on a group of graceful women dancing in the hall. Flanking him were more than a dozen subordinates, surrounded by an array of fine food and drink, attended by beautiful maidens. These individuals, all from the Jiao tribe, had a particular fondness for Han women, some discreetly caressing the women, while others, more brazen, embraced them, peeling away their garments in a scene steeped in lewdness. At that moment, Guanjin hurried in and whispered a few words to Jiao Liang. Jiao Liang's expression turned icy as he pushed the woman beside him aside. "What? Send someone to extinguish the fire immediately." Guanjin bowed his head and replied, "2 teams have already been dispatched, General, rest assured." Sensing the tense atmosphere, the crowd below slightly restrained themselves, and a burly man with a thick beard inquired, "General, what has happened?" Jiao Liang did not conceal the truth, stating, "The granary has suddenly flooded." The crowd gasped in shock. The granary was vital to them all, holding the majority of the grain they had pillaged through fire and slaughter. Although they had sent people to gather grain from various counties, years of warfare had led to the deaths and injuries of half the Han populace, ensuring this year's harvest would be poor. The bearded man immediately sought permission, saying, "General, I wish to go to the granary for assistance." Jiao Liang nodded in agreement. "Granted, go swiftly." Once the bearded man hurriedly departed, Jiao Liang waved his hand, dismissing the dancers, and rose to stride towards the ceremonial pavilion. "Do you know the cause?" he asked. Jiang Jin followed closely behind. "It remains uncertain." Jiao Liang furrowed his brow, an uncontrollable fury swelling within him, his voice laced with menace. "Investigate. I want answers." His subordinates exchanged glances, adjusting their clothing before rising to follow Jiao Liang. Meanwhile, amidst various speculations, Jiang Jin had arrived at a small armory located to the west of the city. After the Jiao clan occupied the granary, this armory continued to operate, for weapons were of utmost importance in times of turmoil. The night watch was sparse, consisting of only 2 soldiers. These 2 were quite relaxed, standing at the entrance, gazing towards the granary enveloped in thick smoke. They were somewhat taken aback by the sound of galloping hooves, and upon seeing Jiang Jin approach, they grew cautious, asking, "Which camp are you from?" Jiang Jin replied curtly, "The granary is flooding. Why aren't you extinguishing the fire?" The 2 men were perplexed. "We haven't received any orders." By the time they realized what was happening, Jiang Jin had reached them, and before they could react, she thrust her electric baton against one soldier's chest. The other, startled by his comrade's sudden convulsions, rushed to support him, only to find himself shaking uncontrollably as well. After dispatching both, Jiang Jin entered the armory. The establishment was indeed small, containing only a few sets of water pumps and bellows for iron smelting, but there were plenty of crucibles. To her delight, in addition to over 50 sets of standard blades, there were also more than 10 long swords, along with some raw materials and semi-finished products. She collected everything without leaving a trace before exiting the armory and swiftly riding towards the eastern gate of Liang City. The eastern gate tower was the tallest structure in Liang City, boasting an 8-meter-high wall and a 3-tiered tower reaching approximately 26 meters, offering a near bird's-eye view of the entire city. The governor's office was clearly visible, and it was here that she would take aim at Jiao Liang. The eastern gate was also the most heavily guarded among the 4 gates, with over 20 soldiers stationed. It was important to note that this was not a time of war, and the surrounding counties had all been captured by the Jiao people, making the defense formidable. In the dim light of torches, 5 soldiers stood atop the tower, with the captain of the eastern gate guard positioned in the center. Observing the billowing smoke rising from the granary, the captain's expression bore a grave intensity. A man standing to the left, his face marred by a scar, inquired, "Given the strength of the flames, it seems quite challenging to salvage anything." Another soldier echoed his concern, "We remain in the dark about how this fire ignited. I hope the general can dispatch someone swiftly to extinguish it." They had witnessed the fire erupt and immediately sent word to the governor's office to inform the general. By now, he should be aware of the situation. The scarred man displayed a hint of anxiety on his visage. Could it be the work of those who torched the Chao residents? This grain is their sustenance, and while the loss of food is troubling, there are still the townsfolk to consider. Yet, I have no taste for human flesh. The monotony of meat is tiresome. The captain's demeanor darkened. "It's uncertain. We must secure the city gates. We cannot afford any miscalculations." Suddenly, the distant sound of hooves echoed, and through the dim light of the torch, a solitary figure could be discerned. The gate's soldiers braced themselves with vigilance. The captain knocked an arrow, shouting, "Who goes there?" Jiang Jin responded in kind, "The granary is ablaze. The general commands you to dispatch a team immediately to quench the flames." The captain furrowed his brow, finding the situation peculiar. It seemed rather inappropriate for gate soldiers to handle fire suppression. At last, a lone rider approached the city tower, illuminated by the feeble glow of the torch, revealing a diminutive soldier. Jiang Jin dismounted with agility and sprinted towards the tower, exclaiming, "Quickly! The situation is dire. The general cannot spare many men." In addition to the soldiers atop the tower, several others stood on the ground, blocking Jiang Jin's path, demanding, "Which battalion do you belong to?" Still catching her breath, Jiang Jin replied, "Allow me to show you my insignia." As her hand moved to her waist, she swiftly unsheathed her tang knife, striking at the soldier who had spoken. This blade, a prized possession from her clandestine collection, was exceedingly sharp, and she had drawn it while mounted. The soldiers were taken aback by her sudden assault. By the time they realized what was happening, 2 of them had already collapsed, blood spraying forth amidst their cries of agony. Upon hearing the screams, the captain understood the gravity of the situation and hastened downwards, declaring, "Quickly, we've been deceived." Now that the enemy had reached the base of the tower, their bows were rendered useless. The scarred man followed closely behind, gripping his iron hammer tightly, his voice filled with venom. "How dare they approach our tower? I shall make them regret it with a single blow." Soldiers on the second and third floors, without needing the captain's orders, had already begun descending the staircases upon hearing the cries. Having dispatched the few soldiers on the ground, Jiang Jin turned to see the throng of soldiers rushing down and grinned, producing a dark electric baton in her left hand as she charged forward. The foremost man swung his blade at her. Chapter 18. The assault on the tower. Jiang Jin deftly sidestepped, and before the man could launch a second strike, the electric baton pressed firmly against his abdomen. Just as he sensed a foreign pressure against his midsection, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his body to convulse violently. The soldiers behind, bewildered and unable to discern the unfolding scene, assumed their comrade had been ambushed. Consumed by anger and urgency, the man gripped his knife tightly, attempting to shove aside the companion blocking his path, with predictable results. Due to an abrupt halt, several soldiers inevitably collided with those in front of them, resulting in a rather spectacular sight as 5 soldiers were lined up like a string of gourds, resembling a dance. Jiang Jin operated at maximum power. The soldiers at the front were nearly singed yet continued to tremble, driven by those behind them. It must be noted that the narrow confines of the staircase on this city tower were particularly conducive to such entanglements. As hurried footsteps echoed from above, Jiang Jin remained motionless, leaning slightly forward to ensure that the soldiers descending the stairs could not glimpse her presence. As she anticipated, the soldiers emerging from the upper level were bewildered upon seeing their comrades in a state of dance. "Giant, what has happened to you?" One of them, unable to resist, reached out to nudge the soldier at the top of the staircase, the one dubbed the Giant. The urgency of the few descending the stairs, compounded by the dim light from the torches, led to an inevitable contact when one soldier stumbled upon the Giant. Thus, the number of dancing soldiers swelled from 5 to 9. At this juncture, someone finally sensed that something was amiss. A diminutive soldier, trembling with fear, took 2 steps back and exclaimed, "It's sorcery. There are monsters." The captain, accompanied by several others, rushed down, arriving just in time to inquire, "What monsters? Have we captured anyone?" The small soldier, shaking, pointed toward the quivering line of soldiers. They are all possessed. It must be sorcery." The scar-faced man scoffed. Green Mountain, do not believe in such nonsense. I shall see for myself who is playing tricks." Despite his bravado, he approached with caution, gently prodding the trembling soldiers with his large iron hammer. The captain did not intervene. He too was curious about the situation. The small soldier cried out in desperation, "Don't touch them," but his warning was cut short as he noticed that Green Mountain remained still, unlike the other soldiers. His face was filled with astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. Jiang Jin remained unperturbed. The man had not been shocked because the handle of his hammer was made of wood, an insulator. Yet, there exists an undeniable law of curiosity among humans. Green Mountain, feeling no discomfort, relaxed slightly and could not resist reaching out with his left hand toward the trembling soldier. The moment his hand made contact, a surge of agony coursed through him, and he found himself unable to withdraw his hand, his body uncontrollably shaking. "Ah!" shouted the small soldier in terror. The captain and others instinctively stepped back, nearly losing their balance on the stairs, only managing to steady themselves against the city wall. Jiang Jin sensed that the time was ripe. It was unlikely these individuals would fall for the ruse again. After estimating the time, she confirmed that the last man had succumbed to unconsciousness and withdrew her electric baton into her space. The captain, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, felt an overwhelming sense of the bizarre, as if caught in a surreal dream. "Ah, no," they've stopped moving. The small soldier was the first to notice that Green Mountain and the others had suddenly ceased their trembling. The captain, startled, focused his gaze and indeed confirmed that the previously quaking soldiers had fallen still. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before him, and before the captain could react, his face was splattered with a warm, viscous liquid. In a daze, he watched as a head soared high into the air. He recognized it as the decapitated head of the soldier standing directly in front of him. A wave of terror surged within him, instinctively sensing the imminent danger. He raised his bow to defend himself and retreated swiftly. A loud crack resounded as the bow, crafted from the exceptionally hard wood of a Zelkova tree and having accompanied him for nearly a decade, was brutally severed. However, there was no time to mourn the loss of his weapon as a glimmering blade slashed perilously close to his chest. Fortunately, he had just managed to step back a couple of paces. Otherwise, he would have surely been disemboweled. Jiang Jin felt a painful shock in her hands. Her body was too frail, but her blade was sufficiently sharp, Otherwise, she would have struggled to cleave through the resilient Zelkova. Despite failing to eliminate the captain in one strike, she remained undeterred. Sensing another blade slicing through the air beside her, she executed a horizontal slash with her own knife, deflecting the incoming attack. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the ambusher's blade was halted by her tang knife, leaving a deep gash. The assailant was taken aback by the sharpness of her blade, yet he discerned that her strength was somewhat lacking, though her reflexes were remarkably swift. Just as he pondered this, a jolt of pain struck his chest. In disbelief, he looked down to see a dagger embedded in his heart. "Knife!" the captain shouted. One of the soldiers at the back hurled his knife towards him, exclaiming, "Captain, catch!" The captain reached out and seized the knife, swinging it fiercely towards Jiang Jin. With no time to withdraw her dagger, Jiang Jin relinquished it and gripped her knife to block the incoming strike. The metallic clash echoed as her entire body was forced back 2 steps, her expression grave. This man possessed immense strength. The captain pursued relentlessly, his blade aimed at Jiang Jin's throat. She deftly sidestepped while simultaneously thrusting her tang knife towards his abdomen. The captain had no choice but to retreat to evade the lethal edge. Jiang Jin followed suit, aiming her blade at his legs. The captain retreated further. Suddenly, a knife came slicing towards her from the side. It was the soldier who had previously thrown the knife to the captain, having picked up another weapon to ambush her. Jiang Jin tilted her head to dodge the attack, while her tang knife retaliated with a swift thrust. The soft sound of the blade piercing flesh was audible. As the captain observed his subordinates falling one by one, fury ignited within him, and he bellowed, "Thief, you seek death." His blade was directed straight at Jiang Jin. Unfazed, Jiang Jin utilized the leverage of her tang knife to lean back, narrowly evading the blow while withdrawing her weapon, which dripped with blood. The still dripping blade then slashed diagonally towards the captain's left shoulder. He had no time to regain his stance and instinctively dodged to the right. However, Jiang Jin's aim was not his left shoulder. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in her left hand, piercing towards the captain's abdomen, as if he had intentionally shifted his body to the right, inviting the strike. A spray of blood erupted. Jiang Jin's movements were relentless as the dagger slid to the left, slicing through the right side of the captain's abdomen, causing blood to gush forth. He staggered a few steps, the knife clattering to the ground, and fell, rolling down the stairs in a heap, his body convulsing a few times before succumbing to silence. The diminutive soldier collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 19, Assassination of Jiao Liang. Jiang Jin cast a cold glance at him, drawing her dagger and advancing step by step. Suddenly, her pace halted as a peculiar scent reached her nostrils. Looking down, she discovered that the small soldier had soiled himself in fear. Jiang Jin thought, "Is it possible for a soldier to be so cowardly?" It was then that she discerned he was a Han soldier, quite young, likely inexperienced in battle. Would she show mercy? Certainly not. The path one chooses is one's own. Having betrayed his country and acted as an executioner against his own kin, he must be prepared to face death. Just as she was about to strike, 2 soldiers charged down from above, shouting as they lunged at her. Jiang Jin deftly sidestepped the incoming blade, her tang knife piercing forward with ferocity. The blade struck true, embedding itself in the abdomen of the soldier on her right. The soldier to her left felt a chill run down his spine, acutely aware of her prowess, and he retreated swiftly. Jiang Jin withdrew her tang knife and slashed horizontally. The soldier, unable to evade, could only raise his weapon to block. Sparks flew as the soldier's blade was cleaved, and with remarkable speed, Jiang Jin brought her knife down again, its edge gleaming with lethal intent. With a crack, the soldier's weapon was severed in 2. The tang knife continued its relentless advance. Descending upon the soldier's shoulder, blood gushed forth as he fell to the ground. Jiang Jin raised her blade once more, severing his head from his body. Breathing heavily, she acknowledged her weakened state. "Demon, mighty creature, I beseech you, spare me," the small soldier pleaded, kneeling and bowing before Jiang Jin. She gazed down at this defenseless soldier, remaining silent, before decisively striking his head from his shoulders. Having dispatched the last of her foes, she stood still amidst the stillness. After a few moments of ensuring that all within the tower had been eliminated, she turned and delivered finishing blows to those who had been incapacitated. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, she ensured their demise to prevent future threats from behind. Meanwhile, 100 meters away from the county governor's residence, a group of men clad in Jiao soldier uniforms lay in ambush, Zhou Sui and his 3 companions. As local ruffians of Liang City, procuring a few sets of soldier attire posed no challenge for them. Armed with blades at their waists and bows and quivers slung across their backs, they were fully equipped. After a restful afternoon, the spirits of Yao Ji and the others had notably revived, particularly Xian Nanxiao and Qin Shi, whose injuries were mostly superficial. Unable to contain himself, Xian Nanxiao whispered, "Is it true that the princess can eliminate Jiao Liang? I find it hard to believe." Their plan was straightforward. Once Jiang Jin dealt with Jiao Liang, chaos would inevitably ensue at the county governor's residence, allowing them to infiltrate. Silence enveloped them, as they too harbored doubts. Yet, they wished to believe. For if the county governor's residence remained orderly, they would have no chance to eliminate their targets or rescue those they sought to save. Zhou Sui suddenly spoke up. "Trust her," she said. "She would burn the granary, and look, it is ablaze." The trio's gazes instinctively turned toward the skyward flames of the granary. After a prolonged silence, Xian Nanxiao could not help but exclaim, "Impressive. I wonder how she accomplished this." It was not particularly challenging for him to infiltrate the granary. The real difficulty lay in procuring such a substantial amount of firewood or oil. Although the granary was constructed of wood, without a considerable supply of kindling, it was impossible for a fire to escalate to such uncontrollable levels. After all, there were numerous guards stationed nearby, and a small flame could easily be extinguished. Yao Ji murmured softly, "Indeed impressive." At the eastern gate, on the highest tower, Jiang Jin stood atop the battlements, having extinguished all the torches. Before her lay a sniper rifle exceeding a meter in length, equipped with a scope featuring night vision capabilities. In the 25th century, conventional firearms had largely lost their efficacy against alien weaponry. Reliance on supernatural abilities had become paramount. Hence, her arsenal was rather limited, consisting solely of a handgun and a sniper rifle. With a scant supply of ammunition, she needed to conserve her resources judiciously. Fortunately, her collection of cold weapons was substantial. Her initial fascination with them had led her to amass quite a variety. The governor's mansion was approximately 2,000 meters from her position on the tower, an effortless distance for someone of her former caliber as a top-tier marksman. From her vantage point, she could discern every structure within the governor's estate with clarity. Referring to the layout map of the mansion previously sketched by Yao Ji, she locked her sights on the conference hall. If her deductions were correct, Jiao Liang should be convening in the hall to deliberate various suspicions and countermeasures regarding the granary fire. She had ignited the granary, both to divert Jiao Liang's forces and to create the opportune moment. Based on her assessed position, the tower was ideally situated to target the conference hall. As anticipated, the conference hall was ablaze with light, yet amidst the speculation, no one could ascertain who was orchestrating this assault. Jiao Liang felt a throbbing headache, his irritation and frustration mounting. The sensation of being struck without knowing the assailant incited a murderous rage within him. Jiang Jin was perplexed. Who possessed such formidable power? A commanding officer seated at the lower end of the table slammed his hand on the surface, exclaiming, "If I discover who is responsible, they shall experience the torment of being drawn and quartered." Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, shaking the conference hall, accompanied by the deafening noise. Tiles and wooden debris rained down upon the gathering, striking several individuals in the center. Startled, everyone instinctively looked up to where the sound originated, only to witness a gaping hole torn in the roof, leaving them face to face with the stars above. The roof had collapsed. The assembly stood in stunned silence, grappling with the bizarre scene before them. After a prolonged moment, they finally reacted, shouting, "Help! Help! Assassins! Assassins!" Outside, soldiers rushed in, over 20 in number, some shielding Jiao Liang while others scanned the surroundings for the assailant's location. However, apart from their own breaths, the hall was eerily silent. Glancing at one another, confusion reigned. One burly man trembled as he spoke. "Was that thunder? Did we just get struck by lightning?" The others echoed, bemused by the absurdity of his words, as if they had ever encountered such a fate. However, it is undeniable that at this moment, a sense of trepidation gripped the hearts of the crowd. Could it truly be thunder? But why would lightning strike them? Was the heavens displeased with their invasion of Yan country? Jiao Liang felt a chill within, astonished yet maintaining a facade of composure. "It cannot be thunder. Investigate immediately and bolster security within the residence." "Understood." The leader of the guards promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Jiang Jin, standing not far from Jiao Liang, softly suggested, "This place is unsafe. Perhaps the general should consider relocating?" Jiao Liang recognized the peril of their situation, compounded by the uncertainty of the source of such immense power. He nodded, accepting the long knife handed to him by a nearby bodyguard, and, under the protection of his guards and subordinates, exited the conference hall. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. Despite their numbers, anxiety and unease permeated the hearts of all, fearing another sudden onslaught. As they hurried from the conference hall towards the right corridor, they took a few steps without incident, allowing a collective sigh of relief to escape. However, before they could fully relax, a peculiar sound echoed, like something exploding or perhaps something being sprayed. Those closest to Jiao Liang were drenched in warm, viscous liquid, mingled with remnants of entrails. A thud, reminiscent of something dropping to the ground, was heard. Instinctively, the crowd turned towards the sound, only to witness a head, grotesquely mutilated, rolling on the ground. Another thud resounded, and they beheld Jiao Liang's dismembered body collapse to the floor, splattering blood everywhere. A frigid wave swept over everyone, their minds momentarily blank, yet their hearts understood the dreadful truth. Their general had been slain. General Jiao Liang had been reduced to 2 segments. No, that was inaccurate. He had been shattered into countless fragments. The walls, the ground, and their very selves were all stained with the remnants of General Jiao Liang. Chapter 20. Chaos in Liang City. Jiang Jin, who had originally walked half a step behind Jiao Liang on his right, suddenly found his face splattered with warm, sticky liquid. Bewildered, he raised his hand to touch it, only to find it smeared with crimson blood, interspersed with unidentifiable fragments. He stiffly turned his head to the left, gazing at the disintegrating form of the general. His peripheral vision had already captured the horrifying scene of Jiao Liang's obliteration, and he comprehended that the general had been assassinated. He knew he should cry out for help, should seek refuge, yet his body remained paralyzed, a bone-chilling dread coursing from his toes to his mind. He sensed that perhaps, just perhaps, he had become the target. He distinctly heard the sound of something rupturing, and in an instant, his perspective shifted. He found himself elevated, witnessing the familiar half of a body. Amidst the splattering of blood, he suddenly fell to the ground. A thud resounded before him. A dismembered body lay at his feet, and he realized with horror that it was his own. No wonder it seemed familiar. He had perished. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the governor's residence, breaking the silence of the night and inciting a violent upheaval in Liang City. The scene descended into chaos, though most present were martial warriors. They had witnessed their fair share of bloodshed and brutality. However, this bizarre scene, akin to divine retribution, was one they encountered for the very first time. It was utterly inscrutable and immensely terrifying. Without arrows flying or assassins attacking, individuals suddenly transformed into countless fragments in a mist of blood. At that moment, everyone present felt a chilling dread, fearing they would be the next victim. On the city tower, after Jiang Jin eliminated Jiao Liang and Jiang Jin, she casually dispatched 2 more generals before stowing her sniper rifle away. She was unfamiliar with Jiao Liang, as the original owner's memories did not include this figure. Thus, she specifically inquired about him from Yao Ji, who provided her with a description of Jiao Liang's appearance. Coupled with his prominent position surrounded by others, it was easy to discern his identity. As for Jiang Jin, it was Yao Ji who reminded her of his significance as Jiao Liang's most capable strategist. He held considerable influence over Liang City. His survival would complicate matters should chaos ensue in Liang City. They needed to exit the city, and the more disorder there was, the less attention would be directed towards her. Consequently, Jiang Jin had to be eliminated. As for the other 2 generals, their demise was merely a matter of convenience. The fewer Jiao people, particularly Jiao generals, there were, the greater the survival space for the Han. Unfortunately, they reacted swiftly and vanished in an instant. Just as Jiang Jin was about to depart, a thought struck her, and she strode back into the city tower, where she indeed discovered over 20 bows and quivers filled with arrows. There was also a box of blades, likely containing more than 10. A smile flickered in her eyes as she collected them all into her space. On her way downstairs, she passed the bodies, gathering their weapons, including swords and hammers, into her space. Suddenly, the gates of the governor's mansion swung open, and a throng of people surged out, shouting, "Quick, there are assassins! Hurry, someone kill the assassins!" The soldiers stationed at the gate exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, several guards rushed out, shouting, "Hurry, call for reinforcements! The general is in trouble. Go, summon the soldiers on guard and the patrols. To the barracks, yes, to the barracks outside the city to bring our troops here. There are assassins." Zhou Sui and his companions exchanged glances, their faces quickly illuminating with joy. Princess Jin Yang had truly succeeded. Jiao Liang was indeed dead. However, the expressions of these individuals were somewhat peculiar. Why did they seem so flustered? Even the martial generals were no exception. The situation felt rather strange. The four exchanged glances, suppressing their unease, and swiftly bent down to advance a dozen meters, hiding behind a nearby building. Yao Ji was severely wounded and could not draw a full bow. Yet being a martial general, he persevered. Now, with less than 50 paces remaining, hitting the target would be considerably easier. Although Chunshi was a scholar, this era valued martial prowess, and as a scion of a prestigious family, he had also received training in archery. The four drew their bows and released their arrows almost simultaneously. Thud, 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 thud. Four of the swiftest generals attempting to flee the governor's mansion were struck by arrows and fell to the ground. The crowd at the entrance of the governor's mansion was once again taken aback. What? There were still lurking enemies here. Before they could comprehend the situation, more arrows flew toward them. Those who reacted quickly managed to deflect them with their blades, while the slower ones were directly struck and collapsed. In an instant, no one at the governor's mansion could escape to report the situation, and after several had been shot down, they were all forced back into the mansion. Hiding behind the grand entrance, a general promptly commanded, "Quickly, summon some archers to eliminate them." The four individuals, led by Zhou Sui, prioritized targeting the general, leaving only one martial leader standing. A scholar-like figure opposed the decision, stating, "How many guards do we have? It's pitch black outside. How can we proceed?" The most pressing matter was to seek reinforcements. The streets lacked illumination, shrouded in darkness, forcing them to infer the enemy's position based on the direction of incoming arrows. However, the lantern illuminating the county magistrate's gate rendered them targets. Stepping outside would expose them to arrows. One suggested, "Who has a bow? Shoot down the lantern at the entrance." Another retorted, "Are you foolish? If we shoot it down, we won't be able to see either, and we won't know who is attacking whom." With no feasible options, frustration mounted. The general, both anxious and enraged, lamented, "I have never felt so helpless." Suddenly, someone hesitantly inquired, "Is it true that the Grand General has fallen just like that?" This topic silenced everyone, and after a long pause, the scholar proposed, "Why not check the other gates? I refuse to believe they have secured every entrance to the magistrate's residence." His suggestion garnered unanimous agreement, prompting the group to split up and rush towards various gates of the county magistrate's residence. Meanwhile, Zhou Sui and his companions had reached a vulnerable section of the residence's wall, where chaos reigned inside. The guards had vanished. Without the oversight of Jiao Liang and Jiang Jin, the atmosphere was fraught with panic, resembling a disjointed assembly, with even the leader of the guards preparing to flee. Jiao Liang had been killed during his watch. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding his demise, the responsibility would inevitably fall on others. The four easily scaled the wall into the magistrate's residence, and Zhou Sui whispered instructions, "We must be swift. Let us regroup at the stables in 15 minutes." Yao Ji nodded, and the group split into two teams. Zhou Sui and Chunshi set off to rescue the fifth daughter of the Chen family, Chenzi, while Yao Ji and Xia Nanxiao aimed to eliminate Jiao Zhu. Jiang Jin, equipped with night vision goggles, galloped down the darkened streets. In the distance, she spotted a small patrol of soldiers. Without hesitation, she drew her bow and crossbow, both top-tier weapons she had collected from the 25th century. Boasting a shooting speed of 180 meters per second, far surpassing the mere 40 meters per second of contemporary bows, and capable of rapid fire. Regrettably, her arrows were limited in number and would not be wasted unless absolutely necessary. The patrolling soldiers, holding torches, heard the sound of galloping hooves, pondering who might be riding at this late hour. Before they could contemplate further, they were struck down by her arrows, collapsing one after another. Jiang Jin continued her swift ride, bypassing the fallen bodies as she made her way to the magistrate's residence, collecting their weapons along the way. As she passed the office, she halted. Unbeknownst if it was due to the night or the day's chaos, the office was unguarded. However, she intended to avoid the main entrance, opting instead for a side wall to scale. With deft movements, she entered and headed straight for the storeroom. The storeroom was locked, but this posed no challenge for her. Within moments, she had it opened. Without pausing to examine, she quickly gathered all the contents into her space. Beside the storeroom, there was a small armory, presumably intended for the soldiers and guards within the city. She collected everything. She then proceeded to the office of the yamen, gathering all the official seals, papers, and brushes, leaving no item untouched, not even the office desk, for her poverty compelled her actions. Exiting the yamen, She mounted her horse and hastened towards the governor's residence, certain that it housed a considerable treasure of gold and silver, which she was eager to seize. As she approached the governor's residence, she stowed away her night vision goggles and crossbow. Soon, she arrived at the entrance of the governor's residence, observing the corpses strewn about. A smile crept upon her lips. It seemed that Zhou Sui and his companions had already entered. Dismounting, she shouted, "Open the door. I am the great general's formidable demon, here to provide assistance." Chapter 21. The Dragon Pearl, Perish. Although the guards at the entrance of the governor's residence had departed, they left behind 2 anxious sentinels. Upon hearing the audacious shout, the soldiers initially felt a surge of relief, believing reinforcements had arrived. However, upon hearing the title, they hesitated. Exchanging glances, the taller soldier inquired, "The formidable demon? I've never heard of such a name. Have you?" The shorter soldier shook his head. "No, but anyone who dares to shout so boldly must surely be one of ours. Shall we open the door slightly to take a look?" Nodding in agreement, they cautiously cracked the door open, only to be taken aback by the sight of a diminutive figure standing there. They were astounded. This was the formidable demon? Surely, this figure bore no resemblance to anything remotely formidable. Jiang Jin smirked slightly and kicked the door. "What are you staring at? Open the door." Bang! The door remained unmoving. Jiang Jin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her foot ached from the kick, and considering she had donned military boots from her spatial storage, her foot might have been injured had she been wearing anything else. Why make such a heavy door? Although she hadn't used all her strength, she had exerted half of it. The guards, too, felt a sense of awkwardness. They shut the door a bit more, sensing that something was amiss, that the situation was rather absurd. Yet, before they could fully close it, their bodies trembled in fright. After a brief moment, Jiang Jin withdrew her electric baton from her space. The 2 soldiers leaning against each other made for an easy target. She forcefully pushed the door open and was about to step inside when a thought struck her. She turned back to collect any visible weapons, resolving to gather any armaments she encountered within the residence. At that moment, her horse whinnied from behind. Jiang Jin looked up at her recent steed, Xiaohong. "Do you wish to accompany me?" The stallion, entirely black, seemed puzzled as to why it was called Xiaohong, expressing its dissatisfaction with a snort. Jiang Jin nodded. Understanding its sentiment, "Xiaohong, if you wish to come with me, wait here. I will return shortly." The more horses, the better, especially as she noted this one's swift speed and spirited nature. At the governor's residence, in the Nishao Pavilion, Zhao Zhu's face was a mask of fear and rage as she muttered, "I refuse to believe it. Impossible. How could my father possibly be dead?" Suddenly, she lifted her head, casting a fierce gaze at a nearby maid. "Have they returned?" About a quarter of an hour ago, she received the news that her father, Jiao Liang, had perished under mysterious circumstances, suspected to be divine retribution. She was about to rush to the council chamber to ascertain the situation, but the thought of divine punishment filled her with dread. If her father faced such a fate, what awaited her? In the past, she had marred the faces of beautiful Han noblewomen, stripping them of their garments and displaying them on the city walls for public titillation. The soldiers of Jiao Liang could take their pick and deal with them on the spot, only to return the bodies afterward. Regrettably, these delicate Han women often succumbed after a few days, and she eventually grew tired of the game, seeking out new victims for her amusement. At that moment, she recalled that at least 100 Han lives had ended at her hands. If her father faced divine wrath, would she not share the same fate? Lost in her thoughts, she lost the courage to step outside and only sent 2 maidservants to investigate. Startled by her penetrating gaze, the maidservants hastily knelt and reported, "No, they have not returned yet." Enraged, Jiao kicked one of them, exclaiming, "Incompetent fools! What use are you if you cannot manage this simple task?" Just then, anguished cries and chaos erupted outside, causing Jiao's heart to falter. Who is out there? Moments later, heavy footsteps approached, growing nearer. Instinctively, Jiao took 2 steps back, an ominous premonition swelling within her. After a brief pause, Yao Ji and Xia Nanshao emerged from behind the screen, their bodies drenched in blood. They had left a trail of slaughter in their wake, killing any Jiaolian they encountered. The overwhelming scent of blood wafted through the air, and seeing the 2 figures, as if risen from the depths of hell, Jiao recoiled. "It's you. You killed my father?" Yao Ji did not waste words. He was about to strike her down when Xia Nanshao interjected, "Leave her to me." His voice was calm, yet Yao Ji sensed the deep-seated hatred beneath. As Xia Nanshao took a step forward with his bloodied blade, Jiao retreated further, her bravado faltering. "You You mustn't come closer. If you kill me, you cannot escape. We have hundreds of guards in the governor's mansion. Hundreds of guards? Xia Nanshao scoffed, and with a swift slash, blood sprayed forth as Zhao Zhu's left hand was severed. Ah! She screamed in agony. The maidservant who had knelt earlier was also splattered with blood. Terrified, she crawled toward the exit. A flash of silver, and her head was severed from her body. Yao Ji, expressionless, retracted his blade, his hands trembling, blood seeping from his fingers, yet he felt no pain, remaining silent. Xia Nanshao swung again, cleaving Zhao Zhu's right hand in two. This is for my mother. This is for my sister. Zhao Zhu's left calf was chopped off. This is for my 3 younger sisters. This is for the Yao family. This is for the Luo family. This is for the Chen family. With each strike, Xia Nanshao uttered names, each word soaked in blood and tears. Zhao Zhu's limbs were severed, her body slashed multiple times. The terror and excruciating pain causing her entire form to convulse, leaving only her wretched cries. Xia Nanshao raised his blade once more, bringing it down upon her neck. This is for all the fallen soldiers and citizens of Liangcheng. Panting heavily, he looked up, his face streaked with tears. Yao Ji felt a sense of suffocation within his heart. Despite the passage of over 2 months since those bloody and harrowing days, the mere recollection conjured images of the crimson that stained Liang City. He had resigned himself to death, yet, unexpectedly, he lived on, alive to enter the governor's mansion and eliminate these adversaries. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence, he murmured. Xia Nanshao wiped his eyes, responding, let us go. Chapter 22. A bounty of wealth. Both were well acquainted with the governor's mansion and soon arrived outside the council chamber, where they beheld the mangled remains of a body, blown apart, alongside the half-face of Jiao Liang. They fell silent, and after a moment, Xia Nanshao trembled as he inquired, is this the result of human capability? Yao Ji remained silent, his heart turbulent with shock. No wonder those individuals had been in such disarray. It all made sense now. Yao Ji led the way towards the study, not far from the council chamber, conjecturing that the majority of the wealth Jiao Liang had seized would likely be concealed within the study's secret compartment. He shared a close friendship with the eldest son of the Luo family, the governor's clan, and was privy to many of their affairs. It was truly a pity for such a remarkable figure to meet such an end. Their objective here was simple, to assist the princess in acquiring additional wealth. They possessed little of their own and could not expect the princess to support them indefinitely, hence their quest for gold and silver. They had informed the princess of this location, yet alone, she could not possibly retrieve such a vast sum. They could help shoulder some of the burden, though regrettably, they could not take it all. Time was pressing. Otherwise, they could have found a place to bury the riches for later retrieval, a missed opportunity that might benefit another. Upon entering the study, they were greeted by the sight of familiar weapons adorning the entire wall. Among them was Mo Lin, Yao Ji's horse spear, Pan Long, Xia Nanshao's long spear, Yin Mian, Yao Chang's long knife, Tai Yin, the governor's sword, and Bai Shui, the family sword of the Chen clan. These were the spoils of Jiao Liang, yet they represented their humiliation. Simultaneously, they embodied their military achievements and honor. For the owners of these weapons had fought valiantly for the city and its citizens until their last breath. Xia Nanshao stepped forward to retrieve his long spear, Pan Long. Whispering, Pan Long, I have finally found you. Yao Ji stood before the long knife, Yin Mian, his eyes moistening with emotion. This was his father's blade. Memories of his father teaching him martial arts flooded back, now forever separated by death. After taking Yin Mian, he proceeded to claim his Mo Lin. Xia Nanshao composed himself, securing both Tai Yin and Bai Shui at his side, fine swords worthy of remembrance. When they opened the secret compartment, they were nearly blinded by the sight of gold ingots, silver bars, copper coins, and an array of gold and silver artifacts. Yao Ji decisively stated, we shall only take the gold ingots. It was one thing to leave the city, but even departing the governor's mansion would prove challenging. They could not carry everything, so they had to choose the most valuable gold ingots. They had prepared in advance, stuffing the gold ingots into the cuffs of their trousers. They had no choice. Their hands needed to remain free for combat, necessitating the concealment of the gold. However, the weight of the ingots threatened to tear their trousers apart. Yao Ji made a swift decision. Let us bind them in segments, placing a portion in each segment. His movements were swift, binding a length of material around his calves and another around his thighs. The belt was fastened tightly, for he feared his trousers might slip. These trousers were worth a fortune. He finally comprehended the sensation of tightening one's belt. Once he had secured everything, he lifted his gaze to see Xian Nanshao still affixing gold ingots onto his trousers, and he stepped forward to assist. Enough, enough. That's too much. You're pinching me. Xian Nanshao gasped, hastily urging him to stop. Yao Ji straightened up, discreetly wiping his hands on his attire. At that moment, Jiang Jin had just finished collecting the dishes and various provisions such as rice, vegetables, and meats from the kitchen and storeroom. She had also gathered firewood and not overlooked the 10 or so chickens and ducks that remained alive, swiftly dispatching them. After all, this was the residence of the county magistrate, housing numerous individuals and ample supplies, primarily fine rice and white flour, with a small quantity of coarse grains. Altogether, the rice stores alone amounted to over 2,000 pounds. Next, she proceeded to the pharmacy of the magistrate's residence, where she collected all the medicines along with various tools into her spatial storage. Upon visiting the granary, she was taken aback to find merely 500 guan in silver, only 500 guan for an entire county. There were also over 1,000 bolts of cloth. While it seemed plentiful, the monetary value was rather insignificant, a mere pittance. However, to her delight, there were dozens of burlap sacks filled with cotton. Although cotton had been introduced in this era, it was not widely cultivated, being grown only in a few regions. Having gathered the items from the granary, time was drawing near, and she resolved to head directly to the study in the council chamber. According to Yao Ji and his companion, there were hidden rooms there, and she hoped to uncover more treasures. Yet, before departing, she set the granary ablaze. Such a critical location would inevitably attract soldiers to extinguish the flames, thereby alleviating some pressure on everyone. Since chaos had already ensued, she thought it best to amplify the disorder. This time, when she encountered soldiers on the way, she refrained from violence, instead shouting, "The granary is on fire. Everyone, hurry and extinguish it." In the courtyard of the floating frost pavilion, the most tranquil area of the magistrate's residence that night, no one came to disturb them, nor did anyone bring news of Jiao Liang's demise. Chunzi gazed in astonishment at her suddenly appearing brother, her face a mixture of joy and disbelief as she slowly extended her hand. "Brother, is it truly you? Are you alive?" Upon seeing his injured cousin lying on the couch, Chunzi's eyes instantly filled with tears. He grasped her frail, bony hand tightly, nodding with determination. "Come, brother will take you away." Chunzi smiled, yet tears streamed from her eyes. "No, brother, you must go without me. Now that I see you are alive, I can rest assured. I can explain everything to our parents and uncles." Chunzi sensed her resolve to accept death and tightened his grip. "Wunyang, the Chen family has only you and me left. Can you bear to abandon me? Please, come with me. I promise to protect you, ensuring you suffer no more harm." Chunzi shook her head. "I cannot go. I would be a burden. As long as you are safe, my heart will be at peace." Covered in blood, Zhou Sui reminded them, "Time is running short." Chunzi bent down. "Wunyang, I will carry you. Once we reach the stable, we will harness the horses and leave the city. You will not be a burden." Gazing at the frail and slender back before her, Chunzi felt a pang of bitterness. "I am so tainted, unworthy." Chunzi maintained a bowed posture, embodying an unwavering resolve. "To me, you remain as you always were." Chunzi bit her pale lips tightly, until beads of blood began to surface, the light in her eyes gradually solidifying with determination. Enduring the indescribable pain coursing through her body, she propped herself up and leaned on Chunzi's back. Warm tears dripped onto his shoulder, seeping into his skin, igniting a dull ache within his heart. This was the cherished daughter of the Qin family, merely 14 years of age. He steadied her legs in his arms, rising firmly to his feet and striding forward. However, before they could take many steps, a melodious voice called out, "Are you Qin darling? Can you take me with you?" Chapter 23. The capture of the Jiao Liang's hidden vault ahead. Zhou Sui cast a vigilant glance at a woman standing outside, who was surprisingly burdened with a large package on her back. Chunzi paused, recognizing her as Luo Qinci, the third daughter of the Luo family. He pressed his lips together and turned to Zhou Sui. "She is Lady Luo." Setting aside his connection to the Luo family's eldest son, he felt compelled to assist the last remaining heir of the Luo family, given that the county magistrate had valiantly defended Liang City, ultimately meeting his demise. Zhou Sui immediately grasped her identity. "I can escort you out of the city, but once outside, whether you can remain is not solely my decision." Luo Qinci instantly understood that the leader of this group was not him, yet she felt no disappointment, bowing her head in gratitude. I am already thankful for your willingness to take me out of the city. If the leader does not wish for me to stay, I shall depart without causing any disturbance." Though she spoke thus, everyone understood that in such chaotic times, allowing a vulnerable woman to act independently was akin to courting death. Zhou Sui nodded in tacit agreement, turning to face the Liangcheng pavilion, announcing loudly, "Jiao Liang has been slain. Ladies, make your preparations." With that, he led the way out. And Chun-Shi quickly followed. Chun-Zi tightened her grip on his shoulder and whispered, "Is that person truly dead?" Sensing her tension, Chun-Shi gently reassured her, "Yes. He is gone. Do not be afraid, Wunyang." Reflecting on the bodies and bloodshed strewn outside, he softly added, "Wunyang, close your eyes. Do not look." Chun-Zi rested her head on his shoulder and shut her eyes. "All right." Behind them, Luo Qinzi hesitated momentarily before hastening to catch up, biting her lip. Her expression a mix of resentment and reluctance. She had surmised from the commotion outside that something was amiss at the magistrate's residence, prompting her to hastily pack her belongings as a precaution. Yet, at that moment, she could never have imagined that the vile Jiao Liang had met his end. No wonder the magistrate's residence was in disarray. It was evident that Chun Darlang and his companions were behind it. Yet she regretted that she had no sources of information at Liangcheng Pavilion, leaving her in the dark. Now, her curiosity towards the one in charge was accompanied by admiration and gratitude. However, she understood that this was not the time to inquire, silently trailing behind them, striving not to be a burden. As they encountered corpses along the way, she felt no fear, only a sense of exhilaration. Even picking up a dagger from beside a fallen body for self-defense. Though she had never wielded a weapon before, she was confident in her ability to slash wildly if necessary. She had indeed learned archery and horsemanship. Yet her innate talent left much to be desired in the art of shooting. Fortunately, her equestrian skills were commendable. Once Zhou Sui and the others departed, the women hiding within the various chambers of the frosty pavilion cautiously emerged to assess the situation. A lady clad in emerald green hesitantly inquired, "Is what he said true? Has General Jiao Liang truly perished?" "Impossible. That is the great General Jiao Liang. They must be spreading baseless rumors," retorted a woman adorned with a jade hairpin, leaning disdainfully against the doorframe. Previously, she had been a cherished dancer in a prominent family, her beauty and grace having captivated Jiao Liang, and she reveled in her present life of comfort and security. The woman in emerald shook her head. "Did you not hear the chaos outside? I believe he speaks the truth. Perhaps we should consider fleeing." Her desire to believe, and indeed hope, that Jiao Liang was truly dead stemmed from her past. She had been abducted, and her parents had been slaughtered by the Jiaran. A heavy silence enveloped the group. As the woman in emerald contemplated, a sudden cry pierced the air, the waters rising. "Everyone look! The governor's mansion is flooding." She lifted her gaze to witness flames engulfing the sky, thick smoke billowing forth. Her complexion paled, and biting her lip, she resolved to gather her belongings. Her movements were swift, for she had little to collect, merely some garments and a couple of silver items. With a small bundle slung over her shoulder, she was about to exit when she encountered several women in a similar predicament at the doorway. "Sister Sue, let us depart together for mutual support," suggested the foremost woman. The emerald-clad lady, now addressed as Sister Sue, hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. The group hastily departed from the frosty pavilion, quickly vanishing into the shadows. The jade-haired lady scoffed, "In this predatory world, who knows whom we might benefit by leaving?" The remaining women fell silent. They too yearned to escape, yet lacked the courage. The jade-haired lady spoke a truth. This was indeed a ravenous world. Jiang Jin had sprinted to the conference hall and was poised to continue toward the study when a thought struck her, causing her to halt and enter the conference hall. As anticipated, she spotted a detailed map spread across a large table, an invaluable find that she swiftly tucked away. The table itself was of decent quality, so she decided to claim it, for her space was ample. Once satisfied that the conference hall held no further treasures, she proceeded to the study. There, within a concealed compartment of the bookshelf, she discovered the governor's official seal and stowed it away. She also collected the shelves, the grand desk, stools, and any writing implements she could find, diligently securing everything in her possession. Finally, she followed the method described by Yao Ji to unlock a hidden chamber, the contents of which dazzled her eyes. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed, realizing that the treasures of Liang City had become Jiao Liang's private hoard, explaining the meager inventory in the storeroom. Among the riches were several boxes filled with gold and silver, with gold being in the form of ingots or gold cakes, and silver as silver bars or silver cakes. Upon a cursory examination, she noted 5 boxes of gold and 7 boxes of silver. Additionally, there were several large boxes of gold and silver vessels and thousands of bolts of fabric, these 2 categories nearly filling half the hidden chamber. A few boxes of strung copper coins suggested a sum exceeding 1,000 guan. To her astonishment, she also discovered 2 tiger skins, 3 fox furs, and 2 marten furs. 5 fur coats remained, all in pristine condition. Among them were a white fox fur, a red fox fur, and a purple marten fur, all tailored for women. Presumably prepared by Jiao Liang for Jiao Zhu. Now, they had fallen into her possession. Jiang Jin, filled with delight, stored them all in her space, ensuring nothing was overlooked before she set a fire and quickly made her way toward the stables. Yao Ji and Xian Nanshao had already harnessed the carriage in the stables, where several bodies of horse servants lay on the ground. Yao Ji, wielding the inked lin, mounted a horse. Xian Nanshao, observing the blood that nearly soaked through his shirt, couldn't help but express concern. Why not take the carriage? Yao Ji shook his head. No need. I can endure. These are fine steeds, and it would be a waste to leave them here. Every horse we can take with us counts. Moreover, he glanced at the inked lin in his hand. A fierce battle awaits us outside, and riding will better showcase my abilities. Xian Nanshao ceased to speak further, urging the carriage closely behind him. Their mission would only be halfway completed once Jiao Zhu was slain. Chapter 24. A special offer of 2 for 1 when Jiang Jin arrived at the stables. 3 carriages and 4 horses remained. She ultimately chose a large 2-horse carriage, spacious and equipped with compartments. In this era, noble carriages typically featured a front compartment for the coachman and a rear compartment for the master's seating. This particular carriage also had side compartments beneath the main cabin, ideal for storing goods or the master's personal belongings. The compartments were quite ample, capable of accommodating rice, bedding, and other sundries without issue. Small doors at both the front and rear of the compartments facilitated easy access to the items, making the design exceptionally convenient. With this carriage, she could transport her belongings without arousing suspicion, and the 2 horses would ensure a swift journey. She also stored the other 2 carriages in her space, as their cabins were in good condition and should not go to waste. Subsequently, she selected 2 robust horses. As a person from the 25th century, she lacked experience in harnessing carriages, but during the afternoon, she had inquired with Yao Ji and the others, who explained everything clearly. Thus, she adeptly harnessed the carriage with impressive speed. This marked her first time driving alone. She had practiced a bit the previous day, and though she was getting the hang of it, Dongxi had been nearby to assist her. Controlling 2 horses was indeed more challenging than 1. Jiang Jin began at a slow pace, gradually picking up speed as she grew more accustomed. However, it was peculiar that as she navigated through the governor's mansion in her carriage, no one attempted to stop her. A small squad of guards hurried inside, presumably to extinguish a fire, and even made way for her carriage. Jiang Jin mused, this feels rather peculiar. Observing the rapidly departing carriage, a soldier beside the squad leader inquired, Captain, why not stop her? I find all carriages exiting the mansion suspicious. The captain cast a wary glance at him. Do you not see the bodies strewn about? What shall we use to stop her? Our lives? He continued. Besides, who knows who might be inside the carriage? What if it truly is our master? Stopping it would be akin to courting death. Another soldier chimed in. Right, it could very well be a lady inside. At that moment, they remained unaware that Jiao Zhu had been slain, and that the carriage was predominantly used by her. The squad leader let out a heavy sigh. The general has been slain. We ought to find a way out. This small team, consisting of 6 individuals, comprised soldiers who had defected from Liang City, inherently fearful for their lives. With the demise of Jiao Liang, uncertainty loomed over whether the Jiao people would hold them accountable. Thus, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. Jiang Jin soon arrived at the entrance, spotting Xiaohong waiting there as expected. She called out, Xiaohong, keep up. Upon hearing her voice, Xiaohong indeed sprinted after the carriage. To Jiang Jin's surprise, 2 Mares followed closely behind, possibly drawn by Xiaohong's captivating beauty. Unbeknownst to Jiang Jin, Xiaohong had received a bonus with her purchase. The large carriage obstructed her view, preventing her from discerning the situation behind her. She found it peculiar, as the sound suggested more than 1 horse was trailing them. At this moment, Yao Ji and Xian Nanshao had reached Tongfu Street. Swiftly halting to load the provisions, gold, and silver they had hidden there onto the cart. These items had been stored in the cellar. Naturally, they were reluctant to abandon them. They had brought them out under cover of night to conceal here. Today, they planned to break through from the North Gate, with Tongfu Street being the essential route to the North Gate and the closest point to the cellar. Consequently, they were assigned to this gate. After all, Zhou Sui had rescued people, and with passengers aboard the cart, it was impractical to carry additional goods. As for Princess Jinyang, it was unreasonable to expect her to load so many items alone. Furthermore, she was already tasked with driving the carriage, fending off enemy attacks, and overseeing the valuables, which would be overwhelming. The two worked in seamless coordination, loading everything onto the cart in mere moments. After exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement. Xian Nanshao climbed onto the carriage and raised his voice to call out. Jiao Liang has been killed. Jiao Liang is dead. The North Gate, East Gate, and South Gate are wide open. Those needing to exit the city should prepare swiftly. He repeated the urgent message with fervor. Yao Ji galloped ahead towards the North Gate, while Xian Nanshao skillfully maneuvered the cart, occasionally shouting to alert the citizens. This had been their prearranged plan, to inform the people of Jiao Liang's demise, urging the Han populace to escape the city. At that moment, the city lay vulnerable and leaderless. With their guidance, the citizens had a considerable chance of fleeing. The sound of hooves and shouts pierced the stillness of the night, particularly amidst the chaos, as most citizens were anxious and straining to hear any outside commotion. Upon hearing such startling news, they were momentarily taken aback. The death of Jiao Liang could very well incite the Jiao people to massacre the entire Han population of Liang City. What shall we do? Jiao Liang has truly been killed. What are our options? A woman from a household inquired urgently. Listening to the clamor outside, she waited until the hoofbeats faded, ensuring she hadn't misheard, before anxiously urging the men in her home to decide their course of action. Zhou Liang paced within the house, his expression fraught with anxiety. Finally, he clenched his teeth and declared, "You begin packing our belongings. I will consult my elder brother." He believed about 80% of the shouts he had heard, as the day's events had been exceedingly peculiar. First, the granary of the Chao family was set ablaze, followed by the city's granary. And now the governor's mansion is also engulfed in flames. To assert that these events are unplanned and spontaneous is beyond his belief. He opened the door and turned back to remind, "We must be swift. Take the valuables and food. Relinquish what you can. Also, rouse the children." "Ah, you hurry. I will organize things shortly," the woman responded busily. Similar exchanges unfolded in the households of Liang City, where the choice to stay or leave rested solely with the individuals. However, everyone was acutely aware of the savagery of the barbarian invaders, leading most citizens to opt for departure. Meanwhile, Zhou Sui galloped ahead, his voice resonating as he relayed the same urgent message. Jiao Liang has fallen. Jiao Liang is lost. The north, east, and south gates are wide open. Those wishing to exit the city must prepare swiftly. Chen Shi followed closely in a horse-drawn carriage. Inside the carriage sat Chen Zi and Luo Qingzi, both pale-faced from the jolting motion, gripping the handrails tightly to prevent themselves from falling. Covered in wounds, Chen Zi bit her lip until it bled, enduring in silence. Luo Qingzi freed one hand to haphazardly spread out her belongings, which contained a few of her garments. Seizing the opportunity presented by the carriage's jarring movements, she placed her clothes beneath Chen Zi and whispered gently, "Fifth sister, hold on." Chen Zi attempted to muster a smile, but failed, her words barely escaping her lips. "I can manage." An arrow was suddenly shot towards Zhou Sui. Chapter 25. Breaking through the south gate, Zhou Sui's ears perked up, and with a swift motion, he cleaved the arrow in two with his blade. A flurry of arrows rained down like a storm. Zhou Sui wielded his sword with a precision that rendered the air impenetrable, deflecting the arrows that ricocheted off in various directions. 2 arrows hurtled towards the carriage, striking it with a resounding thud. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy enough, allowing only the tip of an arrow to embed itself within. Zhou Sui charged ahead towards the archers, who, upon witnessing the approaching horsemen, hastily scattered. With his legs gripping the horse's sides and one hand firmly on the reins, Zhou Sui leaned down as his blade flashed through the air, severing 2 heads that soared high, blood spraying several meters into the air. He had no desire to linger. Without horses, these soldiers could not pursue them, and he deemed it unnecessary to squander time here. As he anticipated, by the time the evading soldiers regained their composure, not only Zhou Sui but even the carriage had already dashed far ahead, leaving them with no choice but to unleash a few arrows in frustration at the retreating vehicle. The south gate, the very entrance through which Jiang Jin and Zhou Sui had entered the city that morning, was now manned by the soldiers of the Jiao people. A soldier with small eyes nervously inquired, "Captain, is it true that the general is in peril?" Less than 15 minutes prior, 2 soldiers had ridden out, claiming that the general was in trouble and that they were heading to the barracks for reinforcements, instructing the guards to ensure no one was allowed to leave. The captain fell silent. Although the south gate was not as lofty as the east gate, its walls were still formidable, and they had witnessed the flames engulfing the governor's mansion and granary, surmising that trouble had befallen Liang City. Yet they had never anticipated that it was the general himself who was in danger. A fierce glint flashed in the captain's eyes. "We shall guard our gate diligently. Let no one pass." Suddenly, the distant sound of hooves echoed, causing the gatekeepers to stiffen, their expressions turning wary as they focused on the source of the noise. Regrettably, the night was shrouded in darkness and the distance was too great for them to perceive anything. Suddenly, a faint sound of air being sliced through emerged. An arrow struck a soldier of the Jiang in the neck, causing him to collapse onto the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The captain shouted, "Enemy attack. Be cautious. The torches have all been extinguished." Just then, another soldier, attempting to quell the flames of the torches, was struck down by an arrow. The captain, armed with a bow, took advantage of the gaps in the city wall to release his arrows. He could only ascertain the enemy's location by the sound of galloping hooves. But he missed twice in a row, and another soldier on his side fell victim to the enemy's onslaught. As the distance closed, the captain finally discerned a figure on horseback ahead, with a cart hastily following behind. He and the remaining soldiers immediately unleashed a volley of arrows towards Zhou Sui. Unperturbed, Zhou Sui adeptly deflected the arrows with a series of swift movements, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the city gate. At that moment, the city walls were formidable, typically measuring 5 to 6 meters in thickness, with some sections reaching up to 20 meters. Thus, once Zhou Sui and the cart entered the archway, those atop the walls could no longer see them. However, the anguished cries that ensued indicated that the 2 soldiers tasked with operating the gate had likely been slain. The captain seethed internally, clenching his jaw in frustration, unable to comprehend the origin of such a formidable adversary. He muttered a curse under his breath. "The Han people are treacherous." He then swiftly commanded, "Prepare yourselves. Shoot as soon as they show their faces." His thoughts were straightforward. The enemy's incursion through the city gate was undoubtedly to escape. And having dispatched the soldiers within the archway, their next move would be to flee. As soon as they emerged, he believed that a coordinated volley of arrows from his remaining men would surely eliminate this audacious Han bandit. Yet, he could not foresee that Zhou Sui intended to eliminate them all before making his exit. Zhou Sui was acutely aware that if he did not eliminate the soldiers guarding the city gate, the civilians wishing to flee through the southern gate would be unable to do so. The southern gate was the closest to the military camp outside the city, and it had only been approximately half an hour since the slaughter of the Jiao Liang. With the majority of the Jiang leaders slain, Liang City was left leaderless. And with several key locations ablaze, the military presence within the city was severely diluted, diminishing the efficiency of communication and action. Those dispatched to the military camp for reinforcements likely had only just exited the city, given that the camp was over 10 miles away. And with the horses reluctant to gallop swiftly at night, a round trip would take at least half an hour or more. This window of time presented the ideal opportunity for the civilians to escape. All they could do was to safeguard the citizens of the city, contingent upon the choices made by each individual. Within the gate, Chenxi dismounted from the cart and exerted all his strength to open the city gate. The captain and his men, hearing the dull thud of the gate being opened below, became acutely focused on the exit, poised to unleash their arrows the moment the enemy emerged. Suddenly, a sound of air being sliced through came from behind them. The captain was showered in blood as a sharp pain pierced his body. He heard the agonized cries of his soldiers and felt an icy chill envelop him. Instinctively, he swung his bow in defense. Zhou Sui, wielding his blade, delivered a powerful downward strike, shattering the bow effortlessly. The momentum of the blade continued unabated, crashing into the captain's shoulder, blood gushing forth accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, a soldier to the side raised his knife, launching an attack towards Zhou Sui. Zhou Sui, unable to draw his blade in time, swiftly evaded the soldier's assault and simultaneously lifted a foot to deliver a powerful kick. The soldier was sent flying several meters, colliding with another soldier who had intended to launch a surprise attack, and both tumbled to the ground. Zhou Sui unsheathed his knife and, with a deft motion, plunged it into the captain's heart, withdrawing it to reveal a cascade of blood. Clutching the bloodied blade, He advanced towards the two fallen soldiers. In the doorway, Chunshi finally managed to open the gate. Collecting the two knives from the ground and placing them into the carriage. Weapons are a valuable asset, often unattainable with mere currency, and should not be squandered. Luo Qingxi acknowledged with a sound, stowing the knives at the back of the carriage. Chunshi quickly mounted the cart and drove it out of the city. The cart moved slowly, allowing Zhou Sui to catch up swiftly. He held absolute trust in Zhou Sui's capabilities. After all, he was the great general of the Yin Kingdom, once hailed as a god of war. Even in his current less-than-optimal condition, dealing with a few soldiers from the Jiao tribe was well within his means. Indeed, it wasn't long before the sound of hooves echoed behind them. After traveling approximately 2 miles, they encountered a fork in the road. The left path led north, the right south, and the middle toward the military camp. Without hesitation, the cart veered left. Zhou Sui glanced toward the central route, where an oppressive darkness enveloped the surroundings. Clearly, the military personnel had yet to arrive. He silently exhaled in relief. The governor's office was closest to the south gate, allowing for the swiftest escape from the city. However, this route posed the greatest danger, as the military camp was also nearest to the south gate. Soldiers typically entered and exited the city through this gate, and he feared an encounter between the two parties along the way. Nonetheless, Zhou Sui opted for the south gate, reasoning that it was the area with the highest population of Han civilians, and he felt compelled to fight for their chance of survival. With the gate now open, it was merely a matter of waiting for the people's choice. Chapter 26. Yao Ji's Mo Lin. Zhou Sui rode forward for a time, and at this juncture, they were essentially safe. Even if the military personnel arrived, they would first need to ascertain the situation within the city before deciding whether to pursue them. Zhou Sui could not help but glance back toward Liang City, where he could see torches moving outward from the city. A smile slowly crept onto his face. It appeared that many civilians had heeded his call and were fleeing toward the outside. Simultaneously, he felt a deep admiration for Jiang Jin. Setting fire to the granary had effectively dispersed the city's military forces, inciting various suspicions and panic within the governor's office. Eliminating Jiao Liang and Guan Jin had further amplified the fear, and crucially, it had left Liang's city leaderless, rendering the soldiers within as disorganized as loose sand. The inferno at the governor's office would likely prevent many civilians from sleeping soundly that night. It was plausible that those with foresight had anticipated a potential upheaval within the city, preparing their belongings in advance, which allowed for such rapid escape. One could assert that she had meticulously calculated every step, even the time needed for the soldiers to fetch reinforcements, thereby granting the civilians an opportunity to exit the city. Jiang Jin navigated her horse-drawn carriage with remarkable ease, calling out as she progressed along the tumultuous path. Unfortunately, she encountered a squad of soldiers from the Jiren tribe. However, equipped with night vision goggles, she spotted them from a distance and swiftly dispatched them with her crossbow. The forces at the east gate had already fallen to her, and reinforcements had yet to arrive, likely oblivious to the chaos engulfing Liang City that night. Thus, her exit from the city was notably unimpeded. In stark contrast to her smooth escape, Yao Ji encountered a small group of cavalry, the very bearded soldiers who had previously rushed to extinguish the fire at the granary. Upon seeing the flames consuming the magistrate's office, he sensed something amiss and returned with a small detachment to assess the situation. Fortuitously crossing paths with Yao Ji and Xiananshao. Without wasting words, Yao Ji brandished his spear and charged forward. It was a moment for combat. A carriage could not outpace a lone rider. Even if it could, failing to neutralize this squad would result in a pincer attack from the city gate's soldiers and the cavalry. Thus, their best option was to confront them one by one. The spear, nearly 5 meters in length, allowed Yao Ji to launch his assault before the enemy could close in. He sent one soldier flying with precision. As a cavalryman attempted a stealthy strike, he had barely raised his blade when an arrow pierced his throat, shot by none other than Xiananshao, who opted for ranged support due to the cumbersome nature of the carriage. Yao Ji had already dispatched a second cavalryman, yet his body felt a mixture of numbness and pain in his shoulder, his eyelids burning and his hands trembling, betraying his exhaustion. He understood that he could not endure much longer. A swift resolution was imperative. His eyes glowed with a fierce determination, fueled by national grievances and personal vendettas, and indomitable while keeping him upright. The night was pitch black, and the moon hung low, casting a dim pallor over the scene. The bearded soldier failed to recognize Yao Ji, but identified the distinctive spear technique. Only Yao Ji in Liang City possessed such mastery. Suddenly, he realized the chaos of the night was surely connected to Yao Ji, perhaps even orchestrated by him. Witnessing his men being dispatched one after another by Yao Ji left him in disbelief. How could Yao Ji still wield his spear when his shoulder had been pierced? His mind raced, yet his movements remained swift as he spurred his horse towards Yao Ji, swinging his long blade in a diagonal arc. Yao Ji had just sent another Jiaran soldier flying, and though he was caught off guard, he remained composed. Tightening his grip on the reins and pressing his legs against the horse's belly, he leaned to the right. The bearded soldier's blade grazed his waist, stirring a gust of wind. As he readied another strike, an arrow hurtled towards him. He could only defend himself, deflecting the arrow with his long knife. But arrows continued to rain down upon him. Meanwhile, Xian'anshao prioritized speed over precision, his goal simple: create an opening for Yao Ji. Yao Ji straightened his posture, squeezed his horse's belly, and yanked the reins, swiftly redirecting the horse towards the bearded soldier. Sensing the approaching hoofbeats behind him, the soldier hastily attempted to turn his mount. However, Yao Ji's speed was overwhelming. They were close, and just as the soldier pivoted halfway, the gleaming spear pierced through his flesh, entering his left side and exiting through the right. The spear's tail finally halted the thrust, and with a powerful tug, Yao Ji sent the bearded soldier flying, crashing to the ground. The extraordinary resilience of the spear allowed it to instantly return to its original position, while the spear tip, stained with crimson droplets of blood, surged forward, targeting the remaining 2 cavalrymen. The arrows in Xian'anshao's hands flew forth as well. Yao Ji, having just toppled another cavalryman, suddenly felt the world spin around him. His body swayed, and he gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles turning white. Xian'anshao quickly inquired, "Are you all right? If not, you should get on the carriage. I'll handle the city gate." After taking a few deep breaths to steady himself and feeling the dizziness subside, Yao Ji extended a trembling hand to press against his chest, only to find it slick with a viscous substance. At that moment, he felt no pain throughout his body, merely an overwhelming chill. Silently, he lowered his hand and uttered a single word, "Go." With that, he mounted his horse and galloped toward the north gate. Though Xian'anshao was worried, he could only grit his teeth and follow in the carriage. They needed to leave the city swiftly, or it would be too late. At the north gate, several soldiers stood atop the city wall, gazing at the billowing smoke rising from the magistrate's office and the granary, their expressions grim. The squad leader sighed, "Perhaps we were mistaken from the very beginning." This small squad was comprised entirely of Han people. The soldiers beside him wore anxious expressions, and one could not help but ask, "Captain, are you implying that this was indeed the work of the Han? The capital of Yen has fallen. Who else could have done this?" The squad leader shook his head. "I do not know who specifically, but it is undoubtedly connected to Yao Ji and the other 2. At the mention of this, a heavy silence fell over them. They had all heard about how Yao Ji and his companions had been rescued earlier that morning. "Let us flee. We have weapons, and there are still provisions at home. We stand a better chance than those ordinary civilians. There must be a way out," suggested a soldier with thick lips, his voice trembling. "Indeed, the Jiao people will not spare us. Now is the best opportunity to escape," another soldier agreed. The squad leader glanced at them, about to respond when he heard the distant sound of galloping hooves, causing his heart to tighten. "Prepare the bows. It may be the enemy." The group hastily strung their bows, their arrowheads gleaming coldly in the darkness, aimed toward the source of the ominous sound. The hoofbeats grew increasingly closer. The squad leader called out loudly, "Who goes there?" Many readers have expressed uncertainty about the appearance of the horse spear. Here is an illustration of the horse spear. Chapter 27. Breaching the north gate. Whiz, whiz. 2 arrows struck the chest of the squad leader and the soldier with thick lips. The remaining 4 were taken aback, hastily firing arrows towards the source of the sound. The deaths of their 2 comrades sent them into a panic, their archery skills faltering. Furthermore, the darkness of the night made it impossible to discern the figures in the distance. They could only listen for sounds, and as a result, their shots missed entirely. 2 more fell to arrows. Terrified, the last 2 dared not show themselves, hiding behind the parapet of the city wall. Yao Ji, with his bow slung across his back, had already reached the gate, using one hand to dispatch a soldier standing in the doorway. Xian'anshao halted the carriage, brandishing his weapon as he ascended the city wall. Soon, piercing screams echoed through the north gate. Yao Ji dismounted, feeling his legs give way beneath him, as the world spun violently, with a resounding thud. He collapsed to the ground. When Xian'anshao descended, the absence of the sound of the gate opening sent a jolt of fear through him. But the darkness obscured his vision. As he hurried forward, he finally discerned a blurred figure lying on the ground. Old Yao, what has happened to you? After assisting the individual to rise, he became acutely aware of the alarming heat emanating from his body. He gently touched Yao Ji's forehead, and indeed, she was burning with fever. By the roadside near Chanyu Mountain, Dong Si stood restlessly, glancing towards Liang City while scratching at the numerous mosquito bites covering his body. A carriage was halted amidst the dense thicket by the roadside, where Feng Qingzhu and Lu Mi shared an air of anxious uncertainty. They were painfully aware that without Princess Jinyang and Zhou Sui, their survival in this chaotic world was improbable for even 2 days with just the 3 of them. Feng Qingzhu bit her lip and softly inquired, "Are you afraid?" Lu Mi remained silent for a long moment before exhaling a sigh. "Yes, I hope they arrive safely." This sentiment echoed Feng Qingzhu's own thoughts, and the two fell into silence. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed in the air. Dong Si's voice rang out with excitement. The 2 women jolted with tension, fearful that the approaching riders might not be allies. Lu Mi hastily called out, "Dong Si, quickly hide." Without needing the reminder, Dong Si crouched into the grass by the roadside, straining to listen to the approaching hoofbeats. The sound grew louder and closer, sending their hearts racing. "Dong Si," a familiar voice called out, "Zhou Sui." Dong Si leapt from the grass, exclaiming joyfully, "I'm here. I'm here." Zhou Sui pulled on the reins, bringing the horse to a gradual stop, the carriage trailing behind, coming to a halt as well. Dong Si rushed forward. "Where's the lady? Who is this? Is she in the carriage?" Though the night was dim, Dong Si could discern that the figure driving the carriage was tall, and certainly not Jiang Jin. Zhou Sui replied, "No, she is at the back. I will explain later. Where's your carriage? Let us get it on the road. Once everyone has arrived, we shall depart immediately." Despite his anxiety over Jiang Jin's absence, Dong Si understood that this was not the moment for such inquiries. He swiftly maneuvered the carriage hidden in the thicket onto the road. Just as he secured the carriage, he heard the sound of hooves once more. His face lit up with joy as he hurried down to the road, straining to see the source of the noise. From a distance, Jiang Jin spotted them and stowed away her night vision goggles. Upon approaching and seeing only Zhou Sui and Dong Si, her brows furrowed. It seemed Yao Ji and Xian Nanxiao had yet to arrive. Dong Si was nearly moved to tears with excitement as he dashed forward. "Lady, are you all right?" Jiang Jin pressed her lips together. "I'm fine. We'll wait for another 15 minutes for the 2 others." Zhou Sui nodded, comprehending her unspoken message. If Yao Ji did not arrive within that time frame, they would have to leave. The proximity to Liang City made them vulnerable to detection by the enemy. Observing the 3 horses trailing behind Jiang Jin, Zhou Sui couldn't help but ask, "Lady, what about these horses?" Jiang Jin waved her hand dismissively. They came on their own. It was only after she had traveled a distance that she realized Xiao Hong had arranged a buy one get 2 offer. Zhou Sui couldn't suppress a smirk, eventually remarking, "They have quite discerning taste." Dong Si beamed, "The lady is truly remarkable." Jiang Jin shrugged, "It's nothing extraordinary." Chun Shi entered the carriage with a water pouch. "Fifth miss, are you feeling unwell? Have some water." Chun Zi leaned against Luo Qingzi, her voice weak. "All right." Luo Qingzi took the water pouch and carefully fed her. Chun Shi then handed a bottle of wound ointment to Luo Qingzi. "This is for treating wounds. Please assist my sister." Chun Zi was not merely injured in her private areas. Her body bore numerous marks of being pinched and bitten. Luo Qingzi had endured similar suffering and understood Chun Zi's pain. She took the medicine and gently reassured her, "Do not worry." Candles were soon lit within the carriage, shielded by the compartments and curtains, rendering the light less visible from outside. Otherwise, they would have hesitated to illuminate the interior, considering their proximity to Liang City. As they conversed, the sound of hooves approached. Jiang Jin's face brightened, but upon seeing a horse trailing behind the cart, she realized that Yao Ji must have encountered trouble. Indeed, she soon heard Xian Nanxiao's anxious voice. "Old Yao has a fever." Frowning, Jiang Jin quickly leapt from the carriage to assess the situation. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and in the dim moonlight, she discerned that Xian Nanxiao's cart was filled with items from the cellar: gold, silver, and grains. Yao Ji was curled up atop them, his trousers bizarrely bound in segments, resembling a lotus root. She reached out to touch him and swiftly deduced that the fabric encasing his legs likely concealed gold ingots. Stunned, she could hardly comprehend how someone so gravely injured could still be concerned with amassing wealth. She placed her hand on his forehead and confirmed it was indeed very hot, likely nearing 40 degrees Celsius. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, She slipped a fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory pill into Yao Ji's mouth and instructed the others to move him to Dong Xi's carriage, requesting Feng Yangzi and Lun Yangzi to assist in caring for him. Understood, the group replied in unison. Feng Qingzhu and Lu Mi promptly dismounted. Zhou Sui acted swiftly, lifting Yao Ji into Dong Xi's carriage. Observing Zhou Sui's princess carry, Jiang Jin couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. She acknowledged her thoughts were somewhat unwholesome. The carriage soon glowed with candlelight as Zhou Sui and Xian Nanxiao hastily tended to Yao Ji, cleaning his wounds, staunching the bleeding, applying medicine, and changing his clothes. As gold ingots clattered from Yao Ji's trousers onto the floor of the cart, Zhou Sui pressed his lips together, casting a sidelong glance at Xian Nanxiao's own trousers. Xian Nanxiao quietly explained, "We cannot expect the lady to sustain us." Zhou Sui nodded in understanding, pondering whether Xian Nanxiao too intended to procure some wealth. As both were martial generals, they efficiently managed the simple task of stopping the bleeding and administering treatment with remarkable speed. Once everything was completed, Yao Ji remained quite feverish, and neither spoke further. They were acutely aware that under such circumstances, there was no opportunity to seek a healer, nor time to prepare medicine. It was entirely up to Yao Ji's own fortitude. Dong Xi rode alongside Jiang Jin, saying, "My lady, I will drive the carriage for you. Do ensure you get a good night's rest. What about your cart? Who will manage it?" "I will," Zhou Sui replied, washing his hands with a water pouch. The princess, being of noble birth and still young, indeed required her rest. After some contemplation, Jiang Jin agreed, recognizing her own frail condition and the fatigue that had settled upon her limbs. The convoy gradually set off. Chapter 28, An Ambush? Seated within the carriage, Jiang Jin retrieved a damp cloth from her belongings to wipe her face and the blood from her hands, only to feel a sharp sting. Pausing, she lit a candle, discovering that her palm, which had gripped the knife, was now blistered and even broken, oozing blood. This body, accustomed to indulgence, naturally bore the consequences of a night spent in battle, with blistered hands a mere indication of the strain. Previously enveloped in a state of combat tension, she had scarcely noticed the discomfort. Only now, in relaxation, did the sharp pain make itself known. She punctured the blisters, disinfected the area, sprinkled medicinal powder, and then wrapped her hands in gauze from her supplies. After changing into a clean outfit, limited by her circumstances and pressed for time, she resigned herself to forego a proper wash. The garments she donned were salvaged from the cellar, where she had taken a few sets of women's clothing as spares. Now, she had the opportunity to closely observe the carriage. Its design was remarkably user-friendly. One side featured spacious seating akin to a camper's bed, ample enough for reclining and resting. The opposite side, though smaller, was still adequate for sitting, complemented by a small table for sipping tea or reading. The seating and sleeping areas doubled as storage compartments, and Jiang Jin could not help but admire the ingenuity of the carriage's designer, who had wasted not a single inch of space. However, as she reclined, she quickly realized the bed was unyieldingly firm. This carriage could be deemed the luxury model of its era, with the bedding likely cushioned by soft cotton, yet it still fell short of her comfort needs. From her supplies, she retrieved a soft cotton blanket to place atop the bed, given the summer heat. She added a bamboo mat for further comfort. Only then did she find some semblance of ease. The journey was jarring, the sounds of the carriage loud, and with the worry of pursuing foes, Jiang Jin's sleep was fitful, merely a series of drowsy moments. Just as dawn's light began to break, she arose, lifting the curtain of the carriage window to call out, "Let us find a place to rest nearby." The driver, Dong Xi, promptly acknowledged her request. After traveling nearly 2 more miles, they discovered a flat area with a small stream, where the caravan came to a halt. Jiang Jin, clutching a small bundle, alighted from the carriage, allowing the others to rest and freshen up. She wandered upstream along the creek, seeking a secluded spot to brush her teeth and wash up. Her supplies, including toothpaste, shampoo, facial cleanser, sanitary napkins, and towels, were more than sufficient, enough to last her for several lifetimes. Following a brief wash, she took a simple bath. Though it was summer, the morning water felt rather cool, and it took her some time to acclimatize. Once refreshed, she removed the gauze from her hands to find her wounds nearly scabbed over, a testament to the efficacy of the 25th century medicine. After toweling her hair to a semi-dry state, she let it cascade freely as she made her way back. Hearing the commotion, the others turned to see a graceful young woman approaching, her hair half-dried, brows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumn waters, radiating beauty like a flower. Despite having previously witnessed Jiang Jin's allure, Zhou Sui and the others were momentarily entranced, not to mention Yao Ji, Xian Nanxiao, and Luo Qingzi, who had never seen her true form, and they all stood captivated. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What is the matter with you?" Only then did the group come to their senses, lowering their gazes, hesitant to meet her eyes. Jiang Jin pondered briefly and surmised the reason for their behavior. She pursed her lips and climbed back into her carriage. As she closed the door, Xian Nanxiao murmured, "Now I understand what it means to possess a beauty that could topple nations, a visage that transcends the ages." Once inside, Jiang Jin retrieved skincare products and sunscreen from her supplies to tend to her face, then applied a deeper toned foundation to thoroughly cover her luminous, delicate skin, making no other alterations. Her skin had darkened several shades, and her beauty had naturally diminished somewhat, although she remained a striking woman. She no longer possessed that enchanting allure that could leave one spellbound. Fortunately, the cosmetics produced in the 25th century bore no side effects, allowing her to apply them freely without harming her skin. Once she had finished her preparations, she disembarked from the carriage. Those who beheld her again were initially taken aback, only to be struck by an epiphany, marveling at the impressive artistry displayed. Jiang Jin first went to check on Yao Ji. His fever had subsided, and he had regained consciousness, albeit with a pallid complexion. His voice was weak as he expressed, "I apologize for the trouble I have caused you, my lady." Although he had been somewhat conscious yesterday, he had recognized that it was the princess who administered him medicine. Not long after, his fever had broken, and today his wounds had not worsened. He was unaware of the nature of the medicine, but he knew it must have been precious. Thus, he silently etched this kindness into his memory. Seeing that he was in relatively good health, Jiang Jin reflected on the remarkable physical resilience of a martial general. Realizing that an ordinary person might not have endured the ordeal, she nodded and advised, "Rest well and focus on recovering." At that moment, Zhou Sui approached, inquiring, "My lady, what are your plans moving forward?" Jiang Jin asked, "Are there any suitable locations nearby for an ambush?" Zhou Sui was momentarily taken aback. "My lady, are you suggesting?" Jiang Jin nodded, regarding him with approval. Conversing with an astute individual certainly proved efficient. It was not in her nature to passively endure, given the opportunity. She would choose to strike rather than defend. Having already dealt with the Jiao, it was inevitable that the Jiao people would send pursuers after her. Their caravan could not outrun cavalry, and with the elderly, sick, and weak among them, it was prudent to set a trap rather than wait idly for an attack. Moreover, after a night of travel, everyone was exhausted, and with 2 injured members, the group required a proper respite. Zhou Sui marveled at the princess's intelligence and her aptitude for leadership. She remained calm under pressure, decisive in her actions, embodying both courage and strategy. Leaning against the carriage, Yao Ji comprehended Jiang Jin's intent, a glimmer of admiration crossing his eyes. Princess Jin Yang was indeed exceptional. He was quite familiar with the terrain. Before Zhou Sui could speak, he offered, "A few miles ahead lies a steep gorge, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. It is ideal for an ambush." Jiang Jin's eyes brightened. The gorge was perfect, not only allowing for archery, but also for the use of natural weapons like rolling stones. Zhou Sui recalled the location as well, nodding with a smile. "Indeed, it is very suitable. Behind the gorge, dense trees provide cover, and there is a stream, perfect for resting." Jiang Jin decisively stated, "Very well. Let us proceed to the gorge." Xian Nanxiao scratched his head, having grasped the conclusion but not fully understanding the process. The group moved swiftly, and the caravan continued its journey. Jiang Jin climbed back into the carriage, lifted the curtain of the window, and unfolded a map to examine it. Before long, she located the gorge. The geographical layout was indeed conducive to an ambush. After traveling approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the gorge, characterized by steep stone walls and a narrow valley. It was a long and narrow formation. Once they entered the gorge, they would be able to seal off the route from both ends, making it an ideal site for banditry, an excellent place for robbing the wealthy to assist the impoverished. As they traversed such a location, Zhou Sui remained vigilant, for the region was rife with bandits and desperate rogues. Caution was paramount. He commanded the caravan to halt, taking it upon himself to ride ahead on horseback to ensure the path was clear before returning to guide the convoy through the canyon. After traversing the gorge, they veered right into the mountains, continuing along a rugged trail that seemed frequently trodden, albeit uneven. The large cart belonging to Jiang Jin jolted and swayed, but fortunately, Dong Xi's adept driving kept them steady. Soon, the sound of flowing water reached their ears, prompting the caravan to come to a stop in a clearing. The area was densely wooded, with towering trees nearly blotting out the sunlight, providing a perfect respite from the sweltering summer heat. The group felt a sense of joy. The environment was indeed pleasant, explaining the frequent visits by others seeking solace. Jiang Jin folded the map and disembarked, assigning tasks. Dongxi, Fengyangzi, and Lunyangzi. You three shall prepare breakfast. Xiananshao, you are responsible for the security of the caravan. Qinshi, unload the carts so the horses can graze. While Zhou Sui and I scout the terrain. The others responded in unison, understood. Lo Qingzi hesitated, biting her lip as she stepped forward. Milady, I am the third daughter of the Luo family from Liangcheng. I followed Chun Daoyuang from the magistrate's residence last night, and I am deeply grateful for your kindness. However, her face flushed slightly. May I continue to accompany you? Chapter 29. The incompetent trio. Zhou Sui quickly interjected. I apologize for the oversight in our urgent situation last night. She is the daughter of the Liangcheng magistrate, having been brought along with Chen Wunyang. Jiang Jin nodded. Aware that the addition of one more individual to their ranks was manageable, especially since there were already several vulnerable women in the group. Without much deliberation, she decided to accept her. However, she felt it necessary to clarify a few points. You may remain with us, but you must adhere strictly to orders. Secondly, should you dare to act against the interests of our team, I will not show mercy. You must remember these two stipulations. Lo Qingxi felt a mix of gratitude and surprise, bowing deeply to Jiang Jin. Thank you, milady. I shall remain loyal and obedient to you. Jiang Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Then please tend to the injured. After Lo Qingxi departed, Jiang Jin returned to her cart. Opening the small compartment, she discreetly retrieved pots, pans, bowls, cutlery, and even the 2 chickens she had previously slaughtered, ensuring her movements were shielded. She called Dongxi over, handing him the chickens. Please prepare these for soup. They will nourish everyone. She gestured to the pile of items on the ground. These utensils need thorough cleaning. Also, boil some water for drinking. Henceforth, no one in our caravan is permitted to consume raw water. Dongxi, feeling somewhat dazed, accepted the 2 chickens, lowering his head in shame. Milady, I do not know how to handle them. While he was capable of cleaning utensils without instruction, he truly lacked the skills to process chickens. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow. Glancing at Feng Qingzhu and Lu Mi, both of whom kept their heads down, too intimidated to meet her gaze. Jiang Jin could not help but sigh inwardly, lamenting the fact that they were all pampered young masters and missies, utterly lacking in practical skills. Upon reflection, it is indeed understandable. One is a capable unit close to the queen, while the other 2 are consorts of 2 emperors. Zhou Sui pursed her lips, about to step forward to assist. When Xiananshao interjected, allow me, I shall handle this. Jiang Jin silently exhaled in relief. Then I entrust this to you. Do teach them as well. They are a team, and each individual must contribute their strength. It is unreasonable to expect those who possess greater knowledge to bear all burdens, fighting battles and preparing meals alike. Dongxi assured her with a pat on his chest, rest assured, my lady, I shall learn diligently. The circumstances have changed. Previously in the palace, everything was prepared for them. Now, with the Yin kingdom fallen, they have been forced to flee and must fend for themselves. He is determined to master culinary skills to prepare exquisite dishes for the princess, who, despite her esteemed status, now endures a life worse than that of commoners, a cruel fate indeed. Lu Mi and her companion hastened to assure, we shall learn as well. Among the team, they were the least capable, fearing abandonment by Jiang Jin. In truth, they had some culinary training, though the ingredients were always prepped and the fire tended by others. Their culinary prowess merely involved placing ingredients into pots or cauldrons, often merely observing as the kitchen maidens did all the work. Jiang Jin nodded in satisfaction and led Zhou Sui to survey the terrain. They ascended the steep mountain peak, gaining a clear view of the valley below. Progressing slowly along the top of the gorge, they identified several advantageous positions for ambush, hidden from sight at the valley's base. After a quarter of an hour, Zhou Sui hesitated before saying, my lady, please rest. I will keep watch and notify you should anything arise. The elevated vantage point allowed for visibility up to 3 or 4 miles away, making it entirely feasible to provide warning if necessary. Jiang Jin, not one for pretense, replied, thank you for your hard work. After a while, I shall relieve you so you can rest properly. Upon returning to their temporary encampment, she found the horses leisurely grazing nearby, Xiaohong cast a sidelong glance at her before resuming its meal. Jiang Jin's gaze shifted to the trio in Dong Si's kitchen, her lips twitching involuntarily. Dong Si coughed incessantly, choked by smoke. His face reddening, as if he might cough up a lung. Feng Qingzhu had singed a small patch of hair at her forehead, resulting in an unintentional curl that appeared somewhat fashionable for this era. Lumi's face had turned a uniform shade of black, leaving only her eyes visible. A mystery how she achieved such a look. Examining the makeshift stove they had constructed, she saw only thick smoke and no trace of flames. Jiang Jin's expression darkened as her mind raced with exasperation. It's merely a fire to cook. How could it become such a disaster? Xiananxiao, standing helplessly to the side, shrugged. My lady, I did my utmost. He truly had. He had handled the chicken, built the stove, and ignited the flames, which had been vigorous enough. Who could have anticipated such a result upon handing it over to them? Jiang Jin waved dismissively. No matter. You head to the northern edge of the gorge to keep watch. I will manage things here. The gorge was winding and narrow, and Zhou Sui, stationed in the south, could not adequately observe the northern situation. Although the pursuing soldiers from Liang City approached from the south, the dangers of this tumultuous era extend far beyond mere pursuers. In the event that refugees or other barbarians approach from the north, they too would find themselves in peril. Particularly since their encampment's entrance lies at the northern end of the canyon, the lack of vigilance could easily lead to an ambush. Xiananxiao nodded and hastily departed. He had no desire to drag along these three inept companions. Indeed, they were utterly useless, incapable of being taught or managed. Jiang Jin returned to her carriage and retrieved an iron pickaxe from a small compartment. In this era, iron farming tools were already prevalent and widely utilized. Although Xiananxiao's makeshift stove was functional, it poorly dispersed smoke and lacked stability, raising concerns that it might topple while cooking. After some thought, she also took out a bamboo tube designed for blowing air to stoke kitchen fires. Situated near the creek, the soil here was relatively loose, allowing Jiang Jin to find a suitable spot to begin digging. Her culinary skills were not particularly refined. However, her space allowed for food storage, and with her caravan, she could cook when necessary. Thus, she had never engaged in outdoor cooking, but she had observed campfires in the wild and knew the basics. Dong Si, watching the industrious princess, felt his eyes welling with tears. My lady, allow me to assist. I can help. Jiang Jin ignored him, swiftly excavating a fire pit and directing Dong Si to place the cauldron for soup over it, while transferring the nearly extinguished firewood to the new stove. She added a few dry leaves and blew through the bamboo tube, quickly reigniting the flames. Observing the princess skillfully orchestrating the process, Dong Si's eyes brimmed with tears again. My lady, did those bald monks at Yinshu Temple mistreat you? Do they force you to toil all day? Jiang Jin paused, remaining silent. After all, that group of monks had already borne the blame for her, so one more accusation mattered little. Chapter 30. Peculiar Space. Noticing Jiang Jin's tacit acceptance, Dong Si angrily whispered, those wretched bald monks deserve their fate. The Empress bestows so many offerings upon Yinshu Temple each year, yet they dare to feign loyalty while abusing you. How despicable. Jiang Jin turned to face Dong Si and realized not only were his eyes teary, but even the newly arrived Curly and Blackie had reddened eyes. Jiang Jin felt a mix of exasperation and sorrow. Dong Si had been sold into the palace as a eunuch at a tender age, indoctrinated in the servitude to his master. Though still young, he had served Empress Ji Lu for 6 or 7 years and was among her most loyal followers. With Ji Lu gone, it was understandable that his loyalty had shifted to her young successor, Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin's expression softened as she handed him the pickaxe. Please dig a few more fire pits using my method, so we can steam rice and cook vegetables simultaneously, and hasten the process. Dong Si wiped away a tear. Understood. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the thicket, Chun Shi and Luo Qingzi, who had gone to gather firewood. Their hair was disheveled, their clothes in disarray, and several tears marred their garments, leading one to wonder what they had been doing in the forest. Jiang Jin couldn't help but facepalm. She realized her entire team consisted of pampered individuals untouched by the rigors of manual labor, utterly inept in the culinary arts. She was in dire need of a cook. After much effort, breakfast was finally prepared. However, the degree of cooking left much to be desired, as it bore little resemblance to deliciousness. Fortunately, Jiang Jin possessed foresight. She not only prepared chicken soup, but also cooked rice porridge, both of which were delicious in their purest forms. After finishing her meal, Jiang Jin strolled around the carriage to aid digestion. Suddenly, an idea struck her. prompting her to store some grains and weapons in the small compartment, while placing fabrics and bedding in the larger one. Just as she completed her tasks, Lumi approached her with a hint of hesitation. Her face, now cleansed, no longer bore the appearance of a charcoal smudge. Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "Is something amiss?" Lumi softly replied, "Young master, Yao has begun to run a slight fever again. I wish to venture into the mountains to gather some herbs for him." Jiang Jin was somewhat taken aback. "You possess knowledge of medicine?" Given that Yao Ji's wound had not fully healed, a recurring fever was expected. She pondered what remedies could be administered to alleviate his fever and reduce inflammation. Lumi shook her head. "My father is a physician. He taught me some basic remedies for common fevers and acquainted me with various herbs." Reminiscing about her parents, her eyes grew misty. She lamented the fact that she had been unable to bid farewell to them, uncertain if their remains had been attended to, fearing they might be casually discarded by the serpent people. Her thoughts drifted to the Emperor Yin and the Empress, the most noble figures of the Yin kingdom, who after death faced indignities even in their final rest. Her gaze towards Jiang Jin was imbued with a touch of compassion and pity. Jiang Jin had not anticipated that Lumi hailed from a family of medicine, and felt a slight relief that she was not entirely unskilled. However, under Lumi's peculiar gaze, she felt an inexplicable urge to inquire, "What is it?" Lumi quickly shook her head. "Nothing." Jiang Jin chose not to dwell on the matter, instead asking, "Which herbs do you believe are necessary for his condition? I shall procure them for you." Lumi's spirits lifted, knowing that Jiang Jin had surely collected medicinal herbs in Liang City. She promptly recited the names and quantities of the required herbs. Jiang Jin committed them to memory and returned to the carriage, retrieving the corresponding herbs from her spatial storage, along with a medicinal cauldron for brewing. She handed the items to Lumi for her to prepare the medicine. Jiang Jin surveyed the group. "Those who drove the carriage last night should rest immediately. Ladies Luo and Feng, accompany me." She led the two women to the northern slope of the gorge to relieve Xian Nanshao for breakfast and rest. In hushed tones, she instructed Luo Qingzi and the other lady, "You are primarily responsible for watching the northern approach and the entrance to our encampment. Ensure it is well guarded, and promptly inform me of any developments." The two women nodded vigorously, understood. Feeling reassured, Jiang Jin descended the slope to the south to replace Zhou Sui. Once Zhou Sui departed, she climbed a large tree, gazing into the distance, her heart heavy with melancholy. This world felt remarkably primitive, leaving her disoriented. An idea sparked, prompting her to retrieve her phone from the spatial realm and power it on. Upon seeing the date displayed, she was momentarily stunned. The phone indicated August 21st, 369, 9:15 a.m., with a temperature of 36 degrees. Jiang Jin couldn't suppress a twitch of her lips, had it not been for the signal indicator showing no service. She might have thought someone was playing a prank on her, scripting a bizarre scenario. She unlocked her phone, confirming the absence of a signal. With a sigh, she pondered how the phone could register the date without a signal, and more intriguingly, how it could ascertain the date of this world. Her spatial state remained static, forbidding the inclusion of any living beings, including active mobile phones. Thus, the device had to be powered off prior to being placed within. It was indeed quite peculiar. Fortunately, upon retrieval, modern smartphones automatically adjusted to the current time and date. She was utterly astonished to discover that the phone was so intelligent that it could even recognize the date of the new map. She had anticipated it would reflect the date and time of her original world, but this delightful surprise caught her completely off guard. The act of extracting her phone or smartwatch presented a significant challenge to the worldview of those from this era, compounded by her peculiar space. Every time she wished to check the time, she had to first power on the device, which was rather cumbersome. As her thoughts meandered, she rummaged through her space and unearthed a collection of mundane pocket watches she had gathered during her idle moments. She selected an ornate, gold-plated, covered timepiece. Such gilded adornments were relatively commonplace among the nobility of this age. The surface of the watch exhibited exquisite craftsmanship, devoid of any apparent flaws. After adjusting the time, she replaced the ornate chain with a more ordinary one and donned it around her neck, thus facilitating easier access to the time. Although she possessed the memories of the original owner, she still struggled to acclimate to the 12-time designation of this era. Despite the existence of sundials, water clocks, and gnomons that could indicate relatively precise time, these instruments were not accessible to the common folk and were inconvenient to carry. Typically, ordinary citizens relied on the position of the sun to estimate the time. Lost in her thoughts, she noticed a cloud of dust billowing in the distance. straightening her posture. She retrieved a telescope from her space. To her surprise, the approaching figures were merely a throng of commoners, numbering quite a few, presumably having fled from Liang City the previous night. Jiang Jin's party rode upon war horses, which were superior steeds, and they had set out earlier, naturally making their pace faster by 1 or 2 hours. The procession was extensive, largely comprised of horse-drawn carts, likely belonging to the more affluent families from Liang City. After approximately 15 minutes, another group appeared, pushing handcarts, driving donkey carts, and walking. There were even more individuals than before. Jiang Jin estimated there to be around 700 to 800 people, and when combined with the earlier group, the total likely exceeded 1,000. She furrowed her brow, pondering whether only such a small number had managed to escape Liang City. However, a moment's reflection clarified that many must have chosen to head south. After all, the southern region of Zhou was home to the Grand Prince. The closest county controlled by the Han people to the north was Lin County, approximately 800 miles away. Jiang Jin's next destination was indeed Lin County, as she needed to procure various items, particularly prepared foods to store in her space. The culinary skills of her trio in the kitchen were, to put it mildly, severely lacking. They were incompetent in making buns, steamed bread, or pancakes, essentially. They could not cook at all. Her secondary objective was to recruit some individuals. Not only did she require those skilled in cooking, but if possible, she aimed to gather people from various trades. It was imperative to have a substantial workforce for the developments following Gufeng, as well as to ensure more capable hands during their journey, especially among the able-bodied youth. Currently, their party comprised 10 individuals, with 4 carts and a total of 10 horses. Zhou Sui and Xian'an were tasked with driving the carts while also ensuring the safety of the group. Despite their robust physiques, such responsibilities could not be sustained indefinitely. She must unleash these 2 formidable forces in order to better respond to danger when it arises. After some contemplation, she resolved to teach Feng Qingzhu and a few other women the art of driving a horse-drawn carriage, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Once her next plan was clarified, she closed her eyes to rest, for she was indeed fatigued. She had not slept well the previous night. Waves of refugees continued to pass through the canyon, appearing unfamiliar and seemingly not from Liang City. It was unclear from where they had fled. Time swiftly passed, and approximately an hour later, Zhou Sui and Xian'an approached to relieve her. Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Why are you not resting?" Zhou Sui replied, "We have rested for over an hour. My lady, you should take a break." Jiang Jin shook her head. "I shall not rest. If you are not going to rest, gather some stones. Relying solely on ourselves will not suffice. We should have others come up to assist in pushing the boulders." Without further ado, Zhou Sui and Xian'an began to search for suitable stones nearby, relocating them to appropriate positions. They did not cease their efforts until lunchtime, which Jiang Jin insisted upon, as she now had provisions and intended to eat 3 meals a day. After lunch, Xian'an presented the gold ingots they had smuggled out along with the wealth from the cellar to Jiang Jin. "My lady, this is the gold and silver we brought from Liang City for you." Jiang Jin was somewhat taken aback. "For me?" Xian'an smiled. A hint of flattery in his expression. "Old Yao and I cannot simply partake of your hospitality without offering something in return. So we wish for you to accept these valuables." Jiang Jin pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I have provisions and wealth in my carriage. When we reach Lin County, I will enter the city to replenish our supplies. You should keep these for yourselves." Xian'an grew anxious. "My lady, we possess nothing. If you do not accept, we shall feel uneasy." Jiang Jin found herself at a loss for words, astonished that anyone would offer their possessions outwardly. After some reflection, she acquiesced, recognizing that she had effectively rescued the 3 of them. Thus it seemed reasonable to accept their contributions, especially since the wealth would ultimately be utilized for purchasing food for all. With a sigh of relief, Xian'an hurriedly stacked several boxes onto the spacious compartment of Jiang Jin's carriage. The afternoon heat was oppressive, and seated beneath a large tree at the slope summit, Jiang Jin diligently sipped water to prevent heat stroke. As she began to doubt her judgment, contemplating whether Liang City had indeed sent pursuers after her, the riders finally arrived. Though not numerous, the contingent consisted entirely of cavalry, 43 riders in total, each mounted on a horse. It was now the early hours of the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, and everyone had rested well, their spirits buoyant. She softly instructed, "Remember to refrain from spurring the horses. These are war horses and are not easily acquired. We must take them with us." It was August, and the lush vegetation provided ample grazing. However, mere fodder would not suffice for war horses. They required supplementary feed such as bran, soybeans, and black beans. These were trivial concerns for the currently affluent Jiang Jin, who could easily afford their upkeep. After a solemn nod from the group, they dispersed to carry out their tasks. At that moment, Jiang Jin learned that Dong Si was adept at archery. He claimed to possess considerable skill. Intrigued, she handed him a bow and a quiver of arrows. Curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, "How did you come to learn archery?" Dong Si, somewhat bashful, replied, "The Empress is an excellent archer, so I followed suit and learned a bit." In this martial era, it is not uncommon for women to learn archery and horsemanship. As the 40-odd cavalrymen approached the gorge, everyone held their breath, poised for their impending entrapment. However, for reasons unknown, the cavalry suddenly halted. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow. Dong Si, crouching beside her, appeared somewhat anxious and whispered, "Could they have sensed something?" Jiang Jin shook her head. "They shouldn't have. Let us observe further." Indeed, moments later, the cavalry resumed their advance, gradually entering the gorge. Jiang Jin secretly exhaled, realizing that if the enemy were truly that cautious, sending scouts ahead would not yield any discoveries as long as they did not venture into the dense woods. This posed no significant threat. Yet, should the scouts enter the thicket, they would inevitably uncover their location, complicating any efforts to eliminate the cavalry entirely. The enemy could hardly anticipate that these few ants, Jiang Jin and her companions, would dare to launch a surprise attack, allowing them to enter the gorge unimpeded. The gorge was narrow, accommodating only 2 horses side by side, leading to a lengthy formation. Once they crossed into the ambush zone, Jiang Jin knocked her bow and whispered, "Release." Feng Qingzhu and Lu Mi, though tense, acted swiftly, together exerting force to push a sizable boulder weighing several dozen pounds. The stone tumbled down the gorge with a resounding crash. The cavalrymen traversing the gorge suddenly heard the sound of the rolling stone, their hearts tightening instinctively as they turned to investigate. In that moment, Jiang Jin released her first arrow, aimed directly at the neck of the leading rider. A spray of crimson erupted. Zhou Sui, Xiananshao, Chen Shi, and Dong Si followed suit, simultaneously releasing their arrows and claiming 4 more lives. A moment later, the boulder crashed to the valley floor, striking one of the horses, which immediately collapsed, throwing its rider to the ground. Chaos erupted in the gorge, filled with screams, shouts, and the whinnies of panicked horses. Chapter 32. Slaughter of the cavalry. The Jiaran cavalrymen struggled to steady their mounts, preparing to organize a counterattack when Jiang Jin and her companions unleashed a second volley of arrows, accompanied by 1 or 2 larger stones tumbling down. Lu Mi and Feng Qingzhu worked tirelessly, pushing the larger stones together while each handled the smaller ones individually, determined to act decisively. Luo Qingxi was stationed atop the southern slope, tasked not only with scouting for enemy presence to the south, but also to prevent any fugitives from escaping. Should any cavalryman attempt to flee, she would push the stones ahead, not necessarily to strike, but to impede their progress. It was evident that these cavalrymen possessed some combat experience. After an initial shock, they quickly readied their bows, intending to retaliate. However, they soon realized that from the valley floor, they could not see their unseen foes above, forcing them to abandon their counteroffensive and flee instead. Jiang Jin and her companions would not grant them any respite. Arrows flew wildly, and stones crashed down relentlessly. Eventually, when no larger stones remained, Feng Qingzhu and Lu Mi resorted to hurling small stones and dirt clods, not aiming for direct hits, but rather to disrupt and slow the enemy's escape, thereby affording the archers more opportunities. Surprisingly, the cascading earth and debris obscured the vision of several cavalrymen and their steeds, rendering them momentarily blinded. The scene descended further into chaos, with cries of anguish echoing throughout. In the makeshift encampment within the dense forest, Yao Ji listened to the anguished cries emanating from the canyon, feeling a mix of resentment and regret, wishing fervently that he could partake in the battle. Yet he understood that should he take action, he might never again wield a spear. After taking the medicine prepared by Lu Mi, he found that today his fever had subsided significantly. Even if he felt a slight warmth, it was merely mild. Given his physical condition, he estimated that in a couple of days he would regain full mobility. However, complete recovery would likely take at least half a month, if not longer. At that moment, he was not overly concerned. He knew that the canyon was a place easily defensible yet difficult to assail, an ideal site for an ambush. Regardless of the princess's capabilities, the presence of the general and Xiananshao alone would be sufficient to deal a severe blow to the Jiao people. Moreover, if the Jiao were to breach the ambush and escape the canyon, the only path to the canyon's summit was through the dense forest where they currently stood, and he would fight to the death to take down a few Jiao warriors. Chunzi leaned against the carriage, her expression tense. She too wished to assist, but her injuries were severe. Fortunately, Lumi had tended to her wounds, prescribed some medicine, and after resting for most of the day, she felt somewhat better. As the cries gradually ceased, both of them exchanged glances of relief, knowing that the outcome of the battle had been determined. Indeed, it was not long before they saw Zhou Sui and several others hastening down from the mountaintop, quickly making their way out. Dongxi returned to the carriage to retrieve a burlap sack. Yao Ji anxiously inquired, "What happened? Has it been resolved? What about the lady?" Dongxi's face was alight with excitement. "Of course, we dealt with them all. The lady is stationed at the hilltop, keeping watch over us." With that, he paid no further attention to Yao Ji and hurried after Zhou Sui and the others. Jiang Jin stood atop the slope, observing the blood-soaked valley below and the panicked warhorses. She shot arrows to warn any horses attempting to flee. Besides preventing the horses from escaping, she also needed to guard against any pretended deaths among the cavalry and the potential arrival of enemies from the north. Having developed a cautious habit over time, she remained to oversee the situation below, just in case. Soon enough, she saw Zhou Sui and his companions arrive at the valley floor, with Zhou Sui, Xiananchao, and Chun Shi tasked with calming the warhorses. Meanwhile, Dongxi's trio from the kitchen was meticulously searching the bodies, undeterred by the blood and filth. Even Feng Qingzhu and Lumi appeared unfazed, perhaps due to their extensive experiences, which had dulled their sensitivity to such sights. Dongxi discovered a small string of copper coins hidden within a cavalryman's boot, his eyes lighting up with delight. "See, I told you, the shoes, waistbands, and even undergarments are the most common hiding places for money. You must search thoroughly. This is all the lady's wealth." Lumi and the others nodded in understanding, promising to comb through every detail without missing a single coin. Dongxi nodded with satisfaction, "And don't forget their bows, arrows, quivers, and knives. All of these belong to the lady." Suddenly, Feng Qingzhu exclaimed, "Oh, I found dozens of copper coins sewn into the thigh of this man's trousers." At this, Dongxi rushed over, eager to investigate. He sliced open the trousers to reveal the hidden copper coins within, his astonishment mingling with dismay. "Oh dear, last time I neglected to check the thighs. I must have missed out on a fortune. It appears that my approach was erroneous. We must thoroughly explore every inch of their bodies, ensuring not a single coin is overlooked." With that said, he took the lead, examining the corpse with great scrutiny. Even the most private areas were not spared. As a eunuch, he might have considered that region to be the epitome of malevolence, and after his examination, he could not resist stomping on it twice, only satisfied when he heard a sound akin to something shattering. Lumi and his companions, seasoned individuals, bore little psychological burden regarding the thorough search, sharing a mutual disdain for the male anatomy, and likewise, they too delivered a harsh stomp on that very area. Meanwhile, Zhou Sui, who was calming the warhorses, felt a sudden tension below, realizing for the first time that these three were not as feeble as they seemed. There was a hint of ferocity within them. Xiananchao was drenched in cold sweat, reflecting on his earlier demeanor when instructing the trio. Wondering if perhaps he had been a tad too lenient, he was uncertain if they harbored any grudges. Standing atop the slope, Jiang Jin listened to the trio's dialogue and observed their fierce actions, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Her gaze then shifted to the warhorses below. Two had been directly struck by large stones and were clearly beyond saving, necessitating a plan for their disposal. For others bore varying degrees of injury, though none were fatal. With proper care, they should recover, which meant she had acquired a total of 41 horses this time. Lost in thought, she suddenly witnessed a cavalryman lying on the ground spring to his feet, bellowing as he charged towards the nearest Dongxi. It turned out he was a soldier feigning death, but upon hearing the sound of eggs cracking one by one, his resolve shattered, and he decided to abandon the ruse. What more was there to pretend? If he continued, he would surely meet his end. This battlefield had only ever heard of finishing blows, never of broken eggs. This was absolutely intolerable. Jiang Jin moved with swiftness, releasing an arrow that found its mark in the man's neck. Dongxi was taken aback and attempted to flee, only to witness the previously menacing figure now gasping in a desperate manner, an arrow protruding from his throat. A warm surge of gratitude washed over Dongxi as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Jin atop the slope. Due to the vantage point and the valley's depths, He could only see a fraction of her head, yet he imagined her noble form, feeling both thankful and moved. The princess was exceedingly kind to him. However, the ordeal was far from over. In a chain reaction, several gravely injured cavalrymen struggled to rise, unable to accept the indignity of being alive while facing such brutality. One soldier, with 2 arrows lodged in his chest, trembled as he attempted to stand. He managed to prop himself up, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing once more. Yet his tenacity prevailed. After a brief respite, he rose again, spitting blood once more, this time resolutely refusing to fall. With trembling fingers, he pointed at Dong Si and the others, gasping out, You are too cruel. With that, he fell with a resounding thud, his eyes forever unclosed. The onlookers felt a profound sense of sorrow for their fallen comrades. Dragging their battered bodies outward, blood spewing from their mouths as they murmured intermittently, a soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. Yuan people go too far. The others remarked, having learned a few phrases in the Han language, they truly believed themselves to be Han. Are you even soldiers? Zhou Sui approached with a stoic expression, ready to end the struggle of the remaining few. He had fought throughout his life, witnessing countless soldiers fall prey to the treachery of feigned deaths on the battlefield. Yet it was his first encounter with an enemy who perished from self-detonation due to shattered eggs, truly an eye-opening experience. He cast a subtle glance at Dong Si, pondering whether this fellow was a sage masquerading as a fool or a fool cloaked in wisdom. The spoils of this encounter were remarkably bountiful, yielding not only horses but also an assortment of bows, arrows, and knives, along with over 6 coins of copper obtained from the search of the bodies. Regrettably, considering the need for swiftness in pursuit, the cavalry and their steeds were unarmored. Armor is no trivial weight. Even the lightest soldier's armor weighs at least 20 kilograms, and that of the horses is considerably heavier. At that moment, Jiang Jin was faced with a dilemma. Initially intent on eliminating the enemy and departing, she found herself reluctant to abandon the 2 severely injured horses, for they represented valuable sustenance. Zhou Sui suggested, My lady, why not simply process the horse meat for transport? About 30 miles ahead lies a suitable site for camping, where we can prepare the meat by nightfall. Xian'anshao concurred. Indeed, I am familiar with that place. It is quite spacious. Jiang Jin's eyes sparkled with realization. Very well, we shall proceed as you advise and expedite the processing. This location was indeed ill-suited for lingering. Firstly, there were the corpses. Although Jiang Jin wished to bury them, the task was monumental, and with their limited numbers, they lacked the time and resources to manage it. After all, they were still within the territory of the Jiao people, and one could not predict whether other soldiers might traverse this area should a large force arrive. They would be in grave trouble. Moreover, with 2 horses, it was implausible for 10 individuals to consume them all at once. Given the August heat, even if left for a few days, the meat would likely spoil by the morrow. Her spatial constraints prevented her from utilizing it overtly. So the most prudent course was to transform the meat into jerky or smoked provisions, despite the strong odors that would inevitably arise. Their temporary encampment was alarmingly close to the main road, making it easy for wandering refugees to detect the scent. Without further ado, Zhou Sui and Xian'anshao took charge of slaughtering the horses for their meat, which was then dried in substantial chunks before being stored in burlap sacks, to be transported by the horses later. Dong Si and the others transferred the food, clothing, and fabrics from Xian'anshao's cart to the compartment of Jiang Jin's wagon. Xian'anshao's cart was designated solely for weaponry, which was thoroughly washed in the creek to remove any bloodstains. Once completed, Dong Si harnessed the horses to the cart, while Feng Qingzhu hesitated momentarily, beseeching Dong Si to teach her how to drive the cart. Each member of the team was fulfilling their role, and she feared being abandoned by Jiang Jin due to her lack of skills. Dong Si glanced at Jiang Jin, who had intended for the women to learn to drive, thus offering no objection. With Jiang Jin's tacit approval, Dong Si nodded and began instructing her. Luo Qingzi and Lu Mi also approached to seek guidance, which Dong Si willingly provided with utmost dedication. By the time Zhou Sui and the others had processed the horse meat, packing it into burlap sacks to be placed on several horses, Feng Qingzhu and her fellow students had become proficient under Dong Si's tutelage. Finally, the procession commenced, with Zhou Sui leading the way on horseback, Chen Shi positioned between the horses and the group, and Xian'anshao bringing up the rear. Jiang Jin, Dong Si, Feng Qingzhu, and Luo Qingzi drove the cart together. Observing the cautious and diligent novice drivers, Feng Qingzhu and Luo Qingzi alongside Zhou Sui and his companions, who were tasked with ensuring the safety of the caravan while managing over 40 horses. Jiang Jin was suddenly reminded of a saying: women are employed as men, while men are treated as beasts of burden. The esteemed General Zhou Sui, the young commander Xian Nanshao, and the scion of a prominent family, Qin Shi, had all been relegated to the roles of bodyguards and horse attendants. Meanwhile, the delicate and soft-spoken imperial consort Feng Qingzhu and the dignified daughter of the county governor, Luo Qingzi, were driving the carriage. This realization caused Jiang Jin to feel an unsettling sense of discomfort. The need to procure aid was urgent. She glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Considering the 2 inexperienced drivers, the caravan was progressing rather slowly. The 30 li, equating to approximately 15 kilometers, would likely take about an hour to traverse at the current pace of the horse-drawn cart. Not long after Jiang Jin and her group had departed the canyon, a throng of over 100 destitute refugees arrived at the scene. Upon discovering the bodies strewn about, they were momentarily taken aback, only to be overcome with frenzied joy as they rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. Though instinctively fearful of the serpent-like creatures, their gnawing hunger drove them to abandon their trepidation. A few individuals banded together to drag a corpse away, and soon others followed suit, leaving behind a gruesome scene littered with blood. Zhou Sui and Xian Nanshao had indeed chosen a suitable spot for the night's encampment. It lay about 2 li from the official road. The terrain was flat, with a grassy slope leading down to a small creek, providing easy access to water. However, this location had already been claimed by a group of 70 to 80 individuals. The younger men stood guard on the periphery, their expressions a mix of wariness and astonishment as they regarded Jiang Jin and her horses and carts. Having fled for so long, they had never encountered such a large number of horses before. Initially, they had feared that barbaric tribes were upon them, a thought that terrified them. Upon closer inspection, they realized their visitors were Han people, and, seeing their small numbers, they began to relax, some even displaying covetous glances at the horses and carts. Zhou Sui maintained an impassive demeanor, assessing the clothing and makeshift weapons of the group, which hinted that they were refugees who had escaped from somewhere. He turned to Jiang Jin, who nodded in agreement that they would camp here for the night. Although the opposing group numbered around 70 to 80, the able-bodied men only amounted to about 20, armed predominantly with wooden clubs, with scarcely any proper weapons among them. Having already confronted the elite cavalry of the Serpent People, Jiang Jin felt no fear towards these ordinary folk. Zhou Sui then directed his gaze towards an elder standing behind the young men and proclaimed loudly, "We will set up our camp over there, and we shall not interfere with one another." He gestured towards another area. The elder followed his indication, noting that the distance was still several dozen paces away, and bowed slightly, replying, "As you wish." Though the group was not numerous, the presence of so many horses and carts suggested they were not mere commoners. Particularly, Zhou Sui's imposing stature and formidable appearance, coupled with the knife he held, conveyed an aura that was not to be trifled with, prompting the elder to respond with deference. Chapter 34. Encountering refugees. Zhou Sui nodded at the elder, mounting his horse and proceeding towards the direction he had indicated. The setting sun cast a warm glow across the landscape, creating a serene and beautiful atmosphere. Drawing from the experiences of the morning and afternoon, there was no need for Jiang Jin to give orders this time. Everyone assumed their roles with diligence and precision, maintaining a harmonious order. She approached the stream, observing Zhou Sui as he unloaded pieces of horse meat from the horse's back, and couldn't help but inquire, "Can you make jerky?" Zhou Sui paused in his movements, realizing he could indeed eat it. Jiang Jin thought to herself, "She truly requires a chef." For some unknown reason, Zhou Sui suddenly felt a twinge of shame and replied softly, "I can manage simple steaming and frying, but I do not know how to make jerky." When leading troops into battle, there is hardly any time to prepare jerky, and with so many soldiers in the camp, there is no concern of surplus. Jiang Jin quietly returned to her designated carriage, rifling through her spatial repository until she unearthed the information on making horse jerky, committing the details to memory. The required seasonings were quite numerous. Fortunately, she had collected a variety of medicinal herbs from the governor's estate, including star anise, cinnamon, and cumin. Not far away, villagers watched as Zhou Sui extracted large chunks of meat from a burlap sack, all of them swallowing hard. Not to mention meat. Even the coarse grains mixed with wild vegetables failed to satiate them. A dark-skinned man gazed at the meat with gleaming eyes and asked the elder beside him, "Village chief, what kind of meat is this? With so much meat, surely they cannot consume it all?" The elder, the village chief, glanced at him and replied, Li Liang, do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, nor contemplate things best left unthought. Those individuals appear rather formidable. Should you offend them, do not blame me for disregarding our village ties. Li Liang chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. I was merely asking, without ulterior motives. After speaking, he sheepishly departed. The village chief watched Li Liang's retreating figure, sighing inwardly. Their journey of fleeing had already been fraught with hardship. He hoped the villagers would exhibit wisdom and refrain from provoking those they ought not to. Returning to his home, Li Liang observed his wife and eldest daughter, Heya, preparing their evening meal, a mixture of green wild vegetables and coarse grain porridge, emitting an unpleasant odor. He approached and slapped Heya. You useless thing. What kind of foul-smelling wild vegetables have you gathered? What purpose do you serve? Heya, a small figure, staggered slightly from the blow and murmured, Ah, father, this mountain only yields such wild vegetables. Li Liang struck her head again. How could such a vast mountain produce only this kind of wild vegetable? Have you been lazy? What use do I have for you? Had I known, I would have sold you for some grain. Rather than intervening, Li Liang's wife stepped forward to twist Heya's ear. You can't do anything right. You can eat, but you've consumed everything in the house. Heya lowered her head, refraining from speaking or resisting, well aware that defiance would only provoke even harsher punishment. She had grown accustomed to her parents' curses and blows. Though she possessed more strength than most, she had never truly been satiated in her memory. It was always Heya who consumed everything, fixated solely on eating. A child's voice suddenly broke the silence. It was Heya's younger brother, Li Bao. Most villagers appeared emaciated, including Li Liang and his family, save for Li Bao, who was notably robust. He expressed no affection for his sister, only disdain. Father, mother, I want to eat meat. Sell Heya and get me some meat. An elderly woman seated beside him immediately embraced him, lamenting, My dear Bao, how you have suffered. Grandmother will make you pancakes shortly. Upon hearing the absence of meat, Li Bao pushed the elderly woman aside, rolling on the ground in a fit, crying out, I don't want pancakes, I want meat. Woe is me, I only desire meat. The villagers merely glanced at the rolling Li Bao before turning their attention elsewhere. They had grown accustomed to his spoiled antics. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin began to roast and fry meat, employing her specially crafted spices, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Not only the children, but even the adults found themselves nearly in tears from hunger. Jiang Jin herself was quite famished, having never tasted horse meat before and eagerly anticipating it. Li Bao's grandmother, feeling pity for her grandson, was at her wit's end. After some contemplation, she approached Jiang Jin with a forced smile, asking, My dear Bao is simply insatiable. Might you spare a bit of meat for my grandson? Just a small portion, half a bowl would suffice. Dong Si suppressed an eye roll, incredulous at her audacity to request meat in such times. He curtly replied, No. Li Bao's grandmother's expression soured, but seeing the imposing figures of Zhou Sui and others nearby, she dared not press the matter further and retreated in disappointment. Witnessing his grandmother's failure, Li Bao resumed his theatrics, rolling on the ground and wailing. Frustrated and heartbroken, his grandmother attempted to console him for quite some time, but to no avail. In her exasperation, she unleashed her anger upon Heya, who was busy placing collected firewood into the makeshift stove. Unaware, Heya was struck twice, causing her to topple over, and the firewood scattered, destabilizing the already precarious stove. The pot of porridge crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces, and the scalding contents splattered onto Heya's feet and shins. A piercing scream erupted from her as she desperately tried to shake off the steaming vegetable mush, but the viscous substance clung stubbornly, causing her further pain as she clawed at her legs. The bystanders were taken aback, turning their gazes toward the commotion. The village chief reacted first, both furious and anxious, shouting, Quick, bring her some cold water. Hurry. A nearby woman, moving swiftly, poured water from her own clay pot over Heya's injured limbs. Soon, two other women joined in, finally managing to cleanse the vegetable mush from her skin. However, her legs and feet were severely burned, resembling boiled flesh. Covered in blisters and peeling skin, an utterly tragic sight. The women who had rushed to help could not hold back their tears. What a good child Heya is. No matter your disdain for her, it does not warrant such cruelty. Poor girl. Others echoed their sentiments, expressing their discontent with the harsh treatment Heya received from Li Liang's family. At just 12 years old, she appeared no larger than Li Bao, who was barely 6. Indeed, Heya is still your firstborn child. Even if you favor sons over daughters, she deserves to be nurtured. In the future, she could bring a substantial dowry. One remarked. Oh, and much of your household labor is shouldered by Heya, another added. She is diligent and capable. It is a shame, truly a pity. At that moment, Li Bao's grandmother, realizing the gravity of the situation, was filled with rage. She approached Heya, delivering 2 sharp slaps, exclaiming, "You wicked child! Did you intentionally knock over the pot? This is the only large clay pot in our household for cooking, and you have shattered it. Oh, selling you would not suffice to replace this pot. Why don't you just die?" In her fury, she seized the hair of the girl and struck her twice. A few women who had previously assisted rushed forward to separate them, urging, "Enough, enough. Look at how badly she has hurt. Why lament over a mere pot?" Li Baonai, unyielding, retorted, "It's easy for you to say. If you truly cared, you would gift me your own pot." The woman, incensed, turned away, her chest heaving with anger. Muttering, "As if anyone wishes to meddle in your family affairs." Li Liang gazed sorrowfully at the charred remnants on the ground. Although unappetizing, it had at least quelled their hunger. Now, everything was gone. How were they to survive? Li Liang's wife also felt anger. Yet she could not ignore the wounds on her daughter's legs, stirring a rare pang of sympathy within her. However, as she recalled the loss of both the pot and their evening meal, her resolve hardened. Her daughter, indeed, was of little use. They would still have to rely on their son. The village chief observed the expressions of the Li family with disappointment. He turned to a man around 40 years old and inquired, "Li Jiang, do you possess any ointment for burns?" Li Jiang was the only one in the village with some medical knowledge. Often preparing common herbs, he foraged himself. "No." Before Li Jiang could respond, Li Baonai vociferously objected. "We have no money for that. If you choose to help her, do so at your own expense. We cannot afford it." She cast a venomous glance at the girl, turning away while grumbling, "What use is medicine for a mere child? A worthless life. She'll heal on her own by tomorrow. If you have that medicine, you might as well convert it into money for me." The village chief, taken aback by her harshness, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, seeing the girl's injured leg, he could not harden his heart. "Li Jiang, please procure some medicine for her. I will cover the costs." Li Jiang nodded, "Very well. But her injuries are severe. My herbs may have limited efficacy." The village chief sighed. "We must try, as it is better than doing nothing." With her head bowed, a tear fell to the ground as she endured the excruciating pain, whispering her gratitude. "Thank you, village chief and Uncle Li." The village chief couldn't help but pat her head. Good child. Though she was 12, prolonged malnutrition and arduous labor had rendered her appearance akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old, prompting the village chief to instinctively regard her as a child. Dong Si, observing the commotion next door, briefly felt a surge of compassion, though he refrained from comment, focusing earnestly on roasting meat for the princess. The princess had just taken out an array of herbs, having ground them into powder through some means, and sprinkled them onto the roasting meat, which surprisingly began to emit an enticing aroma. He swallowed hard, unable to resist the delightful scent. Others around him also salivated silently. They had never realized roasted meat could be so fragrant, feeling as though they could each devour 5 pounds of it. It was not that they lacked compassion. The hardships they faced were overwhelming. Though their hearts ached, their empathy did not overflow, for they were all in the midst of survival, struggling to protect themselves. Dong Si presented the first piece of roasted meat to Jiang Jin. "My lady, please have a taste." Jiang Jin, also roasting her own, did not refuse his kind gesture but accepted the meat, smiling. "Very well, you can roast some for yourself later." After she spoke, she took a bite. The meat was sliced thinly, succulent and flavorful, with a delightful chewiness. However, no matter how delicious horse meat may be, consuming it in excess can lead to a sense of surfeit and easily provoke internal heat. Thus, after feeling somewhat satisfied, Jiang Jin refrained from eating more meat and instead opted for a bowl of rice porridge. Once they finished their meal, everyone tidied up the utensils and began preparing jerky under Jiang Jin's guidance. The group, now somewhat attuned to each other's rhythms, worked swiftly. Firewood had already been gathered beforehand, and since the mountains were nearby, collecting more was a simple task. Meanwhile, the individuals across from them were experiencing great discomfort, their minds swirling with unrestrained grievances. What kind of family is this? They had just finished feasting on roasted meat, and now they were making jerky? Were they to be left in peace? Zhou Sui cast a sidelong glance at the opposing group. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and drew a line in the ground between them with his knife, shouting towards the other side. This marks the boundary. We shall not interfere with one another. Should anyone cross this line, they shall be deemed foes, and the consequences will be borne by them. The aura of someone who had survived battle was not something ordinary individuals could match. Under his scrutinizing gaze, no one on the other side dared to meet his eyes. A few who had harbored thoughts of sneaking over in the night were struck with fear and promptly abandoned their intentions. No matter how fragrant the meat, life was paramount. The preparation of jerky required considerable time. Once Jiang Jin noted that everyone had engaged, she imparted a few instructions before returning to the cart to rest. That night, they planned to take turns keeping watch. She and Xian Nanshao would guard the latter half, while Zhou Sui and Chun Shi would take the first half. As the hour of the pig approached, around 2 in the morning, Jiang Jin arose to change shifts, allowing Zhou Sui and Chun Shi to rest. The jerky had all been completed and neatly packaged, resting in a compartment of her cart, the air still infused with a faint aroma of meat. The night passed without incident. The following morning's breakfast featured the horse meat set aside from the night before, stewed to tender perfection, complemented by a light bowl of white porridge. Jiang Jin was thoroughly satisfied with her meal. It would have been even better without interruptions. But then, Li Bao from the other side began to make a ruckus again, crying out incessantly at the sight of them enjoying their meal. Li Bao's grandmother, overwhelmed by the commotion, conferred with Li Liang and brought He over. Perhaps Zhou Sui's earlier warning had had some effect, for they did not dare to cross the line, standing just beyond it to speak. I know you are all good people. Please have pity on my little grandson. I wish to purchase some meat from you, if I may. This time, the refusal came from Jiang Jin. We do not sell. Li Bao's grandmother was taken aback, not expecting the beautiful young woman to respond. She turned to Zhou Sui, having always thought him to be the one in charge. However, Zhou Sui did not even acknowledge her, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward as she redirected her attention to Jiang Jin. Miss, I sincerely wish to buy some meat from you. You see, this is my Heya. She is strong, capable of chopping wood, fetching water, and cooking. I can sell her to you in exchange for some meat and grain. Jiang Jin frowned as she looked at Heya, who stood with her head bowed, her tattered clothing barely concealing her skin, revealing bruises and prominent ribs. Her shorts were so brief they could not cover her calves, exposing a patch of mottled wounds, with burns that had begun to fester, swollen, and oozing. Although Jiang Jin's original world had been invaded by foreign tribes, the material life of the common folk had still managed to sustain a semblance of normalcy. After all, agricultural yields had been high, and technology sufficiently advanced during those times. At that moment, she felt a twinge of compassion for the child for the first time and inquired, "Can you make pancakes and steam buns?" Li Baonai was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with joy. Yes, she can do those very well. All the household chores are managed by her. Madam, if you purchase her, I only require 2 bowls of meat and a stone of grain, along with a bit of salt, she added. Jiang Jin chuckled, realizing she was being perceived as an easy mark. Unreservedly, she replied, 1 bowl of meat and half a dough of grain. Li Baonai furrowed her brow. The offered price was indeed too low. Just as she was about to protest, Jiang Jin interjected again. If I am not mistaken, she must be running a fever. Take a look at the wound on her leg. I may not even be able to keep her alive after purchasing her. Besides, she is but a child. What can she possibly do? In an era marked by inadequate medical resources, a fever could be fatal. Li Baonai was struck with a sudden realization. It was precisely because Heya had developed a fever the previous night, and her leg injury appeared increasingly dire, that she contemplated selling her off for a bit of grain before Heya succumbed. Although their family still had a little money left, it was meant for her grandson, and she was reluctant to spend it on Heya's treatment. Moreover, despite Li Zhang's application of herbal medicine yesterday, it had yielded little effect, and it seemed Heya might not endure this time. Stealing a glance at Jiang Jin, who she knew would not raise the price further, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Very well, let it be as you say. It was better than letting her die in her hands. At least they would exchange her for some grain, which would not render her care entirely in vain. Having some experience in purchasing people, despite the fall of the country, still prepared a contract for the sale of service, ensuring Li Liang left a thumbprint to prevent any future troubles from arising. While she wasn't particularly fearful of complications, it was wise to avoid them when possible. Subsequently, accepted the coarse burlap sack and bowl from Li Baonai's hands, filling it with a bowl of meat and half a dough of grain. After her departure, the eyes of the onlookers collectively turned toward the downcast Heya. Sensing their gaze, Heya tightened her grip on her hands at her side, yet she did not retreat. She felt as though she were on the brink of death, her body aching all over. She lamented that the kind benefactor who had purchased her was at a loss, having given so much grain. And the meat. She had never tasted meat in her life. The aroma was tantalizingly delicious. Regrettably, because of her, the benefactor would have one less bowl of meat. Indeed, she was a burden, utterly useless, and even in death, she would drag this noble person down with her. Lu, check her injuries, and perhaps provide her with a change of clothes. Lost in her thoughts, Heya heard the voice of the woman who had bought her. Then someone came forward, taking her hand and leading her across a line. Unable to resist, she glanced back, only to see her grandmother happily holding a bowl, calling out, "My dear, Grandma has bought you meat. Come and eat." Her father carried the sack of grain, walking briskly without looking back. In the distance, her brother joyfully dashed toward their grandmother, his face alight with happiness, exclaiming, "Meat! I have meat to eat now." Their mother followed closely behind, her expression warm and tender. "Darling, slow down. Don't fall." Heya lowered her head, allowing Lumi to guide her. This time, she did not look back. Chapter 36. Have we truly reached this point? The villagers saw Li Baonai returning with a bowl of fragrant meat, followed closely by Li Liang, who carried a bag of grain. A villager could not help but inquire, "Is it true that Heya has been sold?" Li Bao's grandmother snorted softly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. "Of course." The village chief sighed inwardly but refrained from commenting. Perhaps selling Heya was for the best. Li Bao's grandmother paid no heed to the reactions of others, cheerfully feeding meat to Li Bao. The savory aroma wafted through the air, causing the villagers to swallow discreetly, their expressions shifting unpredictably as many began to entertain furtive thoughts. In these dire times, human life had become cheap. Not only could one trade lives for grain, but cannibalism had also become a grim reality. Their village had managed to endure due to relative unity and the village chief's wisdom, yet their remaining food supplies were dwindling. They primarily subsisted on foraged wild vegetables and tree roots, supplemented by meager coarse grains, barely scraping by. As ordinary farmers, they earned scant copper coins throughout the year, and even if they had coins, they were uncertain where to procure grain. Most regions in Yin country had been divided among the barbarian tribes. Entering the city was easy, but exiting was uncertain, so they dared not venture into town lightly. "Let us sell Dia and area as well," suggested an elderly woman with a squint to her husband in a hushed tone. The others, busy preparing breakfast, turned in astonishment towards her. One woman shook her head. "Mother, please do not sell Dia and area. They are capable workers." Beside her stood her two daughters, Dia and Arya. The former about 13 or 14 years old, and the latter approximately 11 or 12, both slender of build. Upon hearing their grandmother's intention to sell them, the girls were paralyzed with fear and quickly looked to their grandfather, knowing he held the final say in the household. The grandmother shot them an irritated glare before sighing heavily. "We have no food left. We cannot all starve. Selling Dia and Arya will ensure our family's survival." "Then why not sell Sanya?" A young boy's voice piped up. He was the woman's eldest son, tall yet equally thin. Sanya was the child of the second uncle's family, the grandmother's biological granddaughter. His own grandmother had passed shortly after giving birth to his father. The elderly woman, taken aback by his audacity to counter her, slapped her thigh and lamented, "Oh dear, being a grandmother is no easy feat. I would spare no effort for your sake. Yet you show no gratitude. How old is Sanya? Who would want her? How much grain could we even trade for her? I only wish to sell Dia and Arya for the sake of the entire family. I have no selfish motives. It is all for this household." A middle-aged man pleaded with the grandfather, "Father, we cannot sell Dia and Arya. We can simply eat less in the future." The grandfather sighed, "Eldest son, it is not that I am heartless. You can see for yourself that our food supplies are scant. We cannot endure until the south. It is better to sell them to secure our family's survival." As the head of the family, his word was final. Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she knelt before her husband, repeatedly bowing her head. "Please do not sell Dia and Arya. We will eat less from now on, I beg you." The grandfather remained stoic, ignoring her pleas and instead turning to the middle-aged man. "Eldest son, manage your wife. She acts as if the Li family has wronged her." The middle-aged man pressed his lips together, struggling to utter, "Has it truly come to this?" The old man remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Big brother, please consider the situation at home. After all, they are just girls, and you still have a son." The middle-aged man felt an indescribable sensation within, the last flicker of hope extinguished. He was somewhat aware of the circumstances at home. and it had not yet reached the point of selling his children. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the old woman's eyes. Yes, this is also for the good of Dia and Arya. They would be favored by a noble, enjoying a life of abundance. In these times, one could not simply sell at will. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a noble. Even a girl like Heya could be exchanged for half a bushel of grain and a bowl of meat. So surely Dia and Arya could fetch an even greater price. The young man's face flushed with indignation, ready to argue. But the middle-aged man stopped him with a shake of his head. The youth, filled with anger and helplessness, felt tears prick at his eyes. He shrugged off his father's grasp, choosing not to look at him, utterly disillusioned. The atmosphere around Jiang Jin grew lively once more, as the villagers, emboldened, gathered to join the commotion. The old woman smiled ingratiatingly. My Dia and Arya are far more capable than Heya. They are also quite beautiful. For both, just 2 bowls of meat and a stone of grain should suffice. Dongxi secretly rolled his eyes, considering her demands audacious, yet he refrained from voicing any dissent, waiting for Jiang Jin to decide. Jiang Jin indeed lacked manpower, but at present, she primarily needed a cook and a coachman rather than inept young girls. The current situation was not conducive. If they walked, their pace would lag, and they could not ride. They had to rely on the cart, which was nearing its capacity. Jiang Jin shook her head. I do not want them. The old woman grew anxious. You just bought Heya. Why not these 2? They are both diligent workers, skilled in laundry and cooking. She further lowered her price. Then, I won't ask for much. How about 2 bowls of meat and 8 bushels of rice? Jiang Jin still shook her head. The old woman was taken aback, disappointment washing over her as she realized Dia and Arya had not caught the noble's eye. She couldn't help but pinch them hard. However, Dongxi had a different perspective. The princess, in her delicate state, had suffered enough while fleeing. Previously, there was no choice. But now was the perfect opportunity to procure servants for her. Though the recently acquired individuals might not be immediately useful, with his guidance, they could eventually be taught. Moreover, even if they struggled to learn, assisting with firewood and cooking would certainly be better than the current chaos each mealtime. Thus, he whispered a few words into Jiang Jin's ear. Chapter 37. The Purchase of Servants. Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow. Dongxi primarily highlighted 2 aspects. First, the price was exceptionally reasonable. Typically, the cost of servants at the slave market ranged around 8 bolts of silk. During this period, silk was approximately 200 coins per bolt, totaling 600 coins for 8 bolts. Naturally, the price would fluctuate based on the quality of the servant. For instance, someone like Heya would generally not be sought after, as purchasing her would require additional expenses for her care. Without proper treatment, she would likely not survive. Conversely, some maids with special skills or striking beauty could fetch over 10,000 coins. Thus, price comparisons were not straightforward. This, of course, referred to the slave market in cities where trade was still permitted. In fact, it is not uncommon for refugees to sell their children for just 2 loaves of bread. Furthermore, due to the ravages of war, the price of grain has surged from 200 coins to approximately 500 coins per stone, equating to about 50 coins per dough. Thus, she managed to procure Black Girl for merely 25 coins alongside a bowl of meat. The second point raised by Dongxi pertained to the utility of these 2 women. He did not explicitly mention that they were intended to serve as maids for Jiang Jin, but rather that they could assist the group with cooking and tending the fire. Jiang Jin then realized she had grossly underestimated the capabilities of adolescent girls in ancient society, where girls as young as 13 or 14 could marry and were essentially regarded as adults. After some contemplation, she found merit in Dongxi's observations. However, she instinctively attempted to haggle. For the 2 of them, 2 bowls of meat and an additional 4 dough of grain. That is all I can offer. The elderly woman's expression brightened with hope. She had thought all was lost, yet was pleasantly surprised by the negotiation, even though the price was lower than she had anticipated. Securing 4 dough of rice was a considerable boon, as grain now held greater value than coins. Fearing that Jiang Jin might retract her offer, she refrained from further bargaining. Just as Dongxi was about to draft the contract of sale, a voice called out, "Slow down." A middle-aged man, accompanied by his wife and son, stepped forward. Taking a deep breath to gather his resolve, he announced, "I wish to sell myself." The villagers were taken aback, and the elderly couple was equally stunned. The elderly man could no longer maintain his composure and rebuked, "What are you saying?" The middle-aged man raised his voice even further, "I wish to sell myself." As he spoke, he knelt with his wife and son before Jiang Jin, imploring, "Please, noble one, Purchase us. We are quite cheap, just 1 copper coin for the 3 of us." Upon witnessing their parents and brother kneel, the 2 girls followed suit. The elderly man trembled with rage and struck his son, exclaiming, "You ungrateful child, are you trying to drive me to my grave?" The middle-aged man accepted the blow, lowering his head and retorting, "Isn't it you who is driving us to despair? They are girls, but they are also my daughters." The mother, tears streaming down her face, added, "I, too, am willing to sell myself. Please, noble one, buy us. We only wish to stay together as a family." "I do not agree." The elderly woman interjected vehemently. "With the eldest gone, who will tend to the household? Who will carry our belongings on this treacherous journey? And for just 1 copper coin. That is the equivalent of 3 able-bodied laborers, the primary providers of our household." Though she had 2 sons of her own, they had hardly endured any hardship. The laborious tasks were primarily shouldered by the eldest. She glared at the 2 girls, gritting her teeth. "So, eldest, are you threatening me? Indeed, I am not your biological mother. I have poured my heart into raising you, yet it seems I have failed. Fine, then, let us not sell them from now on. You will be the one in charge of this household." The middle-aged man felt a pang of bitterness at her words. He had truly had enough of this life. In the past, he had endured hardships for the sake of his children. Yet, despite their family's abject existence, they could not escape the fate of having their daughters sold. He had once considered dividing the family, but the weight of filial piety held him captive. As long as his father disapproved, he could not sever ties. If they did not divide, his father and stepmother had the authority to sell his children, including him. If they chose not to sell this time, what would the future hold? In the household, although provisions remain, the thought of exchanging his own daughter for sustenance, even before reaching the direst of circumstances, raises a chilling question. Would he, in a time of utter desperation, resort to the unspeakable act of consuming his own offspring? Contemplating the grim fate that may await his family sends shivers down his spine. No matter how much he sacrifices for this family, he finds himself powerless over the destinies of his children as well as his own. In truth, within the confines of their home, they are but slaves, the first to be cast aside when the need arises. Given such a reality, he ponders the merit of making a choice for himself. This noble figure before him appears formidable, at the very least ensuring a full belly. The middle-aged man shakes his head, uttering, "I wish to sell myself. I implore you to purchase my family. We are willing to serve as slaves." The old man, enraged, points a trembling finger at him, exclaiming, "You are unfilial, you wretched child." The village head sighs, addressing the middle-aged man, "Li Darlang, have you truly considered this? If you sell yourself, your fate will no longer be yours to command." Li Darlang offers a bitter smile. "Village head, do you believe that within my home, I truly dictate my fate or that of my children?" The village head lapses into silence, fully aware of the plight of Li Darlang's family. His stepmother is a formidable woman, having given birth to 2 sons, and they have several grandchildren. Should the moment of crisis arrive, it is certain that Li Darlang's family would be the first to be abandoned. If mere abandonment were the extent of their fate, it would be fortunate. However, the fear lingers that his stepmother could heartlessly trade each member of their family for meat. In this light, Li Darlang's decision to sell himself emerges as a wise choice. Moreover, his strategy is astute. With a mere coin, he secures a favorable transaction in the eyes of the noble figure. Jiang Jin finds this situation intriguing and addresses Li Darlang. "For the 3 of you, just 1 coin?" Li Darlang nods affirmatively. "Indeed, merely 1 coin." Jiang Jin replies, "Very well, I shall purchase you. Dong Si, draft a contract of sale, and let them affix their fingerprints." Dong Si beams with delight, swiftly penning the contract. Recognizing the immense profit in this transaction, 3 strong laborers for just a single coin. If only more of such opportunities would arise. The elderly woman protests vehemently, "No, no, I will not sell them. Dia and heir, you are not for sale." Jiang Jin, now more pleased, sees the elderly woman's refusal as a positive sign. There will always be someone willing to sell. She turns her gaze back to Li Darlang, who, displaying cleverness, quickly comprehends her intent. "Then I shall sell myself. I am the father of Dia and Arya. I can make this decision. Each of them shall also be sold for 1 coin, regardless of the amount received." He intends to hand over the money to his father as a final act of gratitude for his life. Hence, the quantity matters little. The elderly woman halts her lamentations, staring at Li Darlang in astonishment, as if seeing her stepson for the first time. The old man, furious to the brink of apoplexy, retorts, "You are unfilial. This is unacceptable. I will not sell." He then turns to Jiang Jin, his voice tinged with desperation. I shall not sell my sons or grandsons. You cannot force a purchase. I am their father. Without my consent, none have the right to buy them. Li Darling counters, you possess the right to sell me, and I possess the right to sell myself. Today, I shall bear the title of unfilial, for I willingly choose to sell myself, and all may bear witness to my decision. Villagers, discontented with the elderly woman's conduct, quickly rally in support, affirming, indeed, we stand ready to testify. In this narrative, Dongxi meticulously prepared the contract of servitude, and without hesitation, the entire Li family affixed their fingerprints. Despite the futile attempts of the elderly couple to intervene, the matter was irrevocably settled. Li Dalao solemnly handed the 2 copper coins to the old man, declaring, Father, this is our price for servitude, and we offer it to you as a token of our gratitude for your nurturing. He continued, this shall be the last time I address you as father. From this moment forth, we are no longer family. Take care. With that, he and his wife, along with their children, knelt and bowed deeply 3 times before the old man. Enraged and rendered speechless, the old man felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The elderly woman hesitated briefly before stating, We wish to retrieve our clothing and bedding. The old woman leaped up, indignant, yours? How dare you claim them as your own? Chapter 38. If we do not win, we shall perish. Dongxi cast a glance at the old woman, then turned to the Li family and said, Enough. Since you have chosen to serve as my household slaves, you shall have clothing to wear. Come with me. It must be said that Dongxi exhibited considerable potential as a steward, efficiently utilizing resources and promptly instructing the Li family to prepare the horse-drawn cart. Even the concubine was required to ride in the cart. Thus, the Li family, as servants, were no exception. The number of Jiang Jin's entourage swelled from 10 to 16. She learned the names of the Li family members, Li Su, his wife's son A Chao, and their son Li Mai, while the daughters were simply known as Dia and Arya. Li Su beseeched Jiang Jin to bestow names upon them. After contemplation, Jiang Jin decided to name them according to the solar terms, Li Chun and Li Qiu. She also named the black girl Shuang Jiang. Jiang Jin provided Feng Qingzhu and the others with some fine linen, needles, threads, and scissors, asking, Can you sew? Use this linen to make each of you 2 sets of clothing. They all nodded, affirming their ability to sew. The Li family, overwhelmed by their good fortune, felt tongue-tied in the presence of Jiang Jin, unable to express their gratitude verbally, but silently resolved to work diligently in the future. Son A Chao, summoning her courage, added, I can also do it. Li Chun and Li Qiu can too. Jiang Jin responded with satisfaction, Very well, make sure to complete them as soon as possible. The condition of their clothing had become deplorable. While not as dire as that of Shuang Jiang, it was nevertheless quite shabby. Shuang Jiang felt a surge of joy upon receiving her name. The burn on her skin had been treated and now felt cool and comfortable, leading her to believe that she might survive after all. Lying in the clean, comfortable cart felt dreamlike, and she was somewhat dazed and sleepy. After an indeterminate period, Lumi entered the carriage with a bowl of medicine, gently propping her up. This is a fever-reducing medicine. You must drink it quickly, as we are about to depart. Shuang Jiang, both shy and anxious, inquired, Is this medicine for me? She felt unworthy. Lumi discerned her thoughts and smiled reassuringly. The lady is a kind person. Focus on drinking the medicine so you can recover quickly and assist her well. Shuang Jiang nodded vigorously, silently vowing to work hard in the future. Feeling indebted to the lady for purchasing her sustenance and medicine, as well as for bestowing upon her a name, she, too, now had an identity. Lowering her head, she sipped the medicine cautiously, realizing that this was what medicine was. Throughout her life, she had never consumed any, relying solely on endurance during illnesses. A single tear fell into the bowl, and she drank it down along with the medicine. At that moment, she surprisingly found the potion not bitter, but with a hint of sweetness. Lumi sighed. She had only heard the phrase the sufferings of the world before. But since the fall of Dingyang to the invasion of the Zhanyan kingdom, she had truly begun to grasp the essence of human suffering. When the journey commenced, Li Su and Li Mai had already managed to drive the cart, albeit clumsily. The 2 quickly grew accustomed to their task, and after traversing a few miles, they gradually mastered the art of driving. Lumi, along with Feng Qingzhu, shared a cart with Yao Ji. Given their trepidation toward Yao Ji, son Aca and the others dared not ride with him. The 3 women, along with Shuang Jiang, occupied a single cart, which felt somewhat cramped, prompting Li Chuan to sit atop the yoke. Jiang Jin was astonished by Luo Qingxi's equestrian skills, which were indeed commendable for a woman trained in a prominent family. As a result, Luo Qingxi joined those who rode alongside the caravan to help oversee the horses. Zhou Sui led the way, periodically riding ahead of the caravan to scout the situation. Due to the heat, around 11 o'clock, Jiang Jin decided to seek a shaded area for the caravan to rest. The Li family proved to be quite capable. Apart from learning the skill of digging a fire pit from Dongxi, they efficiently handled other tasks such as gathering firewood, starting the fire, cooking rice and vegetables, and making pancakes, all executed swiftly and proficiently. The Li family was fortunate to have a hearty meal, and at that moment, he felt immense gratitude for his decision to serve as a servant that morning. It was quite agreeable. For Shuangjiang, it was her first experience of being fully satisfied, and she felt that life had reached a sense of completeness. After lunch, although they did not set off immediately, everyone except the two ill individuals refrained from taking a nap. Jiang Jin sought a secluded spot beneath a tree to practice military boxing, as her physique was too frail, and she needed to enhance her physical condition promptly. The men patrolled and watched over the horses, while Feng Qingzhu and the others began sewing garments. Days passed swiftly, and they finally exited Wanzhou, entering the territory of Fengzhou. Jiang Jin's destination, Gofeng, was located in the Liuxiang county of Fengzhou. The past few days had been uneventful, with no pursuers from Liangcheng in sight. Zhou Sui was currently reporting to Jiang Jin that a group of refugees was heading in their direction. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow and inquired about the number of individuals and whether they were armed. If their numbers were few, they would not pose a threat to her party. Otherwise, Zhou Sui would not have taken the trouble to inform her. Zhou Sui's expression grew serious. Approximately 100 individuals, lacking formal weapons, but nearly all wielding wooden sticks, with a few at the front carrying hatchets. This was no ordinary group of refugees. They might be rioters or bandits. Jiang Jin glanced at her horse, which represented not merely flesh, but also wealth and a means of transportation, difficult not to covet. She was unafraid of a 100-strong group without formal weapons. However, she feared for her horse. Should these individuals deliberately charge into the herd, causing the horses to panic and scatter, retrieving them all would be nearly impossible. If there were any horse riders among the 100 refugees, they could potentially seize a horse and flee, which would be a significant loss of the meager possessions she had painstakingly acquired. If only she had 40 able-bodied young men, she could train them into cavalry. Then she would not fear the 100 refugees, as a single charge could decimate their ranks. However, if these horses are utilized effectively, they could serve as her formidable assets, contingent upon her strategic deployment. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the flat terrain. To her left lay a stretch of barren grassland, and to her right, the same desolate expanse, devoid of any hiding places or advantageous positions for ambushes. Thus, she resolved to resort to the most straightforward and primal method, direct confrontation. With a countenance marked by grim determination, Jiang Jin swiftly issued her commands. Zhou Sui, Xian Nanxiao, you two shall take the lead. Should anyone dare approach our ranks, eliminate them. Chen Shi, Dong Si, Luo Qingxi, Li Su, and Li Mai, you five comprise the second echelon, responsible for guarding the horses and charging forth. Those skilled with bows, prepare to shoot. Yao Ji, Feng Qingzhu, Lumi, you three shall ensure the safety of the carts, positioned at the rear. Remember, should anyone attempt to seize our belongings, kill. The chilling urgency of her orders ignited fervor in Zhou Sui and Xian Nanxiao, while the previously terrified Li Su family found an inexplicable calmness wash over them. The group moved swiftly, adhering to Jiang Jin's commands as they herded the horses and carts to the barren grassland on the right side of the official road. Clearing the thoroughfare, Zhou Sui and Xian Nanxiao mounted their horses, stationed more than 10 meters from the road, with Jiang Jin positioned not far behind them, and the herd of horses trailing further back. Chen Shi, bow in hand and knife at her waist, rode ahead of the horses. Dong Si and Luo Qingxi flanked the horse herd, poised with their arrows drawn. Li Su and his son Li Mai brought up the rear, gripping their knives tightly. In the past few days, they had not only learned to drive the carts, but also to feed, herd, and ride the horses. At the very back, Sun Akeo and her companions wore ashen expressions, clutching their knives with white-knuckled resolve. Although they were frightened, they remained composed. It was clear to all that this battle was one they must win. Failure would mean death. They understood all too well the fate that awaited them should they fall into the hands of the refugees. Chapter 39. Cut them down. Lumi glanced at Shuangjiang, who stood beside her, astonished that the words of Li Bao Nai from earlier had proven true. Jiang, having received proper care in recent days, was now shedding skin from the burns on her legs and feet. While unsightly, her wounds were healing, allowing her to move without hindrance. Restless by nature, she had begun to assist the group with daily tasks, effortlessly gathering firewood and preparing meals. Just 2 days prior, while they were unloading a burlap sack of grain from Jiang Jin's cart to prepare dinner, Jiang insisted on helping. To their astonishment, she lifted the burlap sack, larger than her own frame, and strode off with remarkable agility. The sight left them all in awe, though it weighed less than a stone. It was still a hefty load of around 70 pounds. Jiang tightened her grip on her knife, a hint of anxiety crossing her face as she quietly asked, "Liangzi, will I really have to kill them? To the death?" Lumi nodded resolutely, her tone fierce. "Yes, they aim to take our grain. Our lives, they are our enemies. We must cut them down." Jiang Jin might not have realized it herself, but her management style leaned towards a militaristic approach, subtly shaping the mindset of those around her. Nearby, Yao Ji overheard their exchange, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips as he gazed down at the knife in his hand, his eyes cold as ice. Though his injuries had improved somewhat, he still dared not ride. The jarring movements proved too much for him. The power required to wield the inked blade was simply too great. He feared the wound would burst anew. Nevertheless, he could still wield a knife to take a life, for to him, controlling the force of a blade was relatively manageable. Along the well-trodden path, a group of over 10 men stood beside the tranquil grassy expanse, accompanied by a herd of horses, which now seemed enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the horses appeared to sense the impending tension, settling into stillness as the only sound was the whisper of the wind rustling the grass. If the adversaries did not provoke them, they would coexist peacefully. However, should they dare to extend their claws, they would be met with lethal force. In less than a quarter of an hour, the refugee contingent emerged into view, and they too noticed the group. The refugees momentarily paused, their eyes brightening as they gazed at the horses, akin to a starving man spotting a feast, almost overlooking the few riders standing guard before the steeds. Zhou Sui raised his long knife and bellowed, "This is our resting place. Should you dare approach, you shall be met with death." Only then did the refugees notice the menacing figures before them, alongside the 4 carts hidden behind the horses and the individuals standing beside them. Their eyes sparkled with greed and desire, as though these possessions were already within their grasp. A man with somewhat crossed eyes led the charge among the refugees, wielding a chopping knife with an expression of excitement. "Brothers, it is finally our turn. We have horses, food, and women. The men will be slaughtered, but the women shall remain. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, his laughter was cut short as an arrow pierced his neck. His bulging eyes wide in horror as he beheld Jiang Jin, who had loosed the fatal shot. At that moment, Chen Shi, Dong Si, and Luo Qingzi released their arrows, each finding their mark on 3 men. Dong Si glanced at Luo Qingzi, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate lady would not only possess commendable equestrian skills, but also excel in archery. Luo Qingzi, sensing his gaze, felt a flicker of embarrassment. Her aim was not particularly precise. Her intended target had not been the refugee she struck, but rather, she had aimed at a figure over 10 paces away, the dense throng simply allowing her arrow to find another victim. However, she did not dwell on this. Drawing her bow once more, the targets were plentiful, and whether or not she had aimed true mattered little. Hitting was all that counted. Yet, the intended display of intimidation failed. The frenzied horde of refugees continued their reckless charge, undeterred. Zhou Sui and Xian'an ceased their idle chatter, spurring their horses forward. Zhou Sui's long knife cleaved downward, severing 2 heads, blood spraying forth, while his steed trampled several refugees beneath its hooves. Xian'an was equally formidable, his spear piercing the throat of 1 refugee. Flinging the lifeless body aside, a deluge of blood raining down. Jiang Jin's arrows flew with remarkable speed, swiftly claiming more lives. Meanwhile, a few refugees managed to breach the defenses set by Zhou Sui and Xian'an, howling as they dashed towards the horses, perilously close to breaching her position. She swiftly drew her tang knife from her waist, urging her horse forward, and with a downward slash, a head soared aloft. Before the corpse could even collapse, she pivoted to face another target. In recent days, she had not been idle. She had begun to consciously forge her seemingly fragile physique, jogging alongside the caravan each morning as they set forth. After running for 1 to 2 hours, she finally boarded the carriage under the scorching sun. Even while on the carriage, she practiced sit-ups and push-ups, utilizing the resistance bands and dumbbells available in her space. In the afternoon, she rode with the group for another 2 hours, honing her bodily coordination and muscle strength. In the evening, she dedicated another 2 hours to practicing martial arts. Although the results were modest after just a few days, her condition had improved significantly compared to when she first arrived in this world. As the number of refugees breaking through Zhou Sui and Xian Nanxiao's ranks increased, a smirk crept across her lips. She brandished her blade forward and commanded, "Kill." Chen Shi received the order, shouting as he led the charge on horseback, followed by the herd of steeds driven by Dong Si and his companions. In an instant, the earth trembled and dust billowed as dozens of horses surged forth like unleashed tigers, unstoppable in their advance towards the refugees. Chapter 40. Slaughtering the refugees. Confronted by the formidable horsemen, the refugees were struck with terror, awakening from their nightmarish reverie, and they screamed in panic as they scattered. However, it was too late. The horses galloped with astonishing speed, crashing into the refugees. Hooves soared, trampling indiscriminately, and a cacophony of screams filled the air as blood flowed like a river. Although the horse herd was also startled, their speed increased, causing their formation to become slightly chaotic, teetering on the brink of losing control. Jiang Jin slowed her pace, allowing Chen Shi to guide the herd alongside her while directing Dong Si and the others to maintain order around them. Under her leadership and their calming efforts, the herd gradually decelerated. Meanwhile, Zhou Sui and Xian Nanxiao, having completed their sweep, turned their horses around and raced back to the convoy to finish the task. Everyone understood that a single charge of the horses could not annihilate all the refugees. Some would inevitably survive. On the carriage side, about 10 fortunate refugees had miraculously sustained little injury and were just beginning to recover from their overwhelming fear, gazing at the sea of corpses and the bloodied ground. Along with the anguished cries of their companions, they contemplated fleeing. Yet, upon seeing the carriage and the woman ahead, hunger and greed overcame their fear. "We'll seize their carriage and escape. Otherwise, they'll pursue us on horseback," shouted Yao Ji, brandishing his blade at the refugees. With a splatter of blood, a wooden club swung towards his head. Yao Ji dodged, drawing his knife to stab at the refugee. One refugee charged at Feng Qingzhu. "Ah!" she screamed, wildly swinging her knife, surprisingly managing to strike the refugee's arm, eliciting a pained howl from him. Seeing that she had indeed connected, Feng Qingzhu felt a mix of fear and exhilaration, continuing to shout and slash. "Ah! Don't come any closer." Another blow landed on the refugee's shoulder, and he finally collapsed to the ground. Startled, Feng Qingzhu jumped back, her knife inadvertently plunging into the man's abdomen as she politely apologized. "Ah, I didn't mean to. Ah, you came at me. Don't blame me if you die." With trepidation, she prepared for one final strike, convinced it would bring an end to his suffering. Suddenly, a club swung towards her as she flailed in panic. "Watch out!" Chen Zi, standing beside the carriage, shouted, deflecting the blow with her own knife. The clang of metal rang out as her blade was knocked several feet away. As the gentle breeze swept through, Feng Qingzhu quickly regained her composure and seized the moment. Taking advantage of the fact that the refugee was still engaged with Chen Zigo, she lunged forward with her blade aimed at the refugee. Chen Zi's heart raced with adrenaline, but she too acted swiftly, witnessing the refugee's anguished cry as he was struck. She snatched the staff from his hands and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. After several days of recuperation, her injuries had nearly healed. Just as Feng Qingzhu prepared to deliver a finishing blow, she realized it was unnecessary. Chen Zi was in a frenzy, swinging the staff with wild abandon. The trio of Sun A Chao and her daughters were paralyzed with fear at the gruesome sight before them. Since the moment Zhou Sui had struck, sending heads flying, they had been enveloped in a fog of disbelief. Contemplation was one thing, but confronting such brutality was an entirely different matter. They were merely ordinary farmers, unaccustomed to such savage and bloody scenes. During their arduous journey, although they had traveled with villagers for nearly half a month, fortune had favored them. They had encountered only a small group of refugees who fled upon seeing their numbers, thus avoiding any violent confrontations. However, when a refugee lunged at Li Qiu with a staff, Sun A Chao's hand moved instinctively, wielding her knife in defense. Unfortunately, her reaction came too late. Li Qiu was struck on the shoulder, eliciting a pained scream as she collapsed to the ground. Seeing her sister harmed snapped Li Chun into action, she shouted and, with eyes shut tight, swung her blade downward, landing a blow on the refugee's side. Sun A Chao followed suit, her second strike infused with all her strength. Having worked the fields, Her might was formidable, and she cleaved the refugee's hand clean off. The refugee, witnessing his severed hand soar away, was engulfed by a mix of pain and terror, letting out a shrill cry. Sun A Chao raised her knife once more, aiming for the refugee's abdomen. Suddenly, Shuang Jiang seized the staff aimed at her and, with a powerful flick, sent it flying over 10 meters away, causing the refugee to stumble backward, struggling to maintain his balance. Meanwhile, 2 other refugees charged at Lu Mi, their staff poised to strike her down. In a moment of desperation, Shuang Jiang raised her knife and struck down fiercely. With a resounding crack, one refugee's staff splintered into 2. The refugee hesitated for a brief moment. Yet his reflexes were sharp, and he retaliated with a thrust of his short staff toward Shuang Jiang. She narrowly evaded the blow, but the struggle was arduous. The other refugee swung his staff at Lu Mi, who, now prepared, evaded the strike and attempted to counter with her own knife. Unfortunately, the refugee wielded a longer staff, and Lu Mi, lacking strength, could not connect, enduring several painful blows that forced her to scream in agony. Witnessing Lu Mi's plight ignited a fierce resolve in Shuang Jiang. Disregarding the refugee she was battling, she charged toward Lu Mi, delivering a decisive strike against the refugee who was assaulting her. Blood splattered across her face, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. Suddenly, she felt the force of a staff crashing down on her shoulder, staggering her momentarily. When she turned to look, she saw the refugee she had been fighting raising his staff once more. The refugee grinned, revealing his blackened teeth, his eyes alight with bloodlust. His face a twisted mask of excitement as he aimed to bring the staff down upon her head. Shuang Jiang's eyes widened in terror should the blow land. She would either die or be left severely maimed. She had only just begun to savor the sweetness of life after days of hardship, and she was not ready to meet her end. She refused to accept it. How could she perish now? She has perished, along with the lady's medicine, provisions, flesh, and the garments gifted to her. A torrent of emotions surged through her in an instant. An overwhelming sense of unwillingness ignited a tremendous force and speed within her. With a fierce cry, she momentarily forgot the knife in her hand and charged at the refugee's abdomen. Thud! The smile on the refugee's face faded too soon, as excruciating pain erupted in his belly, propelling him several meters before he fell to the ground. Yet, Shuang Jiang did not relent. Brandishing her blade, she pursued him, and with a swift stroke, blood splattered, silencing his cries abruptly. A flicker of amusement danced in Zhou Sui's eyes as he redirected his bow to target other refugees. It was well known among the team that Shuang Jiang possessed great strength. Jiang Jin had previously mentioned that once Shuang Jiang's injuries healed, she would take her under her wing. Such strength should not be squandered, whether in military service or for her own safety. Imparting some martial skills to her would be beneficial. He could not help but remind Jiang Jin, "My lady, there are no female soldiers, but I can teach her the art of self-defense, enabling her to protect you in the future." Jiang Jin merely smiled. "In time, there will be. For now, just teach her and observe her talent and disposition." Earlier, he had noticed Shuang Jiang engaged in battle from afar. She had several opportunities to slay the refugees, but refrained from doing so. It was understandable. A 12-year-old peasant girl, despite her harsh life, had not yet faced the specter of death, making her hesitance entirely normal. The refugee who had been flung aside by Shuang Jiang had already leaped onto a cart, preparing to flee. Whoosh! An arrow shot from Xian Nanchao's bow. The smile on the refugee's face froze as he clutched the arrow embedded in his throat, emitting a ghastly sound. Thud! He fell from the cart, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 41. Training? When Jiang Jin and her companions returned with the herd, the battle had concluded. Over 100 refugees lay slain, with not a soul escaping. As Dong Si prepared to search the bodies, Jiang Jin interjected, "What valuables could these refugees possess? Let us not waste time." She turned to the others. "Is anyone injured? How serious are the wounds?" Lu Mi, with her hair in disarray and bruises adorning her face and arms, assessed her condition, knowing she had not sustained any life-threatening injuries. She had already checked on Li Qiu and Shuang Jiang, and now reported, "Li Qiu and Shuang Jiang suffered some blows, but nothing grave. I have applied medicine to their wounds. They will recover in a couple of days." Jiang Jin gazed at her with concern. "And your injuries? Are they severe?" Lu Mi felt warmth in her heart. "I am fine, merely superficial wounds." With a sigh of relief, Jiang Jin nodded. "We must depart swiftly. Those injured should take the cart. Hurry, we must move quickly." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Mi boarded Yao Ji's cart to inspect his wounds, anxious he might aggravate them during the fight. Thankfully, He was cautious, and no further issues arose. Yao Ji expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Lu." Lu Mi waved her hand. No need for thanks. It was all the lady's instruction. Riding at the front of the group, Jiang Jin inquired, "Is there a suitable place for camping ahead?" Given the bloodstains on the herd and on nearly every person, they needed to find a location to cleanse themselves and change into fresh garments without delay. More significantly, for Sun Acro Xuanjiang and others who have never taken a life, and who are experiencing the chaos of battle for the first time, today has proven to be overwhelmingly stimulating, leaving their minds somewhat disoriented. Such a state is ill-suited for prolonged travel. Zhou Sui pondered for a moment before speaking. There are no nearby sources of water, but there is a village ahead with a river outside its bounds. We can either venture into the village or follow the river to find a suitable place to camp. Jiang Jin frowned, expressing her reluctance to camp in an area populated by many. As the saying goes, where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Zhou Sui seemed to sense her conflict and, after a brief hesitation, remarked, "My lady, the village may be deserted now." Jiang Jin paused, realizing the implication. In the current state of Yan Nation, 9 out of 10 houses lay empty, particularly in the northern regions, which had become increasingly desolate. The two fell into silence. After a considerable time, Zhou Sui finally spoke. "My lady, I shall go ahead to assess the situation in that village." Jiang Jin agreed. "Yes, do take care." In approximately half an hour, Zhou Sui returned, confirming that the village was indeed abandoned. Jiang Jin led her group into the village, deciding to spend the night there. The remnants of white bones scattered throughout the village suggested it had suffered an attack long ago. The team found a relatively clean and suitable place to settle for the night. After their evening meal, Jiang Jin called everyone for a meeting, first offering praise for their efforts, then addressing the shortcomings encountered during the day's battle. Finally, she surveyed the group and inquired, "The refugees have stolen our provisions, our carts, our horses, and they sought to take our lives. Do you believe they deserve to be eliminated?" "They must be eliminated." The crowd responded in unison, their voices resonating with conviction. Jiang Jin turned to Xuanjiang and Sun Akashuang. "Why were you unable to act decisively at the beginning? Are you aware of the consequences should we fall into their hands?" Both Xuanjiang and Sun Akashuang bowed their heads in shame, acknowledging that they had indeed faltered today. Jiang Jin continued, "I understand this is your first encounter with such circumstances. I am not reproaching you. Rather, I wish for you to recognize the harsh reality. In the face of the enemy, it is either you perish or I do. Compassion towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. And I hope you will remember my words today. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth." "Understood," came the resounding reply from all present. The following morning, as Jiang Jin finished her morning ablutions, she spotted Xuanjiang waiting for her not far away. "Do you seek me?" Jiang Jin beckoned her over. Xuanjiang appeared somewhat anxious, her hands clenched. "My lady, may I learn martial arts from you?" She had scarcely slept through the night, haunted by visions of the crude sticks striking Lu Mi and the twisted grin revealing blackened teeth. She had the opportunity to eliminate the refugees initially, yet was unable to act, resulting in Lu Mi's beating and her own near demise. The lady was indeed correct. Kindness towards the enemy translates into cruelty towards oneself and one's own people. Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow. "Why do you wish to learn martial arts?" Xuanjiang lowered her gaze to her hands, acknowledging that while she knew she possessed strength greater than that of the average person, she had never truly comprehended the extent of her power. Due to her perpetual state of hunger, she often found herself satisfied with only a modest meal at home, relying primarily on water to stave off her cravings. However, in recent days, she has finally experienced the luxury of a full stomach, savoring dry food and meat, which invigorated her body with newfound strength and boundless energy. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze and declared, "My lady, I wish to protect you and our team." Since her early childhood, she had received little care from her family, believing it was her fate as a woman to endure such neglect. Yet, during her time with the group, she realized that women could be just as formidable as men, exemplified by her lady. She cherished her current life and aspired to improve, hoping that the next time they encountered danger, she could fight alongside her lady. Jiang Jin felt a sense of relief. "Very well, learn from Zhou Sui. I shall speak with him shortly." Jiang Jin did not wish to exclude her. Rather, their training paths were currently divergent. The original owner of her body had been a pampered princess with poor physical condition. Thus, her training focused on foundational aspects: stamina, endurance, and strength. In contrast, Jiang, accustomed to labor, possessed commendable stamina and endurance. While these qualities required enhancement, the emphasis lay on martial arts techniques, combat skills, and reflexes. Though disappointed that she could not train alongside Jiang Jin, Jiang quickly regained her resolve, determined to join her lady once she became proficient. Before long, Jiang Jin located Zhou Sui and conveyed the situation, requesting him to include Li Su and his son in their training, as managing one or two would yield the same effort. Li Su, who appeared older than his 34 years, was merely a year senior to Zhou Sui and still in his prime. Zhou Sui agreed, having recognized the challenges faced by their group. Horses and carts, which others perceived as mere meat, were indeed a source of sustenance, yet their combat capabilities were severely lacking. Today, the refugees were without proper weapons. Otherwise, retreating unscathed would have posed a significant challenge. Jiang Jin proposed her thoughts. Utilize your military training methods with them, particularly with Jiang. She possesses great strength. Observe her capacity for endurance. If feasible, arrange for her to undergo weight training promptly. Chapter 42 Death. The concept of weight training has ancient roots. In the era of cold weapons, a soldier's physical fitness, endurance, and strength were crucial determinants of victory in battle. Additionally, ancient armor often weighed dozens of pounds. Without adequate stamina and strength, one could hardly traverse the battlefield. Zhou Sui concurred, agreed. Li Su and his son were elated at the prospect of training alongside them, having gained a profound understanding of the team's prowess during yesterday's skirmish. A mere 16-member squad had vanquished over 100 refugees, with the primary combat strength resting on Jiang Jin, Zhou Sui, and Xian'an, while they had merely played supportive roles, an unthinkable feat for them previously. For the first time, he witnessed the formidable capabilities of Jiang Jin and her companions. Even Feng Qingzhu, who appeared weak, had the audacity to engage in combat. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate to serve such a powerful master. The mightier the master, the greater the safety for himself and his family. Yesterday, he had been gripped by fear. Yet he had no choice but to confront it head-on. He thought to himself that it would be wonderful if he could possess such remarkable abilities, enabling him to safeguard himself, his family, and his comrades. To his surprise, the lady instructed them to undergo training today, which naturally delighted the two of them. They were undeterred by hardship or fatigue. In such tumultuous times, as long as they could ensure their families were well-fed and secure, what did a little toil matter? Thus, when the team set off, Jiang and Li Su followed along, running forward. Although Jiang had sustained an injury and was initially advised to rest for 2 days, she insisted on participating in the training immediately, and Jiang Jin acquiesced. After running for 2 hours, Jiang Jin found herself utterly exhausted, compounded by the heat, and chose not to overexert herself, opting instead to rest in the carriage for a while before resuming her strength training. The trio of Jiang required no respite for them. Being well-nourished and unburdened by heavy luggage, merely maintaining the pace of the carriage posed no challenge at all. During the midday break, Zhou Sui instructed Xian'an to teach them basic boxing and sword techniques. Jiang Jin gathered some burlap and sketched simple designs for Feng Qingzhu and others to stitch weighted sandbags, ensuring durability by layering the burlap 2 or 3 times. She also inquired about the soldiers' usual methods of weight training. Zhou Sui replied that they generally utilized weights, such as lifting heavy objects, stone locks, and stone poles, alongside daily exercises like swordplay and drawing a sturdy bow to enhance physical strength and reaction times. While these methods indeed bolstered strength, they required specific tools and environments, making them unsuitable for their current journey. The weighted sandbags, however, proved far more convenient, as they could be strapped to the legs, body, or arms, allowing for easy access to materials at any time and place. The construction of these sandbags was straightforward, allowing for size adjustments based on need, and they managed to create a substantial number in just one afternoon. Jiang Jin also led the group to a nearby stream to gather clean sand for drying and future use. By the time they set off again in the afternoon, the trio of Jiang had begun utilizing the weighted sandbags. Since it was their initial experience, Jiang Jin limited their total weight to a gradual 5 kilograms. Jiang, being the youngest and a woman, found the task the least burdensome, while Li Su and his son struggled to keep pace. Zhou Sui, Yaoji, and Xian'an were thoroughly impressed by the weighted sandbags Jiang Jin devised. Having all faced the battlefield, they understood the transformative potential such training could offer soldiers. That evening, As Xian'anxiao taught Shuangjiang and the others boxing techniques, he himself strapped on a weighted sandbag. The following day, an unexpected turn of events occurred. They encountered a group of soldiers from Chu Zhao escorting prisoners, who took an interest in Jiang Jin's horse. "Where did you acquire this horse? Where are you taking it?" inquired the leader, a short Chu Zhao officer with somewhat bulging eyes. Jiang Jin, seated atop her horse, cast a glance down at him and replied, "What concern is it of yours?" The Chu Zhao contingent was not numerous, numbering around 20, and posed no real threat to Jiang Jin, so she did not sidestep them. After all, when she had recently awakened in this world, she had boldly confronted over 10 soldiers from the Jiao clan with merely a dagger, and now she commanded a team. She had no intention of provoking trouble, yet if they dared to challenge her, she would not hesitate to eradicate them. The group escorting the prisoners appeared rather peculiar. There were 5 men, all shackled and chained together. Among them was a frail, silver-haired elder, motionless and being carried by one of the prisoners. The elder's trousers were tattered, revealing his legs, which were bloodied and festering, emanating a foul stench, and even attracting flies. The man bearing him was tall yet emaciated, his head bowed and breath labored, clearly in distress. Upon hearing Jiang Jin's words, the prisoners displayed expressions of astonishment, even glancing up at her. A petite woman was mounted on a horse, accompanied by several carts and a large herd of horses behind her. Surrounding the herd were 3 mounted men and 3 individuals bound with strange burlap sacks. The tall prisoner carrying the elder hesitated, ultimately unable to suppress his compassion, his voice hoarse as he urged, "You have horses, flee swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than a whip cracked against him, leaving a crimson mark on his arm. The soldier from the Zhao tribe sneered coldly, warning, "Speak again, and I shall sever your tongue. You think you can save anyone when you cannot even save yourselves? Do you believe those few Han can escape?" The smallest prisoner, appearing no older than 12 or 13, stepped forward, chest heaving, ready to unleash a tirade, only to be restrained by another prisoner beside him. Clenching his teeth, the boy lowered his head to conceal his fury, falling silent. The small leader disregarded the prisoner's quarrel, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Jin, a smile gracing his lips. This band was easily subdued. Upon a cursory glance, only 3 or 4 of them seemed to possess any real fighting capability. Moreover, the Han were feeble. He could dispatch 2 of his men to handle them with ease. Dozens of warhorses were a testament to their strength, though they hailed from the northern grasslands. Their steeds were indeed precious. Furthermore, several women in this group were strikingly beautiful, particularly the one on horseback, who possessed an exquisite charm. He found Han women alluring, delicate and fragile, invoking a desire to dominate. The small leader licked his lips, reveling in the rare excitement of the moment. In Fengzhou, where the Zhao tribe reigned, a mere Han woman dared to speak to him in such a manner. He wondered if she might soon be begging for mercy. He scoffed, "I had intended to spare your lives, but your insolence leaves me no choice. Brothers, seize the women for our enjoyment and slay the men." Just as he spoke, an arrow pierced his chest. Dong Si stood atop a cart, looking down at the astonished crowd, declaring, "To dare insult Our Lady, you must die." Jiang Jin could not help but twitch her lips. When had this young eunuch become so ruthless? The small leader stared in disbelief at the arrow embedded in his chest. "You, how dare you?" Jiang Jin wasted no words, gesturing commandingly, "Kill." No sooner had she spoken than Zhou Sui lunged forward with his blade, severing a head from its body. Xian'anxiao was equally swift, charging ahead with a spear poised for action. Jiang Jin, too, swung her knife, claiming a life in the process. In her space lay a replica of a formidable weapon from the future, an exquisite blade that was truly lethal. Regrettably, she had yet to hone her strength sufficiently to wield it effectively, thus resorting to the Tang Dao. At that moment, Chu Zhao, inflamed with rage, charged towards several individuals, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" Jiang Jin and her companions took the lead, while Dong Si and Chun Shi provided archery support. Luo Qingxi also drew her bow. However, she hesitated to shoot into the fray, for her archery skills were rather questionable, posing a risk of accidentally injuring her allies. Hence, she aimed at the soldiers of Chu Zhao positioned at the periphery, releasing an arrow that whisked past one soldier's face, heading straight for the criminals. Chapter 43. General Yun Ci, the soldier from Chu Zhao, was taken aback, not knowing from whence the arrow had come, yet it reached him in an instant. Fortunately, the assailant's aim was poor, otherwise his life would have been forfeit. "Ah!" the youth cried out, startled. "Be careful." One of the criminals hurriedly grasped the boy and pulled him back several paces. As they formed a chain, the sudden tug nearly caused them to stumble, but their reflexes proved agile enough to regain their balance. Thud! The arrow struck the very spot the boy had occupied moments before. Had he not dodged swiftly, his foot would have been pierced. He cast a reproachful glance at Liangcheng, his eyes pleading, "You." At a loss for words, he pondered why the stranger, whom he had no quarrel with, would shoot at him. Liangcheng, reflecting on her actions, murmured, "She claims it was unintentional. Who would believe that?" She glanced at her bow and, in resignation, set it down, resolving to refrain from complicating matters further. Perhaps in the future, when precision was not required, she could attempt blind shots. Yao Ji, wielding a knife, stood at the front of the carriage, casting a glance at Liangcheng before returning his focus to the battlefield. His injuries had considerably healed, yet vigorous movements were still ill-advised. He could only serve as a guard, picking up the pieces. Meanwhile, Shuangjiang and Li Su quickly unburdened themselves of heavy sandbags, while Feng Qingzhu and others passed them knives. Suddenly, Yao Ji spoke, "Li Su, you and your father should keep an eye on the horses." Having not participated in the previous conflict, facing Chu Zhao soldiers this time was ill-suited for them. It was better they did not become liabilities, as they might require protection themselves. Furthermore, the ensuing battle could easily incite chaos among the horses, necessitating someone to maintain order. Li Su and his father paused momentarily, but accustomed to following orders, they accepted the knives and dashed towards the herd. Shuangjiang took the knife, turning to charge at the Chu Zhao soldiers, her gaze resolute and unwavering. With a decisive swing, she struck, sending a spray of blood into the air. The soldier from Chu Zhao was cleaved in two, his body severed at the waist. Another soldier nearby, splattered with blood, watched in shock, never anticipating that such a diminutive figure could wield such power. He raised his weapon to strike at Shuangjiang. With a swift motion, Shuangjiang blocked the attack, sparks flying from the clash of blades. The soldier staggered back 2 paces from her force. Unyielding, Shuangjiang pursued, delivering a horizontal slash. However, the Chu Zhao soldier was no novice. Their initial disadvantage stemmed from unpreparedness and underestimation. As he retreated 2 steps to evade her strike, he aimed his blade at Shuangjiang's neck. In the midst of battle, Shuangjiang, youthful and inexperienced, relied on her remarkable strength and quick reflexes, engaging in a spirited exchange with her opponent. However, her intelligence shone through as she learned from each encounter, gradually shifting from a position of disadvantage to one of parity, and eventually securing the upper hand. As Jiang Jin finished dispatching yet another soldier, poised to strike a soldier on her right, the spirited steed, Xiaohong, raised its front hoof high. A soldier ahead attempted to strike at the horse's head, but Xiaohong would not tolerate such an affront. With a swift movement, it not only evaded the soldier's blade, but also trampled him into the ground. This marked the second soldier crushed beneath Xiaohong's hooves. Drawing upon her experience, Jiang Jin tightened the reins and brought down her tang knife, severing the head of the soldier who had attempted the ambush. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving 4 dazed prisoners in its wake, their eyes wide with disbelief as Jiang Jin, bloodied from the fray, dismounted and approached the fallen leader, raising his head with her blade. "From whence do you come, and who do you escort? Where are you headed?" she inquired. The leader, trembling with rage, retorted, "You dare to kill our people on Chu Zhao's territory? You will not escape." Jiang Jin laughed. "Chu Zhao's territory? When did this land become yours? I shall ask once more, where do you hail from?" The leader, gritting his teeth in defiance, turned his head aside, refusing to answer. Losing her patience, Jiang Jin thrust her blade into his neck, declaring, "Since you choose silence, you shall meet your end." His eyes widened in shock as blood spurted from his mouth, his body convulsing violently before succumbing to death. He had not grasped the abruptness of the attack, pondering that perhaps had he answered, it might have spared him. The trio of Dongxi had already begun to rummage through the corpses, finding joy in their grim task. Feeling fatigue wash away, their spirits lifted. Zhou Sui approached the prisoners, halting a few meters away, and inquired, "Who are you?" Aside from the elderly man being carried, the remaining prisoners were still in a state of shock. They had grown numb, expecting yet another tale of humiliation and slaughter at the hands of Han soldiers. However, their expectations shattered upon hearing the anguished cries of Chu Zhao soldiers, realizing that the situation had taken an entirely unforeseen turn. You are the Grand General?" stammered the tall prisoner, his voice trembling as he addressed the figure carrying the old man. Zhou Sui frowned, failing to recognize him at first, then glanced at the motionless elder on his back, his expression growing grave. "Is it General Yin Ci?" The once formidable figure of Yunci appeared diminished, barely recognizable in his current state. The tall prisoner's eyes brimmed with tears. Yes, please, Grand General, save my father. Zhou Sui quickly turned to Jiang Jin. Lady, this is General Yunci, who has long defended the frontier. Upon hearing this, several prisoners exchanged surprised glances at Jiang Jin, clearly acknowledging her as the leader in this moment. Jiang Jin cast a glance at the elder before turning to Lu Mi, calling out, Lu, come take a look. Xianan Shao, perceptive as ever, had already retrieved the keys to the shackles from the Chu Zhao soldiers, assisting in unlocking the prisoners. Lu Mi felt Yunci's forehead, confirming its feverish heat. As he rolled up his trouser legs, the stench of decaying flesh intensified, revealing the elderly man's legs more clearly, marred by various knife and whip wounds, with numerous areas turning a sickly black and oozing pus. Yet, these were not the most dire afflictions. The most alarming aspect was the grotesque angle at which his legs bent, particularly at the knee, which had collapsed inward, clearly indicating that the bone within had shattered. Lu Mi's expression grew grave, his face reflecting profound guilt. My medical skills are limited. I cannot treat this injury. Chapter 44. Lin County Grandfather. The youth's eyes reddened, his grip on Yunci's hand tightening. The tall prisoner felt a tightening in his throat. He was acutely aware of his father's condition, yet he clung to a flicker of hope. Is there truly no other way? Lu Mi shook his head. I can only attempt to bring down the fever temporarily, but the necrotic tissue in his leg must be addressed, especially the bone, which appears severely fractured. I am at a loss. The other prisoners exchanged sorrowful glances. The tall prisoner pressed his lips together and, after a long pause, said, We must trouble you, young lady. Together, they lifted Yunci onto the cart. Jiang Jin pondered for a moment, then discreetly added a fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory pill to the water pouch. Given Lu Mi's medical expertise, she feared he would be unable to bring down the fever, and preparing the medicine would take time they did not possess. She handed the water pouch to the tall prisoner. It's hot. You should give him this water. I've included some specially formulated fever-reducing medication. She explained her reasoning, concerned that they might not administer the water properly, allowing it to spill and go to waste. The medicine had already dissolved, leaving no trace of the tablet's original form. Yao Ji's eyes flickered. He had already surmised that the water pouch contained the same medicine he had previously taken. The tall prisoner quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young lady. He instructed the youth to support Yunci as he carefully fed him small sips. Although Yunci remained unconscious, he still possessed the instinct to swallow, and soon the water was entirely consumed. Observing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. The soldiers, including Chun Shi and Li Su, organized their weapons and loaded them onto the cart. Dongxi handed over the meager spoils acquired from their search, totaling only a few coins. The caravan continued its journey, as the stench of blood lingered heavily in the air, and they lacked the manpower to deal with the bodies. Additionally, the open terrain offered no shade from the scorching sun, making it unsuitable for a halt. The convoy traveled approximately 5 or 6 miles before finding a suitable resting place. The fever has subsided, the youth exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. Everyone turned their attention to the cart, marveling at the efficacy of Jiang Jin's medicine. The tall prisoner felt an even deeper sense of gratitude. Such a rapidly effective remedy must be exceedingly rare, and he silently vowed to remember this favor. Lu Mi hesitated and asked, Young lady, should we prepare more fever-reducing medicine? Jiang Jin nodded. His high fever will likely recur. Prepare the medicine in advance, and let him take it if the fever returns. Lu Mi nodded and began to brew the medicine, while the others busied themselves with cooking, gathering firewood, and tending to the horses, each performing their assigned tasks. Jiang Jin also learned the identities of the 5 individuals. Yunci was the general in charge of the Northeast Army, having spent the majority of his life safeguarding the borders. His eldest and second sons both perished in the battles against the Man-Yi. Previously, he was carried by his third son, Yunyu, who was the child of Yunci, born when he was nearly 40 years old, and is now just 20. The young man, Yunsu, is the grandson of Yunci, being the son of his eldest son, and is merely 13 years of age. The other 2, Qiu Wu and Lu Ping, are both generals of the Northeast Army. Zhou Sui sighed. When Dingyang was besieged, the emperor urgently summoned various military factions to return to the city for rescue, and Yunci was among them, yet he never arrived. It now seems that it was not due to Yunci's unwillingness to assist, but rather that he was already in a dire situation himself. Jiang Jin pondered. Are you suggesting that he had already been captured at that time? Zhou Sui shook his head, uncertain. But even if he had not been captured, the Northeast Army likely faced immense difficulties and could not extricate themselves. At that moment, Yin Yu approached and bowed to the two. I am grateful to you both for saving my life and for tending to my father. Zhou Sui stepped back slightly, remaining silent, allowing Jiang Jin to take center stage. Jiang Jin returned the bow and replied, there is no need for formalities. Although she had previously known that this woman was the leader of the group, seeing Zhou Sui defer to her still took her by surprise, stirring her curiosity about the woman's identity. Jiang Jin looked at him and inquired, what is the current situation of the Northeast Army? Upon mentioning this, a trace of sorrow appeared on Yin Yu's face. In the past, there were the Jiao people in the northwest and Chu Zhao in the northeast. Later, Chu Zhao allied with the Jiao people to besiege Liangcheng County. With no external assistance and insufficient provisions, we retreated all the way to Sholi County, where we were ultimately trapped. Half a month ago, the city fell. The phrase "the city fell" succinctly encapsulates the profound grief and devastation experienced by the populace. The three fell into a deep silence, and after a long while, Zhou Sui finally asked, what remains of the Northeast Army? Yin Yu solemnly nodded, his voice hoarse. Except for a few scattered, nearly all have perished in battle. Those who were injured and captured have also been killed by the Chu Zhao forces. Another prolonged silence ensued, as Zhou Sui suppressed the sorrow in his eyes and asked, where do they intend to take you? Yin Yu replied, to Wuqin. Chu Zhao has occupied most of Fengzhou, and their chieftain is in Wuqin. After uttering this, he forced a bitter smile. They plan to transport us to Wuqin, to be judged before all the Han people, and then executed. For the Chu Zhao, the Northeast Army represents their most formidable obstacle in their conquest of Yin was Fengzhou. Due to their staunch resistance, Chu Zhao has sacrificed countless soldiers. Now that they have annihilated the Northeast Army and captured Yunci, they are eager to humiliate him thoroughly. Anger flickered in Zhou Sui's eyes, yet he remained silent. Jiang Jin also fell into silence, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. A veteran who dedicated his life to Yin Gua, even sacrificing 2 sons, would ultimately face death at the hands of the enemy, with the justification being his steadfast defense of his homeland and its people, both tragic and absurd. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, how far is it to Lin County? There must be physicians in the city. Yin Yu was first taken aback, then filled with joy. Lady, do you intend to go to Lin County to find a physician for my father? Jiang Jin nodded. It is worth a try. Yin Yu's breath quickened. I shall first express my gratitude on behalf of my father. After calming himself somewhat, he continued, Lin County is approximately 200 miles from here, covering a distance of over 200 miles. Given Jiang Jin's pace of alternating between travel and rest, it would take approximately 2 days. However, if they were to exert themselves fully, they could potentially have that time. Without further ado, Jiang Jin decided to set off after a brief 15-minute respite post-lunch, accelerating their pace in hopes of entering the city by tomorrow morning. Zhou Sui bowed his head in acknowledgement, while Yin Yu expressed his gratitude. Your kindness need not be spoken of, and should there be any tasks where I may be of use, I shall not decline. After their meal, Yin Yu and his companions regained some strength, and except for Yun Su, who tended to Yun Ci in the carriage, they all rode forward. That night, while setting up camp, Yun Ci awakened briefly, though his frail state soon led him back into slumber. Zhou Sui, accompanied by Xian and Xiao, ventured into the mountains to procure a wild chicken, which he then prepared as a meat porridge for Yun Ci, feeding him gradually. As dawn broke, Jiang Jin practiced a set of martial arts forms, marking the arrival of breakfast time. After a night of sufficient rest, Yun Yu and his companions felt rejuvenated, radiating the vibrant energy that is characteristic of martial generals. The horse-drawn carriage moved swiftly, reaching the vicinity of Lin County by noon. The horse herd attracted considerable attention, but fortunately, Zhou Sui and Yun Yu were well acquainted with the area surrounding Lin County and located a secluded thicket on a hillside suitable for concealment. Having settled the horses, Jiang Jin, accompanied by Dong Si and 3 members of the Yun family, set off with 2 carriages, while Zhou Sui rode behind, leaving the others to guard the horse herd. This showcased the advantage of their numbers. Although the main combatants had departed, they had bolstered their ranks with 2 more martial generals, Qiu Wu and Lu Ping, alleviating any concerns regarding relying solely on Xian and Xiao. After traveling for a little over a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the dilapidated yet sturdy walls of Lin County, where the entrance bore the name Lin County. In this instance, Jiang Jin assumed the identity of an ordinary, affluent merchant. After all, with 2 carriages and Zhou Sui on horseback, claiming to be a farmer would not convince anyone. Having previously obtained various official seals from Liang City, she could define her own identity as she pleased. The influx of people entering Lin County was markedly greater than that of Liang City, as Lin County was one of the few territories in Fengzhou that had not fallen to barbarian invasions, drawing a significant number of Han people. Their entry into the city was smooth. The gate guards inspected their household registrations, collected the entrance fee, and granted them passage. Upon entering the city, Jiang Jin and her companions made their way directly to the largest medical hall. The attending physician, an elderly man with a long beard, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Upon seeing Yun Ci, he paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of complexity before quickly regaining his composure to assess Yun Ci's injuries. However, the more he examined, the more furrowed his brow became, and his demeanor grew increasingly grave. Jiang Jin glanced at the elder but chose to remain silent. Yin Yu, anxious about Yun Ci's condition, failed to notice the changes in the elder's expression and asked nervously, "What is the situation? Please, do not hold back." The elder stroked his beard and replied, "I can ensure his life is saved, but as for restoring his leg to its former state, I am afraid I am powerless." Despite Yin Yu having mentally prepared himself, the confirmation of this grim prognosis pierced his heart like a needle. Yun Su felt a tightening in his throat, unable to utter a word. Although Yun Ci remained in a daze, he had some awareness and responded with an open mind. "It is of no concern, physician, do as you see fit." Yet Yun Yu, unwilling to surrender hope, pressed further, "Is there truly no other option? Is it impossible to mend my father's leg?" The elder shook his head, stating, "If it were merely a dislocation, it could be easily set. However, his bones are fractured, and severely so. Preserving his life is already a remarkable feat." After speaking, the elder examined Yun Ci's leg, applying gentle pressure. "I can provide some treatment for this leg, though standing is beyond hope now. Nonetheless, I can alleviate his suffering in the future." Yin Yu remained silent, nodding in pain after a moment. "Then I shall trouble you, physician." Jiang Jin pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Physician, does your clinic offer accommodation for patients? His leg makes mobility difficult." The elder nodded, "Patients can stay, but we only have 1 medical room. This implies we cannot accommodate too many. Only the patient can reside here." Jiang Jin acknowledged, "I understand. We will seek alternative lodging, with just the patient and his caregiver staying here." The elder agreed, allowing Yin Yu and the others to carry Yun Ci into the clinic's medical room. Placing him upon a rudimentary sickbed, he began preparing a narcotic powder. For the necrotic flesh on Yun Ci's leg needed urgent attention, given Yun Ci's current condition. Enduring without the narcotic would likely prove unbearable. This was also one reason why Jiang Jin and the others had refrained from treating the necrotic flesh themselves. They were not trained medical practitioners and feared causing Yun Ci further suffering. Thus, they had only applied a minor wound ointment the previous day, which was hardly sufficient. Once the narcotic powder was ready, it was swiftly administered to Yun Ci, after which the elder, accompanied by 2 apprentices, proceeded to tend to his wounds. Seeing that her presence was no longer needed, Jiang Jin handed Yin Yu 2 coins. "I must procure some provisions. Should you find yourself short of funds while at the clinic, we can address it upon my return." Yin Yu hesitated momentarily but accepted the coins, his cheeks flushed. "Thank you, my lady." Feeling financially embarrassed and awkward, he was simultaneously grateful to Jiang Jin. They left behind a carriage for Yun Ci's use, while Jiang Jin and the others drove a single cart to the vehicle depot to acquire another. Given that Yun Ci would likely accompany her henceforth, he would require his own carriage. Consequently, the current number of carriages for the group would become insufficient. Additionally, since she intended to purchase a larger quantity of supplies during their visit to Lin County, it was a fortuitous opportunity. Despite possessing a spatial storage, the quantity of food required for so many individuals along the journey necessitated visible provisions. Upon reaching the vehicle depot, she bought a cart suitable for Zhou Sui's horse, as well as an additional horse and cart for Dongxi. This location was likely the largest county where extensive shopping could be conducted before reaching Gufeng, and any unspent funds would likely remain and used later on. After securing the carriage, Jiang Jin transferred several boxes of her valuables from her cart to them. In an era where even silver notes were non-existent, shopping proved to be an exceedingly cumbersome task. One truly required a modicum of physical strength. Subsequently, the 3 of them split up to attend to various shopping needs. Dongxi was responsible for oils, salts, and seasonings, while Zhou Sui focused on procuring vegetables and meats. particularly live chickens and ducks for their journey, as meat would not last long in the current weather. Jiang Jin took charge of purchasing staple grains, guiding her cart to a grain shop. Upon noticing Jiang Jin arrive with a cart, the shopkeeper recognized her as a person of means and treated her with utmost courtesy, enthusiastically presenting various grain prices. Currently, the cost of quality rice was indeed steep, priced at 490 copper coins per stone. Jiang Jin naturally sought to negotiate. I am purchasing in bulk, so I would appreciate a discount. The shopkeeper's face brightened. Pray tell, how much will the young lady be acquiring? 10 stones of rice, fine flour, coarse flour, and I also require some bran. Jiang Jin gazed at the rice, regretting that her cart could not accommodate more. Otherwise, she would have bought additional quantities. Her lavish double-horse carriage was too opulent, compelling her to employ a more modest cart for this trip. After haggling, they settled on a price of 472 copper coins per stone of rice. And with the purchase of other fine and coarse grains, her total expenditure amounted to 7 strings of coins. After some contemplation, she opted to pay with silver. Although copper coins were less convenient, they were widely circulated among the common folk and might prove useful in the future. Furthermore, this transaction was substantial enough that using silver would be more practical and less conspicuous. Given the bulk of her grain purchase, she utilized the cover of the cart to store a portion in her spatial pocket. The shopkeeper observed Jiang Jin's departing silhouette, marveling at her remarkable ability to organize her belongings. She had managed to fit so much into her cart, which was indeed quite spacious. Not long after leaving the grain shop, Jiang Jin arrived at a secluded alley. After securing her cart, she entered the carriage to stow the purchased grain into her spatial pocket. Once finished, she exited the carriage, preparing to continue her shopping at the next establishment. Faintly, she seemed to hear voices nearby and glanced around, noting that the sounds appeared to emanate from within the alley. Chapter 46. The enormous trap. Jiang Jin hesitated for a moment, then decided to eavesdrop, having caught snippets of conversation mentioning the county magistrate, robbery, bandits, and granaries. She quietly instructed Xiao Hong, I shall be over there for a moment. Do not wander off or make a sound. If someone approaches, remember to bark twice. Xiao Hong ignored her, believing that with its imposing stature and bravery, it would never need to bark. Unfazed, Jiang Jin ventured further into the alley, where the voices became increasingly discernible. She soon realized that the voices were not coming from the alley itself, but rather from within a house adjacent to it, with her current position being directly behind the dwelling. At that moment, most of the house's windows were only slightly ajar, particularly the small rear window. Standing by the window, she overheard the ongoing conversation. I never anticipated that we would act so soon tonight. Remember to open the city gates. Of course, this is not our first endeavor. Rest assured. By the way, will all 4 city gates be open this time? Indeed. The Lin County has been raided multiple times, and the granaries are nearly depleted. So we aim to transport some to Wuqing. Quite so. The last shipment from the prominent grain merchant Lan Liang amounted to several thousand stones. And the wealthy merchant Wang Yu reportedly brought an abundance of gold, silver, and textiles, all of which were seized by our county magistrate. You seem to be well informed. Young man, Magistrate Gao is indeed formidable. He acquired such a vast quantity of grain without raising suspicion, garnering the people's favor. Indeed, now most Han people are flocking to Lin County, bringing us untold wealth. Precisely. Currently, there are few territories in Fengzhou that belong to the Han, hence their migration here. Who would have imagined that the magistrate and we would all become puppets of Chuzhou? This place has become the granary and treasury for Chuzhou, with the Han people continuously sending money and provisions here. Indeed, just half a month ago, our Lin County dispatched 1,000 sheng of grain to Shu County, sufficient to sustain the soldiers of Chuzhou for 2 months. It is truly a pity about the county magistrate. His unwavering integrity is commendable, yet it has its drawbacks. Speaking of the county magistrate, whatever happened to Lady Xia? Who knows? She likely fled the city long ago. That woman is quite formidable. Despite the numerous attempts to capture her, she managed to elude them and even killed several of our soldiers. I have heard she has been by the county magistrate's side since childhood, skilled in archery and martial arts. Who would dare to marry such a woman? Huh. I have heard she is already 19 and remains unmarried, likely because no one desires her. Well, why dwell on such matters? It's nearly time to change shifts. Let us depart. Jiang Jin stood still, listening to the receding footsteps. Once she confirmed that everyone had left, she slowly made her way back to the carriage. The information she had just received was overwhelming, and she needed to organize her thoughts. It became clear that the county magistrate of Lin County was either an agent of Chu Zhao or merely a puppet. The conversation revealed that Lin County had been raided multiple times, with the spoils ending up in its granary. This indicated that Lin County had employed bandits to rob wealthy merchants and grain traders, thus replenishing its stores, and subsequently, these resources were continuously sent to Chu Zhao. Furthermore, it seemed that Lin County was planning a significant operation tonight, intending to transport provisions to Chu Zhao while perhaps also engaging in some plundering and killing. A cold glimmer flashed in her eyes. What a cunning scheme by Lin County. What a shrewd county magistrate. It was evident that Lin County operated as a massive slaughterhouse, feeding the people of Chu Zhao with the flesh and blood of the Han. With a newfound understanding, she hurriedly drove her carriage to several grain shops to procure supplies, employing her usual method of stowing the grain in the carriage's hidden compartments. Of course, she left a considerable amount of grain visible in the carriage before heading to the rendezvous point, a flat area beside the clinic. Upon arrival, she spotted Dong Si and Zhou Sui waiting for her. Dong Si's carriage was filled with numerous clay jars, each containing salt and oil, with plenty of dried straw cushioning the bottom and sides to prevent breakage. Zhou Shui's load was even more extravagant. His carriage was stacked high with baskets overflowing with vegetables, especially eggplants, taros, and cucumbers, those that could withstand the test of time. Additionally, 2 bamboo baskets designed for livestock were piled on the outer part of the carriage, containing 7 or 8 ducks and over 10 chickens. Beneath the bamboo baskets lay ample straw, keeping the carriage clean, though the scent was quite overwhelming. Jiang Jin instructed the two to watch over the carriage and turned to enter the clinic, only to see an elderly man standing at the door, gazing into the distance with a pensive expression. Following his gaze, Jiang Jin noticed a contingent of soldiers passing through the street, appearing unremarkable at first glance. However, observing the elder's demeanor, a flicker of contemplation crossed Jiang Jin's eyes. It seemed that many in Lin County had begun to sense something amiss. The elder, sensing her gaze, turned and greeted her. "Young lady, you have returned." Jiang Jin stepped into the clinic, asking, "How are things?" The elder replied, "The injury on the leg has been treated, and I have also prepared the necessary medications." As the two conversed, they arrived at the infirmary. Yin Ci had already regained consciousness and, upon seeing Jiang Jin, attempted to rise to express his gratitude. Jiang Jin quickly restrained him, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Mr. Yun. It was merely a trifling effort on my part." At that moment, it felt inappropriate to address him as general. However, directly calling him by his name, as Zhou Sui had done, was equally difficult for her due to the disparity in their ages. Yin Ci shook his head, responding, "To you, it may be a trifling effort, but to us, it is a life-saving grace. Henceforth, should you require any assistance, provided it does not contravene our moral principles, do not hesitate to command us." Jiang Jin nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well." She then turned to Yun Yu. "Yun Samlang, may I have a word in private?" Yun Yu glanced at Yin Ci, and upon receiving a nod of consent, he followed Jiang Jin outside the infirmary. After instructing Dong Si to remain with the carriage, Jiang Jin, along with Zhou Sui and Yun Yu, took refuge behind the carriage to converse. Once assured of their privacy, Jiang Jin recounted the intelligence she had gathered. Yun Yu's anger flared, his veins standing out. This is utterly intolerable. Yet Zhou Sui remained relatively composed, inquiring, "What does the lady intend to do?" Jiang Jin lowered her voice. "Tonight, chaos is inevitable. No one can predict the ensuing calamities. Therefore, we must cancel our previous plans. We must act swiftly to procure our needs, allowing Mr. Yun and Dong Si to exit the city first." Their original plan had been to stay in Lin County for a night or two to gather supplies and procure individuals, primarily to tend to Yun Ci's ailments. As his injuries would not heal immediately, they had intended to wait until he showed signs of improvement, at least until his fever subsided, before continuing their journey. However, circumstances had changed. The bandits' incursion into the city would undoubtedly incite chaos. This was their customary tactic, plundering resources while creating disorder to facilitate their own supply routes. It was uncertain whether the infirmary would be spared during such tumult. Yin Ci, still fragile, could not endure excessive jostling. Thus, the notion of fleeing was no trivial matter. Given the circumstances, it would be wiser to procure the necessary medicines and exit the city promptly for safety. Upon hearing that only Dong Si and the others would depart, Zhou Sui discerned Jiang Jin's intention to instigate a disturbance in Lin County, yet he remained silent, tacitly supporting her decision. Yin Yu, however, appeared hesitant. Will the lady not accompany the general out of the city? Jiang Jin softly affirmed. Prepare yourselves promptly and have the physician prescribe additional days' worth of medicine. Although Yun Yu harbored concerns, he was not intimately acquainted with Jiang Jin, leaving him reluctant to press for further details. After reaching an agreement, Yun Yu hastened back to the infirmary while Jiang Jin took Dong Si to procure individuals, leaving Zhou Sui to guard the carriage. Dong Si proved to be quite experienced in such dealings, arguably making it his second profession. The two arrived at the slave market, beginning their selection process. At this juncture, there were no pawn shops. Those engaging in the trade of slaves were referred to as zhangquai. The market resembled one for poultry, with individuals bound by ropes. Lined up for inspection, Dong Si paused before two women who appeared somewhat cleaner. Chapter 47. May I inquire if it is permissible to accompany the lady? The zhangquai, noticing potential patrons, promptly approached. Which of these two have caught your eye? Allow me to provide an introduction. Dong Si pointed to the women. What were their previous occupations? The zhangquai glanced at them. They once served as cooks in a household, preparing quite delectable meals. Dong Si frowned. Then how did they end up in the slave market? The explanation of the situation is as follows. About 2 weeks prior, bandits had invaded the town, robbing a particular household of all their wealth. Consequently, they could no longer afford to maintain their servants, leading to the decision to sell them all. The speaker pointed to a middle-aged man nearby, identifying him as the family's coachman, and then gestured towards several young men and women who were bowing their heads, stating that they were the household's young servants and maids. Dong Si nodded and addressed the group, instructing, lift your heads. Without hesitation, they complied. Jiang Jin observed these individuals and then turned her gaze to Dong Si, acknowledging his discernment in assessing character, as the group appeared to be gentle souls. Of course, true understanding would only come with time, but their initial impression was favorable. Noticing Jiang Jin's silence, Dong Si inferred her lack of objection and proceeded to inquire about their prices. Suddenly, a woman knelt before him, pleading, "Please, my lord, buy my son as well. He is obedient and capable of performing various tasks." Beside her stood a boy of around 6 or 7 years old, who followed suit and knelt down upon witnessing his mother's action. Fearing to upset Jiang Jin and her companion, the auctioneer kicked the woman lightly, admonishing, "Do you not understand the rules? Is it your place to speak?" He then awkwardly elaborated, "They are mother and son. If the esteemed one purchases this group, I can offer you this little boy as a gift." A child of such tender age was not likely to be of much use, as most households preferred to acquire older youths to train over the years. Jiang Jin glanced at the boy and inquired, "Can you run swiftly? The road ahead could be perilous, and a child unable to escape quickly would be vulnerable." The group was taken aback, puzzled by her question. The woman, somewhat dazed, nevertheless replied earnestly, "Yes, my son runs fast. He can help me with the firewood, and he is quite capable." Jiang Jin nodded, "Very well." Dong Si engaged in haggling with the auctioneer and ultimately purchased the group of 9 for a total of 10 guan. Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow, contemplating that the price was somewhat lower than what Dong Si had previously mentioned. However, given the ongoing conflicts, it was only logical that the value of servants had diminished significantly. The two then procured an additional 6 young adults from the slave market. Jiang Jin felt compelled to limit her purchases, as their numbers were few. Acquiring too many individuals could lead to complications in maintaining control. After all, the primary combat strength of their group consisted solely of herself, Zhou Sui, and Xiananshao, while Yun Yu and the others possessed considerable abilities. Their allegiance was not yet guaranteed. Additionally, the day's circumstances were unique. Acquiring an excessive number of people could result in difficulties when attempting to exit the city. Upon returning to the medical hall, the hour was late, and Yun Ci had prepared the medicines, packed and ready for departure. The elderly man at the medical hall watched Jiang Jin, hesitating to speak. Just as she and her companions were about to leave, he could no longer contain himself and called out, "Miss, please wait." Jiang Jin turned to him. "Is there something you need?" The old man hesitated before asking, "May I inquire as to why you have decided to leave so suddenly?" Jiang Jin replied solemnly, "I remembered there are matters to attend to at home, which is why I must depart in haste." The old man silently ground his teeth, recognizing that despite her youth, she spoke with remarkable precision and discretion. He bowed slightly and inquired cautiously, "Might I ask, fair lady, your destination? To the south?" Jiang Jin shook her head, replying, "I am headed north." The elder was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating her journey in that direction. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Are you bound for Shuxian?" Are you aware that Shuxian falls within the jurisdiction of the powerful magistrate of Lin County? Jiang Jin continued to shake her head, stating, "Speak plainly, physician." Realizing his thoughts had been discerned by Jiang Jin, the elder felt no embarrassment, introducing himself as Muzhua. "I apologize for my boldness today. It is merely a matter of survival." As he spoke, he observed Jiang Jin's lack of emotional response, confirming his suspicion. She too had sensed something amiss in Lin County. Half a month prior, Lin County had suffered a robbery, resulting in the loss of all the funds from our medical hall and the death of a young apprentice. This was not the first incident of its kind. Lin County would face such threats every half-month to 3 months, and it was likely that another disturbance would occur this very night. Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow. "What, then, are your intentions, Physician Mu?" Determined, Muzhua proposed. "Might I accompany you, fair lady? In return, I am willing to provide free medical consultations for old Master Yin." Jiang Jin, with a hint of a smile, replied, "Do you know where I intend to go, yet wish to accompany me?" Muzhua's expression grew complex as he recognized that Jiang Jin had uncovered his true motives. "I trust old Master Yun. I have had the fortune of encountering General Cheki on a few occasions, which is why I recognized him at first sight. Initially, I hesitated to acknowledge him, for he is not the same imposing general I once met atop a steed. Reflecting on the situation at the border, however, it all became clear. I am acutely aware that remaining in Lin County is tantamount to a death sentence. It is merely a question of when the blade will fall. Given this, it is better to take a risk. Although I know not your identity, the demeanor of General Yun and his companions towards you indicates your significance." Jiang Jin appraised him thoughtfully, asking, "Are you certain you wish to travel with us?" Muzhua nodded earnestly, indeed. To be frank, Jiang Jin found the prospect appealing. Having a healer in their party was undeniably essential, potentially a matter of life and death in critical moments. As for Muzhua's intentions, they were of little consequence. Should any issues arise, they could be dealt with in due time. She laid out her conditions. "Very well. But it is not merely a matter of attending to old Master Yun. If our party requires assistance, Physician Mu must also lend his aid." Muzhua, elated, nodded in agreement. Jiang Jin instructed, "Then hasten to prepare your belongings. We must depart before the city gates close." Chapter 48. Yu Chengxian. Muzhua bowed again. "It will take but a short while." With that, he instructed his apprentice to close the doors of the medical hall and hurry to the back courtyard to make arrangements. His belongings were generally pre-packed, but the medicines could not simply be stored away while patients still sought care. Thus, his primary task was to gather all the medicinal herbs, for they were scarce and he was loath to discard them. Before long, Muzhua emerged with 4 companions: his wife, Zhao, his son, Mu Li, his daughter-in-law, Chun, and his granddaughter, Mu Chu. Muzhua appeared somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Our family cart cannot accommodate such a quantity of medicinal supplies. I wonder if there might be some space available in your cart?" Half a month ago, he was robbed, but fortunately, he had hidden away some money. However, the amount was meager. After purchasing a cart and medicinal herbs, he found himself nearly destitute. Now, he had no means to buy another cart. Otherwise, he would not have broached the subject. Jiang Jin inquired, "Do you all know how to drive a cart?" Muzhua nodded, "Of course. Except for the womenfolk. We all can manage a cart." Though he was older now, he had traversed the land in his youth, so handling a cart was not a challenge. Jiang Jin felt reassured, stating, "I will take care of the cart. You all focus on organizing the herbs." Muzhua expressed his deep gratitude and bowed in thanks to Jiang Jin, prompting the entire family to begin their preparations. Jiang Jin instructed Zhou Sui and Dong Si to take the recently purchased cart driver, Zhong Tong, and quickly acquire 3 additional carts and 3 horses from the cart dealership. Although the medicinal herbs were said to be few, they nearly filled the 3 newly bought carts. By the time everything was ready for departure from the city, it was already late in the hour of the tiger. With a total of 6 carts, plus Muzhua's cart, they had 7 in total. Concerned that the city gate guards might raise suspicions, they divided into 3 groups to exit through 3 different gates. Dong Si and Yun Yu led their teams out of the city without incident. However, complications arose for the Mu family. The guards recognized them. Under normal circumstances, this would not have been problematic, but the sudden departure at this juncture seemed suspicious. Mu Li discreetly slipped a small silver coin to one of the guards and whispered, "We have urgent business in Shuxian. Please make an exception." The guard glanced at the coin and exchanged a look with his companion before asking, "You are headed to Shuxian?" Shuxian was within the jurisdiction of the county magistrate, which was the rationale behind Mu Li's mention of the destination, implying that they were still under the magistrate's oversight. Muli affirmed, "Yes, I have relatives there, and they are in trouble, which is why we are in such a hurry to leave the city and travel through the night." The guard meticulously examined the other items on the carts. They had 2 carts, one filled with herbs and supplies, and the other for passengers. Beads of sweat formed on Mu Li's forehead, yet he maintained a facade of calm. The guard, finding nothing amiss, ultimately allowed them to pass. Once outside the city, the Mu family collectively exhaled in relief and hurried towards their rendezvous point. Within the city, Jiang Jin and Zhou Sui watched from a distance as the Mu family's carts exited the city gates safely before turning to leave themselves. Jiang Jin surveyed her surroundings, seeking a place to have dinner. She intended to eat something before returning to the medical hall for a brief rest before taking action that evening. Mujua had given her the key to the medical hall, sparing her the trouble of finding lodging at an inn. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a grain store ahead. She had visited it earlier that day to purchase food. However, it was not the store that captured her interest, but rather a young boy moving goods at the entrance. He was effortlessly shouldering a sack of grain on each side, and judging by the size of the burlap sacks, each likely weighed over 100 pounds, making a total of 200 pounds with ease. The more Jiang Jin observed him, the more peculiar and familiar he appeared, her expression growing increasingly complex. Noticing her pause, Zhou Sui halted beside her and followed her gaze, asking, "My lady, is there something unusual about that boy?" Jiang Jin continued to gaze at the youth. "Do you not find him somewhat familiar?" Zhou Sui scrutinized the boy for several moments, ultimately concluding, "I do not recognize him." Jiang Jin let out a heavy sigh. "Yun family, Yun Chengxian." Zhou Sui was taken aback, taking a moment to comprehend. "You mean General Yun and the Grand Princess?" Jiang Jin nodded. "Precisely. The Grand Princess referred to here is the elder sister of Emperor Yan, Jiang Tao. In years gone by, the Grand Princess had set her sights on General Yun Shao and resolutely married him. Yun Shao, endowed with extraordinary strength and exceptional martial prowess, achieved remarkable feats and became the general of Pingxi at the tender age of 21. Their married life was harmonious, and Yun Shao's household was devoid of frivolities, leading to a life of tranquility. However, their only son, Yun Yu, developed in a completely opposite manner, lacking in both literary and martial accomplishments. He had a particular fondness for women. His household was a riot of colors, with flowers blooming in abundance, competing for attention. The Grand Princess, feeling helpless, selected a daughter from a prestigious family as his wife, hoping to curb his excesses. For a brief period, he indeed showed signs of reform. But once the novelty wore off, he reverted to his former self. At that time, his lawful wife was already with child, and witnessing her husband's behavior left her in deep sorrow. She passed away shortly after giving birth. This child was Yun Chengxian. The Grand Princess, feeling a pang of guilt, took the still infant Yun Chengxian into her arms, personally nurturing and educating him. A significant event transpired that year, during the Battle of Punan in Chongzhou. Yun Shao led an army of 20,000 soldiers, which was intercepted and besieged by a coalition of 50,000 troops from the barbarians, the Jiju, and the Jiaren. After 2 months of grueling combat, the Yin kingdom suffered defeat. Punan fell, marking the beginning of the barbarians' occupation of Chongzhou. Yun Shao and his 20,000 soldiers were forever lost in that battle, with none returning alive. Chapter 49. Another fierce general, the siege begins. The dreadful news reached Dingyang, and the Grand Princess immediately coughed up blood and fainted. Within a few days, she passed away. At that time, Yun Chengxian was just over half a year old, with only a few elderly maidservants left by the Grand Princess to care for him. Tragically, when Yun Chengxian was around 3 years old, one night he suddenly developed a high fever, and the maidservants anxiously sought a physician. Yin Yu, lacking the awareness to observe the mourning period for his parents, was reveling in debauchery elsewhere, unaware of the turmoil at home. His household was managed by the concubine Lu, who, though of humble origins, was enchanting in appearance and figure, earning Yin Yu's favor. It was this affection that led her to entertain ambitions for the position of the principal wife, making Yun Chengxian the legitimate eldest son, a thorn in her side. Upon hearing of his illness, she rejoiced, wishing for his demise. Coincidentally, the household physician was accompanying Yun Yu that night, presenting a prime opportunity for her. Lu acted shrewdly, feigning severe illness and unconsciousness that evening, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. However, she overlooked a crucial fact. Despite lacking Yun Yu's affection, Yun Chengxian bore the royal bloodline, being the grandson of the Grand Princess and the nephew of Emperor Yan. Without Lu's consent, The maidservants could not even leave the estate, helplessly watching as the child suffered through the night. It was only the following morning that they managed to summon a physician, but it was too late. Liangcheng had suffered severe brain damage from the fever. The maidservants, feeling guilty for failing the Grand Princess's trust, penned a blood letter and presented it before Emperor Yan. Although Princess de Chong and Yun Xiao have departed from this world, their connections remain somewhat intact, allowing them to present a blood letter to the emperor. Jiang Tao, in a fit of rage, issued an immediate command to have Lu executed and summon Yun Yu for a reprimand. Only after this did Yun Qingshuan's circumstances improve somewhat. Zhou Sui gazed with a complex expression at the now-empty cart where Yun Chengxian had just finished unloading his goods. He accepted 2 coarse grain buns from the host, grinning foolishly as he eagerly stuffed one into his mouth, disregarding the dirt on his hands, reveling in his feast. Jiang Jin felt a pang of bitterness within. In the original owner's memories, this foolish nephew was even closer to her than her own siblings. The original owner had spent many years in Inshe Temple, while Yun Chengxian was not particularly valued and had some mental challenges. Yun Yu, feeling embarrassed by him, often abandoned him at Inshe Temple, and thus their acquaintance began. However, in recent years, Yun Chengxian had seldom visited Inshe Temple. First, their ages had increased, necessitating some discretion. Secondly, Yun Yu had started seeking instructors to teach Yun Chengxian martial skills. Yun Chengxian inherited his grandfather's innate strength and even surpassed it by the age of 5. He could lift a 50-pound cauldron, and by 8, lifting 100 pounds seemed like child's play. Yet, due to his unique circumstances, his extraordinary strength went unrecognized until he turned 13, when Yun Yu finally remembered this son and sought out mentors for him. The reason was simple. Yun Yu had run out of money. He had squandered the vast wealth and lands left by Princess de Chong and Yun Xiao over the years, and nearly all of it had been dissipated within a decade. Thus, he remembered this son and resolved to teach him martial arts, hoping to send him to the battlefield to restore their family's former glory. By earning military merits, wealth would naturally follow, allowing him to continue living a life of indulgence. To put it succinctly, he had relied on his parents in the first half of his life, and in the latter half, he planned to depend on his son. Yun Chengxian, Jiang Jin called out. Yun Chengxian looked up, a bit dazed, his cheeks stuffed, appearing even more foolish. Jiang Jin smiled brightly at him. It's me. Yun Qingshuan's mouth fell slightly open, crumbs tumbling down, and he quickly closed it, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Suddenly, a loud goo-goo erupted from him, sending crumbs flying. Forgetting the bun, he rushed towards Jiang Jin. Goo-goo, is that you? Jiang Jin replied. Finish what's in your mouth before speaking. Yun Chengxian grinned at her, his eyes reddening as he obediently chewed and swallowed the food. Annie, why do you look so ugly now? Jiang Jin felt her earlier sorrow dissipate entirely. She had not made many alterations during her visit to Lin County, merely darkening her face and adding a few pockmarks. How have you grown so tall? Where's Granny Li? Jiang Jin inquired, looking up at the nearly 180-centimeter tall youth. Yun Chengxian, now 16 and 3 years her senior, made her own stature of about 150 centimeters seem diminutive, requiring her to look up to meet his gaze. Yun Qingshuan's mood dampened. She has gone to the heavens. Several of the matrons had been with Princess de Chong for many years, and their ages had caught up with them, leading to their passing over the past decade. In the end, only old Madame Li remained by his side, fearing his sorrow and telling him that they had ascended to the heavens. Jiang Jin fell into silence, unsure how to console him. Yun Chengxian was not foolish. He merely had the intellect of a 3-year-old. He sniffed and said, Grandmother went to the heavens 6 months ago. This revelation took Jiang Jin by surprise, as she had not seen Yun Chengxian for quite some time. 6 months prior, the city had not yet fallen, and they had been spared the devastation that followed, which could be considered a blessing. Jiang Jin brushed the dust off his clothing and asked, How did you end up in Lin County? Yun Chengxian lowered his head, recounting, That day, many people were fleeing the city, so many, with blood everywhere and flames raging. I was frightened and ran with the crowd, not knowing how I managed to get out of the city. As he spoke, his eyes grew red again. Aunt, after I left the city, I went to Yinshan Temple to find you, but it had burned down, engulfed in fire. I thought you had also gone to the heavens. In his brief life of over a decade, aside from a few caretakers, the only warmth he had known was from the original owner of this body. Although the emperor had executed the Liu family because of his fever, it was not out of affection for him, but rather a matter of preserving imperial dignity. Yun Chengxian continued, I called out at Yinshan Temple for a long time, but you never responded. Eventually, I descended the mountain and followed the crowd until I arrived here. Though his words were few, one could imagine the hardships he had endured. Observing his tattered clothing and the bruises on his exposed skin, whether inflicted by others or caused by his own clumsiness, Jiang Jin remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "From now on, stay with me." Yun Chengxian broke into a wide smile and nodded vigorously. "Of course I will stay with you, aunt. Here, have this." He offered her the remaining half of his coarse grain bun, swallowing hard. He was indeed very hungry, but he thought his aunt must be even hungrier, having suffered so much. After all, as a frail woman, she could hardly carry goods. How could she earn enough buns to eat? Even he, with his limited understanding, realized that times had changed. No one would provide for them anymore, and they would have to rely on themselves. Suddenly, the weight of responsibility felt heavier. He would not only need to care for himself, but also for his aunt. He pressed the bun into Jiang Jin's hand, saying, "Aunt, don't be afraid. I will help you deal with the bad people and earn buns for you." Jiang Jin found herself both amused and touched as she received the half bun. Although this boy struggled with comprehension, he clearly recognized those who treated him with kindness and reciprocated with the purest sincerity. She took the bun and placed it in his mouth, saying, "Aunt is already eaten. Come, let me take you to enjoy something delicious." The evening glow cast long shadows of the two on the street, while Zhou Sui silently followed behind them. The trio found an inn and ordered a variety of dishes. Knowing Yun Qingshuan's appetite, Jiang Jin specifically ordered a large bowl of rice, which he devoured with great enthusiasm. Zhou Sui observed quietly, while most warriors had hearty appetites. His was not quite like this. If measured by weight, he must have consumed at least 3 pounds of rice, not to mention the dishes that had largely vanished into his stomach. Jiang Jin sighed inwardly, realizing she would now have to support yet another insatiable eater. After finishing his meal, Yun Chengxian suddenly realized he had overeaten, feeling a bit anxious. "Aunt, did I eat too much?" Jiang Jin shook her head. "Not too much." She readily paid the bill. As the sound of coins jingled, Yun Chengxian scratched his head and remarked, "Aunt, did you carry many sacks to earn so much money?" "I'll carry more sacks in the future. I can surely support you." Jiang Jin emphasized, "I do not carry sacks." As night fell and the moon rose, the granary in Lin County was quiet, with only the sound of conversation coming from the gatekeeper's lodge. Jiang Jin stood on the makeshift ladder she had propped against the wall, gazing at the astonishing scene inside. Chapter 50. I did not. You must believe me. Inside the wall, an overwhelming number of carts filled the space. Besides over 30 horse-drawn wagons, there were also handcarts and unicycles, all laden with neatly tied sacks of grain, numbering 200 to 300 at a glance. The granary was nearly filled to capacity, leaving only narrow paths for passage. Jiang Jin smirked. The robbers had thoughtfully prepared everything for transport, making their job quite convenient. She thought to herself, this was a boon for her. Horse-drawn wagons, handcarts, and unicycles were essential means of transportation that she lacked. She glanced at the warehouses, wondering how much grain remained inside. Soldiers patrolled the granary in pairs, covering 4 directions and completing a round every 15 minutes. "Who is there? Who goes there?" A soldier shouted from the outer wall. The squad leader and other soldiers followed his gaze, but saw nothing. However, driven by caution, they hurried forward. Soon, they reached the base of the wall, yet found nothing amiss. The squad leader frowned. "Did you see something, Old Five?" Old Five scratched his head. "Strange, I clearly saw a figure here just now. How could it suddenly vanish?" Another soldier quipped, "You must have misseen. Perhaps it was just the shadows playing tricks on your eyes." Old Five felt uncertain. "Maybe I did missee." It was indeed difficult to see at night. Shadows could easily be mistaken for figures. The soldiers teased, "Are you getting nervous?" "What is there to be nervous about? It's not our first time. Just wait and watch as they take the grain." The squad leader replied, "All right, let's continue patrolling. It won't be long before they arrive. We must remain alert." Old Five, with a hint of envy, remarked, "It must be nice to be a bandit. I've heard they can keep a portion of what they steal from the common folk." A soldier scoffed, "What is money compared to women? Last time, Zhang Lu and Chu Zhao raided a household and had their way with the women there. What a thrill." Old Five could not help but retort, "You speak as if you had the experience." The soldier replied, "Just because I haven tea doesn't mean I can't dream. Just think of how pampered the daughters of wealthy families are. If I could have just one chance, heh." As their voices gradually faded away, Jiang Jin, now safely inside the wall, let out a quiet sigh of relief. She hadn't anticipated that the guards here were even more vigilant than those in Liang City, with patrollers outside as well. She bent her body and made her way towards the nearest granary, employing the old method to open the door. After entering, she closed the door behind her and turned to examine the granary, her curiosity piqued by the amount of grain that might be stored within. However, her anticipation was met with disappointment as she discovered that the supply was rather meager, perhaps only a couple of hundred sure. Yet, upon reflection, this was not entirely surprising. Grain was scarce everywhere. Even though Lin County was seizing goods from wealthy merchants, how many affluent merchants could they truly plunder? Moreover, the grain that was seized was continuously being transported to the Chu Zhao people, so having this much left was, in fact, quite fortunate. No longer troubled by her findings, she stored the grain in her space and gently opened the granary door, ensuring that no one was around before stepping outside. She maneuvered between the various carts and wheelbarrows, systematically collecting both grain and vehicles into her space while looking for an opportunity to act. A pair of patrolling soldiers surveyed the surroundings, and the shorter soldier expressed his confusion. "Have you noticed that there seem to be fewer carts?" The taller soldier glanced around and replied, "I don't think so. Everything seems about right to me." The shorter soldier furrowed his brow, feeling something was amiss but unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. The taller soldier laughed at him, saying, "Stop overthinking it. You must be mistaken. How could anything be missing? We've been watching closely." The shorter soldier scratched his head, conceding, "Maybe I was wrong. Life is certainly better now than before." The taller soldier agreed, "Indeed, I think the Chu Zhao people aren't so frightening after all. We've been cooperating well with them." The shorter soldier chuckled, patting his companion's shoulder. "What cooperation? Soon enough, we will become Chu Zhao people ourselves." At that moment, both men paused, exchanging puzzled glances, for they had not spoken just then. Startled, they felt a chill run down their spines. And before they could discern the source of a sudden voice, they were struck with excruciating pain, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Jiang Jin stood behind them, wielding a stun baton in each hand, set to maximum power. She found the batons remarkably effective, no bloodshed, just a clean job. After incapacitating the two soldiers, she stripped the shorter one of his uniform, intending to drag the corpses aside. However, she soon realized with embarrassment that she could not move them. Grateful for her solitude, she decided to abandon the effort, leaving the two bodies to rest where they lay. "What are you doing?" A nearby duo seemed to sense something was amiss and approached. Jiang Jin looked up, pointed to the bodies on the ground, and hoarsely said, "They suddenly fainted for some reason. You should come over and see what is going on." The two, unsuspecting, advanced under the dim moonlight, their faces obscured, revealing only indistinct shadows. As they drew closer, they noticed Jiang Jin's disheveled appearance. One of them even clad in only an undergarment. One of them gasped, "No, you shouldn't be doing this while on a mission." Jiang Jin was taken aback, her stun baton faltering midair. What did he mean? After a considerable time, she finally comprehended the absurdity of the situation. This man presumed she was engaged in inappropriate activities. How ludicrous. Are people in this era not more open-minded? She hastily retorted in a hushed tone, "I am not. I did not. Please do not misunderstand." Curiously, she then inquired, "We have many soldiers. Are there any same-sex pairings?" The soldier who had previously spoken couldn't resist teasing her. "Haven't you experienced it yourself? What is the fuss about? The taste of a man can be quite delightful, but you seem rather excessive. 1 against 2, and you left them incapacitated?" Jiang Jin protested vehemently. "I truly did not. You must believe me." Her expression conveyed a mix of exasperation and disbelief as she shook her head with a sigh. "God bestowed upon you a goldenrod, yet you choose to wield it as a tool of chaos." The soldier frowned. "What did you just say?" Another soldier noticed something amiss. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be in pairs? How come there are 3 of you?" Jiang Jin shrugged, "Because I am the extra one." Before her words could fully settle, an electric baton was already pressed against the abdomens of the 2 men. After incapacitating them, she did not linger. Swiftly deploying a cart she had just acquired to obscure the 4 corpses, she then meandered through the granary, greeting anyone she encountered in a friendly manner before seizing the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 51. Can I truly kill? In a silent sweep, she eliminated more than 10 patrolling guards within the granary, while those outside remained blissfully unaware. Jiang Jin moved with remarkable speed, activating her collection mode. Within a mere 2 minutes, she had gathered every cart, including the horse-drawn ones, into her space. As for the grains in the warehouse, She chose not to collect them this time. The situation in Lin County differed from that of Liang City, and she intended to leave some provisions for the townsfolk. Upon her return to the clinic, she discovered that bandits had already infiltrated the city, wreaking havoc everywhere and leaving chaos in their wake. Curiously, she asked the 2 guards stationed at the clinic, how long have they been in the city? Zhou Sui, who was unaware of Jiang Jin's previous whereabouts, simply stated she had been out for a short while. Seeing her return safely, he felt a sense of relief, about a quarter of an hour. Shall we act now? Jiang Jin nodded affirmatively. She turned to Liangcheng, handing him a tang sword she had retrieved from her space, and whispered instructions. Remember to listen to Zhou Sui. Make do with this sword until I find you a better weapon. Zhou Sui's eyes flickered. The sword appeared quite impressive. Liangcheng accepted the tang sword. Though a frown creased his brow, "Can't I accompany you, Aunt?" Jiang Jin shook her head. "Behave. I have other matters to attend to. Remember to follow orders." Reluctantly, Liangcheng acquiesced. "All right." With hesitation, he asked, "Aunt, can I really kill?" Though he had sought instruction in archery and martial arts, due to his unique circumstances, Yindi had never permitted him to enter battle. Thus, aside from slaying 2 would-be assailants during his escape, he had never taken another life. Jiang Jin met his gaze earnestly. "You can. Remember, we are only targeting the wicked." Liangcheng pressed his lips together, nodding solemnly. "Understood, Aunt. We will kill the bad people." The 3 of them exited the clinic and soon dispersed. Jiang Jin proceeded to the Gao residence, the private estate of the magistrate of Lin County. Given the magistrate's low rank, the government would not provide him with an official residence. Thus, he typically resided within the inner courtyard of the yamen. However, certain county magistrates with relatively affluent economic conditions tend to acquire additional properties as their residences, with the esteemed magistrate Gao possessing his own grand estate. The wealth he has plundered from various sources is likely stored within this grand abode. She must take action. As for Zhou Sui, he heads to the county office, oblivious to the whereabouts of Magistrate Gao at this moment. Yet, amidst the chaos of this night, he must be found at one of these 2 locations. Should he be at the grand estate, it would be her duty to strike. If at the county office, Zhou Sui would take the lead. Indeed, she is resolved to eliminate the malignant presence of Magistrate Gao. As for who will assume control over Lin County after Gao's demise, and whether the new leader will merely be a puppet of Chu Zhao, such matters are beyond her concern. According to Muzhua, the power struggles within Lin County are intricate, with many not entirely in agreement with cooperation with Chu Zhao. Numerous individuals, constrained by circumstance, are compelled to conform. However, should these individuals find an opportunity to rise, they may very well alter the current state of affairs in Lin County. Ultimately, regardless of who holds power, internal strife is preferable to sacrificing the common people, which is one of the motivations behind Jiang Jin's intent to eliminate Magistrate Gao. On the surface, Lin County is still under the control of the Han, and whether the new leader is a puppet of Chu Zhao or a Han, they are unlikely to openly harm the townsfolk. Moreover, even if the new leader remains a puppet of Chu Zhao, his prestige could never rival that of Magistrate Gao. Thus fewer citizens would come to Lin County, resulting in fewer victims of persecution. Naturally, if a Han were to ascend, it would be even more favorable. In any case, she would be doing a good deed for the people of Lin County. Magistrate Gao, burdened by countless misdeeds, has established formidable defenses around his estate, with 6 guards stationed merely at the entrance. She circumvents the high walls of the estate, towering over 3 meters, resembling a fortress, ensuring the vicinity is clear. She retrieves a wooden ladder and employs her old method to enter the courtyard. While observing the storage area, she suddenly hears footsteps in the distance and swiftly hides behind a rockery. Voices accompany the footsteps. The outside descends into further chaos. When will this torment ever end? You should be content. Our grand estate remains secure. Alas, our lord works too hard, having gone to the county office, all due to those incessant bandits. Why should we, as servants, worry about such matters? We ought to focus on our duties. The voices gradually fade, and Jiang Jin emerges from her hiding place, contemplative, realizing that Magistrate Gao is likely not present in the grand estate. A twinge of concern arises for Zhou Sui and Liangcheng at the county office. The guards here indicate that Magistrate Gao is indeed protective of his life, and he must be accompanied by a considerable number of guards. After some deliberation, she deems it necessary to set a fire. Chaos will facilitate her endeavors. Without hesitation, she swiftly locates an unoccupied building, releases several bundles of firewood from her space, douses them with oil, and ignites a blaze. The flames erupt skyward, and pandemonium ensues at the grand estate, with shouts and cries for help echoing through the air. Amidst the tumult, Jiang Jin weaves through the estate, occasionally shouting for assistance to feign her urgency. Before long, she discovers the location of the storage area. Her certainty in this being the storage site is reinforced by the presence of two matrons guarding it, even amidst the fire, signifying its significance. Jiang Jin strode forward, indignantly rebuking, "Madam, are you unaware of the fire ahead? Why do you not go to extinguish it?" The matron, startled by her words, discerned a stranger's face in the dim light, and both women instinctively grew wary. "Which household do you belong to? How come we have never seen you before?" Jiang Jin, emboldened, retorted, "You do not even know which household I represent? How do you conduct your duties? Never mind, allow me to show you something." As she spoke, she reached behind her, producing two electric batons and thrusting them toward the two matrons, who soon fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back. Once they were incapacitated, Jiang Jin searched their belongings and retrieved the keys to open the storeroom. However, upon entering, she felt a pang of disappointment, though the storeroom was filled with items. It lacked gold and silver ingots, containing only a few gold and silver artifacts, merely dozens in number. There were also 2 boxes of copper coins, which she estimated to total only a few dozen strings. Fortunately, the room was stocked with a vast array of fabrics, ranging from coarse burlap to fine silk, and even several bags of cotton. She also collected various miscellaneous items, all of which she stored away. After exiting the storeroom, she set it ablaze, reasoning that since chaos had already ensued, she might as well add to it. Wandering through the manor, she sought the study of the magistrate, surmising that if the storeroom was devoid of treasures, they must be located in the study, or perhaps the magistrate possessed a private vault. However, for some reason, she found herself in the kitchen, a place she had not intended to plunder. Yet, since it was presented to her, she decided to seize the opportunity, gathering whatever she could, as the area was deserted. Having gained considerable experience in kitchen raids, she knew that adjacent to kitchens were usually storage rooms for firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Indeed, she discovered a storeroom next to the kitchen, filled with copious amounts of rice, utensils, firewood, and more. She collected everything without hesitation before swiftly departing. Before long, she stumbled upon what appeared to be the study. 2 men in black stood vigil at the entrance. Upon noticing her approach, they merely lifted their gazes to her, their expressions icy and silent. Chapter 52. Summer cicada-attired Jiang Jin thought to herself. These two exude an air of aloofness and superiority. They likely possess formidable skills. In an anxious tone, she inquired, "Why have you not gone to extinguish the fire?" The man on the left, noticing her proximity, recoiled as if confronted with a contagion. "Extinguishing fires is not our duty. You should," before he could finish. He felt something pressing against his abdomen, causing his body to convulse violently. The man on the right, startled, unsheathed his sword, exclaiming, "Who are you, demon?" Jiang Jin noted. She has caught on. The man on the left seems to have a cleanliness obsession, while the one on the right appears somewhat dim-witted. As the man lunged at her with his sword, Jiang Jin deftly sidestepped his attack, swinging the electric baton toward his waist. Realizing the danger of the dark object, he quickly retreated, preparing to call for assistance. In a moment of panic, Jiang Jin drew a tang knife with her other hand, aiming for his legs. To her astonishment, he failed to evade. He took the blow directly, a cry of agony stifled before it could escape his lips, as the electric baton was pressed against his body. To be honest, at that moment, Jiang Jin felt somewhat bewildered. She had anticipated that these seemingly high-caliber individuals would be formidable opponents. Instead, they turned out to be of merely average skill. She had braced herself for a fierce battle, yet found herself confronted with such a lackluster challenge. After eliminating the 2 adversaries, she entered the room, which indeed turned out to be a study. She first tidied up the scattered furniture. However, when she attempted to move the bookshelf at the back, she realized it was immovable. It was inexplicably connected to the wall behind it. A spark of realization ignited in Jiang Jin's eyes as she speculated that the bookshelf might very well serve as the mechanism for a hidden chamber. She circumnavigated the shelf twice and finally discovered a slightly distinct section. Cautiously, she pressed it. With a click, the bookshelf gradually parted, revealing a concealed room filled with an array of wooden boxes. Jiang Jin extended her hand into the chamber and knocked on one of the boxes. Once assured of its integrity, she stepped inside and opened one box, blinding herself momentarily with the gleaming gold ingots within. At that moment, She could hardly be bothered to inspect the contents of the other boxes, hastily storing them away in her spatial pouch. After exiting the study, she set a fire as well, and then made her way to the stables, mounting a horse and galloping out of the estate, calling out loudly, "Make way. I must inform the Lord's residents that it is ablaze." The servants she encountered within the estate obediently stepped aside. They had no choice, for the horse could easily trample over them. Not long after Jiang Jin rode out of the estate, she encountered two men engaged in robbery. Upon seeing her in soldier's garb, they mistook her for one of their own and ignored her. Furrowing her brow, she noted that these two bore the distinct features of foreign tribesmen. There was indeed a discernible difference between the appearances of the Central Plains people and the barbarians. Of course, there were also numerous offspring born of unions between Han and barbarian individuals, making identification rather challenging. After swiftly dispatching the two with her sword, she did not linger and made her way directly to the county office. At that moment, the county office was in a state of chaos, with dozens of soldiers besieging three individuals. Yes, three. In addition to Zhou Sui and Liangcheng, there was a woman. Although the trio possessed formidable martial skills, they were outnumbered, facing elite soldiers of considerable prowess. Each individual had to contend with more than 10 or 20 foes, making the battle arduous, particularly for the woman, who bore several injuries. Zhou Sui had also sustained a cut on his arm. Among the three, Liangcheng appeared to be faring the best, not because he was superior to Zhou Sui, but due to the exceptional quality of the blade in his hand. With a single swing, he could cleave through both man and weapon, truly severing them in two. His immense strength, combined with an extraordinarily sharp blade that seemed beyond the craftsmanship of this era, rendered him a fearsome weapon, capable of vanquishing gods and demons alike. At this juncture, there were no guards at the entrance of the county office, allowing Jiang Jin to enter with ease. Upon reaching the outer courtyard, she heard the sounds of combat emanating from within. Sensing something amiss, she thought to herself that under normal circumstances, the fearful county magistrate would have brought along 10 to 20 guards, especially since he was unaware that someone had come to kill him. Given Zhou Sui's abilities and Yun Qingxuan's strength, it should not have been too difficult for them to escape, and their prolonged struggle seemed out of place. Without further hesitation, she cast aside a wooden ladder and swiftly ascended to the rooftop. For reasons unknown, a phrase suddenly echoed in her mind. With a ladder in hand, "The world is mine to traverse." Crouched atop the roof, Jiang Jin finally gained a clear view of the ongoing battle below. She beheld dozens of soldiers encircling the trio. Into her bewilderment, she noted the presence of an additional woman among them. Amidst the chaos, dozens of soldiers besieged Zhou Sui and his two companions, while the ground bore witness to the lifeless bodies of several fallen. She furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why the magistrate had stationed such a significant force at the county office. Casting her gaze once more upon the woman in the fray, she pondered whether these men were targeting her, with Zhou Sui and Yun Qingxian merely unfortunate bystanders. There was indeed a possibility. They had only just arrived in Lin County today, unfamiliar even to the magistrate, and no one was privy to their intentions, making it improbable that they were the targets. Under the eaves stood 3 middle-aged men, flanked by a dozen archers whose arrows were poised at the trio engaged in combat within the courtyard. Observing that Zhou and his companion could still endure, Jiang Jin refrained from intervening immediately, choosing instead to scrutinize the 3 men closely. The central figure was somewhat diminutive, and Jiang Jin estimated his height to be no more than 160 centimeters. According to the information provided by Mu Zhua, this man was likely the magistrate himself. To his left stood a tall man wielding a long blade, who shouted towards the woman, "Madam Xia, why not surrender? We shall grant you a swift death, sparing you from further suffering." The slender man to the right chimed in, "Indeed, Madam Xia, why persist in this struggle? If you are willing to serve as a concubine to our lord, perhaps he may grant you mercy." Such degrading remarks ignited fury within the woman, and in her moment of distraction, her arm was struck again. She bit her lip, suppressing her thoughts, and focused entirely on the battle at hand. The gaunt man continued with his cruel taunts. "Look at you, why endure this? Women are meant to be playthings for men. Our lord is fortunate to have his eye upon you." The magistrate furrowed his brow, his attention shifting to Zhou Sui, who had just felled another soldier, and to the young man who had similarly dispatched an assailant. He could not fathom from where these formidable individuals had emerged. His meticulously crafted plan had seemed infallible. With 20 soldiers and 12 archers in place, awaiting the arrival of Xia Chani, the daughter of the former county magistrate. He had murdered her father, Xia County Magistrate, and was aware that she had not left Lin County but was lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. The presence of such a skilled adversary concealed nearby kept him restless, fearful that one misstep could lead to his demise. Thus he had orchestrated this scheme to eliminate her once and for all. Yet, he had not anticipated the sudden appearance of two men possessing even greater martial prowess, who not only disrupted his plans, but seemed poised to break free. Fortunately, he had acted with caution, in addition to those visible. He had dispatched over 40 skilled fighters in the shadows, barely managing to contain the trio. Jiang Jin hesitated no longer. Extracting a silenced pistol from her space, she assessed the distance, sufficiently close for her purpose. Without the need for precise aim, she fired a shot at the towering man wielding the long knife. Martial warriors possess a keen instinct for danger, and she feared that should she eliminate the magistrate, this warrior might detect her position. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate him first. The tall man felt no pain, only a chilling sensation in his mind, as if liquid were trickling down his forehead. Chapter 53. The assassination of the magistrate. The magistrate, standing beside him, remained oblivious to the fact that someone had been struck nearby, his countenance dark with intent as he observed the battle unfolding in the courtyard, preparing to issue orders for the archers to fire. Several individuals were entangled in a fierce struggle, and the use of arrows would undoubtedly result in friendly fire. Although he commanded a substantial number of soldiers, he could not afford to squander them recklessly, especially as the situation remained under control. Just as he grappled with these thoughts, he felt a sudden impact against his forehead, leaving his mind momentarily blank and causing his body to sway. After swiftly eliminating the towering man and the county magistrate, Jiang Jin turned her firearm towards the slender man who was still engaged in animated conversation. At that moment, the large man collapsed with a resounding thud, his long blade clattering to the ground with a sharp clang. The voice of the slender man abruptly ceased, creating an unsettling silence. The archers nearby, bewildered by the turn of events, all gazed at the fallen giant. Before they could comprehend the situation, the county magistrate and the slender man also dropped to the ground. Bad news, we are under attack. There are hidden weapons, one of the archers shouted, realizing the gravity of the situation. No sooner had he spoken than a hole appeared in his forehead, dark blood trickling down his brow. Panic ensued among the gathered crowd, chills running down their spines as they pondered the nature of the concealed weapon that could claim lives unseen. Most alarming of all was the death of their county magistrate. Zhou Sui's face lit up with understanding. Jiang Jin had arrived. Seizing the moment of distraction among the enemies, he swiftly severed the head of a soldier. Retreat. As he fought his way outward, Yun Chengxian followed closely behind. Xia Chani gritted her teeth and, without a moment's hesitation, joined the retreat. At that moment, the soldiers had lost all will to fight. With the county magistrate deceased and the lurking threat of a hidden assailant, they dared not pursue. Outside the county office, as Jiang Jin mounted her horse, she spotted Zhou Sui and the others rushing out. Without uttering a word, she spurred her horse into a gallop. Zhou Sui and Yun Chengxian followed suit without hesitation, while Xia Chani, gritting her teeth against the pain of her injuries, kept close behind. The medical clinic was not far from the county office, and within moments, Jiang Jin returned, opened the door, and led her horse inside. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Sui and the others arrived, closing the door behind them. Jiang Jin then inquired, "What is your situation?" Zhou Sui pressed his lips together. "We infiltrated the county office and had just located the magistrate when this lady," he gestured towards Xia Chani, "took action. Before we could strike, we were discovered and had to fight back. Just as we were gaining the upper hand, another 10 archers and dozens of soldiers arrived, encircling us." Jiang Jin turned to Xia Chani. "You are the esteemed Miss Xia?" Xia Chani was taken aback, surprised that Jiang Jin knew her. She did not deny it. "Yes, I am Xia Chani. Do you know me?" Jiang Jin disregarded her question and stated, "Did you attempt to assassinate the county magistrate previously? Was this ambush orchestrated against you?" Xia Chani sighed with a hint of bitterness. "Indeed, but regrettably, my abilities are lacking. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have certainly met my demise." She then bowed to Jiang Jin and her companions. "I will forever remember your life-saving grace. May I ask for the names of my benefactors?" Jiang Jin nodded slightly. "My surname is Jiang." She held a degree of admiration for Xia Chani, recognizing her potential, yet acknowledging that one person alone was insufficient to effect significant change. Turning to Zhou Sui, Jiang Jin inquired, "How are your injuries?" Zhou Sui shook his head. "Just a minor scrape, nothing serious." Jiang Jin set her heart at ease and turned her gaze toward Yun Chengxian, who was seated nearby, his head occasionally nodding downwards as he fought against slumber. Jiang Jin mused, is this child truly asleep so early? Moreover, having just taken a life, with blood still staining him and breath yet to steady, how could he possibly find the mood to sleep? Wasn't it said he had never killed before? How has he adapted so swiftly? Xia Chani bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, Are you planning to leave? Jiang Jin nodded, indeed. With the death of County Magistrate Gao, now is the opportune moment to escape amidst the chaos. Xia Chani tightened her grip on the knife, resolute as she ventured, Might I request your esteemed assistance in rescuing someone from the prison? Zhou Sui frowned, irritation crossing his features, feeling that the woman before them was becoming overly demanding. They had already saved her life, and now she dared to make such a request. Jiang Jin raised her hand, signaling him to remain calm, and turned her attention back to Xia Chani. State your reasons. Seeing that Jiang Jin was not angered, Xia Chani secretly sighed in relief and spoke earnestly. The county office where you appeared tonight was also to eliminate County Magistrate Gao, was it not? You must have discerned his collusion with Chu Zhaorun. With his demise, Lin County shall undoubtedly descend into a power struggle. However, you may not be aware that those capable of vying for power, even if they ascend, will likely follow in Gao's footsteps, continuing to serve Chu Zhaorun, providing an unending stream of resources from our Han people to bolster Chu Zhaorun's strength. Zhou Sui let out a cold scoff. Are you suggesting we have erred in our actions? Is your own endeavor not akin? Xia Chani hurriedly clarified. No, that is not my intent. The act of killing was justified. Magistrate Gao has maintained an admirable faade over the years, gaining considerable esteem among the common folk. His influence is unmatched by the others. Jiang Jin nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was one of her reasons for eliminating Gao. Without sufficient prestige, the populace's trust in the government diminishes, resulting in reduced cooperation. The commoners outside would deliberate extensively before deciding to come to Lin County. Wealthy merchants and grain suppliers might very well opt against it. Xia Chani's implication was clear. While the rise of others posed dangers, they were comparatively lesser than that of Gao. Her voice continued. The individual I wish to rescue from the prison is named Luo Lan. He was a trusted aide to my father and has been imprisoned for his refusal to cooperate with Magistrate Gao. His family fell victim to Chu Zhaorun, and he harbors a profound hatred for the barbarian tribes. If he were to become the magistrate of Lin County, he would undoubtedly wage war against them to the very end. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow in confusion. If that is the case, why did Magistrate Gao not eliminate him? Xia Chani sighed. His martial prowess is formidable, and he once had a good rapport with Gao. It was only due to Chu Zhaorun that their relationship soured. Gao likely still sought to utilize him. Jiang Jin pondered deeply, realizing that having someone capable of resisting the barbarian tribes would indeed be advantageous. She inquired, what is the condition of the prison? Are there many guards? Xia Chani shook her head. Today, numerous individuals have gone to assist at the granary, leaving the prison guards relatively sparse. This presents an opportunity. Jiang Jin did not give a definitive answer, nor did she outright refuse. She merely gazed at her. Does Lady Xia have anything further to convey? Chapter 54. Prison Break. Xia Chani forced a smile, acknowledging the keen perception of the woman before her. However, she did not directly answer Jiang Jin's inquiry, but instead posed a question of her own. Might I have the honor of accompanying you, my lady? From the moment she laid eyes on Jiang Jin, she recognized that this individual was the leader of their group. Jiang Jin, with an enigmatic smile, queried why. According to Xia Chani, Luo Lan was indeed a talent, capable of contending against the Chu Zhao individuals in Lin County, at least in the short term. Thus, it would be logical for Xia Chani to remain at his side, assisting him in governing Lin County and fighting against the Chu Zhao. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chani said, Luo Lan possesses the courage to confront the barbaric foes and is currently the most suitable leader for Lin County. However, his methods are often unscrupulous, especially following the tragic loss of his kin at the hands of the Chu Zhao. Many of his actions are ones I cannot condone. Noticing Jiang Jin's silence, she continued, though I have only recently met a few of you, I can discern that you approach your endeavors with remarkable strategy and prowess. I am unable to fathom your identities, nor can I conceive of anyone else possessing such capabilities. She lowered her gaze to the bloodied knife in her hand, watching as droplets of her own blood fell to the ground. A veil of sorrow and compassion clouded her eyes. I have avenged my father's death, yet I find myself at a loss as to where I may seek refuge in this vast world. This grief is not solely mine. It resonates with all Han people today. The world is immense, yet there exists no place for us to call home. Jiang Jin remained silent for a long while before responding. You may accompany me, but within my ranks, you must adhere to orders. Should you ever wish to depart, you may voice your intentions to me, and I shall grant you permission to leave. However, betrayal is a line I cannot tolerate. Xia Chani lifted her head, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes as she solemnly vowed, I shall not betray you. Thank you, my lady. Jiang Jin nodded. Tend to your wounds. We shall depart in a quarter of an hour. Both Zhou Sui and Xia Chani carried healing ointments with them. Xia Chani chose a room to tend to her injuries. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds, albeit she had lost a considerable amount of blood during their journey. Zhou Sui, unperturbed, merely had a shallow cut on his arm, easily treated with some coagulating powder. Observing the slumbering Liangcheng, Jiang Jin retrieved a meat bun from her pocket and waved it beneath his nose. Suddenly, Liangcheng's eyes flew open. Meat, hiss, meat. Jiang Jin chuckled and handed him the bun. Finish this quickly. We have work to do and cannot afford to sleep. Liangcheng devoured the bun, his words muffled. I know, I shall work diligently. A quarter of an hour later, the group exited the clinic, with Jiang Jin hastily riding towards the bustling, chaotic streets. She recalled that many of these so-called bandits possessed horses, and it would be prudent to seize a few for Zhou Sui and the others. The others understood her intentions and closely followed her. Fortunately, they were all robust warriors, and even the injured Xia Chani managed to keep pace, as Jiang Jin could not gallop too swiftly through the disordered streets. Along the way, Jiang Jin showed no mercy, slaying anyone she encountered who was engaged in robbery, whether they were Chu Zhao or Han. Those with horses were particularly targeted, their steeds taken after their demise. Before long, they had acquired a horse for each person and set off directly towards the prison. As the summer cicada garment mentioned, only 6 guards stood watch at the prison entrance. Observing the 4 riders charging towards them, the guard shouted, Who goes there? Halt! With a swift downward strike of her tang saber, Jiang Jin severed a head. Zhou Sui and the others quickly joined the fray, and within mere moments, they dispatched the 6 guards. Jiang Jin instructed in a hushed tone, You all, move swiftly. Zhou Sui and the others nodded, dismounting and hastening into the prison. Jiang Jin remained at the prison gate, wary of being encircled, thus she took her post outside. After approximately 15 minutes, chaotic footsteps echoed from within the prison, and soon the figures of Zhou Sui and his companions emerged. However, Liangcheng was seen carrying a feeble man on his back. Xia Chani explained, her voice somewhat timid. This is Sua Qian. He was once a military physician. He wishes to accompany us, so I brought him out. If the lady finds this inappropriate, we can leave him behind. Sua Qian interjected, My dear niece. You did not say that earlier. He hurriedly defended himself. I can assist you with medical care. Sensing Jiang Jin's skeptical gaze, he understood her unspoken concern and coughed twice. I am merely famished. My health is intact. It's just that I haven't had a proper meal in 3 days, which has rendered me this weak. Without further hesitation, Jiang Jin mounted her horse, declaring, Keep up. Liangcheng tossed Sua Qian onto a horse. But just as he was about to mount, Zhou Sui remarked, I will carry him. You take the other horse. In Liangcheng's eyes, Sua Qian was merely a child. He feared that Liangcheng might falter in his riding skills and lose the man. And he was also concerned that Sua Qian might harbor ill intentions, given Liangcheng's naive disposition. Thus, keeping him close was a safer option. Unaware of Zhou Sui's complex thoughts, Liangcheng hurried onto another horse to follow Jiang Jin. Shortly after Jiang Jin and her companions departed, several men emerged from the prison. What does it mean that Lady Xia saved us and then left herself? A young man of about 20 questioned, perplexed. The tall man standing in the center gazed into the inky night sky, his eyes deep with thought. Perhaps she deems me unworthy. The young man was further confused. Unworthy of what? Another pale-faced man also stared into the dark night. Those two were formidable. Could they be the allies of Lady Xia? The young man's face brightened with longing. Indeed, they are skilled. I wonder which faction they belong to. He then expressed his indignation. That wretched Sua Qian. How could he betray us and follow Lady Xia? The tall man did not respond to their musings, but strode purposefully towards the county office. Let us go to the county office. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, Xian Anshao was on patrol when he spotted a flurry of green figures racing toward him. A chill ran through him, and he shouted, The wolf pack is approaching, everyone. Prepare. The group momentarily descended into chaos. But Yao Ji quickly emerged from the carriage to direct them. Able-bodied men, grab your swords and guard the perimeter. Li Su and his son calmed the horses while the women and children hastily gathered wood to kindle fires, urging, the more, the better. Move quickly. Hearing his command, everyone sprang into action, including those young men who had just been purchased that afternoon, obediently following Dong Xi's lead. Although they felt fear and tension, the imposing figures of Xian Nanshao, Yun Yu, Qiu Wu, and others standing at the periphery bolstered their courage. Each person took up a weapon and positioned themselves as instructed. Feng Qingzhu, Sun Aca, and others began to ignite the bonfires. Given the abundance of horses, they had already set 3 fires in their resting area. They swiftly gathered plenty of firewood in the afternoon, with some carrying large bundles to the outer circle, while others grabbed burning torches from the bonfires. Once the wood was placed down, the torches were lit, and soon 7 or 8 bonfires illuminated the area. The group quickly retreated behind the fires. The horses, feeling the threat of the wolf pack, began to stir restlessly. Li Su and his son stepped forward to calm them. Having spent several days with the horses, they quickly settled the herd. The wolf pack halted several paces from the bonfire, eyeing the group with predatory intent. Xian Nanshao assessed the situation. There were not many wolves, perhaps around 20. He raised his bow, his gaze icy. Kill. With that command, he released an arrow, which struck down the foremost wolf. Previously uncertain about the number of wolves and anxious about their ability to handle the situation, he now realized that their group could certainly manage. He understood well how frigid the winters were in Gufeng, where Jiang Jin intended to go. These wolf pelts would serve as excellent protection against the cold. An unexpected boon. Moreover, there was wolf meat. Although not particularly palatable, it was still a source of sustenance, precious in times of scarcity. Upon receiving his command, Dong Xi, Yun Yu, and others swiftly let loose their arrows, claiming several wolf lives in an instant. Initially, the pack showed signs of fear and retreat upon seeing the bonfires. But the sight of their fallen comrades seemed to awaken their primal instincts, driving them into a frenzy. The remaining wolves charged at the group. Xian Nanshao shot a second arrow, felling another wolf, and as one lunged toward him, he discarded his bow, grasping a spear instead, plunging it into the beast. Blood splattered as he pierced through the wolf. Not far away, Shuangjiang gripped her knife tightly, her resolve unwavering. A wolf charged at her, and she raised her blade, delivering a powerful slice. Blood sprayed across her face as she cleaved the wolf in two. Yun Yu and the others were equally formidable. Even Yun Su, a seasoned warrior, fought with precision. The recently acquired young men teamed up against 2 wolves, wielding their knives in effective cooperation, matching the ferocity of their foes. Though Dong Xi lacked martial prowess, his archery skills were commendable, and he continued to shoot from the rear. Yao Ji stood atop the wagon, bow in hand, but did not need to intervene. Before long, the wolf pack was entirely vanquished. Mu Zhuo and his family sat in the wagon, with Zhang Shi exhaling in relief. Thank goodness, I didn't expect there to be so many skilled fighters among the female team. A smile spread across Mu Zhuo's face as he realized that the safety of himself and his family was now more assured. When Jiang Jin returned to the dense forest, the group was already bustling with activity. The stream was not far from the campsite, and several individuals had gathered by the water's edge, kindling multiple fires. Yao Ji and Yun Yu were instructing the newly acquired young men on how to skin wolf pelts. Meanwhile, others were diligently cleaning the bloodstains. It was impractical to search for a new encampment in the dead of night, so they sought means to eliminate the scent of blood to avoid attracting other predators. Fortunately, Xian Nanshao and his companions were well acquainted with such tasks. They used fire to burn the bloodstains or scattered burning embers over them. Mu Zhuo also prepared a considerable amount of medicinal powder to sprinkle around the campsite, which would both mask the bloody scent and repel insects. Upon seeing Jiang Jin's return, everyone was filled with joy, particularly Dong Xi, who hurried over with concern, asking, "Miss, are you all right?" After a brief acknowledgement, Jiang Jin inquired, "What transpired?" Dong Xi quickly recounted the events. Jiang Jin nodded. "No one was injured, right?" Dong Xi replied, "No." He then glanced at Yun Chengxian, his tone hesitant. "May I ask, is this Yin Daorong?" As an elder of the palace, he was familiar with Yun Chengxian and had encountered him a few times. However, seeing him again, he noted the changes time had wrought. Jiang Jin did not conceal the truth. Indeed, find him a place to rest. She then pointed to Sua Qian, who was nearly dizzy from the jolting of the horse. Get him something to eat. Dong Xi understood and assured her, "Rest easy, Mississippi. I will take care of these matters. You should rest early." Jiang Jin handed the summer robe to Feng Qingzhu for her to manage. Subsequently, she entered her designated carriage, quickly wiped her body down, and after lying down, checked her pocket watch. It was nearly midnight. Her watch had a luminous feature, allowing her to read it clearly even in the dark. Entering her spatial realm, she began organizing the day's acquisitions. The carriage had a total of 32 carts filled with salt and cooking oil. There were 198 flatbed carts and 123 wheelbarrows, laden with approximately 3,000 share of grain. As for the amassed gold, silver, and copper coins, she chose not to inspect them, feeling utterly exhausted from the day. Soon, she succumbed to slumber. The following morning, she rose early and bathed in the upstream waters, feeling refreshed. Returning to the campsite, she surveyed the orderly and industrious scene, feeling quite satisfied. Currently, her caravan consisted of 9 carts, making a total of 10 when combined with Muzhua's. The number of horses had also increased, totaling over 50. She summoned Zhou Sui, Yao Ji, Xian Nanxiao, Dong Si, Feng Qingzhu, and Lu Mi for a brief meeting. The agenda was straightforward. She intended to train the newly acquired young men into soldiers. Given that they were embarking on military training, the issue of troop organization arose. Jiang Jin planned to adopt the military structure from her era's army corps. The various titles of generals in this time, such as Grand General, Cavalry General, and others, were quite bewildering to her. Although the number of soldiers was currently few, she deemed it prudent to establish a framework for her forces. Looking at Zhou Sui and the others, she stated, "Among the 15 individuals purchased yesterday, 9 are young men, and I intend to train these 9 into soldiers." Zhou Sui and the others had no objections, as they were aware of Jiang Jin's intentions. Military training was an inevitable undertaking. Jiang Jin continued, "Henceforth, soldiers shall be organized according to the divisions of squad, platoon, company, battalion, regiment, brigade, division, and army group." Zhou Sui and the others gazed at her with bewildered expressions, unsure of her meaning and questioning why she would discuss military organization with just a few individuals. However, Jiang Jin paid no heed to their confusion and meticulously explained the structure of the army group. Although Zhou Sui and his companions did not fully grasp the sudden shift in organization, they listened attentively and gradually recognized the merits of the army group structure, refraining from voicing any objections. Once everyone comprehended the concept thoroughly, Jiang Jin issued her orders. "Zhou Sui, you are responsible for the safety of the troops and reconnaissance of our journey. Yun Yu and the others will follow your arrangements." Although Yun Yu and the others had accompanied her to Gafeng, they had not explicitly pledged their allegiance to her, making it difficult for her to assign them roles. Nevertheless, as members of the team, it was only fitting that they ensured safety during their travels. Chapter 56. Drilling on the road. Jiang Jin then turned her attention to Xian Nanxiao. "The soldiers will be temporarily entrusted to you for training, serving as the acting squad leader. Chen Shi, you are in charge of the care and safety of the horses. Li Su and his son, along with the newly purchased carriage servants, will fall under your supervision. Feng Qingzhu, you shall be responsible for providing meals for everyone along the way, overseeing the 2 newly acquired cooks, the maid, and the mother-daughter duo, son A Chao and her daughter, with the troop size exceeding 30. Excluding the Mu family who prepared their own meals, managing provisions for such a number was no simple task, particularly while in the wilderness. Each time, they would need to kindle a fire and gather firewood, requiring efficiency. Lu Mi, whenever you have the chance, please prepare more healing salves and powders to repel insects. Luo Qingzi, you will be responsible for the soldiers' clothing. It would be best to have a uniform appearance. Additionally, ensure to prepare weighted sandbags, as they will soon be needed by the first squad of soldiers." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "In terms of personnel, only Chun Wunyang remains." However, her gaze swept across Feng Qingzhu, Lu Mi, and the other women. "You should also assist when you have time in making clothing and sandbags." The group responded in unison. "Understood." Dong Si hung his head, feeling somewhat dejected, as if he were of no assistance to the lady. Just then, Jiang Jin's voice rang out. "Dong Si, from now on, you will oversee logistics." Dong Si abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Jin's, finding her regarding him with a trusting expression. A wave of emotion surged within him. The lady had been attentive to him all along. He silently resolved to fulfill his duties diligently, striving to uphold her trust and alleviate her concerns. Days passed swiftly, and a group of several dozen refugees gazed in perplexity at the approaching peculiar contingent. At the forefront were 2 mounted men, followed by 10 horse-drawn carts. Behind them trotted a group of young men and women clad in uniform attire, moving in synchrony. Their legs were bound with strange burlap sacks, bulging with unknown contents. Finally, a vast herd of horses accompanied the procession. Mounted guards flanked the sides and rear of this formidable group, presenting an intimidating presence. The fleeing citizens hastily stepped aside, bowing their heads and clutching their scant possessions tightly, fearful of being robbed. Only after the convoy passed did the refugees dare to lift their heads and murmur among themselves. Who are these people? It is indeed peculiar. One has horses yet chooses to run, seemingly unafraid of the heat. How I wish I had a horse to ride, for walking endlessly feels like an unending ordeal. Have you not noticed that those running wear similar attire? They appear to be training soldiers. Clad in coarse linen, one might mistake them for wearing armor, but training soldiers? Perhaps it is merely the whims of the nobility punishing their servants. Indeed, the thoughts of the affluent are beyond our comprehension. They fail to consider how quickly one grows hungry while running. Jiang Jin sat in the carriage, the fabric curtain drawn back, her body drenched in sweat. As the carriage felt akin to a small furnace. Outside, the relentless sun was akin to a great inferno. In such oppressive heat, traveling is nothing short of torment. She retrieved her water pouch, taking several hearty gulps, and was about to signal the convoy to find a place to rest when a merchant caravan ambled into view. Dong Si, who was driving the carriage, squinted at the approaching group and turned to say, "My lady, that appears to be a slave-trading caravan. Do you wish to purchase?" He was aware of Jiang Jin's intentions and knew that, at this moment, her greatest need was for manpower. Although he perceived the challenges a woman might face in such turbulent times, he was willing to accompany her and provide his utmost support. Jiang Jin was indeed intrigued by the prospect of acquiring personnel and readily agreed. In just a few days, the young men she had previously purchased had begun to feel a sense of belonging to her group, and it was time to augment their ranks. For the common folk in these chaotic times, the greatest luxury was simply to have enough food and clothing. Now that they had attained this, there was little else to ponder. They lacked the time and energy for further contemplation, having been trained rigorously, to the point of exhaustion, where one could fall asleep the moment they touched the ground. Though they were trained by Xian Nanshao, it was Jiang Jin who devised the training regimen. With time pressing and duties heavy, her training plans were naturally rigorous, with long-distance running under load being merely foundational. The regimen also included sit-ups, pull-ups, squats, mounted archery, boxing, and swordplay, among others. However, due to the conditions of their journey, she could not implement more diverse training activities. Jiang Jin's carriage was already leading the convoy when Dong Si brought it to a halt, prompting the rest of the group to stop as well. The leader of the merchant caravan's escort, startled by the sudden halt, grasped his weapon tightly and demanded, "Who are you, and what is your intent?" Dong Si, maintaining a gentle demeanor, replied, "Are you not in the business of selling slaves? My lady wishes to make a purchase." A head poked out from the carriage behind the escort, drenched in sweat, with a thick layer of powder on his face, creating a rather comical appearance as sweat carved rivulets down his cheeks. Oblivious to his own absurdity, he offered a somewhat sycophantic smile. "Yes. How many slaves does the lady wish to acquire?" Dong Si gestured towards a nearby grove, saying, "Might we discuss the details in the shade over there? It is unbearably hot." Standing beneath the trees, Jiang Jin fanned herself with her hand, observing the face of the young man before her, whose expression was somewhat difficult to interpret. He appeared to be in his 20s, slightly plump. Internally, he found it equally perplexing. He had just learned that a lady intended to buy slaves, yet he had not anticipated that she would be so young, likely not even of marriageable age. Could she truly be in a position to make such decisions? Concealing his inner thoughts, he smiled and introduced himself. "I am Mei Sheng. May I inquire how many slaves the lady wishes to purchase?" Jiang Jin responded, "Mei Sheng? No sincerity, no success. The name bestowed upon this venture lacks sincerity and substance. How could such a business possibly thrive?" Mei Sheng, unaware of Jiang Jin's inner musings, smiled with narrowed eyes. "It is indeed I who presides over this affair. Behold my servants. All are vigorous and robust." Jiang Jin glanced at the chained servants and furrowed her brow. "Did you forcibly seize these individuals?" Mei Sheng hastily waved his hand. "Certainly not. Though I am but a merchant, I am not inclined to engage in such nefarious deeds. All of them have arrived through legitimate channels, rest assured. Some are self-sold, others sold by their families, and there are also those who serve as official slaves. They are bound for ease of management during our travels. Chapter 57. Does the lady harbor ambitions to conquer the world? Seeing his candidness, Jiang Jin chose not to press the matter further and began selecting individuals. To her surprise, Mei Xing's honesty was indeed refreshing. His servants were predominantly young adults, aged between 15 and 25, comprising 45 male and 17 female slaves, totaling 62. However, rather than being robust, they appeared emaciated and frail, lacking vitality. A shrewd merchant, Mei Xing perceived Jiang Jin's expression and quickly explained, "Dear lady, as you are aware, we too face food shortages. These individuals are merely hungry, not physically incapable." He sighed. Business is truly challenging at present. The price of slaves is low, and should I feed them adequately each day, I would scarcely recoup my initial investment. The current market is indeed difficult, with grain prices soaring. Even the coarsest porridge is not affordable. Traveling has become perilous. Marauders, refugees, and bandits roam unchecked. Despite the numerous guards he has hired, one could still easily lose their life through a moment's carelessness. Jiang Jin understood the plight of merchants during tumultuous times. Survival itself was a struggle. Those engaged in minor trades faced threats from bandits, while larger enterprises caught the attention of various power brokers. Take Lin County, for instance. Several prominent families have been ruthlessly robbed and murdered under the guise of banditry. Examining the slaves once more, Jiang Jin confirmed her decision. "I shall purchase all of them. Present me with your lowest price." Mei Xing was taken aback, quickly followed by elation. "You wish to acquire them all? You possess remarkable insight. I shall certainly offer you the lowest price." After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about 2 taels per slave?" Jiang Jin chuckled. "That is certainly exorbitant. Just look at them. They are as thin as reeds and could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. I shall need to nourish them for quite some time before they can be of any use." Though somewhat exaggerated, her words contained a kernel of truth, despite their malnutrition. A hearty meal would restore their strength enough to walk. Mei Xing, unfazed, recognized that haggling was part of the game. Revealing his true cost would leave no room for negotiation, and the buyer might mistakenly believe they had secured an incredible bargain. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he countered, "Let us not speak thus. They are all capable laborers. Once well fed, they will regain their strength. How about I offer you 1 tael and 900 coins per slave?" "That will not suffice. You underestimate my young lady's understanding of value. The maximum worth of these individuals is 1 tael, at most." Having ample experience in bargaining and purchasing, Jiang Jin stepped back, allowing the stage to Mei Xing. Shaking his head in disagreement, the two immediately plunged into a fervent and spirited negotiation, their words flowing with passion and sparks flying in the air. In the end, the two individuals found a sense of mutual respect in their bargaining. Dongxi ultimately acquired the 62 individuals at Mei Xing's bottom-line price. Once again, Jiang Jin used silver coins for the transaction. Although Mei Xing did not profit significantly, selling all his goods at once spared him considerable trouble, allowing him to return home promptly. He glanced at Zhou Rui and the others, then at the horse herd, realizing that this group was exceptional. Most importantly, the other party demonstrated great integrity. Despite Jiang Jin's formidable guards, they did not resort to coercion but engaged in earnest negotiation instead. He could not help but inquire about the lady's intended destination, expressing a desire to continue their collaboration should he have goods to offer in the future. Jiang Jin understood his implication. Although she had yet to secure Gofeng, she felt confident about it. To thrive in any location, merchants were indispensable, and Mei Xing was quite commendable. She smiled and replied, "I plan to visit Gofeng. If you have any goods, feel free to bring them there." Mei Xing furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating before saying, "That area is exceedingly barren, with a sparse population." Jiang Jin waved her hand dismissively. "No matter. I will go and take a look." As they spoke, Zhou Sui approached, saying, "My lady, there is a suitable camping spot 2 miles ahead. Shall we proceed there now?" Jiang Jin nodded and waved goodbye to Mei Xing. "Until we meet again, if fate allows." Provided the conditions permitted, the campsite would surely have a stream, and indeed, a small river a few meters wide lay nearby. Concerned about the hygiene of her companions, Jiang Jin decided that, given the midday sun, they should take the newly acquired slaves to wash in the river. Especially their hair needed thorough cleansing, as she feared fleas. If washing proved impossible, they would have to cut the hair instead. Jiang Jin retrieved a large quantity of burlap from her carriage and handed it to Luo Qingzi, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Luo Qingzi smiled as she accepted it. "My lady, you are too kind. I shall complete it as swiftly as possible. Just as Luo Qingzi left, Yin Yu hesitantly approached. My lady, my father wishes to speak with you. Do you have a moment? Jiang Jin's eyes flickered, and she smiled in response. Very well, I shall go at once. Yin Xi had already been brought to a shaded area to sit. After several days of rest and treatment, he appeared considerably improved. Jiang Jin sat cross-legged at a distance from him, getting straight to the point. What does Mr. Yin wish to discuss with me? Yin Xi's expression was complex. Over the past few days, he had begun to grasp the nature of the lady's ambitions. He asked, do you harbor aspirations of claiming dominion over the world? Jiang Jin chuckled softly. I do not presume to seek dominion, but merely wish to find a place to call home. Upon concluding her statement, her tone turned melancholic. In this world, there is no place that can accommodate me. Thus, I must forge a sanctuary for myself. Despite having prepared herself mentally, the weight of her words still left Yin Xi astonished. He had never heard of a woman aspiring to establish a nation and claim the throne. After a prolonged silence, he posed the most pressing question. Have you considered where your supplies will come from? Your group is nearing 100 individuals. Food alone will require a substantial amount. Jiang Jin recognized his good intentions and reassured him. Rest assured, Mr. Yun, I have it all figured out. I possess the means for sustenance. Finally, the heavy burden lifted from Yin Xi's heart. He regarded her solemnly. Might I inquire about your identity, my lady? This aspect of Jiang Jin is not something she needs to conceal. Jiang Jin, the sixth daughter of the Yin Emperor, is bestowed with the title of Jin Yang. Yin Xi was taken aback. Although he had suspected her identity was extraordinary, he did not anticipate that she was of royal lineage. At this moment, he comprehended the meaning behind her words about having no place to call home in this world. He supported himself with his hands and attempted to kneel before Jiang Jin. She hurriedly stopped him, saying, there is no need for such formality, Elder Yun. With the fall of the capital, what remains of a princess? Yun Xi's eyes reddened, confessing, I am ashamed before His Majesty, ashamed before the Yin Kingdom, and ashamed before the people. Jiang Jin shook her head. Many matters are beyond our control, Elder Yun. There is no need for you to feel guilt. Her voice was low, imbued with an indescribable sorrow and resolve. Now that the nation is shattered and my family is lost, I can only seek a place to stand and hope to procure a blessing for the people of Yin. Yin Xi raised his gaze to her, sunlight filtering through the gaps and illuminating her face, casting a golden glow upon her. In that moment, for reasons unknown, he felt a sense of anticipation. He bowed solemnly and asked, might the lady accept Yun Yu and the others? They were valiant generals of the Yin Kingdom, devoted to its cause, yet now, they have no nation to rely upon and no home to return to. I implore you to take them in. Jiang Jin regarded Yin Xi, perceiving the pain and hope in his eyes. She pressed her lips together. Have you consulted their opinions? Yin Xi composed his expression. Naturally, they have all consented. Jiang Jin nodded. I agree. After lunch, have them come to see me. Yin Xi exhaled in relief. Understood. Jiang Jin convened another meeting, marking the first genuine military assembly. Chapter 58. Food comes knocking at our door. Jiang Jin surveyed the room and remarked, I trust everyone is aware of the organizational issues. I shall not reiterate them. However, for Yun Yu and the others who were absent last time, I will emphasize why 9 or 12 individuals constitute a unit. As it pertains to the 3-3 tactics, while this strategy matured during the era of firearms, its method of enhancing combat capabilities through collaborative efforts among small groups is equally applicable to the age of cold weapons. The relevance of tactics lies not in their specific applications or timings, but in the prevailing battlefield conditions and the distribution of forces. The audience listened with rapt attention, their eyes brightening as they recognized the potency of this strategy. Particularly in jungle warfare and small-scale engagements, this approach proved remarkably adaptable, even in the event of casualties. Replacements could be readily arranged, making it especially suitable for Jiang Jin's current situation of limited forces. Veteran generals like Yin Xi and Zhou Liang had already begun to envision various tactical applications based on this strategy. Jiang Jin smiled, shifting the topic. I plan to train all 62 individuals I just acquired into soldiers. Among the male slaves, 45 will be divided into 4 squads, each temporarily led by Yun Yu, Qiu Wu, Lu Ping, and Yun Xiu. The female slaves, totaling 17, along with Shuang Jiang, will form a reinforced unit of 18. With Xiachan Yi serving as the temporary leader. Xiachan Yi was taken aback. She did not expect Jiang Jin to entrust her with such a significant responsibility. Moreover, in her understanding, there were never female soldiers. However, considering Jiang Jin's ambition to vie for supremacy, the inclusion of female soldiers seemed entirely reasonable. The voice of Jiang Jin continued. Currently, there are a total of 6 squads of soldiers, all temporarily under the command of Zhou Sui. Training must be focused and can be divided into reconnaissance, cavalry, and infantry. However, regardless of the type of troops, fundamental daily training is indispensable. Everyone is encouraged to share suggestions for soldier training given our current circumstances. Zhou Sui, Yin Ci, and Yao Ji, all seasoned veterans of the battlefield, possess more experience in cold weapon combat than Jiang Jin. Furthermore, she aims to foster their sense of involvement, believing that implementing ideas articulated by them will enhance efficiency. Zhou Sui suggested, we could incorporate wrestling and combat training to improve the soldiers' battlefield reactions. Jiang Jin nodded in agreement. Yes. We could also arrange competitions between squads to instill a sense of collective honor and a strong desire to win. Yun Ci offered a suggestion. The northern region is vast, and our manpower is limited. There may be times when we need to utilize cross-functional troops. I propose that both reconnaissance and infantry soldiers must learn to ride horses. Proficiency is not necessary, but they should at least be capable. Yao Ji and Xian Nanshao also presented their suggestions in succession. Jiang Jin frequently nodded in acknowledgement. The meeting lasted an hour, during which they established the training plan and objectives for the soldiers, as well as the route and timeline for their march. Once matters were settled, Jiang Jin began to ponder the issue of provisions. With the sudden increase in population, the visible food supply was becoming insufficient to last until Gufeng. Just as she was contemplating an opportunity to procure additional provisions, food came knocking at their door. 2 days later, their convoy encountered a group of bandits lying in ambush in the dense forest by the roadside. Jiang Jin inquired, how many are there? Zhou Sui replied, there are likely dozens, hiding in the thicket along the road ahead. Those ruffians believed they were well concealed, but how could they deceive Zhou? An experienced scout? He easily discovered their hiding spots. After circling around the mountain path and gathering information, he returned to report to Jiang Jin, feigning nonchalance. Zhou Sui continued his analysis. Those bandits are probably not targeting us. The Fengzhou territory has many such mountain bandits who will rob the weak and spare the strong. Jiang Jin understood. These mountain bandits were essentially bullies who preyed on the vulnerable. They lurked in familiar territory, attacking passers-by if they appeared weak. If the travelers seemed too powerful, they would simply refrain from engaging. However, the absence of action on their part did not imply that she would remain passive. They had arrived, and since she was in need of provisions, it also presented an opportunity to train her troops, an advantageous situation. No, it was even better than that. It would also rid the people of Fengzhou of a bandit, thus serving the public good. Jiang Jin unfolded a map and studied it for a moment before pointing to a location. Could we not encircle them from this position? Xian Nanshao scratched his head. My lady, we have a larger force. They should not dare to act. Yet, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Zhou Sui's eyes. Recognizing that Jiang Jin intended to utilize the new recruits, Xian Nanshao was correct. Given their formidable strength, the bandits would likely hesitate to strike. Moreover, confronting them directly would not pose a significant challenge. But Jiang Jin's decision to employ a flanking strategy indicated her desire to provide the new recruits with practical experience. Indeed, the voice of Jiang Jin resonated. Only soldiers who have witnessed blood can be considered true soldiers. This mission is entrusted to the first trained squad. It must be accomplished. Xian Nanshao also came to his senses, his expression grave as he vowed, I assure you, the mission will be completed. In the dense forest, dozens of men lay concealed among the shadows of trees and grass. The sweltering heat was unbearable, and they were plagued by numerous insects biting them, leaving their bodies itchy and painful. By heavens, this weather is intolerable. How are we to survive? A man with a pockmarked face slapped his arm, lifting it to reveal a flattened, unidentified insect. Beside him, a long-faced man was flushed with heat, lamenting, Indeed, we have not descended the mountain for days. I never expected this path to be so deserted. The number of people dwindles by the day. The pockmarked man sighed. What can we do? Fengzhou is now the territory of the Chuzhou people. We Han people can hardly survive here, and there are scarcely any merchants passing through. He continued, Alas, our provisions are insufficient to last through the winter. Otherwise, who would willingly descend the mountain? Brother, with no one on this road, should we not raid a village? The long-faced man concurred. Yes, brother, it is the season of autumn harvest. Just over 10 miles to the south lie several villages. We could seize their supplies. The man they referred to as brother shook his head. I fear we may not be the first. Those villages have likely been targeted by the Chuzhou people, who await the harvest. He added, if we are to raid, it would be wise to wait until the Chuzhou have taken their share before we seize from the farmers. As they conversed, a man rushed over, exclaiming, Brother, a wave of people is approaching from ahead. There should be over 100, along with dozens of horses and many carts. The group brightened at this news. And the pockmarked man eagerly inquired, Are there horses and carts? Are there provisions and women? The elder brother quickly regained his composure. A convoy of such size must surely be accompanied by many guards. The long-faced man suddenly recalled an earlier event, striking his thigh. I remember. Wasn't there a horseman who passed through here? Could he have been scouting? At that time, they had considered an ambush. But the horsemen had been too cautious and swift, disappearing from their lurking zone. The man nodded. There are indeed many guards. We cannot ascertain if there are provisions in the carts, but those men appear robust, suggesting they carry a substantial supply of food, not to mention women. Should we engage in a raid, brother? Chapter 59. Counter-raid. A flicker of indecision crossed the elder brother's eyes. Such a prosperous convoy was a rare sight. He certainly yearned to seize it, yet feared they might not be able to handle it. He whispered his orders. Everyone remain still until I give the signal. If we can raid, we shall. If the guards are too numerous, we must withdraw. Our lives are paramount. The group murmured their assent, sinking back into concealment. Soon, a long procession appeared, slowly advancing towards them. Their eyes glinted with greed as they beheld dozens of fine horses, all well-fed and robust. The carts, judging by the tracks, were likely laden with goods, perhaps even provisions. And women, though their beauty was uncertain, their figures suggested they were youthful, certainly enticing to capture. However, upon closer inspection of the numerous guards leading the procession, their spirits sank. The guards outnumbered them and were all armed. The pockmarked man turned to the elder brother, asking, Brother, shall we strike? The elder brother's gaze was somber, and after a long moment, he suppressed the resentment within him, stating, No, let them pass. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he seemed to perceive a rustling sound behind him. Frowning, he turned and quietly admonished, What are you doing? Before he could finish, he was met with an unfamiliar face and a blade aimed at him. His pupils constricted as he instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. Unfortunately, the man beside him, with a pockmarked face, was not as fortunate, receiving a fatal blow that sent blood gushing forth. His screams reverberating through the dense forest and startling a flock of birds into flight. The elder brother quickly regained his composure and swung his knife at the assailant. Just as he was about to land the blow, a spear intercepted him. Xian'anshao, facing the somewhat dazed soldier, shouted, What were you taught? This is a battlefield. Do you wish to die? The soldier was jolted into awareness. Indeed, the blood and dismembered limbs that had splattered nearby had momentarily paralyzed him with fear. Were it not for his squad leader, he might have met a grim fate. Recalling the teachings and training he had received, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes, and he charged at the elder brother with his knife. Zhou Sui stood at the back, observing Xian'anshao lead a contingent of new recruits into combat against the mountain bandits. Armed with a bow, he readied arrows to save comrades in peril. Despite their brief training and lack of experience in actual combat, it was normal for them to falter in their first encounter with bloodshed. Under Xian'anshao's leadership, the soldiers grew increasingly valiant, and the fruits of their rigorous training finally came to fruition. The 3-3 tactics were executed with aplomb, facilitating coordinated assaults and defenses. Ultimately, the bandits, mere rabble, faltered before the well-trained soldiers, especially with the formidable presence of Xian'anshao, leading to their swift defeat and retreat. Yao Ji and Xia Chani awaited on the road, rallying the remaining soldiers to encircle the fleeing bandits. Although these soldiers had only trained for 2 days, their numbers far surpassed those of the bandits. Often, one bandit faced the might of 2 or even 3 soldiers, leading to an effortless rout. Yao Ji and Xia Chani remained mounted, merely observing the soldiers as they fought. The bandits were in disarray, perplexed as to why they were being slaughtered when they had no intention of robbing the soldiers. Why? What is the reason? Yuan Chengxian, mounted and alongside Jiang Jin's carriage, murmured softly, Aunt, why can't I join in? Jiang Jin cast him a glance, responding, What would you do? Chop vegetables? Yuan Chengxian feigned confusion, his clear eyes fixed upon her. They are too incompetent. It is not worth your effort, Jiang Jin remarked. Yuan Chengxian, realizing her point, smiled brightly, "Aunt. I don't mind their incompetence. I could easily handle them." "Stay put," Jiang Jin instructed. In less than 15 minutes, the battle concluded, resulting in the annihilation of 42 bandits, with 5 captured alive. Interrogation posed no challenge for Zhou Sui and his companions, who swiftly gleaned the situation on the mountain. The 5 surviving bandits, filled with fear and anger, lamented, "Heroes, we have not wronged you. Why do you strike us?" "Why?" Xiananshao kicked one of them, retorting, "Why? Do you not possess any self-awareness? Blocking our path was merely to rob us." The mountain bandits expressed their grievances with tears, lamenting, "We never intended to rob you. You have wronged us." Xiananshao scoffed coldly, responding, "The only reason we are not being robbed is our superior strength and numbers. Otherwise, how many innocents have perished at your hands?" Jiang Jin instructed Zhou Sui, "You are in charge of this mission. Eliminate all the bandits and remember to bring back the supplies." Zhou Sui bowed in acknowledgement, understood. He led 3 squads of soldiers, escorting 5 captives up the mountain. Yuan Chengxian insisted on accompanying them to the mountain, and with no other choice, Jiang Jin relented. The other soldiers swiftly dealt with the scene, fortuitously. There was a large pit nearby, eliminating the need for excavation. They simply tossed the bodies in and covered them with dirt. As the cart rested in the shade of a tree, Jiang Jin observed the bustling soldiers in the distance, a smile gracing her lips. There is great advantage in numbers, alleviating the need for her to oversee every detail personally. Checking the time, she noted it was already past 11 o'clock. Given the bandits' instructions, the trek up and down the mountain would take at least half an hour. She beckoned to Xiaochani, who hurried over, asking, "Mistress, what is it?" Jiang Jin inquired, "Is there a suitable camping site nearby?" After a moment of thought, Xiaochani replied, "About 5 miles ahead, there is a location with a water source surrounded by trees, and the terrain is flat." Jiang Jin nodded, noting that the bodies were nearly buried. She commanded, the female soldiers should retreat first and set up camp. Xiaochani complied. Yes, despite only having trained for 2 days, the female soldiers displayed remarkable efficiency, swiftly advancing as the main force followed behind. Upon reaching their destination, the female soldiers began to clear the area and assist in cooking. When their team numbered only 30 or 40, 5 or 6 women could manage the cooking. But now that they exceeded 100, the female soldiers always volunteered to help with meal preparations. Initially, Jiang Jin had procured ample cooking utensils, yet retrieving all the items directly from the cart proved cumbersome. Thus, she opted to take out only a few large cooking tools, allowing the soldiers to take turns with the limited bowls and chopsticks. Fortunately, while passing through a bamboo grove the previous day, she had instructed her men to cut bamboo for crafting bowls, chopsticks, and water containers. To her delight, these bamboo items were simple to create, durable, and lightweight. She had the soldiers make several for backup. Jiang Jin herself fashioned a few water containers from bamboo, relishing the authentic charm of these natural items. Drinking from a bamboo tube felt imbued with the essence of the wood. While they busied themselves, Yao Ji returned with 2 squads of soldiers after burying the bodies. After organizing the soldiers for patrol, he approached Jiang Jin to report, "Mistress, I left a few men over there to await the general." Jiang Jin, engrossed in studying the map, looked up and asked, Is it approximately 200 miles to Gufeng?" In truth, the straight-line distance was not as vast, but the roads of this era wound and twisted, navigating around mountains and rivers, making the journey considerably longer. Chapter 60. Enjoying chicken legs. Yao Ji gazed down at the map, nodding, "Indeed, at our current pace, it will take several more days." "Mistress, are you in a hurry?" As the soldiers advanced, they would run until fatigued, at which point they would either ride horses or practice their equestrian skills. The elderly and weak were provided with horse-drawn carts, ensuring that the pace of the march remained steady. Each day, Jiang Jin dedicated approximately 4 hours to their journey. This was due to 2 main factors. The sweltering heat made travel from noon until the late afternoon unwise, and she needed to train her soldiers during this time, focusing on formations, martial arts, sword techniques, archery, and combat drills. Jiang Jin shook her head, resolute in her decision not to hasten their progress. She believed it better to endure some hardship now and extend their training hours in the evening. Yao Ji, aware of her preparations for the assault on Gufeng, offered reassurance. Gufeng was a small town, typically defended by fewer than 100 soldiers, so there was little cause for concern. However, he refrained from mentioning that siege warfare was notoriously challenging, often requiring the attacking force to outnumber the defenders by several times, if not more. Nevertheless, seeing Jiang Jin's confidence, he chose to remain silent. Jiang Jin herself was not apprehensive about capturing Gufeng. Rather, her concern lay in how to maintain control over it, as her forces were still too few. Before long, Zhou Sui returned from the mountains with his men, all wearing smiles and carrying burlap sacks over their shoulders, with a few others balancing baskets. Surprisingly, 2 soldiers even herded a flock of ducks trailing behind them, numbering at least 20. A smile spread across Jiang Jin's face, indicating a bountiful harvest. Zhou Sui approached her, shouldering a heavy sack. "Milady, we have dealt with all the bandits in the mountains and secured around 50 shur of grain. There are also vegetables and chickens and ducks that we have collected." He gestured toward the burlap sacks. "We also found some copper coins and precious items." Jiang Jin expressed her satisfaction. "Excellent work. With this grain, combined with her previous purchases, they would have ample supplies to reach Gufeng with some leftover." Zhou Sui hesitated before speaking again. "There are also over 10 women and 3 men who were captured and brought to the mountains. I have brought them down. How would you like to handle them?" Jiang Jin noticed these individuals and inquired, "Are you certain they were all taken against their will?" Zhou Sui nodded. "I questioned them separately, and their testimonies were consistent. There should be no issues." Jiang Jin promptly decided, "Inquire if they wish to return home. If so, provide them with a small sum and some provisions for their journey." Zhou Sui reported that only 2 of the women, who lived nearby, expressed a desire to return, while the others had nowhere to go and wished to remain with their group. Zhou Sui was quite methodical in his approach, and Jiang Jin felt grateful for having such a capable subordinate. "Very well, those who stay must adhere to our arrangements. The younger and stronger may serve as soldiers, while the others will be assigned to the logistics team." As she spoke, she opened the burlap sack Zhou Sui had brought and counted out 100 copper coins, handing them to him. "Give the 2 who are returning 50 coins each, along with 5 pounds of grain." 50 copper coins and 5 pounds of grain was a generous offer. Not only did it rescue them, but it also ensured her reputation as a benefactor. Furthermore, being overly generous could attract unwanted troubles. Zhou Sui accepted the coins, understood. As he prepared to leave, Jiang Jin called out to him again, "Let those 2 return only after we have departed." Zhou Sui paused, quickly grasping her intent and silently commending her foresight. Jiang Jin was concerned that if the 2 women returned to their village and disclosed their circumstances, it might incite the villagers' greed, prompting them to seek trouble, especially given how close the village was to their current location. Though the likelihood is slim, caution is never a folly. After Zhou Sui departed, Jiang Jin summoned Dong Si, expressing that the abundance of live chickens and ducks was cumbersome to transport. Thus, they would indulge in a midday feast. Particularly for the valiant soldiers who had slain enemies today, a reward of 1 chicken leg for each enemy dispatched, and 2 for 2, and so forth. While the troops enjoyed meat at every meal, it primarily consisted of previously prepared horse jerky and wolf jerky, which was rather scarce. Dong Si felt a pang of regret over the considerable amount of meat, yet he understood that live chickens and ducks were indeed difficult to manage. He decided to retain a small quantity alive in a bamboo basket on the cart, while the majority would be slaughtered and consumed today to prevent spoilage. Dong Si proceeded to arrange for the slaughter of the chickens and ducks, allowing Jiang Jin the opportunity to inspect the contents of the burlap sack, which contained approximately 7 or 8 strings of copper coins. The gold and silver items were few, consisting mainly of small accessories, totaling merely a few taels. However, in this era, gold and silver were rare commodities, and these mountain bandits dared not rob large merchant caravans, opting instead to prey upon ordinary citizens and small traders. She hoisted the burlap sack onto the rear of the cart for safekeeping. During lunch, the soldiers gazed with envy at the warriors who had slain enemies, devouring their chicken and duck legs with gusto. Although they too received rations of chicken and duck, the portions were meager. Moreover, what they consumed was not merely chicken and duck, but rather the fruits of their valor. The soldiers silently resolved to train diligently henceforth, aspiring to earn their own merits and savor chicken legs in the future. Shuangjiang, with a chicken leg in hand, savored it with unrestrained delight, relishing the moment as it was her first experience with such a delicacy. She felt the envious gazes of others upon her and, inexplicably, her eyes brimmed with warmth. Indeed, she was not the useless being her parents had described. The woman was right. They, like men, could create their own value through hard work and perseverance. After a brief respite post-lunch, the soldiers commenced their training. Luo Qingzi, alongside the kitchen maids, forwent their midday rest, promptly resuming their tasks of sewing and crafting weighted sandbags, as the influx of personnel had made their workload overwhelming. Today, 15 women descended from the mountains, 6 of whom were young and in decent health, willingly agreeing to partake in military training. The remaining 9, though not elderly, were aged between 20 and 40, yet their physiques had been compromised by the bandits' cruelty, relegating them to logistical support. This arrangement proved beneficial, as it alleviated the soldiers from kitchen duties. 3 men, considerably older, were in their 40s and 50s. Perhaps their age and frailty had spared them from execution, as they assisted with menial tasks in the mountains. At last, the female soldiers formed 2 squads. Despite her youth, Xuangjiang performed admirably in battle, having single-handedly dispatched 2 bandits while assigned to the interception team, prompting Jiang Jin to appoint her as squad leader. 2 women watched the grand procession depart, their eyes reflecting sorrow and confusion. The elder murmured, "Have we made a grave error? Will there still be a place for us at home?" These women, abducted to the mountains, had undoubtedly lost their innocence, and returning home would likely be met with difficulty. The young woman shook her head, expressing her yearning for home. "I do not know, but I long for home so deeply. I wish to return. Even if it means facing death, I would prefer to perish in my homeland." The elder woman sighed. "Indeed, I share that sentiment, especially for my child. When she was abducted to the mountains, she had already given birth to a daughter, and now she was uncertain whether her husband would still recognize her, or if her daughter would remember her." Glancing down at the copper coins and a small bag of grain in her hands, gratitude welled up within her. "Let us go." As dawn broke and the world awakened, Jiang Jin finished her morning exercises, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and wiped her face, feeling the heat of the early day. After their morning meal, the group prepared to set off when Zhou Sui suddenly signaled. The team came to an immediate halt. Zhou Lu dismounted, crouched down, and pressed his ear to the ground, his expression gradually turning serious. Chapter 61. Encounter with the Chu Zhao cavalry. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow. "What is happening?" Zhou Sui rose. "There are cavalry approaching ahead. By the sound of it, there may be several hundred riders." A chill ran through Jiang Jin. Without advantageous terrain, they could not withstand such a force with their current strength. She swiftly commanded, "Into the dense forest, conceal yourselves, quickly." Their camp was only a few dozen meters from the main road, and since they had yet to reach the official path, they could still hide swiftly. The group herded their horses back, disappearing into the thicket, where Jiang Jin, Zhou Sui, Yao Ji, and other seasoned members worked to erase their tracks. Just as they had cleared about half, the sound of hooves became faintly audible. Jiang Jin quickly ordered, "Withdraw." The few of them moved rapidly into the forest, peering through the layers of branches and leaves toward the main road. Before long, a well-equipped, well-trained cavalry appeared on the official path. They were robust, clad in armor, wielding sharp weapons, advancing in formation of 3. Even their steeds were adorned with horse armor, galloping swiftly, exuding a formidable presence, truly noble steeds. As hundreds of cavalry thundered past, the ground trembled beneath them, an awe-inspiring spectacle. A flicker of fervor ignited in Jiang Jin's eyes, alas, without the advantage of time and terrain. She lamented missing the opportunity to seize those horses and armor. Suddenly, one of the cavalrymen turned toward the forest. Yet, the thicket remained silent. He saw nothing. Moments ago, he had felt as if he were being watched, but that sensation dissipated. Frowning slightly, he turned back and continued his gallop, dismissing it as a mere misperception. After the cavalry had passed for some time, Jiang Jin raised her gaze to the main road, recalling the keen awareness of that rider. In a hushed voice, Jiang Jin inquired, "Are these the cavalry of Chu Zhao?" Zhou Sui nodded. Indeed, judging by their equipment, they appear to be an elite force. Jiang Jin frowned, uncertainly asking, could their target be Lin County? Lin County had likely already fallen to Luolan. For Chu Zhao, the loss of this granary, completely beyond their control, was unacceptable. Zhou Lu shared this suspicion. "It is quite possible." Yao Ji sighed. "For Lin County, I fear a fierce battle looms." Surrounding counties had mostly been occupied by Chu Zhao, and in addition to these few hundred cavalry, they would undoubtedly mobilize additional soldiers for the conflict. After waiting a while to ensure their safety, Jiang Jin and the others ventured deeper into the forest to regroup and continue their journey. It is uncertain whether it was mere misfortune, but shortly after departing in the afternoon, a multitude of lifeless bodies lay scattered upon the ground. Discarded garments, utensils, and other belongings were strewn about, and 2 dilapidated carts lay overturned by the roadside. The chaos of the escape was evident, as even weapons had been abandoned. Zhou Sui dismounted to investigate and soon reported back. The corpses seemed to have perished not long ago, most succumbing to knife wounds. While disordered footprints and hoofprints marked the path, Jiang Jin furrowed her brows. Was it a robbery? Zhou Sui concurred. It is likely. My lady, shall we take a closer look? Jiang Jin inquired. Can you ascertain how many assailants there were? Zhou Sui pondered, judging by the hoofprints. There should be at least a dozen horses. The perpetrators have only recently passed through, and some prints are still visible. However, a dozen horses do not necessarily indicate that there are more than a dozen individuals during such raids. It is common for the riders to pursue and intercept while a group follows behind to bind captives. At that moment, Yao Ji and several others approached, awaiting Jiang Jin's decision. Jiang Jin nodded. A group will accompany me on horseback. Yao Ji, you shall protect the main contingent. Jiang Jin and Zhou Sui led the way on horseback. Dongxi hastily mounted a horse to join them. My lady, I shall accompany you. Yu Chengxian followed closely behind the three, his expression brimming with excitement. I shall join the fray as well. A contingent of soldiers, under Xian Nanxiao's command, swiftly shed their heavy sandbags and mounted their horses to catch up with Jiang Jin and her party. Observing the departing figures, Yin Yu lamented, all the glory will be claimed by that group. Yao Ji chuckled in reassurance. Fear not, we shall also have our share soon enough. Yin Yu understood this sentiment, shouting to his men, do you see? With diligent practice and by honing our skills, we too shall achieve merit. We shall feast on chicken legs. The soldiers, invigorated, roared, kill. Feast on chicken legs. Shuang Jiang, with her legs, waist, and arms bound by heavy sandbags, bore a total weight of 30 kilograms. The recent days had imbued her with confidence, restoring her youthful vigor, and her eyes sparkled. Sisters, dare we add 2 more sandbags? The female soldiers shouted in unison, we dare. Xia Chan-yi smiled, appreciating the spirited camaraderie within the ranks. Yin Si, seated in a cart, observed the suddenly animated soldiers, a flicker of contemplation and admiration crossing her gaze. Sui Qian, sharing the cart, glanced at her and remarked with a smile, are you envious? Do your soldiers possess such fervor? Having grown familiar over time, the two spoke casually, like old friends. Yin Si shook her head, sorrow evident in her eyes. I have no soldiers left. He glanced at his legs, sighing, alas, my legs. Otherwise, I would not be outdone by these youths. Sui Qian also regarded his legs, feeling a similar sense of regret. As a healer, he understood well the condition of Yin Si's legs, knowing he would never rise again. Jiang Jin led the troop at a swift gallop, the number of corpses and scattered belongings increasing along the route. After traversing a short distance, they encountered a scene of utter chaos. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of Han civilians were bound together in chains, while a score of Zhujiao individuals continued their relentless pursuit, capturing and binding any who resisted, executing those who dared to fight back. In the earlier moments, a dozen mounted raiders were driving the Han people, herding them toward a certain direction. A tall man, burdened with an elderly woman on his back, ran frantically forward, the sound of hooves thundering ever closer behind them. The elderly woman cried out, my son, let me down. Save yourself and do not worry about me. Please, my son, hurry and release me. The tall man seemed oblivious to her pleas, his hands gripping her legs tightly, the veins on his neck bulging. His legs felt as if they belonged to someone else, and he was unaware of how long he had been running or how much longer he could continue. His sole thought was to flee, to run without cease. If he were captured, he might still have a glimmer of hope, but his mother, a crippled woman, would surely meet her end. The raiders would have no use for a burden. The pounding of hooves grew ever closer, the sound of whips echoing in his ears, and he knew that they belonged to the raiders. With a thunderous crack, pain exploded in his shoulder, causing him to stumble, and the elderly woman was flung from his grasp. He looked up to see a raider, mounted and grinning cruelly at him, as the horse charged toward the elderly woman, threatening to trample her. Chapter 62, The Seizure and Slaughter. The tall man's eyes widened in despair as he shouted and threw himself onto the elderly woman, shielding her with his body. Blood splattered onto his face, yet he felt no pain. Hesitantly, he lifted his gaze, only to find an arrow embedded in the neck of the raider who had just been taunting him. With a thud, the raider fell to the ground, and the horse, losing its rider, came to a halt. The man looked up to see a strikingly beautiful woman in the distance, poised with a bow, exuding an air of bravery. She did not glance back at him. Instead, she released another arrow, claiming yet another raider's life. The tall man finally comprehended the situation and murmured softly, we are saved. Someone has come to rescue us. Mother, someone has come to save us Han people. The elderly woman felt a sharp pain coursing through her body. She too had been struck by a whip across her back. However, she concealed her discomfort and urged, "Yes, we are saved. Quickly, my son, let us find a safer place." The tall man responded with a firm nod, swiftly lifting his mother onto his back and running toward a less populated area. Yun Chengxian charged like a deity of death, galloping toward the raiders, slicing through the air with his blade, severing a raider's head with a single stroke. Zhou Sui brandished his long knife with grace, capable of taking down an opponent with each swing. Dongxi lingered at the back, relying on his archery skills. Choosing not to add chaos to the fray, Xian Anshao led a group of soldiers toward the raiders who were binding captives, thrusting his spear forward, blood spraying in all directions. One raider, caught in the act of binding a mother and daughter, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the mounted Han warriors. He bellowed, "Do you know who I am, daring to slay us, raiders?" Xian Anshao smirked slightly, advancing on horseback and thrusting his spear toward the raider's neck, declaring, "It is you raiders who shall be slain." Amidst the spray of blood, the raider fell, raising a cloud of dust. The soldiers behind him swiftly joined the fray. The cavalry held an undeniable advantage over the infantry. Their training during this period had not been in vain, and they were seasoned warriors, fierce and unyielding in battle. The battle did not last long, concluding with the complete annihilation of the Chu Zhao forces. Despite their defeat, chaos reigned at the scene, with cries for help, anguished wails, and lamentations filling the air. Xian Anshao promptly directed his soldiers to cut the ropes binding the civilians. Once freed, some fled in haste, others collapsed in tears, while a few knelt in gratitude. Xian Anshao glanced toward Jiang Jin, explaining, "If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it toward Our Lady. It was she who sent us to rescue you." Jiang Jin, having acquired over 10 horses, felt a surge of joy, bringing her closer to the formation of her cavalry unit. Dongxi began to clear the battlefield. That is, he commenced the grim task of searching the deceased, while simultaneously instructing the 3 soldiers who had come to assist him. "Make sure to search thoroughly. Remember that all these valuables belong to the lady. She provides for your sustenance and comfort, and you must learn to be grateful." The soldiers found his words to be quite sensible, as they hailed from impoverished backgrounds and had seldom experienced the luxury of a full meal. Now, with the lady providing for their needs and the prospect of feasting on chicken legs after their victory, their sense of gratitude was indeed warranted. Dongxi began to impart his expertise in searching the dead. "Be sure to check the thighs. The Chu Zhao often conceal their riches in hidden pockets there. Don't neglect the more intimate areas. A gentle squeeze might reveal hidden treasures." One soldier interjected, "But wait, do the Chu Zhao not resemble our Han people? Can they truly conceal wealth there?" A tall man hesitated before carrying an elderly woman to Jiang Jin, gently placing her down and kneeling before her. "Thank you, my lady, for saving both my mother and me." The elderly woman also prostrated herself, uttering, "Thank you, my lady, for preserving our lives." Jiang Jin offered her a light support, saying, "There is no need for such formality, please rise." After the tall man expressed his gratitude once more, he stood up, preparing to lift the elderly woman again, when he spotted an elder approaching with the support of a young man. He called out, "Village chief." The elder was indeed Sun Yi, the village chief of Lihua village. Sun Yi nodded in acknowledgement, turned to Jiang Jin, and solemnly bowed, "I am Sun Yi, the village chief of Lihua. We thank you, my lady, for saving the lives of our villagers." Jiang Jin waved her hand dismissively. It was a mere effort, no need for such reverence. Sun Yi shook his head, replying, "For you, it may be a trivial act, but to us, it is a matter of life and death, freeing us from the shackles of the Chu Zhao." Jiang Jin, maintaining a gentle demeanor, inquired, "Where do you hail from? What is your intended destination?" Sun Yi sighed deeply. "We are from Lihua village and Xingnan village in the Punan county of Chongzhou. We intended to travel to Lin county in Fengzhou, having heard it was a stronghold for our Han people. However," his face bore a look of profound sorrow, "we were informed of turmoil in Lin county, and, uncertain of the circumstances, we dared not proceed. After deliberation, our 2 villages decided to reroute to Shuxian for safety, only to encounter the Chu Zhao along the way. Lihua village and Xingnan village were neighboring hamlets. The treacherous journey necessitated their mutual support as they sought refuge together. Regrettably, misfortune struck them early on, as they soon encountered a band of refugees intent on seizing their supplies. The villagers fought valiantly to defend their possessions. However, the villagers suffered casualties. Even the village chief of Xingnan was tragically slain. Subsequently, the position of the village chief was assumed by his son, Zhu Wan. Who was the young man supporting Sunny? Jiang Jin furrowed her brow, realizing that the news had spread quite rapidly. It was understandable, considering the multitude of people coming and going in Lin County. She could not help but recall the cavalry she had encountered that morning. If their objective was Lin County, it was likely that chaos reigned there now. Nevertheless, Shuxian was not necessarily in a better situation. After a moment of contemplation, she posed another inquiry. What is the current state of Chongzhou? How did you come to Fengzhou? Sun Yi's expression darkened further with sorrow. We have no choice but to flee. The Ji people have seized our grain, treating us Han as slaves, forcing us to work in shackles, and resorting to cannibalism when food runs scarce. At this point, he began to sob softly, murky tears cascading down his weathered face. The young man supporting him also bowed his head, weeping quietly, engulfed by fear and confusion. The elderly woman's eyes brimmed with tears. How could the Yin state have vanished so suddenly? Woe is us! Our capital is lost. Where can we go? Woe is us! Heaven seems determined to extinguish the Han people. In the days when the state still existed, despite the burdensome taxes and labor demands, at least they had a home. Though they struggled to make ends meet, they were still alive. The villagers began to weep softly as well, the atmosphere heavy with despair. With their nation gone and their homes destroyed, they fled like lost dogs, in a state of perpetual panic, with nowhere to go and no place to return. Along the way, apart from the initial refugees, they encountered bandits twice. Of the original 500 villagers, only about 300 remained. Chapter 63. A path forward. Jiang Jin felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. After a moment of silence, she quietly inquired, You mentioned that you plan to head towards Shuxian next? Why choose that destination? Sun Yi looked bewildered. Where else could they possibly go? Yet, upon hearing Jiang Jin's words, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. He hurriedly bowed in respect. We are unaware of the situation in Shuxian. We have only heard that it is governed by Han officials. Therefore, if the lady possesses knowledge of Shuxian, please share it with us. Jiang Jin did not withhold information. I have indeed heard some rumors regarding Shuxian. It is said to be under the control of the Chuzhou people, who merely install Han as nominal magistrates to attract more Han to their domain. Sunny was taken aback, quickly asking, Is this true? Jiang Jin shook her head. I have not personally visited Shuxian, so I cannot confirm the specifics. I learned this from Lin County. Zhu Wan appeared puzzled. Why would they want to attract us Han? Jiang Jin glanced at him. Naturally, it is for wealth and resources. She then succinctly recounted what she could about Lin County. Sun Yi felt utterly deflated. Previously, there had at least been a destination, but now to learn it was merely a den of wolves left him questioning where they could possibly go next. Nearby villagers, upon hearing this news, became equally bewildered and sorrowful. The tall man hesitated before cautiously asking, Where does the lady intend to go? Jiang Jin met his gaze. We plan to head to Gufeng. Gufeng. Sun Yi was taken aback. Are you aware that Gufeng is under the jurisdiction of the Chuzhou people? It is unwise to go there. There is not a single good soul among them. Jiang Jin smiled. I have matters to attend to there. Sun Yi trembled, unable to utter a word. After a long while, he finally bent down again to express his gratitude, departing with the villagers in a hesitant manner. At that moment, Dong Sihing approached eagerly, calling out, my lady, my lady. As he approached with a burlap sack in hand, Jiang Jin couldn't help but twitch her lips. This fellow had evidently gained experience from handling corpses and now carried a bag with him at all times. Unaware of her silent ridicule, Dong Sihing excitedly opened the sack to boast, my lady, look. Those Chuzhou people are quite wealthy. We found over 6 guan of money in total. With a mischievous grin, he produced 2 gold ornaments from his chest, exclaiming, to think there was gold as well. These 2 should weigh about 3 taels, regardless of the amount. Jiang Jin was determined not to dampen her subordinate's enthusiasm, offering encouragement. You have done remarkably well. Keep it up. Receiving her praise, Dong Sihing appeared genuinely pleased, feigning modesty. Hee, it's all thanks to your guidance, my lady. Jiang Jin retorted, when did I teach you how to handle corpses? Wasn't it your own self-directed learning? Zhou Sui and his men had already brought over the horses, totaling 16. They had also organized the weapons, neatly piled, awaiting the arrival of the main force to load them onto the carts. With no nearby pits available, they would have to dig graves themselves. Given the circumstances, Jiang Jin preferred to deal with the bodies personally, burying them herself. In the sweltering heat, she feared the onset of disease. Yao Ji and the main forces soon arrived. With soldiers, except for those on patrol, all assisting in digging graves. Meanwhile, Sun Yi was surrounded by several prominent individuals from the two villages. They gazed enviously at Jiang Jin's formidable and robust troop from a distance. An elder withdrew his gaze, sighing as he reaffirmed, "Village chief, did they truly say that Shuxian has issues?" Sun Yi nodded. "Yes, I fear it is true. Let us deliberate on our next course of action." A middle-aged man proposed. "Why not head to Lin County? Wasn't it said that the chaos in Lin County stemmed from the assassination of the previous magistrate? Now that we Han people are in control, it should be safe, shouldn't it?" Sun Yi remained silent. If Lin County had once belonged to Zhao, now that it had changed hands, the Zhao might not let this go easily. If conflict erupted there, they might not only be unable to enter the city, but could also be captured and killed by the Zhao in a fit of rage. Before he could respond, the elder interjected, "Lin County may struggle to protect itself. We cannot go there. Alas, are we truly left with no choice but to head to Zhou?" Sun Yi sighed. "We cannot reach Zhou. It is too far, and our provisions will not last that long." A sense of despair enveloped the group. They all understood that even if they had enough food, reaching Zhou was still uncertain. The journey was fraught with peril: mountain bandits, thieves, barbarian marauders, chaotic refugees, and natural disasters. Sun Yi felt utterly exhausted, his gaze drifting afar as he observed the villagers mournfully burying their kin, gathering scattered belongings, clad in rags, staggering with a look of numbness on their faces. He closed his eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, a resolution formed in his mind. He would consult the lady who might save them, to see if she could illuminate a path forward. The elder stood up alongside him. "Yes, I shall accompany you. They are noble folk, and their insights must surely surpass ours." When Sun Yi approached Jiang Jin once more, she was somewhat taken aback. "Village chief, is there something amiss?" Sun Yi respectfully bowed to Jiang Jin and said, "I recognize that my question may come across as rather impolite. Yet I feel compelled to inquire whether you intend to reside in Gufeng long-term or depart once your business is concluded." Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow, her understanding of his intentions becoming clearer. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "If all goes well, I shall take up permanent residence in Gufeng. Once she conquers Gufeng, it would rightfully belong to her, thus necessitating her continual presence." Sun Yi nodded and remarked, "Are you aware that Gufeng is a border town and moreover a desolate land?" Jiang Jin smiled and said, "Please feel free to speak candidly, village chief." Taking a deep breath, Sun Yi continued, "I wish to implore you to guide us towards a path, for we are utterly at a loss as to where we should go." Jiang Jin regarded him and asked, "Does the village chief wish to accompany me to Gufeng in search of a stable haven?" Sun Yi's expression was a blend of embarrassment and hope, candidly revealing his thoughts. "Indeed, you are a capable person. If you believe Gufeng is suitable for permanent habitation, it must possess compelling reasons for such." With a long sigh, he lamented, "Since we fled our previous situation, we have faced numerous calamities. Nearly half of our villagers have perished, and much of our food has been taken. We cannot venture much further. If there is a chance for survival in Gufeng, we would willingly go there. Hence, I took the liberty of disturbing you, hoping for your understanding, as we find ourselves in dire straits." Jiang Jin recognized his sincerity but still posed a question. "Does the village chief place such trust in me?" The village chief responded earnestly, "Of course. Were it not for your timely intervention, we would either have been slain or captured by the Zhao to become slaves. You have saved our lives." Jiang Jin surveyed her surroundings. Approximately 300 individuals remained from the two villages, with young men and women comprising about a third of that number. For the sparsely populated Gufeng, these few hundred souls represented a valuable source of labor. However, the journey was theirs to undertake. She could not bear the entirety of their burden, primarily because she lacked the means to do so at present. After careful consideration, she stated, "Very well. You may proceed to Gufeng, but I fear you may struggle to keep pace with our rate of travel." Chapter 64. At an impasse, Sun Yi was elated. He had no intention of imposing unreasonable demands for them to wait. After all, Gufeng was not exceedingly far away. As long as they followed the path taken by this woman, he felt considerably safer. He quickly bent in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lady. There is no need to trouble you. We can manage on our own." Meanwhile, Jiang Jin swiftly buried the deceased and prepared the group for departure. However, some villagers voiced their concerns about heading to Gufeng. Gufeng is a border town governed by the Zhao. What good can come of us Han people going there? Yes, I've heard that the land is barren and cannot yield crops. How shall we survive if we go? I fear we may not even be allowed into the city, And if we are, what opportunities for sustenance could possibly await us in such a small town? The village chief understood their fears, as they mirrored his own, yet they were at a standstill. He had an instinct that following this woman was a wise choice, bolstered by the trust she had earned through her rescue of them. Thus, he resolved to venture to Gufeng. Addressing the group, he asked, "Where do you believe we should go?" Silence enveloped them. Indeed, where could they go? The low sound of weeping began anew, rising and falling in sorrowful waves. Heaven seems to conspire against us. What have we done wrong, and what sins have we, the people of Yan, committed? The village chief sighed. Well, we must persevere. Everyone, gather your belongings quickly, we must depart. If we can follow in the wake of the women's group, our safety will be somewhat assured. Upon hearing his words, the group, suppressing their sorrow and confusion, hastily packed their belongings and embarked once more on the arduous path of escape. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and they finally exited Chunnan County, entering Mingding County. The procession continued, yet after traversing scarcely 20 miles, they stumbled upon a gruesome sight. Over a dozen corpses lay scattered by the roadside. Jiang Jin and Zhou Sui approached to inspect the scene, their attention immediately drawn to the several naked bodies. Even a child, seemingly no more than 6 or 7 years of age, was not spared. The body bore numerous wounds, and a stick was cruelly thrust into its most sensitive area, indicating a life spent enduring unspeakable torment. Jiang Jin pressed her lips together, a glint of cold fury flashing in her eyes. Zhou Shui's face was equally grim, and it took him a moment before he could bring himself to examine the scene. After a few minutes of scrutiny, he concluded, given the current weather and the state of decomposition, these individuals must have died approximately 2 days ago. All the bodies are riddled with knife wounds, and the incisions are consistent, suggesting the same type of weapon was used. He gestured towards a nearby patch of grass, saying, there are hoofprints and horse droppings over there. Jiang Jin nodded. The work of the man, eh? While ordinary refugees might commit such atrocities, they typically lacked horses and standardized weaponry. Zhou Shui replied uncertainly. It could also be the doing of marauders or mountain bandits. Organized groups of bandits would possess horses and weapons as well. Can you estimate how many were involved? Jiang Jin inquired. Zhou Shui shook his head. The hoofprints are somewhat chaotic, and given the time that has passed, I cannot ascertain how many horses were present. Jiang Jin chose not to press further. She instructed someone to come and bury the deceased, offering them a final resting place. The location was not far from Gufeng, and at their current pace, they would likely require another 3 to 4 days to reach their destination. Just as they found a temporary encampment at noon, Yun Chengxian quietly approached Jiang Jin, saying, Aunt, let us go hunting in the mountains. Jiang Jin replied, exasperated, didn't we just eat meat yesterday? Yun Chengxian scratched his head. Aunt, I want to eat rabbit. Rabbit is delicious. Jiang Jin glanced towards the distant, undulating mountains. Are you certain there are rabbits in those hills? Yun Chengxian nodded eagerly. The mountains are vast. There must be some. I'll roast the rabbit for you. The mention of roasted rabbit stirred memories of the past between the original owner and her niece. Although the original owner had been in poor health as a child, she was raised in the hidden mountain temple primarily to pray for blessings for the Yin dynasty. At the tender age of 3, she accompanied Empress Ji Lu to the temple, where she caught the eye of the eminent monk Kong's son. He proclaimed that she was a person of great fortune, and if she remained in the hidden mountain temple to pray for Yin, it would enhance the country's fate and bring blessings to all living beings. Upon learning this, Emperor Yin was overjoyed and, disregarding Ji Lu's objections, decided to raise her in the temple. The hidden mountain temple was regarded as the national temple of Yin. Countless people, especially nobles from the Yin dynasty, frequented it, often staying for days or even months. Thus, it was not unusual for the original owner to reside in the temple for years, praying for the prosperity of Yin. The original protagonist, as a princess, resided in a secluded courtyard within the hidden mountain temple, attended to by servants, leading a reasonably comfortable life. However, being a temple, the quality of food left much to be desired. There was an absence of sumptuous feasts, resulting in the protagonist subsisting on rather bland fare. As a child, she found this hardship unbearable, often throwing tantrums to no avail, until she met her foolish nephew, Yun Chengxian. The two formed an unbreakable bond, their cooperation seamless. Yun Chengxian would create a ruckus at the entrance of the courtyard where Xiao Jiangjin stayed, drawing the servants' attention away. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jiangjin would sneak out, and together they would venture to the back mountain of the hidden mountain temple. It seemed that the monks of the temple adhered to a nonviolence principle, for the back mountain abounded with wild rabbits. Each time they journeyed there, Yun Qingxian would successfully hunt a rabbit. The back mountain also housed a crystal-clear stream. After catching the rabbit, they would process and roast it by the water's edge. It was unclear where Yun Qingxian had acquired his skills, but despite his clumsy technique, he managed to handle the rabbit cleanly, bringing along some salt. Although they lacked other seasonings, the two found great satisfaction in their simple meal, and afterwards, they would lie on the large stones by the stream, basking in the sun while listening to the gentle babbling of the water and the chorus of insects and birds. This was perhaps one of the rare moments of joy in Jiang Jin's childhood, as it was in Yun Qingshuan's as well. Observing the gleam in Yun Qingshuan's eyes, Jiang Jin found it hard to refuse him and ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. Yun Qingxian beamed with delight, leading the way with his bow slung over his back. Dong Si hurried over, inquiring, "Lady, where are you headed?" Jiang Jin replied, bow and arrows in hand. "Qingxian and I are going up the mountain for a bit. We'll return shortly, so you all carry on with your tasks." Dong Si expressed concern. "Lady, should we send someone to accompany you?" Jiang Jin waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need. The mountains here were quite steep. Had it not been for the slight improvement in her physical condition from recent training, she might not have managed the ascent at all." Yun Qingxian, however, traversed the terrain with apparent ease. Noticing Jiang Jin beginning to pant, he crouched down and offered, "Aunt, let me carry you." In their childhood excursions to the back mountain of the hidden mountain temple, Yun Qingxian often carried her when she grew weary. Jiang Jin lightly patted his shoulder, saying, "Aunt is no longer the same as she was in her youth. You needn't carry me. Just go ahead at your own pace." Yun Qingxian grinned, a bit foolishly. "All right, Aunt, I'll go catch some rabbits for you." With that, he dashed ahead like a gust of wind, causing the trees to sway. Jiang Jin chuckled and called after him, "Be careful." "Understood." Before long, Yun Qingxian had vanished from sight, and Jiang Jin followed his trail at a leisurely pace. After what felt like an eternity, a distant roar of a tiger echoed through the mountains. A chill ran down Jiang Jin's spine, and she quickly halted to listen intently. The roar grew clearer, and panic seized her. She had not anticipated the presence of a tiger in these deep mountains, which explained why the refugees preferred to endure hunger rather than venture into the wilderness. She disregarded all else and quickened her pace, gradually breaking into a run, sensing an undeniable connection between the tiger's roar and Yun Qingxian. As she drew closer, the tiger's roar became increasingly distinct, just as she was gasping for breath. On the verge of exhaustion, she finally glimpsed a mature tiger in a nearby hollow, its jaws wide open as it lunged toward Yun Qingxian. Yun Qingxian reacted swiftly, nimbly evading the tiger's maw, and seized a tuft of fur at the creature's neck. Using the force of his grip, he leapt forward, firmly settling upon the tiger's back, and raised his right hand to deliver a powerful blow to the beast's neck. The tiger seemed to sense the danger of his strike, letting out a thunderous roar as it violently shook its body. Despite the relatively short length of the fur, Yun Qingxian had managed to hold on tightly. The tiger thrashed several times, yet could not dislodge him. In a fit of rage, the tiger angled its body toward a large tree and charged forward. Just as it appeared that Yun Qingxian would be smashed against the trunk, he lifted his right leg and forcefully kicked off the tree. The tremendous impact sent him tumbling off the tiger's back, along with the tuft of fur he clutched, propelling him several meters away before he crashed to the ground. The tiger, too, was momentarily thrown off balance by the force, staggering a couple of steps before regaining its footing. It was then that Jiang Jin noticed his bow and quiver had been discarded on the ground nearby. Swiftly, she drew her bow and aimed an arrow at the tiger, shouting, "Yun Qingxian, are you all right? Where's your dagger? Use your dagger." The arrow struck the tiger's abdomen, but alas, it lacked sufficient force, penetrating only a few centimeters due to the tiger's tough skin and muscular build, inflicting minimal damage. The enraged tiger shook violently, dislodging the arrow and unleashed a fierce roar directed at Jiang Jin. She raised her bow again. Yun Qingxian leapt up, declaring, "Aunt, I'm fine. Don't use arrows. I want to make you a complete tiger skin coat." Jiang Jin was at a loss for words. Wasn't the priority to eliminate the tiger swiftly? Why was he fixated on creating a complete tiger hide? No wonder he hadn't used a dagger. What a foolish child. Unaware of her thoughts, Yun Qingxian stubbornly persisted in his desire to craft a complete tiger skin coat for his aunt. The tiger, sensing the threat to its life, found it challenging to contend with one human, let alone two. It began to retreat, crouching low and baring its teeth at Yun Qingxian, yet cautiously stepping backward. Undeterred, Yun Chengxian seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to the tiger's abdomen. To his astonishment, the tiger was propelled 2 meters away, crashing to the ground. In that life-threatening moment, the tiger unleashed its latent strength, swiftly rising and bolting into the depths of the thicket. However, whether due to an injury inflicted by Yun Chengxian or not, its speed was somewhat diminished, and its gait appeared peculiar. While not fast by feline standards, it was still swift for a human. Fearing the tiger's skin would escape, Yun Chengxian pursued it, disappearing from Jiang Jin's sight in an instant. Jiang Jin couldn't help but feel her heart race. It was her first time witnessing someone chase after a tiger. Reluctantly, she hurried after him. Though Yun Chengxian was formidable, she worried about the lurking dangers of the deep mountains. Should another fierce beast ambush him, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Following the trail, she jogged for about 15 minutes before hearing a piercing roar of the tiger. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, and she quickened her pace. Soon, she beheld Yun Chengxian, riding on the tiger's back, fiercely striking the creature while expressing his frustration vocally. "Run, run," I commanded, "but you, foolish tiger, seem deaf to my pleas. Why endure this futile chase, only to be obediently fashioned into a tiger skin coat for my aunt? What a senseless endeavor." The tiger, with a roar that echoed its humiliation, shed tears of despair, utterly powerless against the human riding upon its back. The king of the forest, reduced to a mere plaything, felt both indignation and helplessness. Yet, its will to resist had been shattered. Its bones lay broken beneath the weight of its tormentor. If only it could comprehend human speech, it might have been further infuriated, for indeed, who would not flee when pursued with such fervor? Jiang Jin felt a pang of sympathy for the tiger, lamenting its misfortune of encountering the formidable Yun Chengxian. However, she was equally astonished by Yun Chengxian's strength, which surpassed what she had anticipated from the original owner's memories. His reactions, once slower, had become remarkably sharp, showcasing the effectiveness of Yun Yu's training. After a few powerful strikes, the tiger, in resignation, finally closed its eyes and succumbed to silence. Panting heavily, Yun Chengxian sat upon the tiger's back, examining his slightly reddened knuckles and murmuring, "Tigers are truly difficult to subdue. They run so swiftly, I nearly lost my chance." Jiang Jin approached, speechless, and asked, "Are you all right?" Dismounting from the tiger, Yun Chengxian triumphantly pointed at the beast, declaring, "Aunt, your tiger skin coat." Jiang Jin felt a swell of emotion. This child truly cared for her. She took his large, bony hand, relieved to find only redness without any broken skin, and began to lecture him. "You mustn't act so recklessly in the future. What if there are other ferocious beasts in the mountains? You could easily become their prey." Yun Chengxian scratched his head in confusion. "But wouldn't that mean you'd have even more tiger skin coats?" Jiang Jin, momentarily at a loss for words, decided to let it go. She approached the still warm tiger. Feeling its coarse fur, it was not particularly pleasant to the touch, yet its pelt promised excellent warmth. With a face alight with curiosity, Yun Chengxian asked, "Aunt, what do you think?" Seeing his eager expression, Jiang Jin smiled and replied, "Very well done. However, it was too perilous. Next time, remember to wait for me. Now, let us prepare to descend." Yun Chengxian grinned widely. "Aunt, we haven't caught any rabbits yet. I want to eat rabbit." Jiang Jin recalled that they had ventured into the mountains to hunt for rabbits. After a moment's consideration, she said, "With such a large tiger, we still have no idea how to bring it down the mountain, let alone search for rabbits. Be patient. We can feast on tiger meat now and save the rabbits for later." Yet, Yun Chengxian remained steadfast in his desire. "Aunt, I want to eat rabbit. Rabbits are delicious." With that, he attempted to hoist the tiger onto his shoulder, but suddenly paused, recalling something. Chapter 66. Encountering a robbery? Yun Chengxian grasped the tiger leg, intending to carry it, but Jiang Jin urgently intervened. "What are you doing? This is a fully grown tiger, massive in size. It could weigh anywhere from 400 to 500 pounds. Yun Chengxian replied, unfazed, "Aunt, we can't drag it. The pelt will be damaged, and then we won't be able to make the tiger skin coat." After speaking, he effortlessly tossed the powerful tiger over his shoulder and walked away as if traversing a flat surface, with an unwavering steadiness. Jiang Jin mused, "Yun Chengxian's strength is truly remarkable. I fear even his grandfather, Yun Shao, may not possess such prowess. I wonder what his limits are." She quickened her pace to keep up, but eventually, her heart softened. Along the descent, they jointly captured a nest of rabbits, 17 in total, ranging from young to old. All alive, including a pregnant doe. Observing the doe with its round belly, Jiang Jin conceived an idea. The reproductive capacity of rabbits is quite formidable. If a few are kept for breeding, they could ensure a steady supply of rabbit meat in the future. At the base camp, Zhou Sui and the others grew concerned at Jiang Jin's prolonged absence in the mountains. Dong Si suggested, "Shall we venture up the mountain to search for them?" Although Jiang Jin and Liangcheng were formidable, the deep mountains could harbor large predators, and a chance encounter could spell trouble. Moreover, the complex terrain made it easy to lose one's way in the dense forest. Zhou Sui nodded, preparing to lead a search party when he caught sight of Liangcheng carrying the tiger. Trailing behind, Jiang Jin was dragging a string of rabbits, literally dragging them along. Each rabbit was bound by one foot, strung together in a row. Those willing to follow cooperated, while those reluctant were simply dragged along. The onlookers stood in astonishment, pondering the bizarre scene. Dong Si was the first to recover, excitedly rushing over. "My lady, you've caught so many rabbits. How impressive." The others chimed in, "Surely. It is the one carrying the tiger who is remarkable. That is a tiger." Zhou Sui and the others quickly approached to assist. Jiang Jin handed her rabbits to Dong Si and inquired about the best method to handle the tiger now resting on the ground. Liangcheng emphasized, "The tiger's skin must be preserved well. I intend to make a tiger skin coat for my aunt." Dong Si patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not. One of our team is skilled in skinning. I will ensure it is done properly for you, my lady." Suo Qian approached with a request. "Tiger bones are valuable. They are excellent medicinal materials. May I take charge of their processing?" Jiang Jin agreed. "Certainly." Mu Zhuo felt a pang of envy. Tiger bones were rare, and he desired some, but as he was not Jiang Jin's subordinate, he felt it inappropriate to make such a request. Jiang Jin continued to instruct Dong Si. "See if you can keep a pair of male and female rabbits for breeding, especially this pregnant one. The rest can be processed, as Chengxian wishes to have rabbit meat." Dong Si beamed, "Absolutely." By this time, lunch was ready, and after the group finished their meal, they began to process the tiger and rabbits. Each person engaged in their respective tasks, patrolling, training, sewing, or washing dishes. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The rabbit meat was swiftly prepared, with Dong Si bringing over a large pot filled with it. Jiang Jin had already prepared the seasonings in the cart, grinding them into powder. Unfortunately, there were no chili peppers at that moment. Otherwise, the flavor would have been even more delightful. However, Sichuan pepper offered a numbing spiciness, enhancing the overall taste. Before long, the camp was filled with the unique aroma of roasted rabbit meat, tempting everyone, despite their recently finished lunch, and causing mouths to water. Liangcheng squatted beside Jiang Jin, watching her sprinkle seasoning powder onto the meat intermittently. The rabbit meat was roasted to a golden hue, with oil occasionally bubbling up. He wiped away the non-existent drool at the corner of his mouth and urged, "Aunt, is it ready? It smells so wonderful. What did you add? Why is it so fragrant?" This time, the roasted rabbit completely shattered his previous notions, contrasting starkly with the bland version he had made with merely a pinch of salt. The enticing aroma made his mouth water incessantly, and he found himself swallowing repeatedly. Were it not for his aunt, he might have lunged forward to snatch a piece. Jiang Jin was amused by his greedy demeanor and, once she confirmed the meat was cooked, handed it to him, saying, "Go ahead. Let's see if you can handle the spice." Liangcheng eagerly took the meat, disregarding its temperature, and stuffed it into his mouth. With a single bite, the crispy exterior gave way to tender, juicy meat, tinged with a hint of spiciness, perfectly complemented by its unique aroma, creating an unparalleled delicacy. He felt the savory flavor burst in his mouth, as if his taste buds had been transported to an entirely new realm, making it impossible to stop eating. He mumbled his admiration for his aunt. "Auntie, you treat me so well. I will surely take care of you in your old age." Jiang Jin chuckled, "I thank you. But bear in mind I am younger than you. Who will take care of whom is yet to be determined." She then began to roast some meat for herself, as she too was tempted. Dong Si, having followed Jiang Jin's instructions meticulously before, found his own piece of meat was now ready. He swallowed hard, resisting the urge to devour it immediately, and offered it to Jiang Jin. "Lady, please, you go first." Jiang Jin waved her hand dismissively. "I will roast my own. You enjoy yours." Dong Si felt deeply moved. The lady was exceedingly kind, allowing him to savor the delicacies first. As he took a bite, the rich and unique flavors enveloped his palate, the spiciness elevating his taste experience. He sighed contentedly, his words slurring, "So good, so good." Zhou Sui, Suo Qian, and Feng Qingzhu approached eagerly, unable to resist the temptation of the meat. Jiang Jin generously declared, "If you wish to eat, roast it yourself. There are over 10 rabbits. Plenty of meat left." In the distance, a group of people training could not help but glance over. Yao Ji shouted, "What are you looking at?" The soldiers quickly collected themselves, daring not to lose focus. Xianan Shao, unable to contain himself, made playful gestures towards Yao Ji while speaking earnestly. "Old Yao, I have a matter to attend to. Please keep an eye on these youngsters. I'll be back shortly." With that, he dashed off. Yao Ji watched him run over to the fire, a smile of flattery adorning his face as he joined the grilling brigade. "I also have something to do. Could you keep an eye on me as well?" Xia Chani hurriedly followed suit, as if she truly had a pressing matter. Yao Ji mused, "Speaking of which, I too would like to indulge." Upon witnessing the sudden influx of people vying for the meat, Yun Chengxian felt displeased and hastily grabbed several pieces, ensuring he secured his share first. The rabbit meat was indeed delectable, leading Jiang Jin to overindulge. As they prepared to depart in the afternoon, Jiang Jin mounted her horse, taking the initiative to scout ahead to aid digestion. Naturally, Yun Chengxian followed suit. The tiger had been properly processed, with all the meat drained and packed in burlap sacks. Hung upon the horse's back, the tiger bones were entrusted to Sua Qian for handling, while the pelt was given to Dong Si, instructing him to oversee the curing process. Jiang Jin and Yun Chengxian ambled leisurely along the path, cautious against galloping too fiercely, fearful of dislodging their cherished meal. After walking for half an hour, I finally felt that the food in my stomach had been digested. At that moment, faint sounds of a struggle reached my ears from ahead. Jiang Jin frowned and quickly urged her horse forward. Before long, she spotted 2 factions engaged in combat on the official road. Most of the combatants were mounted, indicating that they were from affluent families. However, her attention was initially drawn not to the fighting parties, but to the line of horse-drawn carts blocking the road. The carts were stacked neatly with bulging burlap sacks, covered with oilskin. At a glance, there were at least dozens of carts, an impressive sight. Many unarmed men were either hiding beneath the carts or running about in chaos. They were likely the drivers of the carts, creating a scene of utter disarray. Amidst the convoy, a lavish carriage stood still. A middle-aged man occasionally peered out from the carriage, his face pale with fear. By the carriage stood several men in uniform attire, their expressions a mix of anxiety and vigilance. Chapter 67. Kill them all. Jiang Jin soon grasped the situation. She had stumbled upon a robbery. The men in uniform were likely the guards of a merchant caravan. Observing the combatants, she discerned the clear division between the 2 sides. One faction consisted of guards in matching attire, numbering about 30 to 40, with over a dozen of their bodies already lying on the ground. The opposing group, slightly larger in number, wore no uniform and resembled bandits. Yet, they wielded similar weapons and exhibited a ferocious demeanor. Upon closer inspection, she realized that about half of them were Zhujiao individuals. A flicker of insight crossed Jiang Jin's mind. When had the Han people and the Zhujiao people forged such an alliance, collaborating to rob their own? As she pondered this, several more guards fell to the ground. At that moment, Zhujiao individuals charged toward the carriage. The guards immediately engaged, but their response proved exceedingly difficult, and soon 2 guards were injured. Jiang Jin estimated the arrival time of the main force. Both she and Yun Chengxian were moving slowly, and the reinforcements should arrive shortly. She spurred her horse forward. Yet, until she and Yun Chengxian were less than 10 meters from the scene, neither side acknowledged their presence. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Jin cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Robbers and the robbed, halt at once." Whether it was due to the intensity of the battle or the inadequacy of her voice, no one turned to look at her. Yun Chengxian, infuriated, bellowed, "Stop." The sudden sound startled everyone, causing them to cease their actions and turn their gaze toward the source. There, 2 seemingly youthful figures sat upon their horses, observing the scene. Both factions wore expressions of bewilderment. One of the Zhujiao individuals, with a fierce countenance, growled, "If you wish to live, get lost." Jiang Jin smirked slightly, directing her gaze toward the middle-aged man who was nervously peeking out from the carriage. She spoke straightforwardly, "I can save you, but I require 80% of your goods and valuables as my fee. What do you think?" Everyone present was momentarily taken aback, their comprehension wavering between understanding and disbelief. Was this woman not a fool? How could they, just the 2 of them, dare to utter such audacious words? It was fortunate that the bandits were preoccupied with their task. Otherwise, a single strike could easily dispatch the 2 of them. The middle-aged man, taken aback, trembled as he asked, What did you just say? Jiang Jin, assuming he was concerned about the price, kindly elaborated, you must have seen that if I do not intervene, you stand no chance against them. If you perish, all your goods will fall into their hands. Wouldn't that mean your demise would be in vain? Not only am I saving your lives, but I am also helping you retain 20% of your goods. Isn't that quite a bargain? Moreover, if they were to eliminate you and I subsequently dispatched them, I would claim all the goods, resulting in a net loss for myself. I am merely extending a helping hand out of goodwill towards our fellow Han people, and the offer is exceptionally generous. Please consider it. The crowd murmured. Is that really the crux of the matter? The middle-aged man voiced the collective doubt. You are but two individuals. How can you save us? Jiang Jin raised the tang knife in her hand, asserting, do not underestimate us. Besides, who said we are merely two? Now, I ask you, will you take this deal? At that moment, the members of the Chu Zhao tribe could no longer contain their rage. They had never encountered such audacity. Discussing their demise right before their eyes, was that decorum? Two of the Chu Zhao men charged at Jiang Jin on horseback, while the other bandits displayed wicked grins, already envisioning the scene of bloodshed. It was a pity. This pair of young individuals was rather striking, especially the woman. Though somewhat tanned, she was indeed a beauty. As anticipated, blood splattered in the air, but it was the Chu Zhao men who met their end. A brief silence enveloped the scene as all present gazed in disbelief at the bizarre spectacle. Jiang Jin calmly flicked the blood from her blade and raised her gaze towards the crowd. I agree, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Please, lady, save us. I am willing to offer 80% of our goods as payment. In a single motion, the young couple simultaneously swung their blades. Then, he witnessed a cloud of blood mist erupt. This strike revealed their prowess and ignited a flicker of hope within him. Jiang Jin cast an approving glance at him, remarking, you have made a wise choice. The bandits were enraged. A bearded man bellowed, kill them. Slay them all. Jiang Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. She had already sensed the distant sound of hooves approaching. Timing was perfect. Gripping her knife, she charged towards the bearded man, with Yun Chengxian following her into the fray. The bearded man's eyes glinted with malice as he urged his horse forward, swinging his blade at Jiang Jin. She did not flinch, parrying the attack with her own. A sharp metallic clash resonated, and his weapon was cleaved in two. Undeterred, the momentum of her strike continued, aiming for his abdomen, sending blood spraying. His pupils dilated in shock. What kind of weapon was this? Why was it so incredibly sharp? Before he could comprehend, searing pain surged through his abdomen, and with a harrowing scream, he toppled from his horse. Jiang Jin had trained diligently for about half a month, and her strength had significantly improved. After dispatching the bearded man, she charged towards her next target. Yun Chengxian was even more ferocious, having already eliminated two foes. Sensing the unusual prowess of the duo, over a dozen bandits rushed towards them. The guards felt a sudden alleviation of pressure, their spirits lifted as they prepared to engage the enemy. Suddenly, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, startling the crowd, who were left wondering who was approaching. Just as they pondered, a dozen riders surged forth. After eliminating another adversary, Jiang Jin turned to Zhou Sui and the others, instructing, remember to leave two alive. Zhou Sui replied affirmatively, understood, before the words had fully escaped his lips. He charged into the fray. Whether it was Zhou Sui, Xianan Xiao, Yin Yu, or Xia Chani, all were formidable warriors, taking on several foes at once. Bolstered by a troop of soldiers, they struck like a dagger into the heart of the enemy, swiftly reaping lives. As the mountain bandits realized what was happening, they attempted to flee, but it was already too late. None managed to escape. A middle-aged man, dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, felt a mix of exhilaration and dread. Chapter 68. Jiang Jin's unwavering integrity. He was thrilled by the prowess of his saviors, reassured of his safety. Yet, he was also fearful. Such a small yet exceptionally skilled group could easily annihilate the bandits, and could just as easily extinguish his own life. The battle concluded swiftly, with Zhou Sui subduing two captives for interrogation while the others began to scavenge the battlefield. The trio responsible for looting corpses worked diligently, determined not to overlook even a single coin. Jiang Jin wiped the blood from her face, dismounted, and approached the middle-aged man's carriage. He hastily jumped down, bowing deeply to Jiang Jin. Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Jiang Jin waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. You have already compensated me. The man chuckled awkwardly. Yes, indeed. I am Healy. May I ask your esteemed surname? Having acquired such a bounty, Jiang Jin was in high spirits and replied, "My surname is Jiang." He was momentarily taken aback. This surname was that of the nation, yet aside from the royal family, many in the Yin kingdom bore the surname Jiang, so he dismissed the thought and bowed again in gratitude. Jiang Jin nodded, "Please attend to your matters first. We shall converse further shortly." Remembering the fallen guards, He forced a smile. Very well. Once Jiang Jin departed, he instructed his guards to account for their numbers, tend to the wounded, bury the dead, and assess their supplies. After completing these tasks, he sought out Jiang Jin to discuss the quantity and types of goods he possessed. He was well aware of the strength of his benefactor and knew there was no room for deceit, especially since had it not been for Jiang Jin, they would undoubtedly have perished. They had a total of 55 transport carts, of which 40 carried rice and 15 carried wheat, each loaded with approximately 10 stones of grain. Jiang Jin quickly calculated in her mind. Likely, there were around 44 carts, equating to roughly 440 stones of grain, sufficient to sustain her current population of over 100 for about a year. Of course, her numbers would surely grow, but thankfully she had stockpiled a substantial amount of grain in her space. Healy had also arrived at the same conclusion. The grain totals 44 carts. That is indeed correct, yes? Jiang Jin affirmed. That is indeed the case. Healy smiled. How will you transport this grain? Shall I assist you in unloading? Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow. Manager you seem to have misunderstood. I was referring to the goods and items, which include the carts and horses for transporting the goods. I did not require your drivers, and it was already quite generous of you to provide the horses for the guards. Healy gaped in astonishment. While what? Jiang Jin shrugged. Did manager not hear me clearly? I have always conducted my business with unwavering integrity. Healy could hardly believe such integrity existed. Upon reflection, it seems quite plausible. A pang of regret washed over him. The cart could be forgiven, but the horses were of fine quality and quite valuable. Observing the lack of resentment on his face, only a sense of helplessness and sorrow, Jiang Jin inquired, where does master intend to transport this grain? Is it a prearranged deal? Healy shook his head. There was no prior agreement. I intended to transport it to Shuxian. Having heard from a friend about a grain shortage there, which promised high prices, I thought to seize the opportunity, unaware of the complexities involved. He had a certain trust in the territories governed by the Han, which led him to pursue this venture. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow. Has master not heard about the events in Lin County? As a seasoned merchant traversing the land, Healy was indeed aware of the situation. Are you referring to the matter concerning the magistrate of Lin County being implicated in the case of Chu Zhao? Upon seeing Jiang Jin nod, confusion clouded his mind, and a sense of unease began to stir within him. What does this have to do with Shuxian? Jiang Jin was forthright. Shuxian also falls under the influence of the magistrate Gao. Healy was taken aback. Is this true? Jiang Jin's expression was grave, indeed. And it appears that the incident involving your robbery is more complicated than it seems. Healy, with his experience from traveling far and wide, quickly grasped her implication. Are you suggesting that Shuxian is deliberately spreading rumors to entice merchants like us to transport goods, only to then rob and murder us? Jiang Jin refrained from providing a definitive answer, instead stating, when bandits and mobs repeatedly plunder the city, it raises suspicion. If incidents occur within the city, it invites scrutiny. Thus, they resort to highway robbery. With the rampant activities of mountain bandits and vagrants, who can ascertain the identity of the culprits? The more Healy pondered, the colder his back felt, and the more dread settled within him. At that moment, Zhou Sui approached to report, Miss, the two individuals have confessed they are from Shuxian, lying in wait in this area to ambush any merchant convoy transporting substantial supplies. Jiang Jin had anticipated this outcome. Shuxian was merely a faade to lure Han merchants to transport goods, which was their true intention. The captain of the guard nodded to Healy. Having been present during Zhou Sui's questioning and knowing the information was credible, the flicker of hope within Healy extinguished, leaving behind fear, desolation, and anger. Jiang Jin instructed Zhou Sui, if there are no further questions, execute them. Ensure their horses are gathered and their bodies buried. By the way, we have claimed 44 carts of this grain. Remember, the carts and horses are ours as well. Arrange for someone to drive the carts. Zhou Sui stood dumbfounded. Were it not for the numerous dead at the scene, he might have doubted that this merchant was indeed one of their own, intentionally delivering grain to the lady. Yet, he said nothing and left to carry out his orders with a stoic expression. Jiang Jin turned to Healy, asking, will you sell the remaining 11 carts of grain? Healy's eyes brightened. He had been troubled about the fate of the grain and eagerly replied, "Of course. Is the lady interested in purchasing?" Jiang Jin confirmed, "Yes. But what is the price? Ideally, I would like to acquire your carts and horses as well." Healy sighed and shook his head. While the carts could be negotiated, the horses were not easily obtained. With the loss of such significant assets today, he felt fortunate to have salvaged his life. The carts and horses are not for sale. We, the grain transporters, must return. Having experienced this incident, he merely wished to sell the grain at hand and return home as swiftly as possible. Devoid of a horse and cart, he was compelled to walk back, which was excruciatingly slow. Jiang Jin, however, was not overly concerned. "If you are to assist me in transporting this to its destination, otherwise I shall struggle to carry it myself." After inquiring about the location, Healy hesitated, still haunted by the recent events. The thought of venturing into Chu Zhao's territory filled him with trepidation. Jiang Jin, sensing his unease, reassured him, "If you truly worry, there is no need to deliver it to the city. Just leave it outside the walls, and you need not fret about my character. If I had intended harm, I would have acted upon it earlier without hesitation." Healy hurried to clarify, "It's not a matter of doubting your integrity, it's just—" "Very well." Satisfied, Jiang Jin acknowledged the circumstances. There were limitations to what could be openly gathered. The price for the grain was quickly negotiated. The market rate was approximately 500 coins per stone for finished grain, while the price for paddy rice, yielding a milled rate of about 60 to 70, was settled at a friendly rate of 300 coins per stone. Wheat had a higher milling yield, contingent upon whether it was refined into fine or coarse flour. It must be noted that grain was exceptionally costly at this juncture. Previously, finished grain had only fetched around 200 coins per stone. After finalizing the price, Jiang Jin intended to provide half as a deposit, but Healy declined. "No rush, simply pay me upon arrival." Chapter 69. Securing grain and horses. By the time they had buried the bodies, dusk was nearly upon them. Zhou Sui, diligent in his duties, had dispatched scouts ahead and secured a campsite for the night. Upon reaching the designated area, Zhou Sui returned to report, "Miss, we have seized 59 horses from the bandits, along with a substantial amount of weaponry." Jiang Jin felt elated. "Excellent. Load the weapons onto the cart." With Healy's 44 horses added to the mix, she had acquired over 100 horses that day. This brought her total to more than 170 horses, sufficient to form a cavalry unit, though regrettably, her personnel remained inadequate. Shortly thereafter, Dong Si approached, eager for recognition, presenting over 6 guan he had collected from the corpses, all the while lamenting, "These people are so impoverished. How could they travel with so little money? I look down upon them." Jiang Jin replied, "They were merely on a short-term mission. It's commendable they had any money at all." She quietly transferred the copper coins into the cart and secured them, while everyone busied themselves with their tasks. Yun Chengxian gazed longingly at the 4 rabbits in the basket. Jiang Jin couldn't resist patting his head. "No, these rabbits must breed before we feast. Soon enough. You shall have more than enough to eat." Yun Chengxian sighed. "When will they give birth?" "I wish to eat now." Amused, Jiang Jin responded, "Is there not tiger meat for dinner? I have yet to taste it. I wonder how it fares." The answer was revealed at dinner. The texture was tough and the meat quite sinewy. Despite prolonged cooking, it remained difficult to chew. However, the others were thoroughly satisfied. After all, it was tiger meat. The taste was secondary. What mattered was that it was tiger meat. Moreover, given the turmoil of the times, having any meat to consume was a blessing. They were not picky at all. Jiang Jin generously sent a few pounds over to Healy's group, inviting them to savor the flavor. Healy's entourage was not small, with nearly 80 individuals comprising drivers and guards, though their original number had exceeded 90 before suffering losses of more than 10 today. After a brief respite following their evening meal, Jiang Jin's soldiers resumed their training. After practicing basic boxing techniques for half an hour, they paired off for wrestling and sparring. Observing the disciplined training from a distance, Healy recalled the combat prowess displayed by these individuals earlier in the afternoon, causing his eyelids to twitch. He had an inkling that he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Jiang Jin, who approached him to foster camaraderie with casual conversation, he inquired about Healy's origins. "Where do you hail from, Master He?" Healy candidly replied, "I come from Daqing County in Wanzhou." Jiang Jin, recalling the map, asked, "Isn't Daqing County near the sea? Has it not been occupied by the Jiao people?" Healy nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is coastal. The Jiao people do wish to attack. Yet we have Generals Hua to maintain stability for the time being." Jiang Jin furrowed her brow. recollecting that during the siege of Dingyang, Emperor Yin had dispatched several contingents to seek assistance from various directions. Daqing County was among those called upon, yet regrettably, none had arrived to offer aid. It appeared that generals had not been unable to come, but rather had chosen not to. Curiously, Jiang Jin asked, "How does generals will permit you to sell grain outward? During this time of scarcity, one would expect strict regulation over the grain within one's jurisdiction." Healy smiled enigmatically. Choosing not to respond, Jiang Jin understood. There were always ways to navigate the complexities of interest, whether akin to the cunning of dogs or the slyness of cats. "Master he, should you have goods in the future, I shall procure them at Gufeng, grain, salt, oil, horses, cloth, or even slaves. I shall accept them all." Healy's eyes sparkled with interest. "Are you certain?" Jiang Jin nodded. "Certainly. I shall take as much as you have." Healy eagerly inquired, "Do you only require young and strong slaves?" "Any capable worker will suffice, regardless of age," Jiang Jin replied, showing no preference. Healy began to calculate in his mind. Regardless of what this woman intended to do at Gufeng, there was no denying that she was a commendable business partner, at least trustworthy. In the realm of commerce, this presented a promising business opportunity. Jiang Jin continued, "If you have items for warmth, such as cotton, I would be interested." Healy chuckled wryly. "You hold me in too high regard. Acquiring cotton is quite challenging." Jiang Jin smiled, not pressing the matter further, and they conversed on other topics. Primarily Jiang Jin seeking to broaden her understanding of the world, as many things could not be discerned from a map. She had yet to establish her own network of information, thus her knowledge of the world was rather limited. The following morning, Jiang Jin once again woke early, performing a series of boxing exercises followed by approximately half an hour of basic physical training before partaking in breakfast. This morning's fare was still tiger meat. The warm weather made preservation difficult, and with many people present, they had opted against making jerky and consumed it all. After a brief rest post-breakfast, Jiang Jin donned weighted sandbags and jogged alongside the group. The sight of the numerous people, horses, and carts created a rather impressive spectacle. By noon, the convoy finally arrived at Shuxian, yet Jiang Jin had no intention of entering the city. The group circumvented the official roads outside the city and continued for another half hour before seeking a suitable place to camp and rest. Healy could not suppress his inner grumbling, wondering how they could need a break after such a short journey. However, he remained silent, adhering to local customs, as it had only been a few days since their arrival at Gufeng, and it would not consume much time. Yu Chengxian had developed an addiction to rabbit meat, but regrettably, the resting place today was a small grove where any rabbits had long been captured. Jiang Jin instructed him to catch a few fish from the river and prepared a delightful boiled fish dish for him, thus expanding his culinary repertoire with yet another delectable addition. Amidst the lively lunch gathering, a soldier on watch approached with a report. "My lady, a group of refugees is approaching from that direction. Should we drive them away?" "How many?" "Approximately several dozen." Jiang Jin surveyed the ample space around them and replied, "No need to intercept, just ensure they do not come too close." Shortly after the soldier departed, indeed, a group of refugees appeared in the distance but were halted by soldiers upon nearing. "We arrived here first and have claimed this land." The refugees, upon seeing the horses and provisions from Jiang Jin's party, were momentarily awestruck. Yet, upon noticing the dozens of guards, they lowered their heads, refraining from further approach, instead seeking nearby places to settle. However, a quarrel soon erupted among the refugees. "This spot is mine." A young man with a face resembling a shoehorn sneered at a few individuals across from him. The targeted individuals, though young, bore pallid complexions and emaciated forms. Zhao Feng, possessing a square face, glanced at the young man before leading his companions to another side. The shoehorn-faced man scoffed disdainfully. An elder sighed and advised, "Yu Qing, it is difficult for everyone. Why must you be this way? They are all young and able-bodied. We could look out for one another on this journey." Yu Qing, the shoehorn-faced man, remained silent. He simply could not abide the presence of those few individuals. Having only traveled with them for a few days, they had already captured the heart of Xiaohua. He pondered what was so special about that person, who had a disabled left hand and was merely taller than him. Just then, he spotted Xiaohua carrying a bowl of water towards Zhao Feng. Cotton had been introduced during the northern and southern dynasties. Note: some have pointed out that my reference is too explicit. Allow me to clarify that I often conduct research prior to writing. Records from the Book of Liang indicate the cultivation of cotton during the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties in the Gaochang Kingdom, present-day Turpan region of Xinjiang. Additionally, cotton is mentioned in the records of the Grand Historian from the Wei and Jin periods. I originally intended to explain this in the comments, but found them consistently blocked and did not wish to waste time, hence I share this screenshot here. Furthermore, this is a fictional narrative, merely referencing a certain historical period's productivity level without direct replication. Please do not equate it to history. Chapter 70. The Young Lady's Celestial Beauty. I am unworthy. Yu Qing quickly donned a smile and intercepted her. Ahua, where are you headed? Xiao Hua shot him a sideways glance. What business is it of yours? Yu Qing, I advise you to keep your distance. I have no interest in you. With that, she rolled her eyes and continued toward Zhao Feng, her expression swiftly transforming into a sweet smile. Zhao Liang, come and have a sip of water to rest. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of impatience. No need. Xiao Hua, seemingly accustomed to his cold demeanor, was unfazed, thrusting the bowl toward him. Zhao Liang, do not be polite. It is merely a bowl of water, not worth much. Zhao Feng stepped back 2 paces, unable to gaze upon her. Indeed, she was exceedingly unattractive. It was not that he held disdain for those who were not conventionally beautiful, but her appearance transcended the mere notion of ugliness. Her face resembled a sickle, and one could not help but wonder if she had endured a kick while still in the womb. Her eyes were small, yet round, resembling diminutive mung beans, and upon closer inspection, one might mistake them for having 2 small blemishes atop them. Her lips, however, were notably thick and crimson, and when she spoke, she revealed 2 prominent, chipped buck teeth that were somewhat unsettling to behold. To put it plainly, should she encounter the bandits from the Mani Mountains, she would not need to hide as other women might, for her appearance was such that they would hardly take notice of her. It was said that when the Mani raiders invaded her village with intentions to pillage her home, she stammered a nervous smile toward them, imploring for mercy. The bandits were so taken aback that they retched a few times before fleeing, tripping over themselves in their haste, and even abandoned their shoes in their flight. Thus, her family narrowly escaped disaster, becoming the only household in the village to avoid being robbed. In contrast, Wu Qing, with his oblong face, found Xiao Hua to be exceedingly beautiful, utterly captivated by her to the point of being spellbound by a mere glance, often drooling at the sight of her. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Wu Qing's own appearance was hardly commendable, with his elongated visage being the most presentable aspect of his countenance. Zhao Feng struggled to articulate his thoughts, his descriptions coming out fragmented and disjointed. If pressed, he would state that the 2 were indeed well matched and should simply become a family, sparing him from further distress. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, his expression remained impassive as he replied, "No need. We are currently occupied preparing lunch. You should hurry back." Xiao Hua, with a shy glance in his direction, responded, "Zhao Liang, why are you being so polite? If you wish, I could be yours." Zhao Feng's face paled. He hastily waved his hands. "That is out of the question. You are a celestial being, and I do not deem myself worthy." Xiao Hua, elated by the compliment, shot him a playful glare. "I never imagined I would appear so wonderful in your eyes, Zhao Liang. I shall not speak with you further." Before she could finish her sentence, she splashed the bowl of water she held toward him, covering her face with her hands as she dashed away. This left Zhao Feng, drenched in sunlight and water, utterly disheveled. Ha ha ha. A man standing nearby could not contain his laughter, wincing as he inadvertently pulled at his wound. The others joined in the laughter. Zhao Feng wiped his face dry and exhaled a weary sigh. "What is this?" The man who had started the laughter jested. "Come now. It's merely that she is not particularly attractive. Otherwise, who knows what you would have done." Zhao Feng shot him a sidelong glance. "Is she not unattractive?" "She is decidedly so, Lin Yang. If you wish, feel free to pursue her. I shall not hinder you." Lin Yang waved him off. No. I am not worthy of such a fate. Let us return to preparing lunch." Zhao Feng's gaze drifted toward the soldiers standing upright in the distance, and he furrowed his brow. "Why do I feel those do not resemble ordinary guards?" Lin Yang shared his concern. "I feel the same. Yet they are indeed clad in coarse garments. They should not be soldiers." Suddenly, one of their companions exclaimed, "Wait, that person, why do they seem so familiar to me? Look over there." An excited voice trembled as he pointed in a certain direction. As Zhao Feng and the others followed his gaze, they beheld a robust young man striding toward the soldiers. It was none other than Qiu Wu. "Indeed, it is Captain Qiu," Zhao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Jin was equally surprised to encounter the scattered remnants of the Northeast Army here. However, Their condition was rather dire. There were only 5 of them, and almost all bore injuries. Zhao Feng's left arm was fractured, and having attempted to realign the bone himself without a healer, it had been set incorrectly, rendering it nearly useless. He would require surgical intervention to mend it properly. Liang had a deep gash on his back and lacking medical supplies. He had cauterized the wound with fire to prevent decay, yet it had still become infected, causing him intermittent fevers over the past few days. One individual had an arrow lodged in his shoulder, the wound similarly festering, while 2 others bore varying degrees of knife wounds. They were apprehensive about being recognized by the forces of Chu Zhao. Aside from Zhao Feng's visible injury, they had tightly bandaged their knife and arrow wounds with cloth, concealing any signs of their plight. This further exacerbated their injuries, and it was no wonder their faces appeared pale, though their robust constitutions allowed them to endure thus far. Jiang Jin could not help but admire their resilience. She inquired, "Why are you traveling with these refugees?" Zhao Feng, unable to meet her gaze, lowered his head. He had just heard Captain Xiu mention that their general had already pledged allegiance to this lady before him. "We awakened amid the dead," he confessed. "And when we came to, the battle had concluded, and our city lay in ruins." The group could only support one another as they embarked on their fugitive journey. Fortune smiled upon them, as they soon encountered Xiao Hua and her contingent. Given their sensitive identities, and the fact that only a few young men were fleeing, they were easily subjected to suspicion. Thus, they sought to join Xiao Hua's group. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hua, Zhao Feng and his companions were injured. Seeing them as strong young men, she believed that adding them to her modest ranks would bolster their strength, and so she consented. Jiang Jin surveyed them, noting that aside from Zhao Feng's arm, the others appeared superficially unscathed. To an untrained eye, they might simply seem emaciated, a common sight on the harrowing road of escape, where frail and weakened bodies were the norm. Jiang Jin nodded, instructing, "Let Sua Qian and Mu Zhua tend to your wounds and procure some provisions." Yunyu was elated, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, milady." He had come out of concern for the scattered soldiers of the Northeast Army. He recognized Zhao Feng and Liang, one a centurion and the other a sergeant. Once Qiu Wu and his men departed, Jiang Jin turned to Yunyu, saying, "Inquire if they wish to remain in my company. If they do, integrate them into the ranks. Once their injuries heal, they shall begin training. Having veterans in our midst is undoubtedly advantageous." Yunyu nodded, already knowing their likely response without needing to ask. In less than half an hour, the atmosphere of the camp grew lively as Xiao Hua arrived in search of her people. Zhao Feng had just had his bones reset, the pain still lingering, when he heard the commotion outside. Reluctantly, he rose to address the situation, unwilling to burden Jiang Jin's group with his troubles for fear of being cast aside. Chapter 71. "Brother, shall we engage?" Xiao Hua called out to the soldiers, "Allow me passage. Zhao Liang has just departed with your men. What have you done to him?" Following closely behind her, Wu Qing advised, "Perhaps they will choose to accompany this group in the future. You should return with me." Beside Xiao Hua stood a woman who echoed, "Ahua, enough. These individuals appear formidable. Do not offend those of high standing. Let us depart." Yet, Xiao Hua remained resolute, declaring, "No, I must find Zhao Liang. He would never abandon me." The soldiers, heads bowed, averted their gaze from Xiao Hua and Wu Qing, inwardly lamenting the sight of such unpleasantness. One was already a strain on the eyes, and now there were 2. They dared not leave their posts, diligently standing guard to prevent anyone from entering. Fortunately, Zhao Feng arrived swiftly. He glanced at Xiao Hua before hastily diverting his gaze, stating, "My lady, I will not accompany you any longer. I am grateful for your care during this time." Hearing his words shattered Xiao Hua's heart. "You, who just spoke of my celestial beauty, have now turned your back on me." The soldiers exchanged bewildered yet admiring glances, wondering how he could utter such words with a clear conscience. Zhao Feng suppressed the twitching of his brow. He had indeed spoken such words, and now regretted them deeply, wishing he could have slapped himself for saying something so foolish. Xiao Hua, with her small, green bean-like eyes filled with accusation, demanded, "Did you not say anything? Dare you swear to the heavens that you did not call me celestial? You even claimed you are unworthy of me." Zhao Feng felt an inexplicable pain in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "You are indeed celestial, but I hold no affection for you. Do not pursue me any further." With that, he turned and walked away. Heartbroken, Xiao Hua shouted at Zhao Feng's retreating figure, "You scoundrel, unfaithful to your vows. I despise you." Zhao Feng stumbled, nearly falling. How could he be unfaithful? That term typically described women, and when had he ever strayed? In truth, He felt he had no walls left to breach. Their relationship was merely a fleeting camaraderie. Yet she portrayed him as a heartless abandoner. Seeing Zhao Feng not turn back, but quicken his pace, even breaking into a jog. Xiaohua finally lost hope and ran away in tears. Wu Qing hurried after her, softly attempting to comfort her. The feelings of unreciprocated affection were most painful, indeed. Dong Si observed from a distance, sighing with deep reflection. Jiang Jin shot him a sidelong glance, saying nothing, as if to imply that Dong Si thought himself wise. Dong Si continued, "A woman may have countless suitors, but she must not allow her heart to truly engage, lest she harm herself." Jiang Jin retorted, "Countless suitors? If she had that much energy, she ought to seize a few more cities." By the time Jiang Jin set off in the afternoon, Xiaohua and her companions had long departed. Not far along their route, they stumbled upon more than 20 corpses. All the men had been slain with a single blow, while the women lay stripped, a gruesome sight. Surrounding the bodies were scattered rags, belongings, and cooking utensils. Dong Si even discovered a pouch containing 100 copper coins. Judging by the method and the scene, it appeared to be the work of the same group from earlier. Zhou Sui's attention was suddenly drawn to a wooden plaque on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and examined it, noting the peculiar engravings upon its surface. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow, questioning, "Is this a waste token?" Zhou Sui nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, judging by the design, it appears to belong to a summoner." Jiang Jin cast a contemplative gaze towards the road ahead, pondering the destination of the individual who had left this token. If they continued in this direction, they would soon arrive at Luxian County, where Gufeng resided. Lost in thought, they observed two riders galloping along the official road. The horsemen, robust middle-aged men, glanced back at Jiang Jin's entourage of horses and carts, their eyes glinting with interest. Jiang Jin narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the retreating figures, and softly instructed, "Be cautious on the road." Zhou Sui's expression shifted as he recalled the two riders from earlier. "Does the lady suspect them?" Jiang Jin shook her head, remarking, "Wealth often stirs greed. It is prudent for us to remain vigilant." Zhou Sui solemnly nodded. "Very well, I shall extend our scouting route." As dusk approached and they prepared to set up camp, no incidents had occurred, allowing Zhou Sui to finally relax. However, Jiang Jin still felt uneasy. "Zhou Sui, arrange for additional patrols tonight." The dense forest loomed around them, its towering peaks shrouded in mist. Under the hazy night, a small village nestled within the mountains. Inside a dimly lit dwelling, several men sat in silence until the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly, a young man hurriedly entered, his expression alight with excitement. "I have confirmed, they are encamped at Xiao Lupu." The middle-aged man seated in the main position brightened at the news. "Is that true?" The young man nodded affirmatively. "Yes, their contingent consists of over 200 personnel, with more than 50 carts solely for transporting provisions, and over 10 horse-drawn vehicles. Altogether, there should be more than 200 steeds." The young man's breath quickened as he spoke. "Boss, let us take action," exclaimed a burly man. If Jiang Jin were present, she would recognize him as one of the riders they had seen earlier. The others gazed eagerly at the middle-aged man, awaiting his decision. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "How many guards do they have?" "Around 30, I believe," replied the young man, his expression becoming perplexed. However, there seemed to be 60 or 70 individuals who looked like guards, yet didn't quite fit the role. He had dared not get too close, only catching a distant glimpse. Thus lacking clarity, he noted that these individuals wore matching attire and bore no weapons. The middle-aged man, puzzled, remarked, logically, "With such a large transport of provisions and carts, they should have more guards." The burly man recalled something. "Boss, I just remembered that there were signs of a struggle and bloodstains along the route near Qianshan Forest. I suspect they were previously ambushed. While they managed to save the provisions, many must have perished." The young man clapped his hands in realization. "That makes sense. Who wouldn't he be tempted by such a substantial load? It is quite normal to be robbed, and now it presents an opportunity for us. By the way, there are quite a few women in their ranks. Our village has too few women as it is, and this would be a perfect opportunity to replenish our numbers." The burly man smacked him on the head. "No matter what, we can only share one woman among several of us. Be content with that." As he spoke, he stroked his chin, a glimmer of lasciviousness flashing in his eyes. "Speaking of which, I did see a few striking young ladies while riding past." The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it true? How wonderful it would be if each of us could have a woman to ourselves." The middle-aged man chuckled at his words. "With so many women, how could we possibly gather enough provisions? It's simply not worth it." A robust man inquired, "Brother, what do you think? Shall we proceed?" Chapter 72. Encounter with mountain bandits. The middle-aged man sighed. "We have over 300 people, and we must leave some behind in the village. I fear we may not succeed." However, the young man remained optimistic. "Brother, their guards number only a few dozen, and I noticed that most of the able-bodied men are unarmed. They would be easy prey." The middle-aged man fell silent, his gaze darkening. After a long pause, he finally resolved, "Let us do it." The night was tranquil, with only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Yao Ji, Yunyu, Xiaochani, and Xiaowu dispersed their troops in pairs to guard through the first half of the night. Ordinarily, 2 leaders would oversee a squad for the night, but due to Jiang Jin's concerns, they had doubled the personnel. Healy also sent a few guards to stand watch. Truth be told, he felt quite at ease following Jiang Jin's lead. Leaning against a tree to rest, Yao Ji's ears perked up. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, peering into the inky darkness of the forest. His expression turned grave as he listened intently, and indeed, he detected unusual sounds. Gripping his ink-black spear tightly, he shouted, "Enemy attack." His voice echoed through the quiet night like thunder, rousing nearly everyone in the camp from slumber. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Yao Ji had already dashed forward, thrusting his spear ahead, a blood-curdling scream piercing the night. The male soldiers stationed on the outer perimeter, having undergone rigorous training, swiftly grabbed their nearby blades and charged toward the source of the commotion. During daytime drills, the soldiers' weapons were typically stored in wagons, but at night, they kept them close at hand for emergencies. Jiang Jin awoke, seizing a nearby tang knife and bow. She leaped from the wagon, commanding loudly, "Light the torches and the bonfires, quickly." She and the defenseless women, including Feng Qingzhu, were positioned at the innermost part of the camp, and her voice clearly reached their ears. The group acted swiftly and with great experience. Soon, several bonfires illuminated the surrounding area. They finally caught sight of the approaching bandits, a sizable group numbering nearly 200. Yao Ji and the night watchman had already engaged the intruders, while those sleeping on the periphery, including Zhou Sui, Cheng Xian, and Xian Nanxiao, rapidly joined the fray. Cheng Xian was particularly incensed. He had been dreaming of roasting a rabbit, just about to savor the delectable morsel when the bandits chose to strike. Why arrive just as he was about to eat? Could they not have waited until he finished? Wiping the drool from his mouth, he swung his blade down, sending a head flying. Without waiting for it to hit the ground, he swung his weapon towards another bandit. Blood sprayed as the bandits fell, their bodies severed. Jiang Jin, wielding her tang knife, leaped onto a large rock within the camp, observing the chaos. Although the bandits had the advantage in numbers and were the assailants, it seemed that Yao Ji's thunderous shout had thrown them into disarray, causing their response to falter. Moreover, figures such as Zhou Sui and Yao are seasoned veterans of the battlefield, renowned for their bravery and skill. They are incomparable to the poorly trained mountain bandits, dispatching foes with lethal precision, almost as if striking down one with each blow. Notably, Yun Chengxian seemed particularly fierce today, as if possessed by an unusual fervor. His blade left no adversary unscathed. The soldiers, having undergone rigorous training, executed their offensive and defensive maneuvers with remarkable order, thus far sustaining no casualties. Closest to the inner perimeter stood the female soldiers, whose duty was to safeguard the valuables and the vulnerable from harm. Their expressions a blend of tension and composure as they surveyed the unfolding chaos. At that moment, 3 mountain bandits breached the first line of defense, infiltrating the inner circle, prompting the female soldiers to engage fiercely. Shuangjiang confronted one bandit alone. Gripping her weapon with both hands, she delivered a decisive strike. The bandit, underestimating her due to her diminutive stature and gender, raised his blade to parry. The clash reverberated, and in that instant, the bandit's pupils dilated in shock. The pain surged through his hands as he lost grip on his weapon, which spiraled away. Her blade descended with glinting ferocity, slicing from the bandit's left shoulder to his lower right abdomen, showering her with blood, which she disregarded as she turned to face another incoming foe. Jiang Jin raised her bow, expertly aiming at the bandits. Her archery skills were unparalleled. Even amidst the melee, she effortlessly felled one adversary after another, targeting their vulnerable eyes and necks, swiftly claiming several lives. Dong Si, perched atop a cart, mirrored her prowess, taking down nearly one with each arrow. At the far end of the camp, Li Mai observed the fray with a pulse quickening from earlier trepidation, now ignited by fervor. Hesitantly, he whispered to his father, "Father, I too wish to enlist." As Jiang Jin's forces multiplied, They were integrated into a unit tasked with tending to the horses. Li Su gently stroked a horse's back to soothe the herd, pausing at his son's words to glance at him. Then you must consult the lady. Li Mai, taken aback, responded, you do not oppose? With a smile, Li Su replied, what reason do I have to oppose? You are grown, pursue what you desire. Though a farmer by trade, he had gained significant insights during his time with the troops, understanding that Jiang Jin was destined for great endeavors. Allowing his son to enlist appeared a commendable choice. Despite the perils of battle, some pursuits are worth the risk. Li, seated in his cart, observed the tumultuous clash with awe. Even having witnessed Jiang Jin's force before, he remained astounded. He pondered the origins of such formidable talents within this troop, clearly not ordinary individuals. In that moment, he felt immense confidence and anticipation regarding future collaborations, though the opposing force outnumbered Jiang Jin's. The likes of Yun Chengxian and Zhou Sui dispatched them with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the skirmish concluded. When Jiang Jin encountered several captives pushed before her, she mused inwardly, just as I suspected. Approaching a robust man, she recognized him from an earlier encounter while passing on horseback. She inquired, are you mountain bandits? Which territory do you hail from? The burly man scoffed, turning his head aside in refusal to respond. Jiang Jin was unfazed. Sever one of his fingers. Understood. Xiananxiao's expression was somewhat exhilarated as he seized the robust man's right hand, swiftly bringing the dagger down upon the thumb. The sturdy man was taken aback. Shouldn't there have been more inquiries? Why such haste? He struggled vehemently, shouting in desperation, wait. I'll talk, Before he could finish, his thumb was severed, eliciting a horrific scream as he collapsed, his agony striking terror into the hearts of the other captives nearby. It was their first encounter with such brutality. They had expected dialogue, not the severing of fingers. Chapter 73. The assault on the bandits. Jiang Jin's voice remained devoid of emotion. We ask but once. There is only one opportunity, and you have no room for negotiation. With that, she nodded to Zhou Sui and Xiananxiao. The two men each escorted a captive aside for separate interrogation to prevent any misinformation. The robust man dared not resist further, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he answered honestly, we hail from Daling village, over 10 miles away. Jiang Jin suddenly pondered a question. Did you arrive on horseback? The robust man shook his head, then nodded. No, we came with over 10 riding horses, while the others ran. Despite being mountain bandits, their hierarchy was clear. Only those ranked as squad leaders and above could ride. Their plan was to carry out a night raid, but the sound of hooves would be too loud, so they left the horses approximately 2 miles away, leaving 2 men to watch over them. Jiang Jin called out to Yao Ji, who was clearing the battlefield in the distance. Yao Ji hurried over. Miss, what is it? Jiang Jin recounted the situation and instructed, take some men and retrieve the horses. Yao Ji nodded and set off towards the location indicated by the robust man. Jiang Jin then resumed her inquiries. How many people remain in the village? The robust man replied, there are still around 200. Jiang Jin frowned. All young and strong? He quickly shook his head. No, about 50 women, over 30 elderly or weak, and approximately 70 young and capable men. Jiang Jin continued, is your leader in the mountains? Yes, our elder brother is a scholar. We do the fighting. He devises the plans. The robust man answered hastily, fearing further punishment. Jiang Jin inquired about the village's wealth, the amount of grain, and even requested that he sketch a map of the village and the positions of their guards. After several minutes of thorough questioning, Jiang Jin was satisfied with the answers and ordered him to be taken away. Zhou Sui and Xiananxiao had also completed their inquiries, and the 3 of them cross-checked the information to ensure its accuracy. At that moment, Dongxi approached to report, Miss, we have confirmed the deaths of 162 enemies. 5 of our soldiers have been wounded, 2 of whom are severely injured and have already been attended to by Dr. Suo and Dr. Mo. Additionally, 4 of Manager He's guards have sustained injuries, but fortunately, they are not serious. Madame Lu is attending to them, he added. This outcome was rather commendable, considering the soldiers had undergone only a short period of training. They were fortunate that Yao Ji had discovered the situation early. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. After addressing the pressing matters, Dongxi handed over the copper coins collected from the deceased, lamenting that most had not carried any money with them, resulting in a mere accumulation of a little over 2 guan. The distant sound of hoofbeats filled the air, and Jiang Jin's face brightened with delight. Recognizing that Yao Ji had returned, Sure enough, moments later, Yao Ji approached briskly to report, "My lady, there are a total of 17 horses, and the 2 individuals who were assessing the horses have returned as well." Jiang Jin expressed her satisfaction, saying, "You have done exceptionally well." She surveyed the group and instructed, "Qiu Wu, Lu Ping, you 2 shall lead a contingent to clear the battlefield and dig a large pit for the bodies." The 2 stood tall and replied, "Understood." At that moment, He Li approached to inquire if assistance was needed. Jiang Jin, without hesitation, directed that his able-bodied servants assist in moving the bodies and digging the pit, recognizing their utility. Once arrangements were made, Zhou Sui and the others looked at her, awaiting her decision. Jiang Jin couldn't help but smile, stating, "We will certainly attack Daling village, yet there is no rush. We are not familiar with the terrain, and nightfall will not be advantageous for us. I plan to launch a surprise attack before dawn." Zhou Sui raised an eyebrow. "My lady intends to lead the charge personally?" Jiang Jin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I shall go this time." Yun Chengxian immediately declared, "If my aunt is going, then I shall accompany her." Zhou Sui and the others watched her intently, hoping to be chosen. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Jin announced, "I will take a squad of male and female soldiers with me up the mountain. The rest will remain at the camp." She then turned to Yao Ji, "You will be in charge of the forces here. Also, ensure that sentries are posted for the night, and assign guards at the camp entrance to watch for any enemy scouts. Should they approach, they must be dealt with swiftly." Though Yao Ji felt a pang of disappointment at not being able to accompany her up the mountain, he understood that Jiang Jin had his best interests at heart. Despite his wounds healing significantly, he was still unfit for prolonged combat. He nodded, "Understood." After discussing additional details regarding the assault, they dispersed. Jiang Jin returned to her carriage to rest, preparing to set out at the hour of the tiger. As for Daling village, within a dimly lit room illuminated by an oil lamp, the flickering light cast an eerie glow on the side profile of a middle-aged man, half illuminated in yellow and half cloaked in shadow, revealing his sleepless visage. His eyes were fierce and restless. "Have they not returned yet?" The young man shook his head. "I sent someone to the entrance to check. They have yet to arrive." Anxiety crept into his expression. Could something truly have gone awry? Surely not. "We have nearly 200 capable hands among us." The middle-aged man rose and paced the room. "Did you not send someone to ascertain the situation? They have not returned either?" The young man replied, "No, it appears no one has come back. I cannot fathom why." He muttered under his breath, "Why has no one returned? We are so numerous. Perhaps those women are simply too enchanting, and they succumb to temptation on the spot?" The middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeply. "That is impossible. Lao Chi is always prudent in his actions. He would never act so recklessly." The situation exceeded his expectations, and an unsettling sense loomed over him. Just then, a short man burst into the room, visibly agitated. "Elder brother, they have returned." The middle-aged man felt a surge of joy. "Is that true? Where are they now?" The short man replied, "They have just entered the village and will be here shortly." "What of the grain and the horses? Have they brought everything back?" the middle-aged man inquired as he stepped outside. The short man hesitated. "It is too dark. I cannot see clearly." The middle-aged man paused, sensing something amiss. He turned back into the room to retrieve a blade before continuing on with his companions towards the village entrance. Though he was a man of letters, his prolonged stay in the den of bandits had not left him unscathed. He had indeed taken lives. As he emerged from the dwelling, the dozen or so guards outside simultaneously greeted him with a unified call, "Elder brother." The middle-aged man remained silent, continuing his stride toward the village entrance, while the others hurriedly raised their torches to follow in his wake. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard from the opposite side, though it struck him as peculiar that the figures did not bear any torches. A chill ran down the middle-aged man's spine as he called out, "Seventh brother, what is the matter?" No sooner had his voice faded than a volley of arrows suddenly shot forth from the shadows. The man was taken aback, unable to react in time, as an arrow pierced his neck, penetrating deeply. At this moment, the dawn light began to break, and he opened his eyes wide, vaguely perceiving the shifting silhouettes across from him. The air was filled with the anguished cries of his comrades. He realized that others had also been struck, yet he could see nothing further. The clatter of his weapon falling to the ground echoed in his ears as he staggered back 2 steps before collapsing with a thud, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the ashen sky, death refusing to close his eyes. The cries of despair shattered the tranquility of the silent village. Chapter 74. Seizing the bandit den after eliminating the middle-aged man, Jiang Jin gestured. and several soldiers swiftly advanced to deliver the coup de grâce to those who were still alive but wounded beside him. A group of robust men was forcibly led forward, compelled to guide the way. Jiang Jin followed closely behind with his entourage. Upon entering the village, they were met by a sudden surge of 7 or 8 individuals bursting from several nearby houses, their attire disheveled, with 2 of them bare-chested. Upon spotting Zhou Sui and his companions, expressions of bewilderment crossed their faces. What just happened? I heard screams. Horrible news, it's the enemy. As one of them finally discerned the bound men among them, he shouted in alarm, but it was too late. An arrow had already pierced his throat. Zhou Sui lunged forward, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved a bandit in half, blood spraying forth and splattering the face of another nearby brigand. Before this latter bandit could comprehend the unfolding chaos, a soft thud indicated that his perspective had been violently altered, and with a resounding thump, his head fell to the ground. Yin Yu and the soldiers surged forward, their speed remarkable. After dispatching the few adversaries, they stormed into the house, where soon the air resonated with piercing screams of terror. At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind. Jiang Jin turned to see Xian Nanshao approaching swiftly with his men. "My lady, the guards have been eliminated," he reported. Jiang Jin nodded, instructing, "You and your men must encircle the village from the rear. Ensure not a single one escapes." Understood. Xian Nanshao hurried off toward the village's end. More figures emerged from a house on the right, cursing aloud. "What the hell is all this noise at this hour? Wanna die? You're the ones who will die." The pent-up frustration of Yunqing Xian, who had endured a night of restless dreams, propelled her toward the man speaking. And with a swift, lightning-like stroke, she severed him in two before he could even comprehend the situation. Jiang Jin mused that she had finally grasped the reason behind her foolish nephew's agitation that night. Xiaochan Yi and the female soldiers advanced to swiftly eliminate several more foes. Upon entering the house, the men were dispatched, and the women were to be seized. Jiang Jin commanded, "Proceed." The shrill screams once more reverberated through the village, a chilling echo of the chaos that had ensued. A whisper of wind seemed to arise behind her, and with an icy gaze, Jiang Jin did not even turn her head, thrusting her blade backward. A scream echoed from behind. Jiang Jin withdrew her tang knife, slick with viscous blood. With a thud, the corpse fell to the ground. Shortly after, Zhou Sui and Yun Chengxian emerged from the building, escorting a dozen terrified women. The women trembled in fear, dropping to their knees regardless of who was present, pleading for mercy. In that moment, Jiang Jin could not discern their intentions. Bind them all. Several soldiers promptly stepped forward to tie them up. Once secured, they were thrown into a heap as Zhou Sui and the female soldiers continued their search through the village, killing and capturing. This time, Yun Chengxian did not rush ahead but obediently followed Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter?" Yun Chengxian straightened his posture. "I will protect my aunt." Jiang Jin replied, "Be honest." Yun Chengxian confessed, "I've killed many people, so many that I can't count them all." Since the incident of dividing a chicken leg for every kill, he had taken to remembering this unconventional practice. He felt it necessary to keep track of his kills. Whether chicken legs were forthcoming remained uncertain, but it was wise to prepare for the possibility. Jiang Jin bit her lip, aware that smiling at this moment might bruise her nephew's pride. Poor boy struggled with arithmetic. He managed numbers within 20, but beyond that, he became easily confused. Suppressing her amusement, she finally managed to control the corners of her mouth. "There are no chicken legs now. Consider it a debt." Yun Chengxian, disheartened, thought that his poor arithmetic would only become more muddled when he revisited it later. He resolved to ask his aunt for assistance upon their return. With a few sturdy men leading the way and guided by his rudimentary map, coupled with Jiang Jin's prudent choice of night for the raid, they swiftly took control of the bandit village while most of the outlaws were asleep, except for the night watch. By dawn, the entire bandit stronghold was under their control. Zhou Sui reported their success. "The bandits have been entirely annihilated, and we have captured 51 women, along with 33 elderly and weak men of uncertain identity. The able-bodied men of the village were undoubtedly bandits and have been executed." Jiang Jin nodded. "Execute the remaining 7 as well. And remember to gather the vegetables from the mountain." Zhou Sui complied, turning to order the execution of the robust men, then leading a portion of the group to harvest the vegetable fields behind the village. Jiang Jin's gaze fell upon the 33 elderly and frail individuals, and she inquired, "What were your roles in the village?" An elderly man, stooped and trembling, replied, I fed the horses." Immediately, 3 or 4 other men echoed his claim, while 2 mentioned tending to cattle, and 1 said he took care of donkeys. Despite their status as bandits, these men possessed considerable assets: 27 horses, 8 cattle, and 3 donkeys. There were also 13 horse-drawn carts and 35 flatbed carts. This inventory revealed the extent of their plunder and the lives they had taken. Seeing Jiang Jin's impassive demeanor, another man boldly shared their duties. Some swept and maintained cleanliness, others cooked, gathered firewood, and cultivated vegetables. Indeed, the village had cultivated 2 acres of crops, albeit modest in size, sufficient to sustain the bandits' daily vegetable intake. Jiang Jin turned her gaze towards the 3 men standing at the far right of the line, the only ones who had not disclosed their positions. These 3 individuals were rather peculiar. The eldest appeared to be in his 50s, the youngest was a boy of around 12 or 13, and the third was a young man in his 20s. The elderly man spoke first, stating, "We are here to repair the houses." Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow, recognizing them as skilled workers. She then glanced at the boy, who stood with his lips tightly pressed together, staring down at his toes in silence, his body trembling slightly. The young man, slightly anxious, stammered, I am also a house repairman." Jiang Jin regarded him with a keen look and began to approach their direction. Panic flickered in the young man's eyes upon realizing her intent, as he had just witnessed the formidable capabilities of these individuals. As her footsteps drew nearer, he felt as though death's chains were tightening around him. With a fierce gaze, he suddenly pressed a dagger against the boy's throat, shouting, "Don't come any closer, or I will kill him." Jiang Jin halted, but before she could respond, the elderly man knelt before the young man, bowing his head repeatedly. "Please, do not harm him. I beg you," he pleaded. The young man ignored the elder's pleas, pulling the boy back a couple of steps, creating some distance between them and the others. He looked at Jiang Jin and demanded, "Quickly bring me a horse, or I will truly kill him." Jiang Jin's expression turned quizzical. Was he threatening her with a stranger's life? She could hardly be bothered to speak, merely waving her hand dismissively. Suddenly, the young man's pupils dilated, and a chill coursed through his veins as he beheld the quivering arrowhead before him. The boy was splattered with warm blood, stunned, as he turned to witness the arrow embedded in the young man's neck. The elderly man reacted swiftly, lunging forward to tackle the young man to the ground, causing the dagger to clatter away. Xian'anshao approached with his bow, coldly observing the writhing young man on the ground, awaiting his final breath. Chapter 75. I am willing to accompany you. The elderly man finally exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground. After a moment, he knelt and bowed to Jiang Jin, saying, "Thank you, miss, for saving my grandson." He then turned to Xian'anshao, expressing his gratitude in the same manner. The boy, now aware of the situation, followed suit and bowed to both. Jiang Jin, having grasped the essence of the events that transpired, inquired, "Please rise and explain what has happened." The elderly man wiped away his tears and, with the boy's assistance, stood shakily. "He is a bandit from the mountains, known as Datu. He was on night watch last night, but having grown accustomed to shirking his duties and stationed at the village's rear, where few ventured, he found a haystack to burrow into and fell asleep. When awakened, he saw Xian'anshao and his men sealing off the exit, while Jiang Jin led her group through the village, wreaking havoc. Terrified, he realized escape was impossible, as they searched every house and corner, executing any able-bodied man. In a moment of desperation, he rolled in the dirt, smearing his clothes and face to disguise himself. It was then that he spotted the elderly man and the boy, and he dashed over, taking the boy hostage with his dagger, compelling them to assist him in concealing his presence. DTU was acutely aware of his predicament. Escape was not an option. He could only masquerade as an innocent villager, apprehended and taken to the mountains, hoping to deceive his captors and later find an opportunity to flee. The youth accompanying him was the only remaining kin of the elderly man, his sole relation in this world. As DTU had anticipated, the elder was easily manipulated. Thus, he feigned a limp, appearing as though the boy was supporting him, while in reality, his dagger pressed firmly against the boy's waist. At that time, dawn had just begun to break, and visibility was poor. The soldiers dispatched to apprehend the trio remained oblivious to any discrepancies. Moreover, due to an insufficiency of ropes, the subsequent captors failed to bind everyone, inadvertently granting him a chance that led to the unfolding events. The others, filled with trepidation, kept their heads bowed, naturally unaware that a bandit had infiltrated their midst. The elder briefly recounted the situation before kneeling in supplication. "My lady, I, too, am a victim of circumstance. If anyone must die, let it be me. But I implore you to spare my grandson." The youth knelt beside him and spoke for the first time. "It is I who am cowardly. It has nothing to do with my grandfather. If anyone is to be punished, let it be me." "Rise," Jiang Jin commanded, her demeanor not reflecting any resentment towards them. Such was the instinct of humanity. She surveyed the gathered crowd and spoke loudly. "Lift your heads and look around. Identify any bandits or wrongdoers among you. Those who report will be rewarded." The elder and the youth were the first to respond, seizing the opportunity to redeem themselves as they scanned the faces around them. The others soon emulated their actions, their eyes darting about in search of potential culprits. The elder, biting his lip in hesitation, finally pointed to a pair of individuals, declaring, "They have committed wrongdoing." Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow and directed her gaze towards the two he indicated. The man appeared to be in his 20s, while the woman seemed to be around 17 or 18. Upon being singled out, they were taken aback and immediately protested. "Digwe, do not slander us. We are mere victims, abducted by bandits and forced into servitude. How could we have done any wrong?" The young woman echoed, "Indeed, I am daily subjected to the bandits' humiliation. Who could I possibly harm?" Digwe shook his head, responding, "Zhang Yong, you were indeed taken against your will, but your sister, Zhang Shui, has, due to her beauty, caused the death of another woman." The bandits had once seized a lovely girl, who captivated the attention of their leader, leading to Zhang Shui being neglected during that period. Blessed with beauty and a charming demeanor, Zhang Shui received the leader's favor, unlike the other women who were forced to cater to multiple men. This also explained why Zhang Yong, despite being a healthy young man, was merely injured with a broken leg instead of being killed. Out of jealousy, Zhang Shui had secretly tormented that woman, ultimately pushing her down a steep slope while she was gathering firewood. The women in the mountains were required to work during the day and serve the bandits at night. At that moment, it was the youth, Di Gui's grandson, Di Shu, who witnessed Zhang Shui's feigned surprise as she called for help for the fallen woman. Unfortunately, the girl had already succumbed to her injuries, and by that evening, she had perished. Later, Di Shu discreetly informed Di Gui of the incident. With a sigh, Di Gui could only lament their own precarious situation, unwilling to invite further trouble. Thus, the matter remained unspoken. Besides, to the bandit leader, the girl was merely a plaything, and no one cared for the fate of an object. Zhang Yong, emboldened by the favor of his elder brother Zhang Shui, often bullied the frail and elderly servants under his command. Not only did he impose labor upon them as dictated by the mountain bandits, but he also subjected several village women to humiliation. As Di Gui finished his words, several others echoed their grievances, recounting Zhang Yong's various misdeeds. With a mere wave of her hand, Jiang Jin commanded, "Kill him." Startled, Zhang Yong fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. My lady, I was wrong, but I have not taken a life. I do not deserve death. I shall change. I shall amend my ways." Zhang Shui, weakened, knelt before the nearest Xiananshao, stammering, "My lord, save me, I beseech you." Xiananshao looked down at her. Zhang Shui's face lit up with a gentle smile, her voice soft and pleading, "My lord, I implore you." Xiananshao raised his blade and thrust it into Zhang Shui's chest. Her delicate expression had yet to fade as she gazed down in disbelief at the blade piercing her heart. Zhang Yong met a similar fate, dispatched by a soldier with a single stroke. Jiang Jin surveyed the crowd, ensuring no one dared to report her actions. Before speaking, "The mountain bandits have been entirely eradicated. By rights, you are now my slaves. However, I am not one to force the unwilling. You have two choices. Either join my ranks and assist me in my endeavors, and I shall guarantee your sustenance, or you may depart freely. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to deliberate." The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Di Gui was the first to make a choice, stepping forward with Di Shu. "My lady, I wish to accompany you." Jiang Jin nodded approvingly. Encouraged by his lead, the others quickly made their decisions. Aside from 5 who sought their kin, the remainder expressed their willingness to follow Jiang Jin. She instructed her men to provide each of the 5 with 10 pounds of coarse grain. Though there was no more to be had, she had already shown considerable compassion. Nevertheless, they would have to wait until her party departed before they could leave. The 5, recognizing the futility of descent, nodded obediently. As Jiang Jin led her impressive procession down the mountain towards the official road, she was met by Yao Ji, who awaited them with a contingent of men. To her surprise, standing alongside Yao Ji and Dong Si was an unfamiliar man. Jiang Jin furrowed her brow. She was certain she did not recognize him, though he bore a faint resemblance to someone familiar. Upon noticing Jiang Jin, the man's face broke into a broad smile. "My lady, I am introduced by Mei Sheng. He mentioned you are in the business of purchasing people?" Understanding dawned upon Jiang Jin. No wonder he appeared familiar, for he bore a resemblance to Mei Sheng. The man, named Mei Run, was a cousin of Mei Sheng and a prominent businessman, particularly in the slave trade. He had fortuitously encountered Mei Sheng, who had just cleared his stock, and upon learning that a lady to the north was purchasing, he wasted no time urging his caravan to hasten. Knowing the current hardships of the slave market, he was eager to seize any opportunity. Jiang Jin's gaze fell upon the over 100 slaves that Mei Rin had brought, her heart racing. "Mei Rin, why are there so few left? What peculiar naming conventions does the Mei family adhere to?" She pondered inwardly, though her expression remained composed. Her smile as warm as spring sunshine. "Indeed, I am in the market for slaves. How many do you have in total? It appears not all are of vigorous youth." She had contemplated directly recruiting the destitute or refugees, yet she hesitated, particularly regarding a group of able-bodied men. Accepting the young men from families would mean that the entire household would essentially follow her. How could the elderly, women, and children survive otherwise? She sought to enlist soldiers and laborers, not to sow discord or dismantle families. At present, with her own territory still uncertain, it was infeasible to take in such a multitude, as it would undoubtedly burden her already fragile company. Conversely, purchasing individuals offered her the freedom to choose precisely what she desired, be it the type or number of people. Furthermore, those she bought would be completely at her command, whether to serve in the military or undertake other tasks. Most importantly, she possessed the financial means. To her, the expenditure was trivial, rendering unnecessary the complication of straightforward matters. Marin smiled broadly. "I have brought a total of 106 individuals, among whom over 30 possess skills that far exceed those of ordinary able-bodied men." Jiang Jin's interest piqued. "Do tell." Without further ado, Marin presented several sheets of paper that a nearby servant had prepared, handing them to Jiang Jin. "Their information is all detailed here, my lady." Jiang Jin took the pages, perusing them slowly, and indeed discovered a wealth of talent: bricklayers, potters, blacksmiths, tile makers, and chefs. As she flipped through the pages, she noted that there were a total of 39 skilled workers, 21 of whom were young men, including 5 blacksmiths all aged between 20 and 35. Jiang Jin was quite satisfied and began to negotiate the price. Skilled workers commanded a significantly higher price. Even the older ones were costly, as their age signified experience, allowing them to train further talents. The total cost for the 106 individuals amounted to 170 guan, equating to 170,000 coins, or over 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, Jiang Jin had the silver, making the transaction considerably simpler, especially since copper coins and precious metals were exceedingly valuable in this era. Marin was exhilarated, sensing he had found a reliable patron, and busily sought to curry favor. "My lady, where are you headed? I have slaves available if you require." These slaves were newly acquired by Mei Rin, who had intended to venture into Han territories to test his luck, only to encounter a buyer along the way. Given the current economic climate, selling in the city was not guaranteed, and having a steady client would alleviate many of his concerns. Jiang Jin felt a surge of joy. She was currently lacking in many things, but not wealth. She gestured toward the north. "I shall continue my journey northward, likely stopping at Gofeng. If you have slaves, grains, cloth, or cotton, I will purchase them all." Marin's face brightened. "Will you buy any amount?" Should this be the case, he could consider teaming up with his kin for the journey, providing mutual support along the way for enhanced safety. If they moved swiftly, they might finalize a substantial deal before the year's end. Jiang Jin nodded. "Indeed, I will buy any amount." Overjoyed, Marin expressed his gratitude, and after conversing a bit longer, he departed with his guards. Meanwhile, Dong Si, accompanied by Luo Qingzi and others, meticulously catalogued the individuals brought down from the mountain, recording their previous occupations for Jiang Jin's review. With such a significant number on hand, Jiang Jin decided against rushing off, instructing Zhou Sui to find a temporary encampment nearby. After the team settled in, Dong Si began addressing the newly recruited members, imparting the ideology of loyalty. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin and Zhou Sui initiated significant adjustments to personnel allocation. Upon thorough assessment, it was determined that an additional 58 male soldiers could be added, bringing the total to over 100, perfectly sufficient to form a company. The soldiers who had undergone initial training were promptly promoted to squad leaders, with Yao Ji assuming the role of company commander and Xian Nanxiao as the deputy commander. Yin Yu, Qiu Wu, and Lu Ping were appointed as platoon leaders. Among the female soldiers, in addition to the newly acquired recruits, several women from the mountain bandit hideouts expressed their willingness to enlist, totaling 28, combined with the previous 18, forming 4 squads provisionally designated as a reinforced platoon. Aside from Shuangjiang, the squad leader, 3 other outstanding trainees were selected as squad leaders, with Xiachan Yi appointed as platoon leader. Although the number of soldiers fell short of a battalion, Jiang Jin nonetheless appointed Zhou Sui as battalion commander, believing that the ranks would gradually swell. Having been in this world for merely 20 days, she felt no urgency. Jiang Jin surveyed the assembled individuals. We currently possess over 200 horses, sufficient for a company when excluding those used for transportation. Therefore, our mounted archery practice must be intensified. Despite our limited numbers, we must hone our skills, ensuring that not only are individual combat abilities strong, but also that we excel in collaborative tactics and mounted archery. Zhou Sui and the others fully grasped this principle. Their spirits lifted, understood. With personnel allocation completed, issues related to uniforms and sanitation were promptly addressed without Jiang Jin's prompting, as everyone was well versed in their responsibilities. The linen for garments would be sourced from the materials seized from the mountains, allowing for each soldier to receive 2 sets with surplus remaining. In addition to the soldiers, the logistics team, comprised of both men and women, saw an increase in personnel, significantly enhancing operational efficiency. Dong Si possessed an innate talent for management, skillfully organizing both skilled and unskilled workers into groups assigned to various tasks: horse care, cart driving, garment making, and kitchen duties. Every detail was meticulously arranged, relieving Jiang Jin of any concerns. Observing the orderly formation of the team, Jiang Jin felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Dong Si approached to report, "My lady, we have tallied the provisions brought down from the mountains, totaling 230 stone, along with a considerable amount of feed for the livestock, including bran and hay. We also have over 100 bolts of cloth, approximately 40 strings of copper coins, a small quantity of gold and silver items, and over 20 sets of agricultural tools, along with around 50 weapons." Jiang Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Weapons were scarce and could not be easily procured with money, so having over 50 was quite commendable. Coupled with the nearly 170 bandits who had ambushed her, this band of mountain bandits had unwittingly supplied her with over 220 weapons. Dong Si continued, "Additionally, the vegetables cultivated by the mountain bandits should amount to over 1,000 pounds, sufficient to sustain us for several days. However, the current weather does not permit prolonged storage. With around 300 individuals in Jiang Jin's group, the consumption of food would be considerable." To be honest, Jiang Jin felt it had been quite some time since she had tasted fresh vegetables. "No worries, we can consume the long-lasting provisions later. By the way, both oxen and donkeys can also be utilized for transportation." Dong Si smiled in agreement. "Understood." At that moment, Li Su approached, accompanied by Li Mai, with a hint of hesitation in their demeanor. Noticing their expressions, Jiang Jin sensed something was amiss and inquired, "What is it?" Chapter 77. If there is no place to go, consider Gufeng. Li Su nudged Li Mai, encouraging him to speak for himself. Li Mai lowered his head, nervously clenching his fists, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Miss, I wish to enlist." Jiang Jin was somewhat taken aback and prompted, "Please, elaborate on your reasoning." Li Mai pressed his lips together and continued, "I believe that by serving in the military, I can hone my skills to protect my family and furthermore, safeguard our team." His words rang true. Ever since Jiang Jin had purchased him, his family had been able to eat their fill and dress well. He felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Jin and naturally wished for her team to prosper. Jiang Jin smiled and replied, "Very well, seek out Zhou Sui and have him arrange this for you." Li Mai's face brightened, and he looked up at Jiang Jin, immediately assuring her, "I will train diligently." With that, he turned and hurried off to find Zhou Sui. Li Su bowed respectfully to Jiang Jin, saying, "Thank you, miss, for the trouble you've taken." Jiang Jin waved her hand dismissively. "No matter, go ahead with your tasks." It took an entire hour to clean up the new recruits. And for those whose hair was too tangled to manage, Jiang Jin ordered all to be shorn, nearly to the point of a buzz cut. Since they were her purchased slaves, her word was law. She was unconcerned with the adage that one's body and hair are gifts from one's parents. The new soldiers dared not protest, especially since most of their parents were no longer alive, rendering such traditions irrelevant. As a result of her decision, the soldiers gradually discovered the various advantages of short hair, and it was not long before Jiang Jin's troops were predominantly sporting cropped hairstyles. By the afternoon, the well-fed and neatly groomed new recruits marched alongside the seasoned soldiers, who were burdened with weights. The following day, all soldiers began to advance while carrying loads, clad in standardized linen garments. This time, they rescued dozens of women from the mountain bandits. Among them were not only soldiers, but also many who joined the logistics team. With an increased workforce, the production of clothing accelerated significantly. Most of these women were young adults, aged between 15 and 30, capable of sewing, cooking, and performing considerable physical labor. In addition, Luo Qingzi, Feng Qingzhu, and others utilized their spare time to produce a considerable amount of clothing and weighted sandbags for future use. Healy observed with admiration as Jiang Jin's team operated with remarkable efficiency. In the afternoon, they encountered a large group of refugees fleeing famine, numbering approximately 400 to 500. The majority of them were in tattered clothing, lacking even a single beast of burden. Only a few relatively affluent families pushed handcarts, while the rest staggered forward, burdened with their possessions upon their backs. Jiang Jin intercepted an elderly man with a handcart to inquire about their situation. "Good sir, from whence do you come?" The old man and his nearby relatives, wary at being halted, glanced at her and, seeing her robust soldiers, dared not withhold their response. "We hail from Xianglu County in Donghu Prefecture." Donghu Prefecture bordered Liuxiang Prefecture and was the easternmost county of Fengou. Jiang Jin pressed on. "It is currently the autumn harvest season. Why have you departed at this time?" The old man's face deepened with lines of sorrow, his murky eyes reflecting a profound numbness. "What autumn harvest? The grain we gathered has all been seized by the Zhujiao people and mountain bandits. Not a single grain left for us." He turned to gaze at the procession ahead, murmuring softly, "We cannot survive this way. If we do not leave, we will perish." Jiang Jin fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Have you passed through Gufeng? What is the situation there?" "Not far from Gufeng." She sought to gather some information. The elderly man's gaze was clouded, and after a moment, he inquired, "Are you referring to Gufeng County?" "We did not pass through Gufeng, and we are unaware of the situation there." Not disheartened by the lack of information, Jiang Jin continued, "Where are you headed?" The old man, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "We intend to go to Shu County. It is said to be a stronghold of the Han people." Jiang Jin surveyed their lengthy procession, shook her head in lament, and decided to caution them. "Are you aware of the situation in Lin County?" The old man looked bewildered. "What happened in Lin County?" Jiang Jin succinctly recounted the events concerning Lin County and Shu County. The old man gasped in astonishment. "Is what you say true?" Jiang Jin affirmed, "Indeed, such matters cannot be spoken of lightly." In that moment, the old man's posture slumped further, his body swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Geographically close to Shu County, had it not been for this young woman's intervention, they would have unknowingly plunged into its depths. Tears streaming down his face, he lamented, "Curse the barbaric E. Why do they not grant us common folk a sliver of hope?" His companions bowed their heads, quietly weeping. At that moment, a group of villagers approached. They cast a glance at Jiang Jin before hastily lowering their heads, softly asking the old man, "Village chief, what is the matter?" With a rough hand, the old man wiped his tears but remained silent, his face etched with despair. Jiang Jin sighed inwardly and suggested a path. "If you have no place to go, consider Gufeng." The old man was taken aback. Gufeng? That is the territory of the Zhujiao people. It is unthinkable to venture there. They were mere farmers, toiling throughout the year only to have their harvests seized by the Zhujiao, who claimed 9/10 under the guise of taxation. Yet this was not the most tragic aspect. Mere days after the Zhujiao departed, they were besieged by bandits who left them with nothing. Fortunately, neither the bandits nor the Zhujiao were particularly bloodthirsty. Only a few households that dared to resist suffered fatalities. What they failed to comprehend was that it was not out of benevolence that the Zhujiao or bandits spared lives. Rather, they sought to ensure their return for future plunder, adhering to a path of what might be termed sustainable development. As for how they endured, who cared? If they could survive, all was well. If not, another group would simply take their place. In resignation, they resolved to flee, with several neighboring villages facing similar fates. Hoping to find refuge in a city under Han control, Jiang Jin made no promises. After all, She could not guarantee anything, as she had yet to conquer Gufeng. It was unwise to boldly declare her intentions to attack Gufeng. That would not be confidence, but folly. One must always be cautious. She merely offered them an additional option, asserting that each individual must take responsibility for their choices. Jiang Jin gestured toward her own assembly, stating, "We are currently en route to Gufeng. Perhaps there lies a chance for survival. The specifics, you must deliberate among yourselves." The old man followed her gesture, once more acutely aware of the formidable presence of her entourage. It was not merely the number of individuals, but the spirit that they embodied, which was absent among his own. After a moment, he bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, young lady, for informing us about Shu County and for your guidance." Jiang Jin smiled, mounted her carriage, and with Dong Si at the reins, they continued their journey. The elderly man's party soon came to a halt. After hearing the elder's words, everyone grew anxious. It was no surprise they were worried, for Shu Xian was just ahead, and they were filled with hope. Yet, during their days of fleeing, they had nearly survived solely on foraged wild vegetables. How many more days could they endure? It was already September, and in a month or two, the weather would turn cold, making it impossible to find even wild vegetables. Gu village chief quickly inquired, "Are you certain? Could that woman be deceiving us?" The elder's expression turned icy. "Why would she deceive us? What do we possess that she could gain from such trickery?" Chapter 78. Overnight by the river. Gu village chief waved his hand. "Su village chief, please do not misunderstand. I am merely anxious. If there truly is a problem in Shuxian, what shall we do?" Su village chief sighed. "The woman mentioned that we might consider heading to Gufeng. There could be a chance for survival there." Gu village chief furrowed his brow. "Gufeng? Isn't that the territory of Chu Zhao? What prospects could there be? That place is even worse than our Xianglu County. Indeed, I have heard that Gufeng is much like our Xianglu. There are hardly any inhabitants in the town. What can we do there? Is there truly any hope?" Jiang Jin, unaware of the tangled discussion at hand, was studying a map inside the carriage. At the current pace of their procession, they would likely reach Gufeng by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. She needed to contemplate how to swiftly take control of Gufeng. Approximately 20 li away from Jiang Jin's party, on a hillside, a young man of about 17 or 18 walked ahead, followed by two girls aged 15 or 16. The girl on the left had an unhealed scar on her forehead and pouted in dissatisfaction. "Luo Amon, why do you always pull me along to forage for wild vegetables? Just the other day, I fell while accompanying you up the mountain, and my forehead injury has yet to heal. Besides, I need to care for my cousin whose hand is broken." Luo Amon grasped her arm. "Zhang Yu, I know you are the best. I am not afraid to climb the mountain alone. I just prefer your company." The young man in front smirked slightly, as if he were being treated as less than human, and quickened his pace. Luo Amon continued, "Moreover, you are quite fortunate. With you around, I can find wild vegetables. And perhaps today we might even catch a wild chicken." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression softened a bit. "I only accompanied you up the mountain for the sake of my cousin." As she spoke, she shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and added, "Amon, I have no feelings for my cousin. We are entirely innocent. I merely consider him as a brother." Luo Amon waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I understand. I see how close you both appear, embracing and cuddling. But that is merely the bond of siblings. I get it." Zhang Yu felt that there was a hidden meaning in her words and was about to argue when suddenly a loud crack echoed. Luo Amon's heart raced. Without a thought, she turned and fled. The young man, seeing Luo Amon sprinting towards him, paled and shouted, "Don't come any closer." Before he could finish, he had already leapt several meters away. Luo Amon pursued him, and behind them, Zhang Yu let out a piercing scream. The two exchanged frightened glances, quickened their pace, and ran several dozen meters before hiding behind two large trees, turning to glance back at the path they had come. A wasp nest fell not far from Zhang Yu's feet, and at that moment, dozens of wasps swarmed around her, buzzing incessantly. Zhang Yu, resembling a frenzied creature, flailed her arms, leaped about, and shouted, "Ah, what is that? Go away. Help. It hurts so much." Luo Amon patted her chest, exclaiming, "Oh dear. You scared me to death. Thankfully, Sister Zhang Yu is here. She is truly my lucky star." A man, hiding a few meters away behind another large tree, wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom how the wasp nest had fallen. After all, there were no trees above Zhang Yu's location. Luo Amon continued her anxious chatter. "Do you think she might get stung to death? What should we do? Should we save her?" The man shot her a sidelong glance, replying, "If you wish to save her, go ahead, I 1T. Those are wasps, and their stings are painful, potentially lethal. Luo Amon gasped, "No way. What will I do if she dies?" She turned to the man, pleading, "Brother, think of something." The man rolled his eyes inwardly and shouted to Zhang Yu, "Run. You must run." Hearing his words, Zhang Yu finally grasped the situation, turning to flee towards the two, crying out, "Ah, it hurts so much. Come help me, please." Upon realizing the direction she was running, Luo Amon and the man cursed under their breath and immediately turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. They only managed to shake off the wasps after running 2 miles. Zhang Yu was now in a pitiful state. Her arms, neck, lips, cheeks, forehead, and even her eyelids were covered in numerous welts from the stings. As the sun set, Jiang Jin's party came to a halt by the riverside, their campsite for the night. Yu Chengxian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Aunt, I'm going to catch fish in the river. We'll have grilled fish for dinner." Jiang Jin did not stop him, even generously providing a bamboo basket, which, though not a proper scoop, was better than nothing. As Yu Chengxian departed, Zhou Sui approached to report, "Lady, there are still some people in the village across the river, but only a few households." Jiang Jin nodded, having noticed the village across the river, which appeared to have once been quite large. However, most of the houses bore signs of fire damage, now dark and overgrown with weeds, indicating that the destruction had occurred quite some time ago. Observing a herd of horses grazing in the distance, Jiang Jin nodded, "Yes. Let us be cautious tonight." This place was quite suitable for an overnight stay, distanced from the official road, with flat terrain and a water source, providing rich grazing for her horses. As they conversed, 3 individuals, Luo Amon and her companions, were spotted crossing the river towards the village. They, too, noticed Jiang Jin's party, their expressions a mix of surprise and caution, wary of offending the esteemed visitors. Jiang Jin curiously inquired, "What happened to that woman's face? What stung her?" Zhou Sui caught sight of Zhang Yu's swollen visage and couldn't help but smirk, probably a wasp sting. After walking a short distance, Luo Amon couldn't resist glancing back across the river, but alas, the distance made it difficult to see clearly. Upon arriving home, a couple in their 40s emerged from the courtyard. It was Luo Amon's parents. They anxiously asked, "Did you see those people across the river?" Before Luo Amon could respond, a young man, around 18 or 19, called out, "You? Are you a you? How have you transformed like this?" The individual in question is Luo Jian, the fiancé of Luo Amon. Upon seeing him, Zhang Yu rushed into his embrace like a long-lost relative, exclaiming, Cousin, I was stung by a wasp. Woe is me. It hurts so much." Before she could finish her lament, a piercing scream echoed throughout the courtyard. Chapter 79. Do you wish to become a female guard? Just as Luo Jian's newly healed arm was jarred by Zhang Yu's collision, it broke once more. Jian, what has happened to you?" Came the anxious call from within the house, Luo Jian's mother. Luo Amon smirked slightly, her voice tinged with schadenfreude. His arm was broken again by Sister Zhang Yu. "But fret not, I shall have uncle help him mend it once more." She then called out loudly to the adjacent room, "Uncle." Luo Zhong, residing next door, sighed as he ambled out, his steps unsteady. Coming. At around 60 years of age, Luo Zhong had a head full of white hair, his frame emaciated, his cheeks deeply hollowed, bearing the marks of a life well lived. Following him was a similarly frail girl, who struggled to take even a few steps without gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted and weak, yet unwilling to leave her grandfather's side, Zhang Yu then realized her misstep and softly explained, "Cousin Luo, I did not mean to. I was just, woe is me, in so much pain." Luo Jian had begun to recover from the initial agony. He forced a stiff smile, saying, "No, it's not your fault. I shall simply have uncle reset it again." He lowered his gaze, unable to bear the sight of her face, which was no longer the charming visage he once adored. Zhang Yu, oblivious to his thoughts, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes until Luo Jian's mother called from inside, "What on earth is going on? Jian, come inside and let your mother see." At that moment, Luo Zhong and the young girl approached the courtyard. "Come inside. I will take a look at you," he said. Luo Jian nodded, enduring the pain in his arm as he entered the house, followed closely by Zhang Yu. Luo Amon smirked again and suggested to her parents, "Let us go inside and discuss." The 4 of them swiftly entered the house and closed the door. In the neighboring room, a woman in her 40s stood by the window, observing the scene unfold. Unable to restrain herself, she muttered, "Our daughter has grown, and despite her swollen face, she only cares for others." Behind her lay a tattered straw mat, upon which rested 2 individuals, a man in his 40s and a young boy of 6 or 7. The man, seemingly indifferent, inquired, "What stung you?" The woman gently seated herself on the mat, responding, "It must have been a wasp. It appears to have caused quite a severe reaction. Her face is unrecognizable." The man, his face pale, replied, "Enough of this worry. What harm can a wasp do? Soon, Luo Jian will surely fetch her some herbs." He then added, "Oh, and do have Luo Zhong come by to check on my leg. It feels as though the pain has intensified these past few days." The woman sighed, glancing at her hand, which was smeared with a dark herbal remedy. "You should take a look at my hand as well. The pain is unbearable. It's quite strange," she mused, gazing at the sleeping boy whose face bore an unusual flush. She touched his forehead, which burned with fever, and lamented, "Why are Luo Zhong's remedies not effective? Why do our ailments never seem to improve?" With his eyes shut, the man lowered his voice and remarked, "You should be content. Had it not been for you leading Luo Jian astray, we might still be lost." Inside the main house, Luo Amon placed the wild vegetables and roots she had gathered into a basket on the table and inquired, "Why have so many people arrived across the river?" The 3 individuals within the house kept their distance from her. Her mother, Liangcheng, wore a worried expression and replied, "They must be preparing to stay the night over there." Her father, Luo Shan, sighed in agreement. "Fortunately, those people do not appear to be malevolent. Otherwise, we would have no hope of survival." After contemplating, Luo Amon suggested, "When I returned, I noticed they seemed robust. They must have ample provisions. Perhaps we could send my brother to procure some grain?" They had been out of supplies for quite some time, and the river had yielded no fish, forcing them to rely solely on foraging wild vegetables and tree bark to stave off hunger, leaving everyone gaunt and emaciated. One of the men who had previously accompanied her in the mountains retorted, "Why should I go?" His name was Luo Ad, the son of the couple in the house, and also Luo Amon's elder brother. Luo Amon rolled her eyes. "Do you think it would be more fitting for me to go? That would be akin to biting the hand that feeds us." The trio inside the house fell silent, unable to counter her statement. The thought of food made Luo Amon swallow hard. "I will accompany you. We must at least try. We have saved a few hundred copper coins, and if we are fortunate, we might be able to buy some." Even if they refuse to sell, they certainly wouldn't resort to violence merely for asking a few questions. They possessed money but were uncertain where to purchase grain, fearing to enter the city lest they become trapped within its walls. Yun Chengxian was disheartened by his unsuccessful fishing attempt, lamenting, "How can such a vast river yield no fish?" Jiang Jin offered comfort. "Perhaps others have fished them out." With famine rampant everywhere, it was indeed unlikely that the few households across the river would have any fish left. The occasional wild rabbit or chicken hunted in the mountains was due to the presence of tigers and wolves in the deeper woods, which deterred ordinary folk from venturing too far, lest they encounter danger. As they conversed, Jiang Jin spotted Luo Ad and his sister approaching from the opposite bank. Upon seeing Yun Chengxian standing in the river and glancing at Jiang Jin, Luo Ad suddenly felt a surge of timidity, hesitating to speak. Unable to tolerate her brother's reluctance any longer, Luo Amon stepped forward and called out to Jiang Jin, "I am a farmer from this village, and I wish to inquire if I might purchase some grain from you." "Any grain will suffice." Jiang Jin shook her head, "I am not selling." Though she possessed money and had ample grain stored away, the decision rested upon how many mouths she had to feed. In these turbulent times, food was of utmost significance. Thus, she had no intention of selling, for when the time came to face starvation, even a few grains could prove life-saving. She understood clearly that the lives of her kin were far more precious than those of strangers. Luo Amon pursed her lips, considering her next question, "What about medicinal herbs? Could they be exchanged for grain?" Jiang Jin's eyes brightened at the mention of herbs. "What kind of herbs do you have?" While she had collected some medicinal materials, it was far from sufficient. Both medicine and grain held equal importance, as they could save lives. Luo Amon felt a surge of hope, though she was uncertain of the specific herbs, as she was merely relaying a message for Luo Zhong. She hastily replied, "Our village has a healer. I will go and ask. Would you mind waiting for me?" Jiang Jin had no objections, as she had little else to occupy her time. Luo Ad promptly dashed back to the village to seek out Luo Zhong. At this moment, Luo Amon observed individuals across the river engaging in martial arts. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she discovered that among the training ranks were women. She blinked twice to confirm her sight, uncertainly inquiring, "Do you have women in training? Are they female guards?" Jiang Jin replied with a smile, "Indeed." A flicker of inspiration ignited within Luo Amon. her heart swelling with excitement as she stepped forward, asking, "Where are the women headed? What are the requirements for becoming a female guard?" Jiang Jin scrutinized her from head to toe. "Do you aspire to be a female guard?" Luo Amon did not shy away, responding, "Yes, I do." Her desire was genuine. She recalled her childhood when the village thrived with crops, a vibrant tapestry of green and gold each autumn. Despite the burdens of taxes and her father's annual conscription that left them hungry and poorly clad, life persisted. The village was bustling with inhabitants. How starkly different it was now, with many lost to death or fleeing, leaving only a handful of families struggling to survive. Whenever bandits descended from the mountains or refugees ravaged their homes, she found herself hiding in the mountains, in cellars, or in any nook that offered concealment. Each time, she wished for the strength to protect herself, her family, and her village. Yet, such hopes remained unfulfilled as no savior arrived. Now, with a sudden opportunity before her, she pondered that if she honed her skills, might she not wield a blade to safeguard herself and those she cherished? The thought filled her with exhilaration. Jiang Jin perceived the longing in her eyes and, after a moment's silence, remarked, "This is no ordinary guard position. It involves taking lives." Luo Amon initially rejoiced, but hesitation crept into her expression as she was about to voice her thoughts when footsteps approached from behind. It turned out to be Luo Ad and Luo Zhong, each carrying a woven basket. Dong Si, noticing the two men from the village, rushed over with concern. "Miss, what is amiss?" Jiang Jin chuckled, "Go summon Sua Qian. The villagers say there are herbs for sale." Yu Chengxian, having emerged from the river, eagerly volunteered, I'll call him." With that, he dashed off. Zhou Sui observed the energetic youth and could not help but suggest, "Miss, should you Liangcheng train as well? I believe he could run with 100 pounds. Jiang Jin replied, "That is an excellent thought, but I cannot impose upon him. If you can persuade him to train, then let it be." Zhou Sui remarked, "If he could be managed, it would have been done long ago. Why wait until now?" He seemed to realize that the young lady intended to support Yu Liangcheng. Though Yu Chengxian was most obedient to his aunt, Jiang Jin had little expectation of him training. In truth, he was already quite strong, having previously received specialized instruction, and his martial prowess was commendably high. Luo Zhong and the others had waded across the river, which spanned about 10 meters and was shallow enough to traverse with ease. Luo Zhong, stooped and with a gaunt face, managed a somewhat ingratiating smile as he carefully set down the basket he had held in his arms. "Miss, look here. These are the herbs I foraged from the mountains, all prepared by my own hands." After speaking, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the distant area where dinner was being prepared. The enticing aroma of food wafting through the air, faintly reaching his senses. He swallowed hard, his stomach contracting with hunger. It had been an eternity since he had savored such commonplace sustenance. Surrounded by mountains, herbs could be foraged anew, yet grain was not so easily obtained. Thus, upon hearing that herbs could be exchanged for food, he hastened over. Luo Ad also set down the woven basket he had been carrying, which was filled with herbs belonging to Luo Zhong. Jiang Jin glanced down to see several small woven baskets inside, each containing a variety of herbs meticulously sorted. While she lacked knowledge of herbal medicine, she recognized most of the herbs within, all of which were common and appeared to be well prepared. Soon, Sua Qian arrived, bent over to inspect the herbs, a look of approval gracing his face. "These are well prepared, though they are merely common herbs and lack significant value." While these herbs were ordinary, they were nonetheless useful. With so many people in their group and uncertainty surrounding Gufeng, an abundance of herbs was advantageous. Luo Zhong's face brightened with the prospect of exchanging herbs for grain, regardless of the quantity. He eagerly spoke up, "Please, name your price. I only seek food." Sua Qian glanced at Jiang Jin, and upon seeing her lack of objection, he pondered briefly before replying, "For these 2 baskets, I can offer you half a dough of grain. Shall we proceed with the exchange?" Luo Zhong was elated. Yes, half a dough of grain. If I ration it to a handful a day, mixed with wild vegetables, could last me a month." Jiang Jin instructed someone to fetch the grain, while Sua Qian retrieved some bags to neatly categorize the herbs. With the grain in hand, Luo Zhong's eyes glistened with tears of relief, his heart settling. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Miss, where are you headed? If I gather more herbs, may I sell them to you?" Jiang Jin, candid in her response, stated, "We plan to go to Gufeng. If you have herbs to sell, you may come to Gufeng, though the journey may not be entirely safe." However, safety was a fleeting notion. Whether on the road or remaining in the village, danger loomed. Upon hearing Gu Feng, Luo Zhong's expression turned grim. The distance was one concern. But more pressing was the fact that Gu Feng was the territory of the Chu Zhao people, and he dared not venture there. Jiang Jin understood his apprehension, realizing that after her acquisition of Gu Feng, she would require a multitude of skilled individuals, particularly medical practitioners, who were in short supply. Muzhu's medical team was the most complete, with apprentices and herbalists, yet he was not yet one of her own. Currently, her medical team consisted solely of Suo, Xian, and Lumi, the latter still needing to hone his skills. Once settled in Gu Feng, it would be imperative to recruit apprentices and those skilled in herb gathering and preparation. Since fate had brought them together, acquiring one additional skilled individual would be a boon. Although she was uncertain of Luo Zhong's medical expertise, his proficiency in herb preparation was commendable, indicating he could indeed contribute in this capacity. Thus, Jiang Jin proposed, "You may work for me. While I cannot offer wages at this time, I can guarantee your basic needs." Luo Zhong was taken aback. You mean what?" Jiang Jin gestured toward her group. "We are numerous, and ailments such as headaches and fevers are commonplace. We require herbs. And I observe that your technique in herb preparation is quite satisfactory. You could assist me in that regard." It took Luo Zhong a moment to grasp her words. But his heart soared with joy. In these times, having food and warmth was the greatest luxury. What more could one ask for than sustenance? Moreover, the sheer number of individuals in this group exudes a sense of safety, alleviating any concerns once one joins. He knelt and bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, my lady. I have a granddaughter at home. I often take her with me to gather herbs and prepare medicines. I have also taught her well. Please allow me to bring her along. I shall save my rations for her, and I promise I will not trouble you." Jiang Jin smiled. "There is no need for such formality. If that is the case, you may bring her. I will ensure your sustenance. However, I must clarify one point. Once you join my group, you must obey orders." Luo Zhong was overjoyed. I understand. I will return to pack our belongings." Jiang Jin waved her hand. "There is no rush. You may come back tomorrow morning." Standing nearby, Luo Ad wore an envious expression. Yet he could not conceive any merits of his own, having scrutinized himself from head to toe. However, Luo A man's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she eagerly inquired, "My lady, may I serve as your female guard?" Before Jiang Jin could respond, Luo Ad interjected anxiously, "What are you saying? A guard? That is out of the question. Our parents would never consent, and besides, how could a woman serve as a guard?" Luo A man rolled her eyes. "The ladies' group has female guards. Why don't you become one as well?" Luo Ad was taken aback, but suddenly his eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, he possessed no other talents, but he was strong. Unsure if the lady required guards, he was willing to work without pay, as long as he could have enough to eat. He quickly asked, "Is it possible? May I serve as your guard? I am quite swift, and I promise to keep my mouth sealed." He recalled his one redeeming quality, promptly adding that his speed and discretion were due to his sister, which brought a hint of sorrow to his thoughts. Jiang Jin observed, "These two appear rather simple-minded. Did you not mention that your parents would disapprove?" she queried. It was only then that Luo A man and her brother remembered their parents, their expressions turning somewhat awkward, realizing they had momentarily forgotten them. After a moment's thought, Luo A man replied, "Could my parents accompany us? They are capable workers. They can farm and weave baskets." Lowering her head, she continued, "I know food is precious, and I can share my rations with them, ensuring that I do not waste your provisions, as long as they could contribute." Jiang Jin was amenable to accepting two more individuals. However, she felt it necessary to preface her conditions. "My guards must be prepared for battle. You may interpret that as soldiers." Chapter 81. The unfortunate constitution. This revelation not only astonished the Luo siblings, but even drew Luo Zhong's gaze upward. Jiang Jin maintained a placid demeanor. "Thus, those who enter my ranks must surrender their fate to my command. You must obey orders. For military commands are as immutable as mountains. In other words, should you disobey orders or breach discipline, I possess the authority to determine your fate." The Luo siblings exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed by Jiang Jin's words, yet they comprehended the gravity of the situation. After a moment's hesitation, they resolved to follow Jiang Jin. As long as they complied, they would have enough to eat. Such an opportunity was rare. As for warfare, they felt little trepidation. Furthermore, the prospect of having their parents accompany them forged a newfound sense of belonging to this group. transforming their initial motivations of mere survival into something more profound. As memories flooded back, Luo Amon hesitated momentarily before speaking. "My lady, there is something I must clarify. I." She clenched her teeth and, with a resolute closure of her eyes, divulged, "I am an unfortunate soul, plagued by misfortune from a young age." Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Do tell." In the 25th century, she had a comrade who was equally ill-fated. The sort who would find himself eating instant noodles without a fork or discovering a lack of toilet paper when nature called. To put it plainly, this unfortunate companion could never keep an electronic device for more than 3 days, as it would invariably break within that time frame. He had never won a lottery. Even when a special draw promised a 100 win rate, he ended up with a blank slip. At that moment, everyone was bewildered, unable to comprehend how a blank slip had found its way into the draw. After some investigation, it was revealed that a blank slip had been accidentally mixed in during the lottery preparations. Luo Amon then began to recount her own streak of misfortune. She would trip while walking on flat ground or, while hiking, inadvertently encounter venomous snakes or wasps. However, she reassured them, "It's not too grave. I've survived this long without serious harm." She flashed a smile, revealing her half-missing front tooth. Jiang Jin inquired, "What about that tooth?" Luo Amon nonchalantly explained, "That happened about 6 months ago. I was squatting in the yard, eating a porridge made from wild vegetables, when, out of nowhere, a bird flew overhead and dropped its droppings directly into my bowl. It was wild vegetable porridge, enriched with some coarse grains, and there it was. A bird's mess in my dish. What was I to do, eat it or not?" Infuriated, I picked up a stone intending to throw it at the bird. But in my haste, I tripped and hit my tooth against the bowl. Alas, my bowl shattered. It was my finest one, with just 2 little chips. Jiang Jin remarked, "Shouldn't the focus be on your tooth?" Just then, an unidentified object plopped onto Luo Amon's head with a resounding thud. Everyone looked up to see a flock of geese flying overhead. The crowd murmured, "Can her bad luck get any more absurd?" Undeterred by the bird droppings on her head, Luo Amon remained composed. "It's nothing. Today, someone has taken on my worst stroke of luck." She paid no mind to the mess atop her head, accustomed to it by now, and planned to wash it off in the river before heading home. The crowd was puzzled by her words, but Jiang Jin began to grasp the meaning. Wasps? Luo Amon nodded, her anxiety palpable. If her misfortune was contagious, it was better for her to remain solitary to protect others. The woman before her likely would, perhaps, not wish for her company any longer. Yet Jiang Jin's curiosity was piqued further. "Please elaborate." Luo Amon bit her lip. "Well, if you are 3 feet away from me, you're safe. Within that distance. It's usually minor misfortune, but with physical contact, I cannot guarantee against broken limbs." She hastily added, "Rest assured, no lives have ever been lost." The crowd exchanged glances, but a broken limb could very well lead to a fatality. They instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Luo Amon. Although the truth of her claims was uncertain, the droppings on her head lent a certain credibility to her tale. Luo Zhong suddenly exclaimed, realizing, "No wonder ever since Luo Jian and Zhang Yu moved into your home, a series of misfortunes have befallen them." Luo Jian's mother broke her leg. Luo Jian himself fractured his hand, and Zhang Yu had previously injured her forehead, only to be stung by a wasp today. Her parents and younger brother have also suffered injuries and ailments. He understood that Luo Amon had always been unlucky, yet he was unaware that such misfortune could be contagious. It was no surprise that her family kept their distance from her. She herself rarely engaged in close interactions with others, and he had previously thought her behavior was merely due to her reclusive nature. How wrong he was. Luo Amon waved her hand in protest. "Not every day is fraught with misfortune for me. Look, the 2 families have been residing in my home for over 2 months, and only 5 of them have encountered calamities. Zhang Yu is still perfectly fine." The crowd responded, "You'd be better off without the explanation. With that pig-like face of Zhang Yu's, how could you dare utter that she is doing well?" Jiang Jin could not resist asking, "Do you harbor a grudge against them? If you knowingly allow your situation to harm others without justification, there lies a moral dilemma." Luo Amon felt somewhat embarrassed. "I suppose there is animosity. Luo Jian is my fiancé, yet he and Zhang Yu are always engaging in affectionate displays, insisting they see each other as mere siblings. It disgusts me, especially Zhang Yu, who relishes being intimate with Luo Jian in front of me, as if to prove their affair is a secret from me. I have expressed my desire to break off the engagement, yet he refuses. It is merely their desperate attempt to seek refuge under my family's care, being orphans and widows. Over 2 months ago, Luo Jian arrived at Luo Amon's home with his cousin Zhang Yu, claiming that having more people around would provide mutual support. At that time, Luo Amon had already noticed the flirtation between Luo Jian and Zhang Yu, prompting her to propose the end of their engagement. However, Luo Jian stubbornly insisted, "Amon, one must be magnanimous. My cousin is so delicate and pitiable. I am only looking after her as a brother would. Do not make a fuss." His words repulsed Luo Amon, and now his audacity had reached new heights, bringing his entire family to stay at her home. What audacity did he possess? Given this situation, she had no qualms about being impolite, conveniently allowing their families to share in her misfortunes. Interestingly, during these past 2 months, she had not been significantly harmed and felt a glimmer of hope for her days ahead. Their unfortunate accidents, resulting in broken limbs, had even led to her family's expenditure on their medical bills, which she deemed an act of utmost generosity, kindness, and magnanimity. Jiang Jin couldn't help but smirk. If no one is shielding you from disaster, wouldn't you frequently suffer broken limbs yourself? If Luo Amon's words are true, then Luo Jian and Zhang Yu are hardly deserving of sympathy. A scoundrel and a shameless woman like them would likely garner little affection from anyone. She believed Luo Amon was handling the situation quite well. They had brought trouble upon themselves, and employing them for her benefit was no fault at all. Luo Amon shook her head. "No, I am indeed unfortunate, but it generally does not reach the extremes of broken limbs." Jiang Jin nodded in agreement, relieved. As she observed Luo Amon, her admiration grew. If only this streak of misfortune could be unleashed upon her enemies, what a formidable force it would be. It could rival biological weapons. Chapter 82. It would be an injustice not to punish you for my good mood. However, the issue of Luo Amon being unable to let anyone near her posed a slight complication. As if she were to enlist in the military, they would have to train and undertake missions together. Fortunately, maintaining a distance of 3 feet, roughly 1 meter, ensured safety, which was within acceptable limits. Luo Amon hesitated briefly before stating, "This seems to relate somewhat to my preferences regarding people, much like my parents and elder brothers, who only sustain minor injuries. The specifics elude me." It was only after Luo Jian moved into her home that she became aware of this, as the injuries sustained by him and his companions were notably severe. Jiang Jin felt a sense of reassurance. Good. Upon hearing Jiang Jin's agreement, the Luo siblings were filled with joy, especially Luo Ad, who believed that it was his swift running that prompted Jiang Jin to desire his presence. For the first time, he found it quite delightful to have a younger sister, as it had undoubtedly enhanced his running speed. In her childhood, his sister, oblivious to everything, would always come rushing to him for a hug, and at that tender age, he too was somewhat naive. However, through countless encounters, he instinctively understood that once he embraced his sister, he would invariably sustain some injuries. Thus, every time he spotted her approaching, he would flee. And this pattern persisted for over a decade. Their parents also recognized the peculiarities of their daughter and, fearing that her nature might be exposed and lead to her demise at the hands of others, urged him to keep it a secret, a vow he maintained for over 10 years. When his sister finally spoke of the matter, he comprehended and concurred. It was indeed logical for their family to seek a means of survival, yet it was unjust to harm others, especially those who had shown them kindness. Jiang Jin addressed the trio. "All right, you may return tomorrow." Luo Amon and her siblings were elated, momentarily forgetting their hunger, and they cheerfully made their way back to the village. Luo Shan and his wife had been waiting anxiously in their courtyard. The longer the wait, the more their hearts raced. Li Qing's face was painted with concern. "Do you think something has gone awry?" Luo Shan, though equally anxious, attempted to reassure her. "Surely not. It's merely some herbs. They wouldn't resort to murder over something so trivial." Li Qing, panting, sank to the ground, utterly drained from hunger. "Should we not go and check? I feel rather uneasy." Luo Shan glanced at the now darkened sky and nodded. "I shall go. You stay here." As they conversed, a commotion arose in the distance. Li Qing sprang to her feet in excitement, almost losing her balance, and Luo Shan quickly steadied her. "Amon, is that you?" Li Qing called out. Luo Amon, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Father, mother, what brings you here? Come, let us return home. There's good news." Luo Zhong hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Why not come to my house?" It was Luo Amon who had assisted in selling his herbs, and he had intended to share some grains with them as a token of gratitude. However, with the prospect of joining the caravan tomorrow, The promise of a hearty meal from the lady rendered the grains less significant. Thus, he wished to treat the family to a dinner. Moreover, they ought to have a satisfying meal tonight, lest they fall behind and disappoint the lady the following day. The Luo family had been of immense help to him over the years, and he could not allow them to lag behind right from the start. Before Luo Shan could respond, Luo Amon interjected, "Excellent, let us go to Uncle's house." Currently, her home was occupied by two other families, making it rather inconvenient for conversation. While preparing dinner, Luo Zhong found it hard to resist pinching pennies. As he was truly weary from hunger and considering that everyone had gone without a proper meal for quite some time, he decided to make porridge. Luo Shan felt a twinge of guilt. "I'm sorry for imposing on you, uncle." Luo Zhong waved his hand dismissively. "We are all family. Moreover, had it not been for Amon and her siblings, we wouldn't have stumbled upon this fortunate opportunity today." Ro Amon excitedly announced the intention of her siblings to become guards. Ro Shan and Li Qing felt a mix of joy and concern. Their happiness stemmed from the knowledge that their children would no longer face hunger, while their worries were rooted in the perilous nature of such a profession. Though not always life-threatening, it was undeniably dangerous. Yet, observing the exuberance radiating from their children, they chose silence. As they conversed, a shared longing for the future illuminated their faces, creating a rare atmosphere of ease. Soon, the evening meal was ready, and they savored each bite, cherishing the experience. "This is delicious, fragrant, and sweet. I never knew rice porridge could taste this way," exclaimed Ro Zhong's granddaughter, Ro Xiaoxi. In her memory, she had never tasted rice porridge. For even when rice was available, it was mixed with coarse grains or wild vegetables. Seeing his granddaughter's satisfied smile brought tears to Ro Zhong's eyes, and he bowed his head, wishing to conceal his emotional turmoil. Ro Amon remained in high spirits, saying, "Xiaoxi, you will always have enough to eat from now on. That lady is kind, and you will assist her in preparing herbs with your uncle." Ro Xiaoxi replied shyly, "Yes, I will do my best." Due to Ro Zhong's frugality, the family only ate to about half fullness, yet everyone felt content. After the meal, Ro Zhong hesitated before speaking. "Should we inform the others?" This village housed more than just their family, with a few others residing a distance away. Silence enveloped the group. Eventually, Ro Amon spoke. "Let us just say goodbye without detailing our plans, to avoid causing trouble for the lady." She worried that if the others learned of their departure, they might follow Jiang Jin, complicating matters as those families came with many members, unlike their own simple household. Upon returning to their yard, Ro Shan's family heard a faint voice. "Amon, do you blame us for staying at your home?" In the hazy moonlight, Zhang Yu and Ro Jian stood in the courtyard, gazing at the four Ro family members. Ro Amon inwardly rolled her eyes. "I have something to discuss with you. We will be leaving tomorrow, and it would be inappropriate for you to stay in this house any longer, so please move out." Zhang Yu and Ro Jian were taken aback. "What did you say? Leaving?" Ro Amon felt a tinge of satisfaction. "You better think about where to stay." Zhang Yu, flustered, stepped forward. "Amon, please don't be upset. I assure you. Ro Biao and I are innocent. I won't speak to him anymore, I promise." Ro Jian, interpreting her words as a sign of Ro Amon's jealousy, felt both annoyed and smug, thinking women were troublesome, yet he preferred the sensible Zhang Yu. "Amon, please don't sulk. I've said it before. I consider you merely as a sister." Having eaten only half a meal, Ro Adi felt invigorated and thought that his sister didn't need their protection. Now was the time to act or miss the opportunity altogether. He had been holding back for too long. Stepping forward, he landed a punch on Ro Jian's face, exclaiming, "You coward! I've wanted to hit you for ages. A weakling like you doesn't deserve my sister." Ro Jian, caught off guard by the sudden aggression and hindered by an injured hand, staggered back under the force of the blow. Rodi would not easily let him off the hook. He advanced and unleashed a relentless beating upon him, particularly targeting his face. "Damn it, you despicable couple. Do you think no one knows you have been entangled like wild dogs, calling each other brother and sister every day? How disgusting. In the past, for the sake of my sister, I endured this, but today I am in a good mood. If I do not teach you a lesson, it would be an affront to my good spirits. I hereby declare the annulment of our engagement. From this moment forth, you and my sister are no longer connected. Hurry and marry your shameless sister, and I wish you both a long and enduring relationship, ending your lineage completely." Chapter 83. The treacherous pool of water. Luo Jian cried out in agony, utterly defenseless against the assault. Inside the house, Luo's mother anxiously shouted, "What are you doing? Jian, Jian, what has happened to you? Rodi, stop." "You heartless brute, cease at once." Unfortunately, her leg was broken, and after struggling for a long time, she could not rise. Fearing further injury, she could only curse impotently within the house. Zhang Yu, terrified, took a couple of steps back. Being called a shameless dog made her face pale and then flush with anger, her gaze filled with malice directed at Rodi. Luo Amon chuckled, stepping forward to pat Zhang Yu firmly on the shoulder. "Sister Zhang, it's all right. My brother knows his limits. Your lover will be fine." Zhang Yu was unable to retract her expression in time and hurriedly stepped back, forcing a stiff smile. Before she could finish her sentence, she stumbled, falling to the ground with a loud thud, her face striking the earth, letting out a piercing scream that echoed through the night. The following day, Jiang Jin rose early to prepare for training. Upon entering the dense forest, she discovered a figure who had arrived even earlier. It was Jiang, diligently practicing her sword techniques with utmost seriousness. Hearing the footsteps, she turned to see Jiang Jin and quickly halted her movements. "Lady," Jiang Jin nodded. "There is no need for you to rise so early. Training alongside the other soldiers will suffice." The training tasks she assigned were no small feat, and merely completing them each day was commendable. Jiang shook her head. "I eat a lot, have great stamina, and do not need as much rest." Feeling compelled to compensate for the food she consumed, she believed she ought to undertake more tasks. Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. One should act according to their capabilities. Otherwise, it may have adverse effects in the long run. Besides, you are performing admirably. Upon hearing Jiang Jin's praise, Jiang could not suppress her smile, nodding earnestly. "Yes, I will strive to do even better." Jiang Jin mused that her words might have been in vain. Just after finishing breakfast, they spotted Luo Zhong and others crossing the river with large bundles on their backs. After the Luo couple greeted Jiang Jin, Dong Si led them to the logistics team, assigning them to the kitchen group. Their belongings were quickly loaded onto a cart, and seeing their tattered clothing, Dong Si provided each of them with a set of new garments. The team was well equipped with clothing and weighted sandbags for any unforeseen circumstances. The gesture deeply moved Luo Zhong and the others, who silently vowed to work diligently in gratitude for such a benevolent host. The Luo siblings swiftly integrated into the ranks of the soldiers for training. However, due to Luo Amon's unique situation, Jiang Jin instructed her to run behind the female soldiers, maintaining a safe distance. Luo Jian and Zhang Yu stood on the opposite bank of the river. Concealed behind the tall grass, their faces etched with resentment as they watched Luo Amon jogging at the rear of the group. Zhang Yu timidly glanced up at Luo Jian, whose face was bruised and swollen, biting her lip and leaning closer to him. "Cousin Luo, do not be angry. You still have me." Luo Jian harbored a storm of emotions within, believing that Luo Amon had feelings for him. To his dismay, she left without a trace of longing. It was only then that he realized he had been deluding himself. She was indeed his fiancé, so why did she not harbor affection for him? He and Ayu had not crossed any significant boundaries. She was delicate and frail, and what fault lay in his tender care for her? The absurdity of her reasons for calling off the engagement was laughable. Zhang Yu, sensing Luo Jian's silence, felt a pang of anxiety and lifted her face to him. "Cousin, how could Amon and the others treat us this way? The house is clearly vacant, yet they demanded 200 copper coins from us." In truth, Luo Amon had little desire to allow Luo Jian and his group to continue residing in the house, but her family was so impoverished that they lacked even a lock. With her family gone, whether or not they stayed was ultimately at Luo Jian's discretion, which was why, after their altercation the previous night, Luo Amon had insisted on collecting the 200 copper coins as rent. Luo Jian looked down at her, noting how her once charming visage was now marred, completely devoid of its former allure. "Enough, let us return," he said, pushing Zhang Yu away. Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked off. A flicker of malice crossed Zhang Yu's eyes before she quickly resumed her delicate facade, hastening to catch up. "Cousin Luo, wait for me." Luo Amon had been assigned to Frost's team, and Jiang Jin had asked her to lead the way. At that moment, Frost maintained a distance of over a meter behind Luo Amon, having heard that this girl was troublesome and should not be approached too closely. Thus, she watched as Luo Amon, seemingly on flat ground, stumbled clumsily, nearly falling, but thankfully regained her balance with remarkable agility. Perhaps it was just familiarity, as her movements appeared quite practiced. For the next half hour, Frost bore witness to a series of Luo Amon's minor mishaps. For instance, as they passed a patch of grass taller than themselves, a sudden gust of wind brushed a blade of grass against her face, leaving a thin line of blood. She stumbled into a small hole, and dust unexpectedly swirled into her eyes, leaving her momentarily dazed. This girl, truly, was a walking calamity. The following noon, as the group was setting up camp and preparing a meal, Liangcheng approached, expressing his desire to venture into the mountains for hunting. Jiang Jin was left speechless, pointing at the uneven, excavated terrain. This mountain is flat, and the trees and grass have been uprooted. How could there possibly be any game? It has long been foraged clean. Liangcheng, however, had his own thoughts. And what if there are stragglers? We could be fortunate enough to find them. He added eagerly. Rabbits can dig. They must be hiding well, waiting for our arrival. Jiang Jin inwardly rolled her eyes, pondering how foolish a rabbit would have to be to wait for them to come and feast upon it. Luo Zhong hesitated for a moment before pointing in a direction. Lady, if we walk 2 or 3 miles that way, there is a pond with plenty of fish, though I cannot say if they are still there. He had previously ventured here to gather medicinal herbs, but after Fengzhou was occupied by the Chuzhou people, he had refrained from traveling such distances, confining his activities to the vicinity of the village. Thus, it had been quite a while since he last visited this area. Yu Chengxian's eyes brightened. Fish are delightful to eat as well. Auntie, let us go catch some. We can even raise them. Jiang Jin sighed in resignation, considering that a bit of activity would do them good, and she acquiesced. After confirming the direction, she set off with Yu Chengxian. Perhaps recalling the incident where Jiang Jin and her companion encountered a ferocious tiger on their last mountain excursion, Zhou Sui insisted on accompanying them. Ladies, I shall join you. After all, my training is of no use here. Jiang Jin had no objections, and the trio headed towards the pond. September marked the season when many wild fruits ripened. Yet in these mountains, there were no ripe fruits to be found, nor even any immature ones. Many trees stood stripped bare of leaves. Observing the desolate scene before them, both Jiang Jin and Zhou Sui fell into silence. This year had been favorable in terms of weather. Had it not been for the turmoil of war and the incursions of the barbaric the common folk would not be destitute, nor displaced from their homes, living in scarcity and resorting to cannibalism. Unbeknownst to them, the pond they were approaching harbored treacherous undercurrents and deadly intentions. Chapter 84. The thread at the pond above the pond flowed a small waterfall, approximately 10 meters in height, cascading into a pool roughly 5 to 6 meters wide. The gentle sound of flowing water was melodious to the ears. A herd of horses grazed leisurely nearby, while 2 small carts were stationed at the water's edge, surrounded by a dozen or so men from Chuzhou, who were slowly making their way toward the forest bordering the pond. The leader of this group was a man of notably dark complexion, with small bumps adorning his face, giving him an appearance akin to unwashed coal dust, a visage that invited the urge to scratch. His expression was jovial, yet his voice bore a sinister tone. Little mice, do not hide. I see you. Come out quickly. Beside him stood another man, equally unattractive, his face as flat and unremarkable as if it had been run over by a cart. He grinned widely. Come out voluntarily now, and I assure you, your deaths will be more comfortable otherwise. Humph. The bump-faced man chuckled. Indeed. Or else we shall tire of you and skewer you like a shish kebab over a fire, sprinkled with a bit of salt. The taste would be exquisite. A faint sound pierced the air. The bump-faced man and the flat-faced man exchanged glances, a glimmer of triumph in their eyes, and quickened their pace toward the source of the noise. Suddenly, a flash of silver appeared before them as a long sword lunged toward the bump-faced man. Startled, he swiftly sidestepped, but he had underestimated his opponent, not realizing that this person was a warrior. His reaction was a fraction too slow, and he failed to evade entirely, resulting in a cut on his arm. Though the wound was shallow, it was enough to incite his fury. To his astonishment, the sword-wielding assailant was a tall woman. Her gaze was icy as she thrust her sword once more toward the bump-faced man. With a smirk, the bump-faced man retreated hastily, a cold smile gracing his lips, seeking death. Everyone, attack. The flat-faced man advanced with a knife, blocking the woman's sword. The others swiftly surrounded her to launch an assault. Just as it seemed the woman would be struck by the flat-faced man's blade, a gleaming knife suddenly appeared, clashing with his weapon in a resounding clang. Meanwhile, the woman deftly plunged her long sword into the heart of the man with a flat face. With a successful strike, she swiftly retreated. Following her was a tall man, the very one who had previously shielded her from an attack. In his 40s, the man's complexion was pale. A closer inspection would reveal the vivid crimson blood seeping from his chest, though it remained somewhat obscured beneath his dark blue attire. A flicker of concern crossed the woman's eyes. "Father, are you all right?" The middle-aged man shook his head, having exerted himself to block the assailant's blade, reopening an old wound on his chest. His breath was uneven, yet his voice bore a soothing tone. "I am fine." The assailant did not anticipate another warrior emerging. Having lost one of their own in a single encounter ignited a furious rage within the burly man, who bellowed, "Everyone, attack together. I want them to suffer." Instantly, a dozen men surged forward, engaging in a fierce melee. In an instant, sparks flew as the metallic clash of weapons echoed through the air. Two fists stood little chance against four hands, and soon the middle-aged man and the woman bore several new wounds. The burly man and his accomplices showed no intention of allowing the pair an easy demise, striking left and right, deliberately avoiding fatal blows. The duo found themselves in an increasingly precarious position, gradually revealing signs of defeat. Suddenly, the middle-aged man was struck on the shoulder by the burly man's blade, blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, another assailant delivered a swift kick, sending the middle-aged man sprawling several meters away. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Struggling to rise, yet ultimately failing, his face contorted with frustration as he gasped for breath. Alarmed, the woman rushed forward, but in her moment of distraction, she was slashed across her back. The burly man aimed a vicious strike at the sword in her hand, causing it to fly from her grasp. A long-faced man chuckled maliciously as he seized the opportunity to embrace her from behind. "Ha ha ha, I have a penchant for fierce Han women. You're quite the catch." As he spoke, he attempted to tear at her clothing. The woman's eyes flashed with humiliation and determination as she drove her elbow backward. The long-faced man reacted swiftly, releasing her and evading her counterattack. Several of his companions closed in, one reaching for her left hand, another for her right. The middle-aged man's eyes bulged with fury, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Stop!" The burly man stepped forward, pressing his foot onto the middle-aged man's chest. "Dare to kill one of us? You will witness firsthand how we will ravage her, and then we shall feast upon her. Tell me, which part do you think is most delectable?" The middle-aged man spat another mouthful of blood, his eyes blazing with rage as he glared at his tormentor. His voice seething with venom. "You will not die easily." The burly man smirked, about to retort, when a sound caught his attention from a distance. With a sharp gaze, he turned to see a slender woman emerging from a thicket, sprinting up the mountain. In that brief moment of distraction, the previously restrained tall woman broke free, delivering a kick that sent one of the assailants crashing to the ground. Drawing upon a surge of unexpected strength, the middle-aged man screamed hoarsely, "Run! Quickly!" The tall woman bit her lip, disregarding the pain from her wound, and turned to deliver a punch to a stout man from the Zhou tribe. A fleeting glimmer of triumph crossed the man's face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, there is still a little mouse. Finally, she has dared to come out. Now we have the entire lot. Bring her back." Immediately, several individuals sprinted up the mountain. The slender woman stood no chance against the robust Zhou men, and within moments, she was seized and dragged down. The tall woman was also subdued. The stout man glanced at the now silent flat-faced man, and then at his injured arm, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. He licked his lips, stating, "You have quite the audacity to kill one of my people. Today, you shall learn the meaning of suffering worse than death." The slender woman trembled in fear but uttered not a word of plea, only glaring hatefully at the Zhou men. The stout man, disturbed by her gaze, approached her with a knife in hand, taunting, "Dare to glare at me? This will be entertaining." Suddenly, a female voice rang out, sharp and unexpected. Startled, the stout man looked up to see a young woman with a fierce expression staring at them, flanked by two towering men. The sound of the nearby waterfall masked their approach, and he had not noticed their arrival. The newcomers were none other than Jiang Jin and her companions. They quickened their pace upon hearing the commotion before reaching the pool. "Who are you? Mind your own business, or do not blame us for being impolite," the stout man warned, eyeing Zhou Sui and Liangcheng with caution. He sensed danger emanating from the two, while he dismissed Jiang Jin as weak. Though Jiang Jin preferred to avoid meddling, she could not tolerate a dozen men bullying two women, particularly those from the Zhou tribe. Without further ado, she raised her knife and charged at the stout man, striking down with force. Chapter 85. The ruthless trio. The stout man could not fathom that this seemingly feeble woman, whom he had underestimated, would dare to attack him with such audacity, completely ignoring his words and coming at him fiercely. Anger and disdain flickered in his eyes as he raised his knife to block her strike. Clang! His blade was severed in two. The stout man was taken aback and retreated in haste, However, it was too late, as Jiang Jin's second blow landed. Thud! The knife sliced through his body from shoulder to abdomen, spilling blood and entrails onto the ground. A terrifying scream echoed into the sky. Everyone present, besides Jiang Jin and her companions, stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. It was all too swift. What kind of knife was that? Why was it so razor-sharp? The tall woman ceased her struggles, her eyes bulging in astonishment as she murmured, "So powerful. Ah, I will kill you." One of the Zhao men finally reacted, charging at Jiang Jin in fury. Yun Chengxian stepped forward with a mighty stride, swinging his knife down. "Dare to harm my aunt? I shall cleave you in two." Whether or not he succeeded in that intent was uncertain, but the man was indeed split in half at the waist, his body neatly separated. Zhou Sui wasted no time either, unleashing his long knife, causing a head to fly. The remaining Zhao men finally reacted and surged toward Jiang Jin and her companions. Jiang Jin deftly evaded the blade of the pursuer, wielding her sword with precision as blood erupted like mist. A gust of wind announced the approach of another assailant, prompting Jiang Jin to swiftly draw her Tang Dao and retaliate. The man, moments away from striking, wore a triumphant grin that faltered as a flash of silver crossed his vision, chilling him as the blade pierced his chest. With a powerful kick, Jiang Jin sent the lifeless body crashing to the ground. Yun Chengxian displayed unparalleled ferocity, limbs flying in disarray. In mere breaths, only 3 captors remained, holding 2 women hostage. The trio, paralyzed by fear, found the scene too gruesome and bloody to comprehend. One of them pressed his knife against the slender woman's neck, threatening, "Don't come any closer, or I will slay her. She is one of your Han people." Jiang Jin met his gaze, her Tang Dao flicking through the air as she retorted, "Silence." The blade whistled, darting towards the captor's throat like a lightning bolt. The slender woman's eyes widened in terror as the knife sliced past her face, stirring a lock of her hair. Suddenly, a warm, metallic liquid splattered across her visage, leaving her momentarily dazed and chilled, her mind blank. The knife clattered to the ground as the captor's body fell with a thud, jolting everyone back to reality. The remaining 2 captors were gripped by dread, trembling at the newfound strength of the Han people. Before they could gather their wits, Yun Chengxian and Zhou Sui charged at them. "Leave one alive," Jiang Jin shouted. Yet, with a swift movement, Yun Chengxian severed the head of one captor, watching it roll away alongside the twitching body. He scratched his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. "It's still moving. It must still be alive, right?" Jiang Jin replied, a perfect score in logic. Fortunately, Zhou Sui was more measured, only disabling the captor's legs. Yet the copious blood spouting forth suggested a grim fate awaited him. The slender woman, terrified, stumbled back, while the tall woman steadied her, gazing at the trio with a mixture of astonishment and reverence. It was not merely their appearance that struck her as beastly, but the overwhelming strength they exuded. The formidable captors were rendered as helpless as vegetables before them. Jiang Jin approached the incapacitated captor, who screamed in agony, offering consolation, "Do not shout, do not panic, or you shall perish more swiftly." The man, trembling and terrified, howled, "You've killed me. If you have the courage, end my life." Jiang Jin continued to soothe him. "I understand your urgency, but please, hold your horses. I have a few questions to pose before you meet your end." The captor, blustering with bravado, shouted, "Save your breath. I shall reveal nothing." Suddenly, his 4 fingers were severed cleanly, Zhou Sui dismissively shaking the blood from his blade. "Our Lady asks the questions. You shall answer without frivolities." Internally, the man screamed in fury, "Who speaks of frivolities? This is my true intention. I wish to die now." Yet, the pain rendered him incapable of speech. Yun Chengxian retrieved Jiang Jin's Tang Dao, his expression one of eager servitude. "Aunt, your sword." Jiang Jin accepted the weapon and gestured towards a middle-aged man, instructing Zhou Sui, "Go check on that one." Are you the great general?" the tall woman exclaimed suddenly. Zhou Sui cast a glance at her without uttering a word, striding purposefully towards the middle-aged man. The woman hurried to follow, her eyes welling with tears at the sight of her father's bloodied form. "Please, General, save my father," she implored. Zhou Sui examined the man's wounds, retrieving some hemostatic powder from his breast pocket. Together, they applied the medicine to staunch the bleeding. Yu Chengxian, feeling detached from the situation, decided to venture to the nearby pond to fish. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation of being watched crept into his heart, prompting him to frown and scan his surroundings. Yet he found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, He trusted his instincts and continued his ascent up the mountain. Before long, he stumbled upon a clue, traces of something concealed on the slope near the pond. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin cast a fleeting glance in one direction, her brow slightly furrowed, as she resumed her probing of the man from Chuzhou, making one hole after another. The man proved resilient, refusing to yield. Growing impatient, Jiang Jin prepared to extract his eyes when he finally broke, seeking a swift end and answering her queries without hesitation. Through their exchange, Jiang Jin discovered a rather fortuitous revelation. The next target of this group was indeed Luxiang County. The news of Liangcheng's Jiao Liang being slain had spread, with the populace whispering of divine retribution. The authorities, however, dismissed such notions, yet the supernatural methods employed by the assailants instilled a deep-seated dread within them. The identity of the perpetrator remained shrouded in mystery, with only whispers of a connection to Yao Ji and his companions, whose whereabouts were equally unknown. This uncertainty sowed fear across all societal strata, with the common folk fearing that such figures might descend upon their territories, employing their arcane methods to bring about their demise. Death would be one thing, but to bear the stigma of divine punishment would condemn their legacy to infamy for eternity. Upon receiving this alarming intelligence, the chieftain of Chuzhou became vigilant, promptly dispatching his small contingent of soldiers to inform the various counties under his jurisdiction and distributing wanted posters for Yao Ji and his companions. These wanted notices detailed the criminals' names, ages, origins, and included their likenesses. Jiang Jin indeed found these notices within a sheepskin pouch on one of the horses, and upon examination, discovered not only Yao Ji and his companions, but also Luo Qingzi and Shenzi among them. Even her and Zhou Sui's names were listed, albeit with somewhat absurd details. Particularly, her entry read, gender unknown, age unknown, origin unknown, described as exceedingly unattractive and short in stature. Jiang Jin was left perplexed. While the remarks about her gender and appearance were tolerable, what was this nonsense about her height? Could they not simply say she was short? Internally, she rejoiced that she had not journeyed to Shuxian, for by the timeline, this group must have already passed through there. Although it would be difficult to identify her based on this peculiar wanted notice, the guards would undoubtedly be on higher alert than usual. The man from Chuzhou, barely clinging to life, gasped, Can I die now? Chapter 86. The Grand Minister of Agriculture, Mu Qing. Jiang Jin raised her gaze to him, suddenly captivated by the badge hanging from his waist, which she deftly dislodged with her knife. The emblem bore a somewhat familiar design, and she quickly recalled it was identical to the one Zhou Sui had previously found by the roadside. Jiang Jin's gaze grew colder, as she contemplated the atrocities committed by Chu Zhao and his men, who, in their merciless rampage, did not spare even the innocent children, as young as 6 or 7. Truly, such heinous crimes merit the gravest of punishments. This was merely the second instance she had witnessed. How many more might remain unseen? For instance, had it not been for Yan Qingshuan's desire for meat today, these 3 individuals, perhaps more, would have met a tragic fate she could easily envision. Initially intent on delivering a swift end to one of them, she now found herself disinclined to act, allowing him a moment longer to revel in his life. Enraged by her inaction, the man from Chuzhou spat blood in frustration. You are, too cruel. Zhou Sui examined the middle-aged man's injuries. The newer wounds appeared manageable, but the older ones posed a significant concern, having become inflamed and festering. The hemostatic powder could only offer temporary relief, and the grievous old wounds required proper medical attention. The woman's eyes glistened with sorrow. We have no physician. Zhou Sui turned to Jiang Jin, seeking her counsel on whether to escort these individuals back to their party, a decision beyond his authority. Just as Jiang Jin was about to speak, Yan Qingshuan's startled voice rang out. Auntie, there are people here. The slender woman flinched at his exclamation, glancing anxiously at Jiang Jin and Zhou Sui. Noticing their composed demeanor, she released a silent breath of relief. Without hesitation, the tall woman conveyed the urgency. It is my lord and young master. Please, General, save them. Jiang Jin swiftly ascended the slope, having previously detected a gaze in this direction, though she had sensed no malice. As Yan Qingxian went to investigate further, she chose to disregard it. Concealed behind the underbrush was a young boy, approximately 5 or 6 years old, his face a mask of terror as he gazed upon them. Behind him lay an unconscious elder. Suddenly, the boy spread his arms protectively over the elder, his voice trembling. Please, do not harm my grandfather. If you must eat, consume me instead. Yin Chengxian rolled his eyes inwardly. Who wants to eat you? We are after fish. The slender woman dashed forward, shielding the boy. Her eyes filled with both caution and hope as she implored Jiang Jin and her companions. This is my grandfather. He has been ill for several days. I beg you, save him. Zhou Sui stared at the elder, a flicker of recognition dawning upon him. Hesitantly, he inquired, Is your grandfather Mu Qing? The slender woman's eyes brightened. Indeed. Do you know my grandfather? I implore you, save him. Zhou Sui leaned closer to Jiang Jin, quietly explaining. Mu Qing, formerly the Grand Minister of Agriculture in the Yan Kingdom, has been retired for many years. Jiang Jin nodded gently. Let us take him back. Zhou Sui agreed, understood. The tall woman and the slender woman rejoiced, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, milady. They discerned that Zhou Sui was subordinate to Jiang Jin, hence their direct thanks to her. The two carriages by the pond belonged to Mu Qing and his party. Zhou Sui carefully lifted the unconscious Mu Qing and the middle-aged man into the carriage, preparing for their return. However, Yin Chengxian insisted on continuing his fishing expedition. I haven't caught any fish yet. I want fish. Concerned for her Navi nephew being left alone, fearing he might fall into the pond, Jiang Jin instructed, Zhou Sui, take them back. Have someone come later to lead the horses and bury the bodies. Zhou Sui complied, each taking a carriage, hastily departing with the others. Yin Chengxian sighed heavily. Catching fish is quite challenging. Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle, patting his shoulder. Come, let us see if there are any fish in the pond. Wait a moment, just kill me, I beg you. The man, Chu Zhao, who had lost both legs, surprisingly clung to life. His pallid complexion betrayed the absence of blood, while excruciating pain and terror caused his body to spasm uncontrollably, leaving a pool of thick blood beneath him. He understood the true meaning of suffering worse than death. A chill enveloped him, and his vision darkened. His consciousness blurred, and he seemed to see the faces of those he had tormented and slain, demanding retribution. He yearned for immediate death, yet his body lay limp, rendering even the thought of dying impossible. He dared not voice any grievances, only wishing for a swift end. Yun Chengxian expressed his dissatisfaction with Chu Zhao's attempts to fish and delivered a kick to his head. Jiang Jin did not intervene. After all, the time was nearly upon them. With a sickening crack, the man's skull was nearly reduced to a right angle, indicating a complete severance of his cervical vertebrae. Chu Zhao convulsed violently a few times before finally finding relief, a strange smile lingering on his face. The two, satisfied, approached the clear waters of the pool, where they soon spotted several plump fish swimming at the bottom. Jiang Jin harbored grave suspicions that Chu Zhao had ventured here for the very fish, only to have the misfortune of encountering Mu Qing and his companions. Yun Chengxian shed his outer garment and prepared to leap into the water. Jiang Jin quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, What are you doing? The water is too deep, it's dangerous. Yun Chengxian waved her off dismissively. Aunt, you underestimate me. I am quite capable. Jiang Jin could not help but sigh, recognizing that catching fish by hand was no simple task. However, seeing Yun Chengxian's confidence, she chose not to dissuade him further. Though the pool teemed with fish, its depths were intimidating, and even if one spotted a fish, catching it was no guarantee. It must be said that Yun Chengxian possessed a remarkable talent for capturing food, as he frequently tossed fish onto the bank. Jiang Jin fashioned several strands of aquatic grass, threading them through the fish's gills and tying knots to create a makeshift net. By the time she had caught her ninth fish, Dong Si and Xianan Shao arrived with their men, their excitement palpable at the sight of 17 robust warhorses. Xianan Shao jested with a grin, Yin Liangcheng, you are quite impressive. Who knew that your fishing prowess could yield so many steeds? Next time, invite me along. Emerging from the water, Yun Chengxian appeared somewhat bewildered. What? Xianan Shao laughed heartily. Never mind. Continue what you were doing. He turned to Jiang Jin, calling out, Lady. Jiang Jin nodded in response. Quickly bury the bodies. Wash the weapons and take them back. Dong Si had already instructed the soldiers to begin searching the corpses, sharing his experience in scavenging with a multitude of hands. The process was swift, and soon they had uncovered a wealth of valuables. These individuals were surprisingly affluent, with less than 20 yielding 12 taels of silver. Additionally, they discovered 5 taels of silver and over 100 pounds of grain among several horses, marking an unexpected windfall. Dong Si organized the items neatly, observing as the soldiers dug to bury the remains. Yun Chengxian searched the depths of the water, ensuring no fish remained before surfacing. Noting that her presence was no longer required, Jiang Jin departed with Yun Chengxian and Dong Si, mounting their horses to leave. Upon their return to camp, Zhou Sui rushed over to report. Old Mu has fallen into a fever-induced coma. Dr. Mu has administered acupuncture to alleviate the symptoms, and the fever-reducing medicine is still being prepared. Mu Wei bore primarily knife wounds, which the physician Sua had already attended to, applying medicine and prescribing medication for his fever. Jiang Jin understood that the Mu Wei in question referred to a middle-aged man. In Chapter 87, the inquiry arose. Might the lady permit us to accompany you? Indeed. Zhou Rui continued. Mu Wei is a guard of Elder Mu, renowned for his unwavering loyalty and numerous commendable deeds, thus granted the surname Mu. Jiang Jin nodded and inquired. What transpired with Mu Qing? Zhou Rui sighed. Mu Qing hails from Chongzhou and sought refuge in Daqing County, but tragically encountered several calamities along the way. The initial group of over 30 has dwindled to just 5, with even his son and daughter-in-law lost. Their journey to the waterhole was prompted by Mu Qing's severe illness. Being of advanced age and having endured relentless travel, compounded by the loss of loved ones and loyal servants, he was further burdened by the sight of destitute commoners, leading to a deep melancholy. A sudden chill incapacitated him, resulting in a high fever for the past 2 days. Due to a lack of medical care and the danger of entering a city controlled by Chu Zhao, he has suffered in silence until today, succumbing to unconsciousness. Both Mu Wei and Mu Ning had previously sustained injuries, particularly Mu Wei, who was struck in the chest. The absence of timely medical attention exacerbated his condition. In desperation, Mu Wei resolved to venture into the mountains in search of medicinal herbs. As a martial artist, he possessed some knowledge of herbs for treating external wounds and fever-reducing remedies. Although they had initially set out with medicinal materials, these were lost during their multiple escapes. Unfortunately, their luck ran out shortly after arriving at the waterhole. When Chu Zhao's men appeared, they were forced to take refuge, but their cart and horse could not be concealed in time, leading to their discovery. Mu Wei and his daughter had intended to conclude matters with their deaths to spare Mu Qing and his grandchildren. However, Mu Wanbai, the previously slender woman, could not bear to see Mu Ning humiliated and, suspecting that Chu Zhao's men had realized her presence, bravely stepped forth to divert some of their attention, granting Mu Ning an opportunity to retaliate. Jiang Jin inquired, has Lady Mu's injury been treated? Zhou Rui affirmed, yes, Lady Lu attended to her. The injuries Mu Ning sustained were merely superficial for a martial artist and were not considered severe. Very well, let us prepare lunch. Training must not cease, Jiang Jin instructed. Just then, Yun Qingxian arrived seeking Jiang Jin to assist in preparing boiled fish. Jiang Jin accepted with a smile. As the two busily prepared the dish, Mu Wanbai approached with the young boy to express their gratitude. They knelt and performed a deep bow. We thank the lady for saving our lives. Jiang Jin helped them to their feet, saying, there is no need for such formality. It was but a small effort. With red-rimmed eyes, Mu Wanbai replied, what we have endured, were it not for the lady, we seeing her grandfather receiving treatment. She felt a profound sense of relief towards Jiang Jin and her companions. Jiang Jin smiled gently. As fellow Han people, we ought to assist one another. No need for politeness. By the way, have you eaten? Would you care to join us? Mu Wanbai waved her hand anxiously. No. That side is already struggling to articulate her thoughts. She faltered, realizing that the food belonged to the lady before her. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant as she bit her lip and stammered, Lady, may we accompany your party on this journey? Jiang Jin nodded in agreement. After all, an increase in numbers would not hinder their progress, especially since they had their own cart. Mu Wanbai was overjoyed, bowing once more in gratitude. Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly pulled her younger brother forward. Lady, this is my younger brother, Yizhou. The timid boy lowered his head and called softly, Lady. Jiang Jin smiled in response. Very well, if you need anything, feel free to ask me. Mu Wanbai expressed her thanks before leading her brother away. Yuan Chengxian could hardly contain his excitement. Aunt, are we ready? It smells so good. Jiang Jin served him a bowl of rice. Yes, it's ready. Eat up. By the time they were set to depart in the afternoon, Mu Qing had yet to awaken. However, Mu Wei was awake and made a point to come and express his heartfelt gratitude to Mu Ning. In the evening, Mu Qing finally roused from his slumber. Upon seeing Zhou Sui, his excitement was palpable. General Zhou, is it truly you? I thought. Zhou Sui's expression was complex, a mix of emotions as he encountered an old friend amidst the ruins of their nation. He quietly explained, Old Mu, this is Princess Jinyang. I currently serve under her. Mu Qing was taken aback. He was aware of the Princess Jinyang, the only daughter of Empress Ji Lo, who had been raised in the hidden mountain temple from a young age. He had only seen her once, many years ago, when she was merely 6 or 7. He attempted to rise to pay his respects. Jiang Jin quickly offered a gentle hand to assist him. There is no need for such formalities, old Mo. With Yingguo fallen, we are all merely Han people now. Tears streamed down Mu Qing's face as he insisted on completing his gestures of respect. Though the nation may be lost, the rites must not be forsaken. Jiang Jin pressed her lips together, recognizing that his insistence was perhaps not solely for the ritual, but rather for the lost country, as if through such acts, it still endured. She did not stop him further and accepted his bow. Mu Wanbai and her brother Yizhou followed suit, paying their respects to their grandfather. Once Mu Qing had seated himself, Jiang Jin inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Old Mu. If he insisted on heading to Daqing County, their paths would diverge the following day, as they were bound for different directions. Jiang Jin could not afford to linger due to him. She had her own timeline to adhere to. Mu Qing hesitated, then recalled his original destination, pondering before asking, "Where does the princess intend to go?" Jiang Jin gazed towards the north. "Old Mu, please call me lady. We plan to head to Gufeng." Gufeng. Mu Qing was somewhat taken aback, carefully choosing his words. "May I inquire why the lady wishes to go there?" Jiang Jin chuckled lightly, "Just to take a look." She felt uncertain about this former Grand Minister of Agriculture, especially since their paths might not align. If he were to divulge information, her situation could become precarious. Mu Qing sensed her guardedness, yet he bore no ill will. In fact, he respected her caution. After a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly asked, "Might the lady allow us to accompany you?" Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow. "You're not going to Daqing County?" Mu Qing sighed heavily. "Please do not mock me, lady. I had no desire to go to Daqing. I am merely an old man with children and grandchildren, striving to carve out a path for their survival." He had a slight acquaintance with the left general of Daqing, yet his journey to Daqing was indeed a reluctant choice. With the fall of Dingyang City, the left general remained holed up in Daqing, offering no aid. Although his presence in Dingyang might not have altered the outcome, he was nonetheless a general of the Yin Kingdom, subsisting on its provisions and receiving its salary, leading its soldiers. There are certain battles one must fight, even in the face of certain defeat, and some principles one must uphold, even when death looms. Just like General Zhou Sui, with his capabilities, he could have fled alone when the city fell. He could, but he chose to share the fate of Dingyang and the Yin Kingdom. This exemplifies true fortitude and the essence of a national pillar. This incident significantly tarnished the image of the left general in his heart, as if a thorn had embedded itself within. However, Mu Qing was not in a much better position, aware that the left general had abandoned the Yin Kingdom. He still chose to compromise for the sake of his family, preparing to seek refuge in Daqing. Now, with the princess and the general present, he naturally felt less inclined to venture to Daqing. Yet, they were aged, frail, and ill, oblivious to whether the princess would accept them. Chapter 88. The situation in Gufeng. Jiang Jin understood his thoughts and actions. In chaotic times, everyone faces difficulties and must make certain compromises. She nodded in agreement. It is acceptable. The team led by Mu Qing appeared rather weak on its own, but the addition of his group would significantly bolster her ranks. At the very least, it included 2 literate individuals, Mu Qing and Mu Wanbai, along with 2 warriors, Mu Wei and Mu Ning. As for Mu Yizhou, he was to be disregarded. Moreover, given Mu Qing's prior role as the Grand Minister of Agriculture, regardless of his agricultural skills, his insights would undoubtedly be valuable. Should he prove loyal, he would become one of her trusted aides. Mu Qing was overjoyed and bowed in gratitude once more. After departing from Mu Qing, Jiang Jin found herself curious. Zhou Sui, Mu Lao seems of considerable age. Why do his grandchildren appear so young? In this era, people married early, and many were grandfathers by their 30s. Yet Mu Qing seemed to be around 70, while his eldest grandchild, Mu Wanbai, appeared only 15 or 16, making the notion of great-grandchildren reasonable. Zhou Sui chuckled. In his youth, Mu Lao was deeply passionate about agriculture, spending years teaching the populace about farming and even improving several agricultural tools. It was only when his parents aged that he reluctantly returned home to marry. I heard he was nearing 30 at that time. Jiang Jin understood, her impression of Mu Qing growing more favorable. Such pure enthusiasm for farming and cultivation is hard not to admire, though his age was a concern. If necessary, they could arrange for him to train a group of farmers later on. A day later, the group finally entered the territory of Gufeng. Jiang Jin summoned Zhou Sui and the others to discuss matters. Glancing at the map, she inquired, "Are there any suitable locations for encampment near Gufeng County?" Yin Yu pointed to a spot on the map. "Here, Qingyun Ridge. It has flat wasteland within and a narrow approach suitable for encampment." Naturally, the border regions of Fengzhou were familiar to Yun Yu and the others, enabling them to make swift judgments. Jiang Jin further asked, "How far is it from Gufeng County?" Yin Yu quickly replied, "Approximately 7 to 8 li." Jiang Jin nodded and continued her inquiries. "What is the size of Gufeng County, and how is the condition of its walls? What is the state of defense within the city?" After some contemplation, Yin Yu remarked, "The town of Gufeng is quite small. Previously, the population was around 2 to 3,000, but now it is fortunate if there are even a few hundred remaining. The city walls do indeed show signs of wear. Yet being a border town, they were constructed to be sturdy and robust. Even if the people of Chuzhou were to capture the city and neglect the maintenance of the walls, it would still be a formidable challenge to seize it." Jiang Jin furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What is the situation with the soldiers stationed there?" Yin Yu's expression turned somewhat melancholic as he replied, "Although Gufeng is a minor county, it houses the Gusi Pass, which was one of the entry points for the Chuzhou army. At that time, we had several thousand soldiers stationed there, and most of the townsfolk were families of those soldiers and their descendants. Now that Chuzhou has taken Gufeng, and since it is not wartime, I would estimate there are only about 100 soldiers remaining in the city. They wouldn't deploy many for defense. Previously, Gufeng served as a barrier against Chuzhou's advance into Yangua, always at risk of war, hence the larger number of soldiers. However, now that Gufeng belongs to Chuzhou, the pass is essentially part of their own territory, and Gufeng is merely a small county within their domain. Given its barren state, it is only logical that they would not station a significant number of troops to defend it, which is also one of the reasons Jiang Jin contemplated attacking Gufeng. Jiang Jin pondered another question, "Is there a moat?" Yin Yu nodded, "Indeed. It is approximately 5 zhong wide." He then recalled something and added, "It is now early September, the season for harvesting grain. The soldiers in the city will likely send people out to gather supplies. This means there will be even fewer soldiers in the city. Of course, the number of soldiers in Gufeng is already limited, and during harvest time, they may call upon reinforcements from other regions to assist." Jiang Jin inquired further, "Can ordinary Han civilians enter the city?" Yin Yu confirmed, "In a city of the Man, most Han civilians can enter, but what happens to them inside remains uncertain." Zhou Sui turned to Jiang Jin, asking, "Do you have a plan, my lady?" Jiang Jin glanced at him, saying, "Though the number of soldiers in the city is scant, we too are few in number. With our limited forces, a direct assault on the city is nearly impossible. Moreover, we lack siege equipment. Just crossing the moat would be insurmountable. Even if we were to succeed in breaching the city, the cost in lives would be exorbitant and not worth the effort. Although we currently have a few hundred people, only about 100 are soldiers, and without siege ladders, battering rams, or bridgeworks. Capturing a city is akin to chasing a mirage. Siege warfare is exceedingly challenging, typically requiring forces several times, if not tens of times, greater than those defending." Zhou Sui raised an eyebrow. "Are you considering undermining them from within?" Jiang Jin smiled, "Why not? We can coordinate our efforts from both inside and out." In September's warmth, even in the afternoon, the heat was unbearable. At the southern gate of Gufeng County, a rare family of refugees arrived. The soldiers guarding the gate of Chuzhou regarded the ragged Han family with perplexity, for it had been a long time since any strangers had entered their small town. Even the soldiers atop the walls could not resist peering down, their eyes filled with scrutiny and ill intent. Zhou Sui respectfully presented their household registration to the gatekeeper, his face adorned with an appropriately flattering smile. His performance had grown increasingly nuanced, devoid of any signs of acting, appearing utterly natural. Jiang Jin silently applauded his skill. The soldier received the household registration and lowered his head to scrutinize it for quite some time before nodding to the 2 soldiers beside him. The 2 soldiers promptly approached to inspect the cart. Indeed, this time, Jiang Jin and her companions had brought a cart laden with their belongings, clothing, bedding, cooking pots, and other items. Zhou Sui, once again assuming the role of a father, was accompanied by a string of children, Jiang Jin, Yun Qingxian, Xia Chani, Yin Yu, Qiu Wu, and Luo Amon. The sight was somewhat intimidating for Luo Amon, who, experiencing this for the first time, felt anxious and kept her head bowed to conceal her emotions. Zhou Sui wore a cordial smile, embodying the cautious demeanor of common folk towards the Mani. These are merely trifles. Feel free to examine them. The soldier from Chuzhou looked puzzled. Are all 6 of these your children? Zhou Sui had already prepared his response. You have seen the household registration. 2 of them belong to my brother's family. But Jiang Jin wished to lead the soldiers into the city, yet the gatekeepers were not oblivious. Most of her soldiers were robust, and while a few could be managed, a larger number would undoubtedly raise suspicion. She glanced back at the moat behind them, observing that the defenses of this small town were rather lackadaisical. The water in the moat had dwindled to a mere trickle, almost entirely dried up, indicating a lack of maintenance, with the water source cut off and left unrepaired. The gatekeeper soldier, feigning a smile, inquired. It is well known that Gufeng is a small town. What brings you here? Zhou Sui sighed heavily. We can no longer proceed. We have run out of food and wish to enter the city in hopes of finding a means of survival. At that moment, the 2 soldiers inspecting the cart knocked on its underside, seemingly uncovering something of interest. The gatekeeper soldier immediately became vigilant, gripping his weapon tighter. What is it? Is there a problem? The soldier did not respond but crouched down, pressing his ear against the cart to listen intently. A flash of sternness crossed Zhou Sui's eyes as she observed the knife in the gatekeeper's hand. Yun Yu and the others grew tense as well. Jiang Jin, however, gazed towards the open gate leading into the city. Given their position, a direct entry was not out of the question. After a brief moment, the inspecting soldier stood up. Nothing to worry about. The wood used for your cart is quite thick and of good quality. The group collectively sighed in relief. The gatekeeper soldier relaxed his grip on his weapon, chuckling. You nearly gave me a fright. Zhou Sui secretly ground his teeth but maintained a friendly facade. It is all homemade. Thicker material makes it more durable. The soldier from Chuzhou glanced at Jiang Jin and the other women, his expression shifting. You may enter the city, but each person must pay 10 copper coins. Zhou Sui's face fell into despair. Could it possibly be less? This is exorbitant. We are mere farmers, with little opportunity to earn throughout the year. The soldier tossed the household registration back to Zhou Sui. Enter if you wish, but the fee will be 20 copper coins per person. Zhou Sui gritted his teeth, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, vividly portraying the plight of a destitute commoner. After a profound internal struggle, Zhou Sui finally resolved to cautiously retrieve 70 copper coins from his pocket and hand them to the soldier. Upon receiving the coins, the soldier stepped aside, permitting entry. Qiu Wu hurried to push the cart, followed closely by several others as they entered the city. Before departing, Luo Amon deliberately leaned closer to the soldier. For reasons unknown, one of the soldiers suddenly faltered, stumbling forward and knocking over his comrade, resulting in both of them tumbling to the ground with cries of pain. Frustrated, the soldier who had previously spoken kicked the 2 fallen men, scolding them for their clumsiness and urging them to rise quickly. Jiang Jin glanced back at Luo Amon, unable to suppress a chuckle. Her decision to bring Luo Amon into the city today was indeed with this intention, to test the efficacy of her misfortune aura. Curiously, it seemed that this aura had no effect on her and Yun Chengxian. This was discovered inadvertently when Luo Amon's hair became ensnared by a branch, and Yun Chengxian, not understanding her peculiar power, approached to help her. In a moment of misguided kindness, he yanked her hair, nearly pulling her scalp off, while he himself remained unscathed. Dongxi speculated that this might be due to Yun Qingshuan's noble lineage. Intrigued, Jiang Jin decided to try it herself, and, much like Yun Chengxian, she too experienced no adverse effects. Jiang Jin was skeptical of the notion of noble bloodlines, preferring to believe that both she and Yun Chengxian possessed strong destinies. Noticing Jiang Jin's gaze upon her, Luo Amon quickly offered a flattering smile. Meanwhile, on a small hillside approximately 2 or 3 miles from the city gate, dozens of individuals lay in wait. Watching Jiang Jin and her companions enter, Xian Anshao let out a quiet sigh of relief. They had finally made it into the city. Lu Ping nodded, his expression tinged with concern. Yes, but we have no idea what the situation inside the city is. Xian Anshao patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. According to the plan, we shall assault the city tonight, and then we will know. Lu Ping cast a glance at him, hesitating to speak. Xian Anshao chuckled. If you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to be so troubled with me. Lu Ping's expression turned somber. Even if we capture Gufeng, with so few of us, how can we hold it? Chu Zhaojun commanded nearly 100,000 troops in Fengzhou, and the various tribes often collaborated in warfare, dividing the Han territories after conquest. Their northeastern army had been overwhelmed by a coalition of several tribes, suffering a catastrophic defeat. Xian Nanshao shared his doubts about their ability to defend the city. Yet the haunting images of the shattered corpses of Jiao Liang and others filled him with a sense of belief, a desire to trust. He gazed toward Gufeng, his tone deep and resolute. Have faith in her. At Qingyun Ridge, Yao Ji's gaze was directed toward Gufeng County. Feeling a twinge of regret for not participating in this crucial battle. His injury had yet to fully heal, and he understood that an assault would undoubtedly be brutal. Jiang Jin, not wishing to waste such a formidable warrior, had tasked him with guarding the rear. Inside a carriage, Yin Ci displayed her concern. Suo Qian took a sip from his bamboo cup, letting out a contented sigh. Do not worry, the lady is quite resourceful. Since being rescued from captivity by Jiang Jin and her companions, he had developed a profound confidence in her. Yin Ci shook her head with a wry smile, choosing to remain silent. Dong Si sat beneath a grand tree, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. He wished to join the lady in her endeavors. Yet she insisted that her possessions were at stake, requiring his vigilant watch. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, for the lady placed great trust in him. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin and her companions entered the city, traversing through a residential area filled with low, dilapidated earthen houses, their roofs almost entirely thatched and in a state of disrepair. Strangely, they encountered not a single soul, neither Han nor Zhuzhao. The entire city lay eerily silent, akin to a forsaken realm, with only the sound of their cart rolling over the road breaking the stillness. After a short while, they arrived at the county office of Gufeng, where two Zhuzhao soldiers stood guard at the entrance, the sounds of Zhuzhao voices echoing from within. The guards cast sharp glances at Jiang Jin and her companions. Upon realizing they were Han refugees pushing a cart, their expressions shifted to one of intrigue. However, upon noticing the three young women among them, their smiles turned knowing. Perhaps due to the time of day, they refrained from taking further action, their gazes fixated on Jiang Jin and her companions like wolves eyeing their prey. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes as she maintained her composure, leaving with the cart. Their predatory stares were repugnant, igniting a desire to gouge out their eyes. Watching the departure of Jiang Jin and her group, a burly Zhuzhao soldier grinned. It's been ages since fresh Han folk have come to Gufeng. Who would have thought we'd see several today? Another soldier, whose complexion was somewhat dark, joined in the mirth. Indeed, it's been nearly half a year. Alas, we've been assigned to this small county with little to offer. It's stifling. The stout soldier licked his lips. In my opinion, the great Chan Yu is far too benevolent. He ought to learn from the Han how to govern the realm. The Han cannot compare to us, Zhuzhao. The dark-faced soldier shot him a sidelong glance. Do not speak ill of the great Chan Yu behind his back. After this admonition, he turned his gaze back to the direction Jiang Jin and her party had taken. Those women appeared rather dark-skinned. I wonder how they truly look? The burly soldier replied. They seem decent enough despite their complexion. What matters more is their youth. Judging by their figures, they cannot be of advanced age. With a sigh, he continued, if the guard lets them in, I fear they might catch their interest. Just a few women, one tea suffice for all of us. The dark-faced soldier waved dismissively. What is the rush? A day or two, one tea make a difference. It will eventually come to us. The burly soldier remarked. I say all Han men ought to be slain, keeping the women for our amusement and procreation. In time, we Zhuzhao shall surely flourish. The dark-faced soldier remained silent, clearly harboring similar sentiments, yet recognizing the constraints imposed by their superiors. They, as mere pawns, were bound to comply. Having distanced themselves, Jiang Jin gazed thoughtfully at an intact courtyard in the distance, which stood in stark contrast amidst the crumbling structures surrounding it. Chapter 90. The Gufeng Armory. Observing the inscription on the grand entrance, Jiang Jin felt a surge of surprise. This was indeed an armory, and judging by its well-maintained architecture, it appeared to still be operational. After walking a while longer, Yin Yu quietly remarked, I did not expect the armory to still be functional. Xiaochan, puzzled, inquired, does such a small county as Gufeng even have an armory? Yin Yu clarified, it is merely a place for crafting bows and arrows. No other weaponry is produced here. In the defense of the city, bows and arrows serve as the most commonly employed weapons. It is evident that the more arrows one has prepared, the better, which elucidates the existence of a weapons workshop in Gufeng. Yin Yu's eyes reflected sorrow as he lamented, in the past, we had dedicated artisans for crafting bows and arrows. I wonder how many remain now. Are they, perhaps, creating bows and arrows for the Zhuzhao people? Qiu Wu glanced at Jiang Jin and remarked, even if these artisans are producing arrows for the Zhuzhao, It is likely out of necessity. Jiang Jin smiled gently. I understand. Yun gestured towards a direction. Over there lies the barracks, and behind the barracks is the stable. The city of Gufeng is indeed quite small, with only a southern and a northern gate as entrances. However, each wall to the east and west is equipped with an arrow tower. A single main road spans from the southern gate directly to the northern gate, while all other paths are mere alleys or narrow lanes. Jiang Jin estimated that the distance from the southern gate to the northern gate is just a little over 1 kilometer, with a similar width. Thus, the city encompasses slightly more than 1 square kilometer, though the precise measurement eludes her, likely not exceeding 15. As one approaches the northern gate, the number of intact houses dwindles, with most reduced to ruin, many bearing signs of fire damage. The landscape is overrun with weeds, presenting a desolate scene, clearly indicating that this vast area is uninhabited. The northern gate stands ajar, guarded by a handful of soldiers, approximately 10 in number. As a general stationed at the border, Yinyu possesses a fair understanding of Gufeng. Currently, the county is devoid of resources. The townsfolk must venture beyond the city walls into the mountains to forage for food and gather firewood. Xiaochani frowned. Are the Chu Zhao not concerned that they might flee? Yunyu shook his head. That is precisely why they have opened the northern gate. Beyond the mountains lies Chu Zhao territory, offering no refuge for escape. Of course, one might navigate the terrain of the mountains to evade capture. But with the entire Yin kingdom embroiled in turmoil, where could they possibly run? With nothing to their name, how far could they truly flee? Qiuwu added. Upon exiting the city, the Chu Zhao will undoubtedly be scrutinized. If they carry large bundles, their intentions will be obvious, leading to interception or worse. Jiang Jin interjected, moreover, their families remain within the city. Xia Chanyi's expression shifted to one of dismay as realization dawned upon her. The group did not approach the northern gate closely. After observing the number of guards, they retreated. Qiuwu pushed a cart ahead, leading them into an alley, while Jiang Jin and the others followed, beginning to assess the conditions within various quarters of the city. After an hour, they had circumnavigated the entirety of Gufeng County, finding a roofless house to serve as a temporary resting place. Qiuwu and Luo, a man, stood guard outside to deter any approaching individuals. Zhou Sui and Yunyu unloaded the baskets and other items from the cart and flipped it over. Zhou Sui retrieved a dagger from his pocket and traced it along the wooden base of the cart, lifting a thin plank to reveal a concealed blade, Jiang Jin's tang knife. Jiang Jin had gathered several skilled individuals, including carpenters, whose craftsmanship was exquisite and seamless. Following the same method, they retrieved the other weapons as well. Regrettably, the bows were too cumbersome to manage, but it mattered little. Possessing none of their own sufficed, as the enemy surely had plenty. Jiang Jin and her companions sat on the floor of the room, initiating a discussion regarding the situation they observed in Gufeng today. She spoke first, noting that there were at least 15 soldiers guarding the south gate and 12 at the north gate, while the number of personnel at the county office, armory, and barracks remained uncertain. A small patrol was sighted within the city, and their numbers might increase at night. Although no soldiers were seen patrolling the city walls, there were 2 or 3 stationed at each arrow tower on the east and west sides. The patrols they encountered while wandering around had also responded with curious smiles. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Jin inquired about the absence of horses at the stable. Zhou Sui chuckled, suggesting they were likely out grazing. In peacetime, allowing horses to graze outside could save a considerable amount of feed. Yinyu nodded in agreement, adding that there was also a grain collection team. Naturally, soldiers sent to collect grain would not travel on foot, but would ride horses. The Mani people were predominantly skilled in horseback riding and archery, and although Gufeng, being a small county town, had a limited number of horses, there were certainly around 40 to 50. Zhou Sui was quite certain of this. Jiang Jin's smile broadened. Soon, all of this would belong to her. As the group conversed in hushed tones, faint cries and wails echoed through the city. Jiang Jin exchanged glances with her companions and quietly stated, I will go and see what is happening. Yun Chengxian quickly replied, I will go too. Xiao Chani added, and I will join as well. Jiang Jin acquiesced, saying, very well, Zhou Sui, you stay here while we investigate. She led the two swiftly towards the source of the commotion. As they navigated through several alleys, the sounds grew louder. Soon, they encountered a sparse circle of onlookers. This marked their first glimpse of the ordinary citizens within Gufeng since their arrival in the city. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, Jiang Jin spotted a woman kneeling in the center, her face streaked with tears. Two old burn scars marred her visage, lending her an unsettling appearance. She clutched a 5 or 6-year-old boy tightly, shielding him from the distressing scene before them. Before her knelt an elderly woman, her hair a cascade of white, wailing in utter despair. The source of her anguish was a partially devoured head lying before her, and her cries were heart-wrenching and uncontrollable. Among the crowd, a few individuals were seen wiping away their tears. Jiang Jin took in the grim tableau, pressing her lips together as she absorbed the tragic sight. Nearby, the murmurs of the onlookers reached her ears. How can one continue living in such times? The Oldley family has lost their only strong laborer. How will the remaining orphans and widows survive? Indeed, knowing the state of their household, why venture into the mountains? Now, with this calamity, it seems the orphans and widows might not endure much longer. What you're saying is true. Their entire livelihood depended on him. Without venturing into the mountains, they would have faced the same fate. Where can one find wild vegetables on the mountains now? Even the tree bark and roots are gone. That's right. The entire family relied on him for their sustenance, and they are nearly starving. Alas, death is inevitable, whether early or late. Was it Zhang Daniu who discovered Oldley? Yes, they entered the mountains together, but once there, they split up to forage for wild vegetables. At that time, they heard the sounds of beasts and also Oldley's screams, yet they were too frightened to move forward. Who would dare intervene? Approaching would only lead to death. It would be a miracle to retrieve his body. Indeed, it is true. I have heard that not only are there tigers in the deep mountains, but also great bears. I wonder if there are wild boars as well. And if there are, what of it? Can you fight them? Wild boars are easier to confront than tigers. And I have heard they tend to roam in packs. Chapter 91. The injustice is beyond measure at this moment. A few patrolling soldiers approached. What are you doing? Do you wish to rebel? Zhang Daniu quickly bowed and explained, No, we simply ventured into the mountains, and our companion was devoured by a beast. Please, forgive us. The soldiers understood the situation at a glance and sneered, You wretched scoundrel, we have warned you not to venture into the deep mountains. If you are eaten, you have brought it upon yourselves. Zhang Daniu gritted his teeth to suppress his resentment, raising his head to display a fawning smile. We had no choice. I assure you we won't dare to do so again. The old woman's voice had turned hoarse from crying. She did not dare to lift her head for fear that the soldiers would catch a glimpse of her spiteful gaze. She cared not for her own life, but she had her grandson to protect. The soldier glanced at the woman clutching her child and coldly remarked, Only your face is ruined. Otherwise, we might have given you some rations. The other soldiers erupted into laughter. The woman kept her head bowed, eyes shut tightly, desperately stifling the panic and humiliation within her. Holding her child close, the soldiers shifted their gaze towards the child. Who would have thought your family had such a young one? The flesh at this age is the most tender. The child trembled in fear, too frightened to cry, holding on to his mother with all his might. The old woman, disregarding her own sorrow, repeatedly bowed to the soldiers, pleading, I beg you, spare my grandson. The soldiers coldly regarded her for a moment before loudly addressing the onlookers. What are you staring at? Get lost. The gathered crowd, too intimidated to retort, lowered their heads and dispersed. Jiang Jin did not wish to provoke trouble at that moment, so he too left with the crowd, retreating to a more distant alley to quietly observe the situation. Before long, only the elderly woman and her family of 3 remained, along with the decaying head and Zhang Daniu and his companion. Zhang Daniu hesitated for a moment before offering the basket of wild vegetables he held. We have nothing of value to present to you, but perhaps you could take these vegetables back to eat? The soldier raised his hand and knocked the basket to the ground. You think we will eat what even wild dogs shun? Do you wish to die? He then stepped on the wild vegetables a few times. Zhang Daniu's face paled, and though he felt a surge of indignation within, he dared not reveal it. He pleaded, No, I wouldn't dare. This. The soldier glanced at the elderly woman and her family. Stop your wailing, or else, humph. With that, he spat and turned to leave. Only after the soldiers had departed did Zhang Daniu dare to lift his head, gazing with hatred at the soldiers' retreating figures for a while before finally averting his eyes. He bent down to gather the trampled and ruined wild vegetables, placing them back into the basket. After a moment's contemplation, he took half of the vegetables from the basket and placed them before the elderly woman, his face etched with guilt. Auntie, I am truly sorry. We were too afraid to act. Had we gone, we would surely have faced the same fate, with our own elderly and children at home. Another companion followed suit, sharing half of the wild vegetables he had gathered. I'm sorry. The fact that the 3 could ascend the mountain together indicated their strong bond. and at that moment, they all felt the weight of sorrow in their hearts. They bore no weapons such as knives, and approaching them would only lead to death. After seizing Gofeng, Chu Zhaorun, fearing a rebellion from the townsfolk, had already confiscated their agricultural tools and knives. The elderly woman, suppressing her sorrow, gently shook her head. You mean well, I do not blame you. Could she truly find fault with them? Naturally not, for they bore not only their own lives, but also the lives of their family members, young and old. Jiang Jin let out a quiet sigh, averted his gaze, and led the others back. Yun Qingxian, only partially understanding, inquired, Did that person get eaten by a tiger? Jiang Jin, ever patient with him, replied, Yes, it was likely a tiger, though it could have been another wild beast. Xia Chani gritted her teeth. The atrocities of the man are too heinous to bear. As the sun descended, casting a dark red glow upon the horizon, the sky grew dim. A knock echoed from a humble dwelling in the alley. A hoarse voice from within inquired, Who is it? Mother, it's me, came the voice of a weary man. The door creaked open, revealing the face of an elderly woman, her features gaunt and wrinkled. The man stepped inside briskly. The woman closed the door and turned to accept a small coarse burlap bag handed to her by the man. Sensing its weight, her heart tightened. She hastily opened it to find only a small handful of coarse flour. Why is it becoming less and less? How are we to survive? Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented, Alu is too weak to even rise. What shall we do? The man, his head bowed, felt a wave of dizziness after a long day of toil. He bit his tongue to sharpen his focus and spoke softly to reassure her. I work at the weapon shop. I can still bring back a bit. Others have it even harder. I want to eat today. Let my portion go to Alu. How can that be? If you don't eat, how will you have the strength to endure? What will happen to us if anything befalls you? The elderly woman wiped her tears, deepening the creases on her face. In utter despair, she declared, I will not eat. Let my share be saved. I am old and shall not live much longer. The man felt a tightness in his throat and, after a long pause, replied, If you do not eat, how will you have the strength to venture outside and forage for wild vegetables? We shall all eat together, sharing what we have. He glanced at Alu, who lay on the wooden bed. She was his daughter, 11 years old yet as frail as a 5 or 6-year-old child. He dared not let Alu go outside for fear she might be taken by Chu Zhaorun, so it was his mother who foraged for wild vegetables. However, the people of the city had nearly stripped the mountains near the north gate of their edible plants and bark, often returning empty-handed. The family of 3 relied almost entirely on the meager rations he earned from the weapon shop. Even he alone could scarcely manage to fill his stomach. Alu was remarkably understanding, always taking only a small bite, ensuring that her food went to her father, who worked, and her grandmother, who foraged. Alu gave him a faint smile. Father, I am fine. If I lie still, I am not hungry. The elderly woman's eyes reddened once more as she wiped away her tears and, after a long pause, said, By the way, this afternoon I noticed a few strangers pushing a cart past our door. I wonder who they might be. Today, she failed to forage for wild vegetables and dared not venture deeper into the mountains. Her advancing age rendered her incapable of walking far, and prolonged hunger had weakened her body. Thus, she collected a few twigs and returned home early. Shortly after her arrival, she heard the sound of a cart in the alley and cautiously peered through a crack in the door. The man displayed little change in expression. Perhaps he had fled from elsewhere. We can barely take care of ourselves, let alone others. With a long sigh, he continued. For now, we can still occasionally gather some wild vegetables, but in a while, I fear this winter will be harsh. Not far from them, another household was discussing the matter. Grandmother, did you see they have a cart with baskets? A boy of about 14 or 15 asked. His name was Du Shi, a gaunt youth with dark skin. The elderly woman, around 60, nodded in agreement. Yes, those people seemed quite robust. They must have just escaped from danger. Alas, why did they have to come to Gofeng? Even if they have some means, it won't last long here. There are no prospects for survival. How pitiful. She lamented. There are 2 or 3 young women among them. One looks even younger than you. Just then, a violent coughing erupted from the bed. The old woman hurried to soothe the man's chest and anxiously inquired, How are you? Du Shi rushed over to assist. Grandfather, are you all right? After a prolonged bout of coughing, the elder gasped, I'm fine, do not worry. Once the old man's breathing steadied, Du Shi fetched a bowl of water, helping him to drink slowly. After the elder lay back down, Du Shi picked up a handful of coarse grains he had received that day to prepare their evening meal. He assisted in caring for the horses for the local militia, earning a meager portion of food to stave off starvation. His grandmother foraged for wild vegetables and tree bark daily, and their family barely survived, but he could do nothing for his grandfather's illness, watching him suffer in despair. He was unaware if there were healers or medicine among the militia in the county town. However, he knew that for the Han people, there were no doctors or remedies. Illness meant enduring, and if one survived, they lived on, but if not, they perished. He realized his grandfather did not have much time left. He wished to prepare something tasty for him, but they could only afford coarse grains and wild vegetables. Since yesterday, his grandfather had refused to eat even those. Saying it was a waste, it was better to let him depart peacefully. He recalled his grandmother mentioning the arrival of strangers in town today and wondered quietly if they had any food. If only he could buy some provisions from them, preferably fine grains, so that his grandfather could enjoy a decent meal before his passing. Originally, when the militia had looted, they had overlooked the hundreds of copper coins buried in their fields. However, in the current Gufeng, there were no shops, and having money was of no use. At that moment, the old woman approached to help tend the fire, the flames illuminating her weathered face, deepening the lines of sorrow etched upon it. Old Li is gone. He ventured into the deep mountains and was devoured by wild beasts. The boy paused, his mouth opening in shock, yet no words emerged. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Grandmother, please do not go into the deep mountains. Just stay outside. If there are no wild vegetables, at least bring back some firewood." The elderly woman seemed not to have heard his words, murmuring, "What shall become of the remaining family, the women and children? Just like us, the old are old, and the young are young. What can be done?" As night fell, the moonlight dimmed. Jiang Jin and her companions nibbled on the white flour cakes they had brought, kindling a fire in the dilapidated shelter where they temporarily resided. Ever since they had acquired a cook, the quality of their meals had skyrocketed, and the white flour cakes were delectable. Jiang Jin pulled out her pocket watch and glanced at the time. It was already 8:50 p.m. Yunqingxian, curious, leaned closer, inquiring, "Auntie, what is this?" Zhou Sui and the others also turned their attention to her, truthfully intrigued. Recently, they had noticed Jiang Jin frequently checking this item she wore, initially assuming it was merely a piece of jewelry. Now, it appeared this object was far from ordinary. Jiang Jin smiled mysteriously. "This is quite a treasure. If you manage to slay 10 Chu Zhao soldiers tonight, I shall gift one to you." Yun Qingshuan's face lit up with joy, and she quickly extended her pinky finger, exclaiming, "All right, Auntie, a promise is a promise. Let us make a pact." Jiang Jin obliged, linking her pinky with Yun Qingshuan's to complete the childish ritual. Though juvenile, it was a game the original owner often played. Zhou Sui hesitated, pondering whether he too might receive a reward if he managed to vanquish 10 Chu Zhao soldiers. At that moment, an unusual cat-esque cry echoed from outside the alley, signaling Autumn Wu. The expressions of Jiang Jin and her companions sharpened. They had arrived. She turned to Luo Amon, contemplating testing her ill-fated luck once more. Zhou Sui, Yun Yu, and Yun Chengxian swiftly armed themselves and melted into the shadows of the alley. Luo Amon was the first to step outside, her nerves fraying as she gazed at the approaching Chu Zhao soldiers emerging from the darkness. The dim glow of the fire inside illuminated the weathered door and windows, gradually revealing the forms of 5 soldiers as their footsteps drew closer. Among them were 2 of the gatekeepers they had encountered earlier. In the hazy light, Luo Amon's slender figure appeared almost graceful. The soldiers' breathing grew hurried, and the tall soldier at the forefront jested, "My dear lady, are you waiting for me?" Luo Amon forced a rigid smile, advancing a couple of steps, closing the distance until she was within a meter of the Chu Zhao soldiers. Suddenly, a soft thud resonated as something struck the tall soldier's head. The mournful hooting of an owl faded into the distance. Dazed, the tall soldier removed a thumb-sized stone from his head and threw it to the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, how unlucky." The other Chu Zhao soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. When had an owl taken residence in Gufeng County? It felt as if it had deliberately thrown a stone at them before disappearing, which was rather peculiar. Gaining a surge of courage, Luo Amon took a tentative step forward, gently poking the tall soldier's arm with a finger before hastily retreating, explaining, "You have some dust on you." The soldier, perplexed, thought to himself, "Shouldn't I help her brush it off instead? Can a poke really remove dust?" His expression soon brightened, convinced that this woman was interested in him, cleverly seeking to ingratiate herself with a clumsy excuse. He felt a swell of pride within, mingled with disdain, thinking how lowly Han women were, so readily offering themselves. Standing behind him, the burly soldier burst into laughter, Are you unable to wait, my lady? The tall soldier also grinned, stepping forward with the intention of touching Luo Amon's face. However, somehow he stumbled, losing his balance and falling forward. The burly soldier rushed to catch him, but, perhaps propelled by his own momentum, he too lurched forward. With a thud, the tall soldier hit the ground face first, his tooth flying out amidst a spray of blood. Before he could emit a cry of anguish, the burly soldier also toppled, landing face first, inadvertently colliding with the tall soldier's rear. A piercing scream echoed through the night sky of Gufeng County. The burly soldier propped himself up, spitting out blood droplets, and examined his numbed mouth, discovering that 2 of his front teeth had been knocked out. An ominous premonition washed over him, and indeed, when he gently shook his mouth, there was a distinct sound, and one of his front teeth fell out. Staring blankly at the bloodied tooth in his hand, he finally uttered with a winded voice, "What the hell? Is that fasting so hard? It knocked my teeth out." Chapter 93. Nightkill. Not only had he lost a tooth, but the tall soldier also found himself with 2 holes in his backside, igniting his fury. With a similarly slurred shout, he exclaimed, "What the hell is this cursed road? Oh, my fasting." Jiang Jin and the others stood in stunned silence, their gazes shifting towards Luo Amon, compelled to reassess her prowess. To be frank, she was rather formidable. Jiang Jin particularly mused that she could serve as a negotiator. The misfortune of the opponent would equate to his own fortune, a sensible interpretation, was it not? Or perhaps she could infiltrate the enemy's ranks, where she would undoubtedly wreak havoc, though such a talent would be easily detected. Luo Amon, cloaked in humility, retreated to the front of a dilapidated house, contemplating the safety of Jiang Jin and the others as she took a few steps back. The remaining 3 soldiers, gazing in astonishment at their suddenly fallen comrades, were first taken aback, then erupted into laughter, finding the scene before them utterly ridiculous. Their laughter abruptly ceased. Zhou Sui covered one soldier's mouth and seized his head, twisting it forcefully. With a crack, the soldier's face rotated 180 degrees, revealing Zhou Sui, who had stealthily approached him. The soldier's face remained frozen in a smile, though now it was a grimace. Yin Yu employed a similar method to dispatch another soldier. Yu Chengxian was far more brutal. He placed his left hand on a soldier's shoulder, thrusting his leg forward. The soldier's waist nearly bent at a right angle in the opposite direction, and before he could cry out in pain, Yu Chengxian grasped the soldier's cheeks and squeezed with all his might. The sound of dislocated jaws echoed ominously. The soldier convulsed violently a few times before falling still. Yu Chengxian, exhilarated, exclaimed, "One." Afterward, his gaze shifted to the 2 fallen men, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. The tall soldier and the burly one remained seated on the ground, perplexed by the sudden cessation of laughter. They looked up, only to witness the silent demise of their 3 companions, rendered utterly speechless, their minds in disarray. The sheer speed of the 3 assailants was astonishing. Their comrades had met their end with startling swiftness and efficiency. They remained blissfully unaware of the lurking enemies in their vicinity. However, being seasoned soldiers, they reacted swiftly upon realizing they had encountered formidable foes and attempted to rise to confront them. Yu Chengxian was even quicker. With a swift motion, he struck, causing the burly soldier's head to spin a full 270 degrees, nearly twisting his neck into a corkscrew. He was left with no choice. His aunt had instructed him to avoid bloodshed, as they would need to don the uniforms of the fallen Zhujiao soldiers shortly. Just as his hand reached towards the last remaining tall soldier, Jiang Jin interjected, "Wait a moment." The others turned their gaze towards her. The tall soldier, however, was paralyzed with fear, utterly intimidated by the brutality displayed by the invaders. Who were these people? How could this seemingly youthful boy possess such extraordinary strength? Jiang Jin looked down at him and inquired, "Tell me, how many soldiers does Gufeng currently have, and how is the military force distributed?" The tall soldier opened his mouth to shout, but Zhou Sui swiftly dealt him a blow, sending his head spinning to face the grotesquely twisted visage of the burly soldier. Zhou Sui scoffed coldly, "Do not waste your breath. Speak plainly, or else." Yu Chengxian escalated the threat, thrusting the distorted face of the burly soldier closer to the tall soldier's eyes while ominously raising his hand. "Behave, or I assure you, I will twist your head off and plant it in the ground, watering it with your blood so that flowers may bloom." The tall soldier trembled, chilled to the bone at the thought of such a fate. This boy, possessing a handsome visage, spoke such venomous words. More alarming was the sincerity reflected in his expression. Seeing the tall soldiers in action, Yu Chengxian mistook it for defiance and raised his hand to strike again. The tall soldier hastily cried out, I will talk. I will talk. Sob, sob, sob. Jiang Jin rolled her eyes inwardly. Just speak. Why the tears? You make it seem as though we are the bullies. The tall soldier stammered. Isn't this bullying? Under the intimidation of Yu Chengshuan's looming hand, he divulged the conditions inside the city with the fervor of a bamboo tube pouring out beans, answering every inquiry posed to him. Seeing no further questions to be asked, Zhou Sui was about to take action when Yu Chengxian interjected, "Let me handle this." The tall soldier was horrified. Had he revealed everything only to be struck down? Just as he prepared to scream for help, Yu Chengxian silenced him with a swift motion. He broke into a wide grin. Ant 3. The others exchanged glances, as Zhou Sui and the others prepared to strip the Zhuzhao soldiers of their garments. Distant sounds of a cat's meow reached their ears. The group tensed, quickly concealing themselves in the shadows. Footsteps echoed through the alley, accompanied by voices. This place is secluded. How could there be screams? Are you mistaken? Not mistaken. Don't you remember? The newcomers who just entered the city seemed to have chosen this area as their base. Didn't Ba Nai and the others mention they were looking for those women? Could it be that those men were killed while trying to resist? They were all rather tall. Not certain, but we should check it out. Perhaps we can join in. Haha. How strange. Why has it gone quiet again? They haven't killed anyone, have they? The voice of the summoned soldiers abruptly ceased as they beheld the sudden appearance of Jiang Jin and her companions. Only 4 summoned soldiers had entered, likely a small patrol unit for the night. As the tall, slender soldier in front began to speak, his gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. His eyes widened in shock. You. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a kick from Yun Chengxian, crashing to the ground with a sickening crack of breaking bones. Blood oozed from the corners of the slender soldier's mouth, and after a few violent convulsions, he lay still. Just as Yun Chengxian was about to target another soldier, she turned to see Zhou Sui and Yun Yu had already dispatched one. Xia Chani had a firm grip on another summoned soldier's neck, preparing to end his life. Jiang Jin quickly called out, "Wait, let us keep one alive for questioning." She felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed Zhou Sui and the others were particularly eager to kill, leaving her with none. Xia Chani also felt frustrated. After much effort to seize one, she was now required to surrender him. The soldier grasped by Xia Chani felt an icy dread wash over him, realizing that something significant was about to unfold that night. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Chani was distracted, he attempted to resist. However, her gaze turned icy as she delivered a swift kick to his knee, and with a resounding crack, the soldier's leg shattered. Before he could utter a sound of agony, Xia Chani swiftly dislocated his jaw, her movements fluid and seamless. The soldier writhed in pain, veins bulging, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he collapsed. Emitting muffled cries, Jiang Jin and her companions showed no mercy. After extracting the desired information, they disposed of him without hesitation. At the stroke of midnight, Jiang Jin and her companions glided like phantoms through the inky darkness of Gufeng County. Chapter 94. Blood stains the city gate. In ancient times, entertainment was scarce, and by this hour, most people were fast asleep, making it an opportune moment for murder. At the southern gate, some guard soldiers dozed off while others engaged in idle chatter. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. The darkness obscured their vision, yet they paid it little mind, assuming it was merely the patrol returning. As the footsteps grew clearer and closer, they finally discerned the figures approaching, confirming them to be their fellow soldiers. The soldier stationed at the gate inquired, "What brings you here? Is everything all right tonight?" Another soldier beside him yawned and mumbled, "What could be the matter? Just the usual routine." Leading the group, Zhou Sui responded with a soft hum, raising his blade. Under the astonished gaze of the summoned soldiers, he swung down. A head soared into the air, blood splattering against the gate stone wall. Almost simultaneously, Yun Chengxian followed suit, cleaving the first soldier who had spoken in two before he could comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin led the others swiftly along the horse path towards the city tower, ignoring the twitching corpses behind them. Zhou Sui and Yun Chengxian worked together to open the heavy city gate. The massive door creaked open slowly, its sound echoing unsettlingly in the stillness of the night. The soldiers stationed on the tower frowned and shouted down, "What is going on? Why are you opening the gate?" Yet, apart from the creaking of the gate, no other response echoed back from below. The squad leader sensed something amiss and ordered several soldiers, "Descend and ascertain the situation, but exercise utmost caution." The designated soldiers nodded, brandishing their blades, ready to act, when a small group approached them. The city tower was illuminated by only 2 flickering torches, casting a dim light that obscured the features of the approaching figures, rendering them unrecognizable. A sense of foreboding gnawed at the squad leader as he called out to the newcomers. Are you patrolling soldiers? What brings you to the city tower? What is the meaning of opening the city gates? The individuals were none other than Jiang Jin and her companions. In a hushed voice, she mimicked the peculiar tone of Chu Zhao, inquiring, I was about to ask you the same. Are you unaware that soldiers have been slain within the city? The squad leader was taken aback, exclaiming, What did you say? We have soldiers who were killed? At that moment, his wariness towards Jiang Jin and her companions diminished significantly. After all, if they were truly enemies, why would they divulge such critical information? Was the intention behind opening the gates to summon reinforcements? Were there too many adversaries to be handled solely by the soldiers within the city? Jiang Jin moved swiftly. Before the squad leader could finish his thought, Chu Zhao's soldiers were still processing the information she had provided, and she was already just a short distance away from them. The squad leader finally discerned the general appearance of the newcomers and furrowed his brow. One of them looked unfamiliar and rather diminutive, almost resembling a woman. Suddenly, an alarm bell rang in his mind. Who are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Jin's blade descended with fierce precision, and blood erupted like a fountain, spraying several meters as a severed head flew into the air. It was no wonder the soldiers on the tower failed to react. The newcomers donned uniforms identical to theirs, spoke similar words, and had delivered such alarming news. Most strikingly, there had been no cries for help or sounds of distress from below. In unison, Yun Yu, Qiu Wu, and Xia Chan each struck, swiftly claiming the lives of 3 soldiers, each with a single, decisive cut to the throat. In an instant, the walls were drenched in crimson. Below, Zhou Sui and Yun Chengxian opened the city gates and lowered the drawbridge over the moat. As they watched the bridge descend slowly, Yun Chengxian wasted no time in ascending the tower. Having already dispatched 4 foes, he needed to eliminate 6 more. He was resolute in his urgency. Charge forth. Zhou Sui found the situation amusing. He produced a fire starter from his pocket and ignited a prepared torch from his waist. Xian Shao and his team stood concealed in the underbrush outside the dense forest, enduring the incessant bites of mosquitoes without a single complaint. Among the gathered throng of dozens, silence reigned, each one fixated on the direction of the city gates, fearful of missing the signal. Lu Ping murmured, I wonder how long it will take them to secure the southern gate. Xian Shao, however, remained confident, replying, Patience, there is still time. Trust in them. Having witnessed Jiang Jin and her companion's prowess, Lu Ping felt assured about capturing Gufeng, though an undercurrent of impatience lingered. Indeed, I trust them. Yet, a concern crept into his mind, prompting him to voice, but once we capture the city, it may be difficult to defend. Our numbers are too few. Xian Shao was untroubled by this. He had unwavering faith in Jiang Jin, believing she always had her reasons for her actions. He would follow orders without question, let them direct the assault, while he refrained from overthinking. After all, at worst, it was but a life at stake. Look, is that the signal? Lu Ping suddenly exclaimed in hushed excitement. Chapter 95, Brothers, Charge. Xian Nanxiao's spirit jolted as he focused his gaze, and indeed he discerned flames flickering at the city gates. Following their previously agreed signals, he gestured 3 times in total. His eyes gleamed with determination as he leapt onto his steed, executing the movement with remarkable speed, his spear aimed at Gufeng City. Brothers, charge! He shouted, and before his words could fully resonate, he galloped fiercely toward the city. Lu Ping and the soldiers, unwilling to lag behind, mounted their horses and followed closely. On the city wall, the remaining soldiers shouted as they drew their swords, rushing toward Jiang Jin and her companions. Jiang Jin swung her blade, and with a clang, the soldier's sword was cleaved in 2. The force of her strike did not wane. It sliced through the soldier's neck, severing his carotid artery. Blood gushed from his mouth in torrents, rendering him speechless, and shortly thereafter, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, with an expression as cold as ice. Jiang Jin withdrew her tang knife and thrust it backward, piercing through a soldier who had attempted a sneak attack. Before he could utter a cry of pain, she swiftly turned, her knife sweeping toward his throat. Yun Yu and the others exhibited equal prowess, either plunging their blades into throats or severing heads from bodies. This was the result of their earlier deliberations, to eliminate the soldiers at the south gate with minimal noise. The south gate lay approximately 500 meters from the county office and about 700 meters from the barracks. Barring any horrendous cries, such distances would typically render sounds inaudible. Jiang Jin's primary concern was that Chu Zhao's forces might react swiftly, taking the innocent populace of Gufeng City as hostages, a deed that the barbaric could certainly perpetrate. Thus, it was imperative to act with utmost swiftness, eliminating the threat before Chu Zhao could respond. Jiang Jin and her companions were each formidable adversaries, capable of facing 10 ordinary soldiers unprepared for combat, effortlessly overpowering them. However, there was one exception, Luo Amon, who remained at a distance, gradually acclimating herself to the chaos of severed heads and spouting blood. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers dashed toward the war drums, intending to sound the alarm for their comrades within the city, shouting, "The enemy!" But before they could finish, Jiang Jin closed the gap in a flash, wielding her knife in a horizontal slash. The soldier's throat was laid bare, nearly flayed, and his head drooped instantaneously. His body propelled forward for a few paces before collapsing with a thud. The other soldier, splattered with warm, viscous blood, caught sight of his companion, reduced to mere skin, and a chill ran through him to the core. He opened his mouth to scream, but found himself unable to produce a sound. Overwhelming terror had numbed his body. His mind blank, he instinctively sprinted toward the war drums, getting closer, closer, almost there. Before elation could fill his heart, he felt a sudden chill at his neck. Jiang Jin withdrew her tang knife, shaking off the blood. Her face, a canvas of crimson, appeared chillingly serene in the night. As Yu Chengxian rushed over, he happened upon Jiang Jin dispatching the last soldier, his expression one of mild displeasure. "Aunt, why didn't you leave one for me?" Jiang Jin replied, "My hand slipped. I shall save one for you next time." With that, she entered the city tower, where she indeed found bows and arrows, casually taking one for herself, while Yu Chengxian and the others likewise equipped themselves with spare weapons. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the city, and Jiang Jin's heart surged with joy, recognizing that Xian Nanshao and his men had arrived. A group of individuals hastily descended the stairs, and upon reaching the city gate, they spotted Xian Nanshao and his companions arriving. Jiang Jin issued a direct command. "Zhou Sui, take your men to the military camp. Qiu Wu, Xian Nanshao, you will lead your teams to the county office. Yin Yu, you will head to the horse farm. Xia Chani, you are responsible for the arrow tower on the east city wall. We shall rendezvous at the northern gate. Lu Ping, you are in charge of guarding the southern gate. Should you encounter a patrol, annihilate them without hesitation." The group displayed expressions